Chapter 1. The Kingdom of Great Ming in Nanyang Island. Dear viewers, greetings. Today is September 15th, 1999, Wednesday. We interrupt this broadcast to bring you an important news update. This afternoon, the Emperor of the Great Ming Kingdom, Zhu Yuzheng, tragically perished in a plane crash while en route to a visit in China. The cause of the accident is currently under investigation. Now, let us proceed to detailed coverage. As he gazed at the news report on the color television, Zhu Zhiruwei felt a profound disturbance in his worldview and exclaimed, "What era is this? How can there still be an emperor? Which obscure little nation is this Great Ming Kingdom? I've never even heard of it." He then turned to the woman beside him, chuckling, "Mom, didn't you say that a fortune teller predicted I had the fate of an emperor when I was a child? Since I share the surname Zhu, perhaps I should go to Africa and become a chieftain, naming myself the last emperor of the Great Ming." Ha! In an instant, the smile vanished from Zhu Zhiruwei's face. Though his reactions were somewhat sluggish, he noticed that his mother, Jiang Mei, appeared unusually still. Her eyes glazed over with a hint of sorrow and disbelief, a complex expression he had never seen before. "Mom, what's wrong?" Zhu Zhiruwei anxiously nudged Jiang Mei's arm. But the next moment he saw tears streaming down her face. Thud. Even the chopsticks she had been holding fell to the floor, and she showed no reaction. It was well known that his mother was a person of cleanliness. Had this been any other time, she would have been in an uproar, quickly grabbing a mop to clean the soiled floor before she could resume her meal. Yet now, she seemed completely unresponsive, as if struck by a trance, which genuinely frightened Zhu Zhiruwei. "Mom, please don't scare me." Mommy cried, shaking her arm. Zhu Zhiruwei was a recent graduate, having returned home to seek employment, wishing to stay close to his mother. He grew up in a single-parent household, having never known his father nor seen his photograph. His mother had never spoken of him, and he had been too considerate to pry. Just over 10 days ago, she had suddenly fallen ill with a severe cold, bedridden and receiving numerous treatments at the hospital. Yet her condition had failed to improve, ultimately leading to her passing. Now, he found himself in this new identity of Zhu Zhiruwei. Indeed, he was a time traveler. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, also named Zhu Zhiruwei, who had just crossed over to this world a little over 10 days prior. Though the duration was brief, and he had spent most of the time lying in a hospital bed absorbing the memories of this body, he had experienced a motherly love he had never known nor longed for in his past life. His heart had reopened, and he had willingly accepted his current identity, embracing his mother wholeheartedly, reluctant to let go of such warmth. "Mom, you can't be in trouble. They'll call an ambulance. Right now, everything will be all right." As Zhu Zhiruwei hurriedly reached for the landline to dial emergency services, Jiang Mei grasped his hand, gazing silently into his face, brushing her fingers across his forehead and temples. The tears began anew, but fortunately, she finally spoke, allowing Zhu Zhiruwei to breathe a sigh of relief. "Shower away, I'm fine, Mom. What was that all about?" "You scared me to death," Zhu Zhiruwei said, gripping her hand with concern. Her earlier demeanor had been too alarming, and he was genuinely worried. Jiang Mei forced a smile. "I'm all right. You should eat. You need to replenish your strength." "All right, let's eat together." Zhu Zhiruwei nodded. "You go ahead after you finish. Just leave your bowl on the table. I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'll go rest for a while." With that, she retreated to her room and closed the door. Zhu Zhiruwei wanted to say something, his hand lingering in the air, but ultimately fell silent. However, their home was small and the soundproofing was poor. He could hear his mother softly weeping within her room. What on earth is happening? What did things go wrong? Just a little while ago, while cooking, Jiang Mei had been cheerful, as if something delightful had occurred, even mentioning she had a surprise for him. Now, however, Zhu Zhiruwei turned his gaze back to the television. It seemed his mother had reacted after watching the news. Could it be? No, it can't be. At that moment, the news continued. The Great Ming Kingdom is located at the southeastern tip of Nanyang Island, officially founded in 1425 AD. The kingdom has now existed for nearly 600 years, with its founding emperor being the Jiangwen Emperor, who sought refuge in Nanyang during the Jing'an campaign. Wow, Zhu Zhiruwei thought, realizing he had made a colossal joke. Looking at the geographical location of the Great Ming Kingdom displayed in the news, he noted that Nanyang Island was indeed an island in the Indian Ocean, the fourth largest in the world. Compared to the fourth largest island from his previous life, the only difference was its name. If memory served him correctly, the Yongle Emperor Zhu Di passed away in 1424, meaning the Jiangwen Emperor must have re-established the kingdom the following year, astonishingly managing to endure for over 5 centuries, an incredible feat, surpassing most dynasties. He could now affirm that this world, known as Blue Star, despite being a parallel universe, had experienced unforeseen events leading to significant transformations, while the broader trajectory remained unchanged. For instance, this non-existent Great Ming Kingdom had suddenly emerged. Regrettably, it was 1999 and the internet was not yet developed. His family did not own a computer otherwise. He could have sought more detailed information. In the southeastern corner of Nanyang Island, within the Sinang Palace of the Great Ming Kingdom, Your Majesty, the director of the Astronomical Bureau, Lord Feng, seeks an audience outside. The Empress wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, quickly suppressing her sorrow, assuming a dignified posture. Instantly, an aura of authority emanated from her, causing the nearby court lady to tremble. The Empress, who had presided over state affairs for 10 years, had returned. "Allow him to enter," the Empress commanded. Moments later, a middle-aged man clad in a blue official robe adorned with white cranes hurriedly entered. It was evident he was anxious. Upon reaching a respectful distance of over 3 meters from the Empress, he cupped his fists and bowed, saying, "I, Feng Chunlai, Director of the Astronomical Bureau, pay my respects to Your Majesty. May you live for thousands of years. Please rise. What brings you here?" The Empress inquired. "Your Majesty, with the late Emperor's passing, the nation mourns deeply. However, a country cannot be without a ruler for even a day. The late Emperor left no heirs. So I dare to advise Your Majesty to assume control of the situation and select a member of the imperial family to succeed the throne, thereby stabilizing the hearts of the people," Feng Chunlai stated earnestly, his words seemingly sincere to those unfamiliar with him. Chapter 2. Am I the Crown Prince? Must I return to inherit the throne? Just a few hours after the late Emperor's departure, there are those who are already impatient. The Empress Dowager does not believe that a mere 5th-rank official from the Astronomical Bureau would dare to speak such words unless he has someone backing him. He is merely a pawn sent to test the waters. It appears that someone is quite eager for that position, but alas for my son. Heaven is envious of exceptional talent, and it pains my heart deeply. Humph, Feng Chunlai, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Is this matter within the purview of your Astronomical Bureau? The Empress Dowager scolded. Feng Chunlai suddenly knelt before her, weeping profusely. "I know my death is inevitable. Yet my loyalty to the Great Ming is as steadfast as heaven and earth can attest. Do you not know the ancestral rules? Women of the harem are forbidden from interfering in politics," the Empress Dowager questioned sharply. Her verbal inquiry was, in fact, a subtle probe. The ministers would never genuinely wish for her to reclaim power. Indeed, the drunken man's intentions lie beyond mere intoxication. I have observed the celestial phenomena. The Emperor's star resides in the north. It is said that Zhu Lingfeng, the grandson of the King of Lu, is handsome and possesses a reputation for wisdom. The Empress Dowager could summon him to inherit the great treasure, and with your guidance, he would undoubtedly become a wise ruler of the future. Feng Chunlai finally revealed his true intentions. "Ah, I have heard of him. He is indeed a talented youth. I shall consider this further. You may leave now." The Empress Dowager's demeanor softened, a stark contrast to her earlier severity. Feng Chunlai wished to press on but, upon seeing the Dowager's gaze, lowered his head in trepidation. "I take my leave." Once Feng Chunlai departed from the Sinang Palace, the Empress Dowager could no longer contain her fury, exclaiming, "The King of Lu harbors wild ambitions, extending his reach into the court and aspiring to the throne. A mere delusion." A nearby elderly female official advised, "Your Majesty, please refrain from anger. It is unwise to jeopardize your health. Since you are aware of the King of Lu's ambitions, why not seize Feng Chunlai and make an example of him to intimidate the court officials?" The female official inquired. "We must not act rashly. I require time and must first provide them with a glimmer of hope." The Empress Dowager seemed to be explaining, yet also speaking to herself. "Bring me my satellite phone," she commanded after a moment of silence. "Yes." Taking the satellite phone, the Empress Dowager instructed, "All of you may leave. Close the palace doors." Once everyone had departed, she pondered for a while before dialing a number, which was finally answered after more than 2 minutes. "Is this you, Shun Emperor?" After a brief silence, a complex tone responded. "Aunt, you still call me Wuya as you did when I was a child. It feels more intimate." The Empress Dowager remained silent for a moment and then replied, "Wuya? Aunt, it has been 5 years since we last met, hasn't it? Every time I call, you refuse to answer. I have only just heard about the Jade incident. Please accept my condolences and take care of your health." The Empress Dowager is not the biological aunt of Shun Emperor Li Wuya. The previous Shun Emperor had no heirs, and Li Wuya was adopted from another branch of the Li family. Their blood ties had long since faded, yet when Li Wuya first entered the palace, he received the attentive care of the unmarried Empress Dowager, forging a deep bond between them. The Empress Dowager unconsciously shed tears. For what could be more heart-wrenching than a white-haired person bidding farewell to one with black hair? Yet she did not allow her emotions to surface. Maintaining a steady voice as she said, "I wish to request your military assistance to restrain King Lu for a time." This time, her interlocutor fell silent, and after a considerable pause, responded, "I require Mount Shotong." The Empress Dowager exhibited no outward expression, instead diverting the conversation. "Time passes swiftly. Wanner is nearly 16. The age for marriage. Wanner was her most cherished daughter. Aunt, to which noble's heir do you intend to lend your support for the throne? The emperor believed his aunt sought to re-establish her influence over governance. He was not averse to political marriages. His aunt had wed the emperor of the Ming dynasty. And his sister-in-law, the empress's sister, married his aunt's son, the ill-fated Emperor Zhu Yu. Although they were not direct cousins, they shared a familial bond. And the notion of his daughter marrying the next emperor of the Ming was not without merit. The empress dowager spoke plainly. Laying her cards on the table, delay King Lu for at least 5 days, and Mount Shotong shall be the betrothal gift for Wanner. After approximately 5 minutes of silence, the response came, agreed. Setting down the satellite phone, the empress dowager sat in contemplative silence for nearly half an hour. As if she had reached a significant decision, she tugged at a nearby cord, prompting the palace doors to be pushed open from the outside. And the previous female official re-entered. The empress dowager commanded, summon Yi Tang to see me at once. Although the official appeared puzzled, she did not dare defy the empress dowager's wishes, saying, yes, your majesty, I shall go at once. I hope my decision proves wise. The Ming cannot endure further turmoil. The empress dowager lamented while gazing at the sky outside the palace. Meanwhile, for an entire day, Zhu Zhuwei had been troubled, often finding his mother lost in thought on the balcony, staring at the sky, which only intensified his worry. A series of knocks echoed through the door. Knock, knock, knock. Zhu Zhuwei glanced at his mother, sighed, and proceeded to open the door. Who are you looking for? He inquired. A tinge of anxiety evident as he faced 2 middle-aged men outside. Do you question why? One of the men, clad in military uniform, bore the insignia of a colonel, while the other, dressed in a black suit, exuded an air of authority that suggested he was no ordinary individual. The moment the door swung open, the latter scrutinized Zhu Zhuwei with keen interest, making him feel quite uncomfortable. I haven't committed any wrongdoing, Zhu Zhuwei thought, his heart racing as he recalled memories of his past life. He had only traversed into this world a mere few days prior and had hardly ventured out. It could not have been for his actions, but rather those of this body's former owner. The smiling colonel inquired, is this the residence of Miss Jiang Mei? Yes, Zhu Zhuwei replied stiffly, nodding. She is my mother. Do you have business with her? The colonel, clearly noticing Zhu Zhuwei's apprehension, produced his identification from his pocket and presented it, stating, my name is Long Jian. Here is my identification for your assurance. Please rest assured, we are not deceitful. May we enter to speak? Oh, please come in. Zhu Zhuwei responded, momentarily taken aback, yet he did not take the initiative to examine the identification. Without mentioning the illegality of forging such documents, it is evident that the door is wide open. Given the physical capabilities of these 2 individuals, should they choose to use force, one might find themselves utterly defenseless. In light of this, why not adopt a more generous stance? Zhu Zhuwei, possessing keen intelligence, could discern the prevailing circumstances and make the most advantageous decision in an instant. If their claims are genuine, it signifies that there is indeed a matter concerning his mother. Conversely, if they are deceivers, the worst that could happen is a financial loss, as long as neither he nor his mother comes to harm. Chapter 3. The Supreme Empire System Mother. Someone is here for you. Zhu Zhuwei alerted, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on the 2 individuals, wary of any untoward actions. Suddenly, a man clad in a black suit approached his mother and knelt down, uttering, Yi Tang pays his respects to the empress. Zhu Zhuwei was taken aback by this scene, but upon hearing the man's words, he felt a wave of disbelief wash over him, as if his body had lost its capacity for movement, standing frozen in place. Could it be that the wild speculations he had made that day were indeed true? Such a revelation was utterly astonishing. Was this his golden opportunity? The identity of a prince? How fantastical. Did this mean that he would be free from worries about sustenance, able to indulge in the lavish lifestyle akin to those wealthy princes of the Middle East, purchasing whatever he desired across the globe? At that moment, Jiang Mei finally regained her composure and sighed softly, please rise. The Ming dynasty does not endorse kneeling. Only then did Yi Tang stand up, expressing remorse. It is my failure for not bringing the empress back sooner, allowing her and the crown prince to suffer in exile for so many years. Jiang Mei shook her head. What does this have to do with you? Alas, the person is no longer present. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, her emotions surging. What did you just say? Crown Prince, clarify this for me. Your Highness, unbeknownst to you, the late emperor had prepared the edict to confer the title of Crown Prince prior to his visit, intending to surprise you and rectify the regrets of the past years. Alas, fate is unpredictable, Yi Tang elucidated. To his surprise, Jiang Mei vehemently waved her hand. I understand your intentions, but it cannot be. If he were alive, with his protection, I would be overjoyed. However, the West capital has become a vortex of danger. Xiao Rui is inexperienced in political affairs and lacks connections. Should he venture there, he would merely be a puppet bearing the title of emperor. I cannot allow him to become a casualty in their power struggles. I only wish for Xiao Rui to be safe. You should return. That position is one that anyone can occupy if they desire it. Zhu Zhuwei, having comprehended the situation, felt a tempest brewing within him. Hey mom, did you even consider my opinion? That as the throne we're discussing, regardless of how small the Ming dynasty may be, it is still the ruler of a nation. Countless individuals risk their lives to seize such an opportunity. How could one refuse what is within reach? Furthermore, from what I have seen in the news, the territory of the Ming dynasty is not insignificant, spanning tens of thousands of square kilometers, with a population in the hundreds of thousands. As for concerns about ruling as an emperor or being manipulated by ministers, what does that matter? I could simply be a carefree emperor, indulging in food, drink, and entertainment, accompanied by beautiful companions. Surely, those ministers who covet power would have no objections, and might even welcome such a state of affairs, allowing both parties to coexist peacefully. Sensing the host's fervent desire to ascend to the throne, the Supreme Empire System completed its binding process. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully binding the Supreme Empire system. The novice gift pack has been placed in the Imperial warehouse, which the host may claim at any time. Ding. The host can communicate with me through thought alone, without the need for speech. Ding. In light of the current circumstances, I hereby issue the first task. Proceed to the Great Ming Dynasty to ascend as Emperor. The rewards include a complete set of Imperial garments, an Imperial weapon, an Imperial seal, and a merit value of 1,000 points. Well, how should I put it? This came rather unexpectedly, leaving Zhu Jue somewhat taken aback. Could this truly be the golden finger of his transmigration? It seems rather tardy, and any further delay might jeopardize matters. After some deliberation, Yi Tang sighed. Since Her Highness the concubine is so insistent, I shall take my leave. It would be unreasonable to forcibly take someone back, especially here in the Dragon Country. He lacked such authority and dared not act with force. Thus, he could only depart for the moment and contact the Empress Dowager to discuss the next steps. Wait. Zhu Zhirue had no time to delve into the workings of this system. He understood that if he did not step forward now, it would be too late. Even without the system, he was no longer the Zhu Zhirue of yore, but rather a version tempered by the harsh realities of society. No matter what, he would still choose to return with this person. Yi Tang pays respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. A middle-aged man in a black suit saluted Zhu Zhirue with clasped hands. Ahem, no need for formalities, Zhu Zhirue replied, mimicking his mother-esque gesture with a wave of his hand. I will return with you. Xiao Rue, don't act recklessly. You are unaware of the dangers there. Your kind nature is ill-suited for such a world of intrigue. Jiang Mei interjected, stepping forward to grasp her son's arm. Zhu Zhirue turned sincerely to his mother and said, Mom, I understand your concerns, but I have grown up. I am a man now, capable of shielding you from the storms of life. Would avoiding the Great Ming mean I would escape the treachery of society? Did you not once say that a fortune teller predicted I possessed the fate of an emperor? This is my destiny, the path I have chosen, and I shall not regret it. Jiang Mei, gazing at the unfamiliar young man before her, finally recognized that her son had indeed matured, ready to break free from her protective wings and soar on his own. Very well, I shall accompany you. After evading for so many years, I absolutely will not allow anyone to bully my son, Jiang Mei declared, her demeanor undergoing an inexplicable transformation. Yi Tang let out a sigh of relief, joyfully proclaiming, We welcome Her Highness the concubine. The Crown Prince returns to court. At that moment, the colonel approached with a smile, clasping his hands in congratulations. Congratulations to both of you for finally being able to return home after so many years. Home, Zhu Zhirue echoed. Perhaps, this place will forever be my home, he affirmed. The colonel replied earnestly, Indeed, this will always be your home. You may return whenever you wish. Great Elder? Zhu Zhirue inquired with confusion. The colonel nodded, yes. The Crown Prince's current status is unique. The circumstances surrounding your father's plane crash are highly suspicious and remain under investigation. Concerned for your safety, he has appointed me as the responsible party for this mission, tasked with escorting the Crown Prince safely back to the homeland. Zhu Zhirue expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you. He then inquired, Might I have the opportunity to meet that esteemed individual in person? I wish to convey my thanks directly. The colonel smiled and replied, That individual has stated that due to the prince's clandestine status, for his safety, it is presently inadvisable for more people to be aware of your existence. Therefore, a meeting cannot occur at this time. However, there will undoubtedly be future opportunities, and we warmly welcome the prince's visits to our nation. Very well. Please convey my heartfelt thanks to him, Zhu Zhirue replied, feeling that the elder's considerations were indeed more comprehensive. I will certainly pass it on, the colonel assured him. Then added earnestly, As Commander Yi has indicated, your time is limited. Let us hasten our departure to avoid any unforeseen delays. Chapter 4. A brand new dark martial system. Yi Tang nodded in agreement. Understood. Thank you, Colonel Long. With a heart full of trepidation, Zhu Zhirue brought nothing with him and clandestinely boarded the specially arranged aircraft by Huagua alongside Jiang Mei. Aside from the mother and son duo and Yi Tang, the remainder of the passengers were all professionals from Huagua, underscoring the secrecy surrounding this mission. On board, Jiang Mei clasped Zhu Zhirue's hand tightly. They exchanged no words, yet both could sense each other's anxiety, while Yi Tang sat nearby, providing close protection. It was at this moment that Zhu Zhirue found the opportunity to engage with the system, quietly calling out, System, are you there? The system was ever present. What functionalities do you possess, and how can you assist me? Zhu Zhirue's inquiries were rather utilitarian. He had no interest in the origins of the system or why it had chosen him. Knowing the answers would not alter anything. The Supreme Empire system is an auxiliary system designed to assist the host in establishing a supreme empire, featuring two primary functions, a lottery and task issuance, alongside secondary features such as discerning loyalty and treachery, assessing favorability and abilities, as well as an infinite personal space. It sounds quite formidable. Could you elaborate? Zhu Zhirue inquired. The Supreme Empire system has an upgrade mechanism, transitioning from the lowest Black Iron Empire to the Bronze Empire, progressing to the Silver Empire, Golden Empire, and Purple Gold Empire, ultimately culminating in the Supreme Empire. All but the Supreme Empire are further subdivided into 5 tiers. The prizes obtained through the lottery also possess varying levels, with different tiers of treasure chests that may yield corresponding rewards upon opening. Engaging in the lottery necessitates the consumption of merit points, with a greater accumulation of merit points correlating to higher tier treasure chests. System, what are merit points, and how may one acquire them? Zhu Zhirue asked, having heard this term for the second time. If memory serves, his initial task of ascending to the throne included a reward of 1,000 merit points. Merit points represent the host's contributions to the nation, including enhancements to the state's capabilities. Any actions that benefit the Ming state and bolster its strength will accrue merit points, which are tallied monthly. The sole purpose of merit points is participation in the lottery. The greater the expenditure of merit points, the higher the tier of the prizes obtained. There are two methods to acquire merit points. The aforementioned monthly tally and task rewards. Zhu Zhiruei nodded in understanding, prompting, please continue. The treasure chests are classified into 12 distinct levels: mahogany, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, as well as the distinguished levels of tricolor legendary, multicolor epic, 7-colored mythical, and the highest, 9-colored supreme. Tasks are categorized into main quests, side quests, and temporary quests. The main quests pertain to the Empire's advancement, while side quests are triggered by the host's encounters with unique events, manifesting as real-time sequential tasks. Temporary quests are single, real-time tasks that arise spontaneously. The main quests are characterized by their considerable difficulty and extended duration, offering substantial rewards. Side quests have moderate timelines, whereas temporary quests are brief and vary in difficulty. Categorized into 9 stars, the higher the star rating, the greater the rewards. Is my ascension task classified as a main quest or a side quest? Zhu Zhiruei inquired. It is neither a main quest nor a side quest, nor is it a temporary task. It is somewhat special. If it were to be described, it would be termed an initial task, for the ascension is the prerequisite for everything that follows for the host. Thus the rewards are unprecedentedly generous. Zhu Zhiruei nodded in understanding. Please continue. The system possesses the capability to discern the loyalty and treachery of the citizens under the host's control, evaluating their loyalty levels, and can also ascertain any individual's affinity towards the host and the extent of that affection, determined through a favorability metric. Furthermore, it can assist the host in talent selection, enabling the host to clearly identify the top 3 abilities of any individual. Zhu Zhiruei grasped the system's implications. Loyalty pertains solely to the citizens of the Ming dynasty, while favorability and abilities transcend national boundaries. Both loyalty and favorability, as well as abilities, are dynamic and subject to change, rather than being fixed. How does one perceive loyalty, favorability, and abilities? Zhu Zhiruei asked. The host merely needs to focus on an individual and silently recite their attributes to unveil the corresponding loyalty, favorability, and abilities. Came the response. Zhu Zhiruei attempted to gaze at Yi Tang, silently uttering, attributes. Name, Yi Tang. Occupation, Commander of the Jinui. Loyalty, 81. Favorability, 69. Abilities, Investigation, 79. Interrogation, 78. Military Management, 68. What do these values signify? Zhu Zhiruei inquired. Loyalty, a negative value indicates hatred. 0 to 40 signifies indifference. Devoid of loyalty, such individuals may work for you for a price, akin to a standard employment relationship. 41 to 59 indicates a degree of fondness, prompting them to work diligently. Yet they may easily switch allegiance if offered better terms. 60 represents adequacy, while 60 to 80 indicates loyalty. The higher the value, the more steadfast their loyalty. Unlikely to betray unless the temptation or threat is sufficiently great. 81 to 90 denotes great loyalty, where only a death threat could induce betrayal. They would willingly fight on the battlefield for you. Though under severe torture, the probability of betrayal may arise. 91 to 95 implies absolute loyalty, ready to sacrifice themselves for you. Unwavering in their resolve, true valiant warriors deserving of your trust. Values above 95 are exceedingly rare. Thus, it can be concluded that Yi Tang is indeed a loyal individual. Upon their first encounter, his loyalty already reaches the esteemed level of great loyalty. Although Zhu Zhiruei understood that Yi Tang's loyalty stemmed more from his identity as the crown prince than from genuine devotion to him, he found little concern in that distinction. After all, was he not the crown prince in this very moment? Thus, his loyalty could be interpreted as loyalty toward him. As for the affection levels, negative values indicate animosity. 0 signifies unfamiliarity. 40 denotes acquaintance. Higher numbers reflect increasing familiarity. At 41 to 59, one is familiar but not disliked, harboring a modicum of goodwill. At 60, there is a slight fondness. An engagement at this stage could swiftly enhance the affection level. At 60 to 80, admiration grows, with women possibly developing a crush, while men align closely with one's views. At 81 to 90, women may wish to become one's partner, falling in love, whereas men may become fervent admirers. At 91 to 95, women exhibit unwavering fidelity, loving solely for a lifetime, representing true love, while men share a bond of brotherhood. Values above 95 are exceedingly rare, likely attainable only by women, characterized by a humble devotion, willing to give everything without expectation of return. Such encounters should be cherished, for they are blessings. Chapter 5. An interpretation of the history of the Ming dynasty. The affection level ought to reflect Yi Tang's true attitude towards him, independent of status. As for abilities, levels are categorized as follows. 0 to 20 indicates incompetence. 21 to 40 denotes the ordinary. 41 to 60 reflects adequacy. 61 to 80 signifies excellence. And 81 to 100 indicates genius. Genius is a rarity, with each incremental point being immensely challenging to attain. Scores exceeding 90 generally represent prodigious talents, while those above 95 are exceptionally rare, almost mythical within the universe. Indeed, one might not find a single instance on the entire blue planet, and a score of 100 is simply non-existent. In this context, Yi Tang appears commendable, as all 3 of his abilities are rated as excellent. No wonder he has ascended to the position of commander of the Jinui. Coupled with his loyalty, it seems that with a modicum of effort, he could become Zhu Zhiruei's first subordinate in the Ming dynasty, rather than merely a figurehead, blind to the realities of his nation. Ding. A temporary mission has been issued, a 1-star task to win over Yi Tang and elevate his loyalty to 90, with a reward of 100 merit points. Is this a triggered event? Zhu Zhiruei inquired. Indeed, host, as you are to recruit your first subordinate, unless special talents arise. Subsequent recruitments will not trigger missions. That's acceptable. At least it's 90 and not 91. Though the difference is slight, the difficulty would certainly escalate exponentially. System. Is there a character panel akin to those found in novels? Zhu Zirui asked. Yes. Host. You need only to silently invoke the attributes. Attributes. Zhu Zirui mentally intoned. In an instant, two panels materialized, one on the left displaying his attributes, and the one on the right representing the national attributes, currently grayed out and inaccessible. Though unspoken, Zhu Zirui surmised the reasons behind this limitation. Supreme Empire System Host Attributes Interface. Host. Zhu Zirui Occupation. Crown Prince Cultivation. None Cultivation Method. None Merit Value. 0 Cultivation. Cultivation Methods. System. Are you jesting with me? Is this not a technological world? How can such fantastical elements manifest? Zhu Zirui swallowed nervously. He certainly had a fondness for such things, yet found them rather perplexing. Moreover, even if there were cultivation methods, would it be possible to actually practice them? After all, Blue Star lacks any form of spiritual energy. Could it be that a resurgence of such energy might occur? Zhu Zirui's imagination ran wild. If there were indeed a revival of spiritual energy, it would not bode well. Of course not. The resurgence of spiritual energy is merely a figment of creators' imaginations. However, although there is no spiritual energy, the universe is permeated with dark matter particles. Even now, countless dark matter particles are traversing through the host body, but you currently lack the means to retain them. Countless civilizations exist within the universe, each pursuing different avenues of research. One civilization, in a burst of inspiration, developed a method to absorb dark matter particles, releasing dark energy within bodily cells to enhance oneself. This method was eventually disseminated, refined, and innovated upon by numerous civilizations, ultimately giving rise to a cultivation system known as the Dark Martial System. I see. So, you must have cultivation methods here, right? Zhu Zirui inquired eagerly. Indeed. Within the host beginner gift package lies a unique cultivation method tailored for you. Future lotteries or task rewards may also yield additional methods. P.S. This is primarily a science fiction narrative. Readers will understand around 35,000 words in, and further explanations will follow. The Dark Martial cultivation serves as a foundation for future developments and will prove significant. Rest assured, this will not suddenly transform into a fantasy narrative, nor will it become fantastical upon entering interstellar realms. It remains a science fiction story throughout. The beginner gift package, he was aware of it, yet had never found the time to explore it independently. Now, given the circumstances, he could only wait until they reached the Great Ming Kingdom, where he could settle down and contemplate it further. Xiaorui, are you feeling anxious? Jiang may have been holding her son's hand, and she could clearly sense something was amiss. Zhu Zirui nodded. Yes, a bit. Then he smiled and said, Mother, we have some time now. Could you tell me about the Great Ming Kingdom? Jiang Mei smiled gently, then turned to Yi Tang, saying, Perhaps it would be better for Commander Yi to enlighten you. I have been away from there for over 20 years and am not well acquainted with the current situation. Zhu Zirui nodded, shifting to a position next to his mother, and asked Yi Tang across the aisle, Commander Yi, could you share some insights about the Great Ming Kingdom? I am quite curious about it. Yi Tang promptly turned around, clasped his hands in respect, and said, It is an honor to address the Crown Prince. Since you wish to learn about the Great Ming Kingdom, I shall speak candidly. What aspects of the Great Ming Kingdom are you particularly interested in? Zhu Zirui pondered for a moment and replied, Please begin with the history of the Great Ming Kingdom. He firmly believes that without understanding the history of a nation or civilization, one cannot comprehend their present actions, for all current phenomena are essentially inherited from times long past. Yi Tang nodded and began to speak with great seriousness. The Great Ming Kingdom was founded by Taizong in the southern seas 574 years ago, encompassing 28 generations of emperors. 28 generations? Quite impressive. If memory serves correctly, the Ming dynasty in the Central Plains had 16 emperors and lasted 276 years. The Great Ming Kingdom here boasts nearly 300 years more history than the Ming dynasty, yet only 12 additional emperors. What does this signify? It suggests that the emperors of the Great Ming Kingdom enjoyed a longer average lifespan or reign compared to those of the Ming dynasty, which is indeed encouraging news. Unaware of what Zhu Zirui was contemplating, Yi Tang continued, At the inception of Taizong's reign, the journey of founding a nation was fraught with difficulties. Supported only by over 3,000 loyal followers and more than 5,000 sons of Huaxia from the southern seas, totaling fewer than 10,000. It was undoubtedly challenging. Although I did not witness it firsthand, I can imagine the struggle. Additionally, I recalled from the news that Taizong established the kingdom in 1425, which means he was already 49 years old at the time, nearing the age of destiny. In ancient times, this was considered quite elderly, and the difficulty of re-establishing a kingdom in the wilds of the southern seas is beyond imagination. Taizong reigned for a total of 36 years, leading 8,000 subjects through hardships, vigorously developing the populace's welfare, encouraging procreation, and attracting immigrants from both the Great Ming and the various Huaxia peoples of the southern seas. By the time Wenzong ascended the throne, the Great Ming Kingdom had already emerged as the dominant power on the southern seas, boasting a population of over 500,000, with more than 5,000 warriors. Zhu Zirui, however, overlooked the latter details. His immediate focus was on the fact that Taizong, also known as the Jiangwen Emperor, reigned for 36 years, implying that he lived to the age of 85, around 1461. Chapter 6, Arrival at Shijing International Airport. Remarkable, indeed, having endured the Timubeo incident, which occurred during the second reign of Ming Ingzong Zhu Qizhen. At that time, however, two other nations existed on the island, one called the Kingdom of Emilina, formed by local indigenous peoples, and the other the Kingdom of Tuliara, primarily established by the Arab peoples of the southern seas. This led to a tripartite stalemate. It was not until the fifth emperor, Emperor Shizong, ascended the throne that the Great Ming Kingdom achieved unprecedented cultural and military strength. decisively subduing the other two nations and unifying the southern seas. Nonetheless, in his later years, Shizong became somewhat enamored with the pursuit of longevity, which led to certain. The era of Emperor Shizong marked the zenith of the Great Ming Kingdom at that time. There were even ambitions to cross the sea and reclaim the Central Plains, yet various circumstances prevented this endeavor from materializing. After Shizong's passing, no one ever broached the subject again. Having grown accustomed to comfort, it is indeed easy to dull one's resolve. After all, the southern seas had been unified. It is important to note that the southern seas, along with its affiliated islands, span an impressive 6.27 million square kilometers, making it the fourth largest island in the world. With proper stewardship, it could indeed flourish into a prosperous realm, and being an island, it faced no external threats. Although the Ming dynasty managed to unify the entire South Seas Islands, the region is characterized by its diverse ethnicities and complex demographic composition, comprising yellow, black, white, and brown races, with over 20 distinct ethnic groups. The Han Chinese constitute less than 15% of the population. In an effort to maintain the supremacy of the Han, the founding emperor designated them as the first-class citizens, relegating all others to a second-class status, which sowed the seeds of future discord. Zhu Zhihui refrained from inquiring further about the nature of this discord, but could surmise its implications by observing the current picturesque landscape, particularly noting the small proportion of Han people. During the reign of the ninth emperor, Emperor Renzong, ethnic tensions on the South Seas Islands escalated significantly. Jealous of the Han's privileged status and their control over a vast majority of societal wealth, coupled with severe repression, a multi-ethnic collective rebellion ensued. Although it took over a decade to quell this uprising, the ensuing turmoil contributed to the decline of the once prosperous Ming dynasty, with the multi-ethnic composition continuing to pose a latent threat. While the rebellion was suppressed this time, the question lingered: what would happen next? The Ming dynasty could scarcely endure such upheavals, and its insufficient population remained a critical vulnerability, with no immediate remedy in sight. Zhu Zhihui nodded in agreement. While multi-ethnicity is not inherently problematic, it necessitates the dominance of a particularly robust ethnic group with a significant population advantage to maintain order. The proliferation of stunning landscapes across various nations is largely attributable to the increasing demographic presence of black individuals, who, despite their growing numbers, continue to lack commensurate social standing, leading to inevitable discontent. In response, Emperor Renzong resolved to implement the native chieftain system, delegating governance of areas inhabited by other ethnic groups to appointed chieftains, who could inherit their titles but were required to be sanctioned by the Ming Emperor to legitimize their authority. Otherwise, the Ming would dispatch military forces against them. Furthermore, these chieftains were mandated to pay tribute to the Ming dynasty annually. This approach proved effective at the time, significantly alleviating ethnic tensions and restoring stability across the islands. Simultaneously, Emperor Renzong encouraged procreation and immigration from both the South Seas and the Ming dynasty itself. This period coincided with the twilight years of the Ming, particularly during the latter reign of Emperor Wanli, which marked an era of rapid population growth within the dynasty. However, the initially beneficial chieftain system unexpectedly laid the groundwork for a perilous predicament, from which the Ming dynasty has yet to recover. Zhu Zhihui had to concede that this was indeed a commendable strategy. The chieftain system, coupled with incentives for population growth and immigration to bolster the Han demographic, would have led to the eventual resolution of the system's inherent risks, such as transitioning from the chieftain to a centralized governance model. What transpired thereafter? Zhu Zhihui queried with curiosity. I shall elaborate, Jiang Mei interjected, sensing a shift in Yi Tang's demeanor. She continued, the system was sound, and had everything proceeded smoothly. Within approximately a century, the Ming would have re-established a true unity over the South Seas Islands, perhaps even in a shorter time frame. However, none anticipated that external wolves, namely, the Great Powers, would eventually descend upon the islands. Great Powers? Zhu Zhihui felt a sudden jolt. Chronologically, it was the era of the great maritime expeditions in the Western world, a period marked by the colonization of the globe. Initially, it was Portugal, followed by Spain, and later France. All of them harbored ambitions to colonize the Ming Empire. But such aspirations were met with outright refusal. Enraged, they began supplying vast amounts of military arms and strategic resources to local chieftains, using them as pawns to assail the Ming Empire, and when the time was ripe, they would enter the fray themselves. Your Majesty, allow me to recount this tragic history to His Royal Highness, Yi Tang decided, once he had regained his composure. It was a war that raged for nearly a century, wherein countless valiant sons of the Ming perished on the battlefield. Despite the relentless assaults from foreign powers, they never tasted victory within the Ming Empire. Coupled with their own significant losses and internal strife, they were ultimately compelled to withdraw, culminating in the formal end of this protracted conflict in the year 1852. The Ming Empire was gravely wounded, and the various chieftains, too, were weary of warfare. Seizing the opportunity presented by the foreign powers' withdrawal from the South Seas Islands, negotiations ensued, and a temporary ceasefire was established. All parties needed respite to recuperate. However, by that time, the South Seas Islands had been left in ruins, with the population plummeting from a peak of 25 million to around 15 million, fragmented into over 30 disparate nations. Zhu Zhihui frowned. How could such a small region as the South Seas Islands harbor so many nations? From his last news update, he gathered that the Ming Empire occupied only a modest corner of the southeastern region, approximately several tens of thousands of square kilometers, likely just about 1/10 of the entire South Seas Islands. Yet, he soon realized that this was a narrative from over a century ago. Yi Tang continued. After a decade of recuperation, war once again descended upon the South Seas Islands. The nations grew restless, engaging in annual major conflicts, monthly skirmishes, and daily tensions. By the time Emperor Wuzong ascended to the throne in 1930, The Ming Empire was on the verge of reuniting the South Seas Islands. Regrettably, the foreign powers were not yet finished with their schemes, returning this time as a coalition of 5 nations. The Ming Empire found itself unable to withstand this onslaught, compounded by the emergence of traitors within, leading to a dire situation of being besieged from within and without, ultimately squandering the favorable circumstances. Chapter 7. The city of Zy in the western capital some nations, previously extinguished, seized this opportunity to rise anew. Fortunately, Emperor Wuzong, with his sagacious and martial prowess, managed to stabilize the situation under immense pressure, persevering until the conclusion of World War II. In the wake of global demands for independence in 1953, the grip of foreign powers over overseas territories significantly waned. Recognizing the opportune moment, Emperor Wuzong arranged a marriage alliance between the then crown prince, the future Emperor Kongzong, and the eldest daughter of the Emperor of the Deshun Kingdom, who is now the current Empress Dowager. Additionally, he sought to temporarily set aside animosities with 3 other nations to first expel the foreign powers. Wuzong's strategy proved successful. We ultimately drove away all foreign influences and established the current status of 5 nations coexisting on the South Seas Islands. Zhu Zhirui felt his blood surge with fervor. The toil of his ancestors in founding this empire was no small feat, and preserving it was even more arduous. The Ming Empire indeed faced both internal turmoil and external threats. He pondered the current situation in the memories of his predecessor. There had been no mention of warfare in that region. Could it be that the 5 nations now coexist in peace? 5 nations? Uncertain about the 5 nations currently inhabiting Nanyang Island, Zhu Zhirui inquired about the strength of the Ming dynasty. Your Highness, the 5 nations consist of our Ming dynasty, along with the Deshun Kingdom, which was established with the support of foreign powers. Both are predominantly Han. Alongside the foreign-formed states of the Imayana Kingdom and the Tuliala Kingdom, all 4 remain under imperial rule, with the Ming dynasty boasting the largest population and the greatest strength. The remaining entity is the Masta Federation, a so-called democratic state backed by foreign powers, which, although it has the highest population and strength, occupies more than half of Nanyang Island, serving as a pawn for external forces. Zhu Zhirui nodded, relieved to find that they were not in the worst position, with their national strength at least ranking second, indicating a solid foundation. It has been 46 years since 1953. Has there been no war since then? Does the Ming dynasty not aspire to reunify Nanyang Island? Zhu Zhirui asked. Yi Tang's eyes brightened, his gaze towards Zhu Zhui becoming ever more fervent, with his loyalty surging by 5 points to reach 86. I hope that your highness will one day realize this ambition of unifying the entire island. I vow to follow you to the ends of the earth, he declared. Rest assured, Commander Yi, if the opportunity arises, I will act, Zhu Zhui replied earnestly. Please continue. Indeed, Yi Tang said, returning to his seat with excitement. For these past 46 years, there have been wars and conflicts, though mostly localized, without another cataclysmic war. Currently, global anti-war sentiment is strong, and nations are focused on rapid economic development, and we too do not wish to fall behind. Hence the majority of our efforts have been directed toward improving the livelihood of our people. That is wise, falling behind invites conflict. If we cannot keep pace with the times, even a reunification of Nanyang Island would be futile, as others could easily instigate division or even annihilation, Zhu Zhirui responded. After engaging in extensive conversation with Yi Tang and gaining a rudimentary understanding of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Zhirui was urged by Jiang Mei to rest, as upon disembarking, they would likely face formidable challenges that required ample energy and alertness. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 13 hours had elapsed. The special aircraft landed at the Shijing International Airport, situated in the southeast of the capital, Shijing City, the largest and only international airport within the Ming dynasty. Your Highness, Ms. Jiang, Commander Yi, please prepare. We have arrived at Shijing International Airport and are ready to disembark, Colonel Long Jin announced as he approached. Thank you, Colonel Long, Zhu Zhirui said, standing in gratitude. Your Highness, there is no need for thanks. It is my duty. However, we cannot deeply involve ourselves in your national affairs. We can only escort you here, Long Jin responded. Zhu Zhirui nodded, acknowledging, understood. Your Highness, Your Majesty, our Jinui agents have already discreetly arrived at the airport. Please accompany me back to the palace immediately, Yi Tang said, setting down the satellite phone. Very well, I trust you, Commander Yi, Zhu Zhirui replied, exhibiting not a trace of panic, remaining remarkably composed. Internally, however, he felt a wave of anxiety, yet he was no longer the fresh graduate of his former self, but rather a 30-year-old man who had traversed worlds, possessing several years of worldly experience that had significantly bolstered his composure. In Yi Tang's eyes, this exuded an imperial demeanor, reflecting the trust bestowed upon him by the crown prince, instantly elevating his loyalty by another notch to a commendable 89, with a mere step remaining to reach 90. The trio, clad in coarse linen garments and donning plain hats, resembled the common folk along the road. Yi Tang informed them that the late emperor had passed, plunging the nation into mourning. Thus, the populace was required to don mourning attire and observe 3 days of filial piety, along with a month-long prohibition on all forms of entertainment. Their disguise allowed them to traverse the path without drawing undue attention, much to Zhu Zhirui's relief. As the journey unfolded with far less difficulty than he had anticipated, devoid of any terrifying assaults, which somewhat eased his anxiety. In this manner, they soon arrived before a magnificent and imposing city, whose towering walls were indiscernible in exact height, but appeared to be no less than 10 meters. Standing beneath the city gate, one felt remarkably diminutive. As a modern individual, Zhu Zhirui had never encountered such a well-constructed ancient city. He was momentarily entranced, peering through the carriage window. Regrettably, the timing was not conducive for exploration, for he would have relished the opportunity to ascend the city walls and immerse himself in the ancient experience of gazing into the distance. Zaiwaiqing. The name of the royal palace city of the Great Ming was altered to avoid resemblance to the Chinese dynasties, thus adopting the name Ziwei City. In reference to the Ziwei Emperor star, established during the reign of the 5th Emperor, Shizong, it took over 50 years to complete, boasting nearly 4 centuries of history and occupying an area of 640,000 square meters, slightly smaller than the 720,000 square meters of the Forbidden City. The royal city was a place of great significance, strictly prohibiting outsiders from approaching. A patrolling officer sternly warned them to halt. "I am Officer Jin," Yi Tang declared, removing his hat in deference to the man. The Great Ming, while sharing a name with the historical Ming dynasty, exhibited notable differences. Here, the power of the Jinyue was significantly curtailed, serving solely as the emperor's personal guard and eyes, devoid of the authority for independent apprehensions. The guardianship of the palace was entrusted to the Imperial Forest Army, of which, through discussions aboard the aircraft with Yi Tang, Zhu Zhi learned consisted of 3,000 individuals, all distinguished offspring of battlefield heroes. The force was divided into 2 armies under the command of a general, each general overseeing 5 officers, and each officer commanding 5 banners, with each banner bearer leading 6 small banners, each small banner captain managing 10 men. The Imperial Forest Army alternated in guarding the palace, with one unit on duty during the day and the other at night, ensuring the utmost security of the imperial residence. The assignment of one officer to guard a specific section of the palace walls changed daily, while the remaining unit stood as a reserve, with 5 individuals randomly selected each day to guard a section of the palace. Chapter 8. The future son of heaven of the Great Ming. The remaining unit, though on standby, was required to remain within the barracks as a mobile force. Thus, while aboard the airplane, Zhu Zhi devised a plan. Upon his arrival in the Great Ming, he must first gain the allegiance of the Jinyue, then the Imperial Forest Army, alongside the Inner Court Bureau, to ensure his absolute safety within the palace. Only by securing the safety of himself and his mother could he embark on further endeavors. Until then, he must bide his time, maintaining a low profile, allowing others to perceive no threat, and embodying the guise of an innocuous and compliant individual. At present, it appears that the initial step has been tentatively accomplished. Yi Tang, serving as the commander of the Jinyue, stands as the foremost authority within this esteemed institution. However, he remains uncertain as to whether Yi Tang's loyalty lies more with him or with the yet-to-be-met Empress Dowager, his grandmother. Should Yi Tang's fidelity reach a commendable 90, Zhu Zhi would find solace. Yet, a modicum of time is still required. "Commander Yi, what brings you here?" Jin Shaowei inquired. Casting a glance at Zhu Zhi and Jiang Mei, his meaning unmistakable. He was unfamiliar with these 2 individuals, in truth. Even nobles and ministers could not enter the palace without an imperial decree. Aware of these protocols, Yi Tang did not press the matter. Instead, he retrieved a golden token from his bosom, respectfully raising it to present to the officer. "This is the Empress Dowager's golden decree. I am here by her express command to escort these 2 into the palace for an audience. You may verify it." Upon hearing this, Jin Shaowei promptly bowed, receiving the golden decree with deference. He scrutinized it carefully, and once assured of its authenticity, he returned it to Yi Tang with a smile and gestured for them to proceed, calling out to the palace gates, "Open the door." In the wake of the late emperor's reign, the Empress Dowager held nominal supremacy, particularly within the Ziwei Palace. Given that this was her directive, he had no grounds to impede their passage. He then addressed Yi Tang with a smile. "Commander Yi, I beg your pardon. I am merely adhering to protocol. Please, you may enter." Nodding in acknowledgement, Yi Tang reclaimed the golden decree and, accompanied by the taciturn Jiang Mei and Zhu Zhi, entered the palace. In a previous life, Zhu Zhi had visited the Forbidden City and thus possessed a fair understanding of its layout. Although Ziwei Palace bore some differences, it retained a significant resemblance, affording him a sense of familiarity. As the trio ventured into the palace, Jin Shaowei furrowed his brows, casting a perplexed glance at their retreating figures, his expression contemplative. "Sir, who exactly are these individuals accompanying Yi Tang? They seem shrouded in mystery, and my instincts tell me this matter is far from simple." A nearby young man clad in a minor military uniform leaned closer to inquire. "Far from simple, you say?" "As if I am unaware," retorted Jin Shaowei, tapping the young man on the head before delivering a swift kick. "Get lost." "Understood. I shall take my leave," the young man replied, rubbing his backside as he prepared to depart. "Wait," Jin Shaowei suddenly called out, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness tinged with concern. "Inform everyone to remain vigilant. Guard the palace gates diligently. I sense that something significant is about to transpire." "Yes, sir." Throughout their journey, the guards maintained a stringent patrol. Yet Yi Tang's golden decree and his status as commander of the Jinyue facilitated their unobstructed passage. Soon, they arrived at the Ci Ning Palace, where the Empress Dowager resided. "Lady Wang, Commander Yi seeks an audience with the Empress Dowager," Yi Tang announced, extending the golden decree bestowed by the Empress Dowager herself. "Commander Yi, please wait a moment." Lady Wang, the Empress Dowager's personal attendant, said, casting a surprised glance at Zhu Zhi and Jiang Mei before hastily entering the grand hall. In a short while, Lady Wang emerged, supporting a gentle-looking elderly woman who appeared to be in her 40s but was, in fact, 69 years of age. "Empress Dowager, please take care, take care," Lady Wang urged, her voice filled with concern. The elderly lady approached Zhu Zhi, gazing intently at him, which made him feel quite flustered. Uncertain whether to address her as grandmother, matriarch, or Empress Dowager, she bore an uncanny resemblance to the late emperor in his youth. With a joyful murmur, she stepped forward and grasped Zhu Zhi's hand, asking, "You are Zhu Zhi?" Although it was their first meeting, a profound sense of kinship enveloped them, making him feel an inexplicable warmth. Thus he did not withdraw his hand, but simply replied, "Yes, I am Zhu Zhi. You may call me Xiao Rui." He then inquired, "Are you my grandmother?" Xiao Rui, You should address me as your imperial great-grandmother and quickly pay your respects, Jiang Mei interjected, and then knelt before the elderly lady. Performing a deep bow as she proclaimed, Jiang Mei pays her respects to the Empress Dowager. Zhu Zirui immediately recognized that his mother hoped to win the elderly lady's favor, for her support would solidify his claim to the throne. He recalled hearing Jiang Mei speak of the elderly lady's illustrious past. When the late emperor, Zhu Zirui's father, ascended the throne at the tender age of 8, she had to govern behind a curtain until he turned 18, at which point she relinquished her power. Living in the palace, she led a life of piety, severing ties with the external court, possessing the wisdom of Wu Zetian yet lacking her malevolence. At least superficially showing no obsessive desire for power. This was indeed good news for him. Zhu Zirui quickly knelt and said, "Grandson Zhu Zirui pays his respects to the imperial great-grandmother." Good, good, my dear grandson, please rise, the Empress Dowager urged, pulling Zhu Zirui to his feet. She then turned to Jiang Mei, saying, "Get up as well. You two have endured much over the years. It was all my fault back then. Do you still hold any resentment against me?" Jiang Mei had never harbored any grievances against the Empress Dowager. She was immensely grateful for the years of tranquility she had shared with Xiao Rui in Huagua. As she spoke, tears began to flow unbidden down her cheeks. "Alas, before the emperor departed, he informed me of your circumstances. I had no idea he had sent you to Huagua for protection. He even prepared the edict for your title as crown princess, intending to bestow it upon you upon your return. Alas, fate has played its hand," the Empress Dowager lamented, a wave of sorrow washing over her, causing her to sway slightly. Zhu Zirui quickly reacted, steadying her to prevent her from falling. "Imperial great-grandmother, please take care of your health. The unexpected demise of my father was beyond anyone's desire, had he still been alive. I am certain he would wish for your longevity and well-being," Zhu Zirui expressed earnestly. "My dear grandson, you are so understanding. Had I known of your existence, I would have urged the emperor to bring you back sooner," the Empress Dowager replied, though unaware of the events that transpired years ago. Zhu Zirui recalled Yi Tang mentioning on the plane that the late empress was the younger sister of the Empress of Daishan. Piecing together the earlier conversation, he could surmise the underlying reasons. "Imperial great-grandmother, am I not back now? I shall be filial to you from this day forward," Zhu Zirui assured her sweetly. With a hint of melancholy, he continued, "It is a pity I could not meet my father. This is the greatest regret of my life. Do you not harbor resentment towards your father for sending you and your mother to the Central Plains? Do you not resent the Empress Dowager for not speaking on your behalf back then?" The Empress Dowager gazed into Zhu Zirui's eyes and inquired. Faced with his grandmother for the first time, Zhu Zirui felt a tinge of trepidation, especially as he confronted his initial trial. "How could I harbor hatred for my father and grandmother? As a father, sending his child away must have been born of profound reasons. I merely lament that I did not have the opportunity to recognize him while he was alive. This remains my greatest regret in life." Zhu Zirui's expression revealed no animosity, only a sense of loss, for this was not an act, and thus there were no flaws in his demeanor. He was not merely a young man. He had traversed through time, and his thoughts regarding that father were minimal, coupled with his ignorance of the events the Empress Dowager spoke of. From where could hatred arise? The calmness in Zhu Zirui's response greatly pleased the Empress Dowager, while nearby, Jiang Mei was drenched in a cold sweat. The Empress Dowager shot a gentle glance at Jiang Mei before redirecting her focus to Zhu Zirui, her demeanor softening and becoming more benevolent. "Good, my dear grandson. The future son of heaven of the Ming dynasty," the Empress Dowager remarked, patting Zhu Zirui's hand. This declaration eased the tension in the room, allowing Jiang Mei to relinquish her worries. With the Empress Dowager's support, perhaps her son's claim to the throne would be more secure. Yi Tang also breathed a sigh of relief, as he had come to endorse Zhu Zirui, hoping he would indeed ascend as the son of heaven, thus earning his own share of merit. Zhu Zirui too felt a wave of relief. He had successfully passed this trial. The Empress Dowager, too, must have felt a sense of ease, at least from this brief encounter and sparse dialogue. She had gained a preliminary understanding of Zhu Zirui. If she were to assign a grade, he had certainly surpassed the threshold of adequacy. Whether he could fulfill the role of emperor would depend on his forthcoming actions. "Yi Tang," the Empress Dowager called. "At your service," Yi Tang responded promptly, bowing respectfully. "Summon Wang Hai and Duke Su to meet with me," the Empress Dowager commanded, her demeanor transforming as if she had shifted from a benevolent grandmother to a decisive matriarch. Yi Tang, momentarily taken aback, realized something and immediately acknowledged, "Yes, your majesty. I shall depart at once." After Yi Tang left, the Empress Dowager instructed her attendant, Aunt Wang, to summon Meng Gu and Xue Qi of the Imperial Forest Army, emphasizing discretion and ensuring no one else witnessed their arrival. "Yes, your majesty," Aunt Wang replied before promptly departing. In an instant, the Grand Hall was left with only the Empress Dowager, Jiang Mei, Zhu Zirui, and the distant palace maids. "Little Rui, stay and chat with your grandmother. Tell me about your experiences in the Central Plains." The Empress Dowager reverted to her gentle persona. "Of course, I have so much I wish to share with you, grandmother," Zhu Zirui exclaimed joyfully. Outside the Ci Ning Palace, Yi Tang encountered 3 individuals clad in mourning attire, accompanied by Aunt Wang, who brought with her 2 armored figures adorned with white cloth around their foreheads and waists. The initial confusion on both sides transformed into shock and concern upon recognition. It was evident that they had all drawn similar conclusions. Someone unconsciously swallowed hard, their steps faltering. "Duke Su, we have arrived. It is time for us to enter," Yi Tang reminded. Yi Tang and Aunt Wang led 5 silent individuals into the Ci Ning Palace. Although they maintained an exterior of tranquility, their inner thoughts were tumultuous, united in the anticipation of significant events about to unfold. "Your Majesty, the 2 generals have been summoned," Aunt Wang announced. "Your Majesty, the 3 esteemed officials are also present," Yi Tang reported. Shenjiang Daoquan, Su Ziwan, Wang Hai, Meng Gu, Xue Qi, pays respects to the Empress Dowager. The five spoke in unison. Please, no need for formalities. The Empress Dowager replied. Thank you, Your Majesty. As the group raised their heads, their attention was immediately drawn to Zhu Zhiwei, standing beside the Empress Dowager. However, as this was their first encounter, curiosity stirred within them. Who was this individual, capable of standing beside the Empress Dowager? Certainly, such a person could not be of ordinary descent, and resembled the late emperor in his youth. Was he perhaps a chosen heir from the clan? Yet, he seemed rather mature and unfamiliar to them. But as their gazes fell upon Jiang Mei, the five became momentarily frozen. Recognizing her identity, they immediately recalled past events and surmised the possible lineage of the young man beside the Empress Dowager. Reactions varied. Some expressed delight, others were at a loss. While a few maintained stoic expressions, the Empress Dowager, along with Zhu Zhiwei, observed these shifts in demeanor keenly. You five have served the late emperor faithfully for over 20 years, and your loyalty is well known to me. I have summoned you to witness this, the Empress Dowager said. Glancing at Aunt Wang, understanding the cue, Aunt Wang promptly presented a box containing the imperial decree to the five men. As they examined the decree, the Empress Dowager exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Tang, who then discreetly exited the Ci Ning Palace. Shortly thereafter, he returned with guards stationed at every exit, re-entering the hall to bow respectfully to the Empress Dowager, though he refrained from speaking. These subtle maneuvers did not escape the notice of Zhang Daoquan and his companions. Yet their minds were consumed by the shocking revelation before them. The young man was indeed of the late emperor's bloodline, the offspring of the long-lost consort Shu. What astonished them further was the realization that the late emperor had preemptively drafted the decree for the crown prince. Without a whisper of this matter escaping to the outside world, the Empress Dowager's intentions in summoning them were now abundantly clear. Feigning ignorance at this juncture would be unwise, especially considering Yi Tang's recent departure. In the face of the throne, anyone could be sacrificed. Moreover, they were inclined to see the late emperor's lineage ascend to power. Though they harbored reservations about Zhu Zhiwei, uncertain of his character and whether he could shoulder the weight of the Ming dynasty, this was their gravest concern. Have you reached a decision? After allowing the five a moment of contemplation, the Empress Dowager inquired again, her tone inscrutable. Wang Hai inhaled deeply and stepped forward first, proclaiming, Since this is the late emperor's decree, I shall comply. I, Wang Hai, pay my respects to the crown prince. We also pay our respects to the crown prince. The others echoed in unison after Wang Hai's declaration. Please, no need for formalities, the Empress Dowager responded. Zhu Zhiwei restrained his inner excitement, adopting a demeanor of mild indifference. However, this demeanor elevated the five individuals' perceptions of him. At the very least, the future emperor appeared to be a person of considerable composure. Chapter 10. The resolute Empress Dowager. In truth, Zhu Zhiwei wished to garner support and deliver a stirring oration, but after some contemplation, he abandoned the idea. At this juncture, it was prudent to maintain a low profile, for excessive words could lead to missteps. Your Highness, allow me to introduce you to these five esteemed gentlemen. The Empress Dowager said, gesturing first to a somewhat portly middle-aged man with strands of white in his hair. This is Duke Su of the Ming dynasty, a descendant of Suda. His ancestors accompanied Emperor Taizong on expeditions to the southern seas and have been a pillar of the Ming dynasty. Your Highness should cultivate a close relationship with him, the Empress Dowager continued. I have the honor of meeting Duke Su, Zhu Zhiwei said, clasping his fists in a respectful greeting. Your Highness is too gracious. Should you require anything, I am at your service, Duke Su replied, bowing deeply, lowering his head even further than Zhu Zhiwei. Name, Su Ziyuan. Position, Commander of the 5 armies. Title, Duke. Loyalty, 78 favorability, 67 ability, calligraphy 83, military governance 66, troop training 65, Commander of the 5 armies. Impressive indeed. This position wields significant military power in the Ming dynasty, making him a formidable figure in the military sphere. I must win his favor, Zhu Zhiwei noted inwardly. He recalled hearing from Yi Tang that military authority in the Ming dynasty was divided into 2 realms, the command of troops and the deployment of forces. To limit these powers and bolster imperial authority, the Ministry of War possessed the right to deploy troops but not to command them, while the commander of the 5 armies held command but lacked the authority to deploy. Thus, both entities acted as checks on one another. Zhu Zhiwei was also pleased to observe that the loyalty of the 5 men had risen sharply from its initial low state upon learning of his identity. This indicated that their allegiance was more directed towards the crown prince, the future emperor, akin to their sentiments towards Yi Tang. However, Zhu Zhiwei harbored no concerns, as long as he remained the emperor. The Empress Dowager then pointed to an elderly gentleman with graying hair, introducing him. This is Zhang Daoquan, the Minister of Personnel, the foremost among the 6 ministries. He was a teacher to your father and has made immense contributions to the Ming dynasty. It is imperative that you show Minister Zhang the respect he deserves and heed his political insights. Yes, Zhu Zhiwei replied respectfully, then turned to Minister Zhang and clasped his fists. I have the honor of meeting Minister Zhang. I pay my respects to your Highness. Whenever you require assistance, this old minister shall devote himself wholeheartedly. Zhang Daoquan quickly returned the gesture. Name, Zhang Daoquan. Position, Minister of Personnel. Loyalty, 79 favorability, 65 ability, eloquence 81, governance 80, talent selection 77. The Ministry of Personnel, being the head of the 6 ministries, plays a crucial role in the selection and assessment of officials. Gaining his support would greatly benefit Zhu Zhiwei in managing state affairs and potential reforms, which he quietly noted in his mental ledger. Observing Zhu Zhiwei's demeanor, the Empress Dowager nodded to herself, appreciating his composed and dignified presence. He exhibited the qualities of a ruler, adept at controlling his emotions. She then introduced a tall, slender elderly man. This is Wang Hai, the Minister of Rights, whose unparalleled eloquence has contributed to the stability of the Ming dynasty in its dealings with neighboring states for many years. The Ministry of Rites is not solely responsible for ceremonial matters and sacrifices, is it? Does it also oversee foreign affairs? Isn't that the domain of the Honglu Temple? Zhu Zhihui felt a twinge of curiosity, yet he was also uncertain. Perhaps he had made a mistake, as he was still not well versed in the political system of the Ming dynasty, and the specific functions of each department remained a mystery to him. Having met Minister Wang, Zhu Zhihui continued to show respect, stating, "I pay my respects to the Crown Prince, hoping that you will diligently govern and revitalize our Great Ming." Wang Hai expressed his heartfelt wish. "I shall do so, and I kindly ask Minister Wang for more advice, criticism, and guidance," Zhu Zhihui humbly replied. Name, Wang Hai. Position, Minister of Rites. Loyalty, 88. Favorability, 74. Ability, Ceremonial, 83. Diplomacy, 72. Literature, 68. Wang Hai's loyalty to Zhu Zhihui increased the fastest, second only to Yi Tang, making him one of the easiest to fully win over. The Empress Dowager then pointed to two tall, middle-aged men clad in armor and white cloth, introducing them. "This is General Meng Gu, commander of the left army of the Imperial Guard, and this is General Xue Qi, commander of the right army. They are responsible for safeguarding the palace city, and the safety of the Ziwei Palace depends on their protection. We dare not, for guarding the palace is our duty." The two men quickly bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects to both generals," Zhu Zhihui said with clasped hands. "We do not deserve such honors, Your Highness. We are willing to serve you unto death." They replied resolutely, igniting a fervor within Zhu Zhihui, especially upon witnessing their loyalty ratings, which made his heart surge with excitement. Name, Meng Gu. Position, General of the Left Army of the Imperial Guard. Loyalty, 82. Favorability, 64. Ability, Charge, 81. Command, 78. City Defense, 75. Name, Xue Qi. Position, General of the Right Army of the Imperial Guard. Loyalty, 81. Favorability, 65. Ability, City Defense, 79. Military Discipline, 79. Military Formation, 78. Duke Su, you are to immediately seal off the city of Shijing with the Imperial Guards, allowing no one to enter or exit. After the introductions, the Empress Dowager began to issue orders. Zhu Zhihui, still in the dark about the proceedings, could only stand aside in silence, listening, observing, and learning. "I accept the command," Duke Su replied before turning to leave the Xinang Palace, heading straight for the northwest camp of Shijing. "Generals Meng and Xue, you are to immediately lead the Imperial Guard to secure the Ziwei Palace. Without the Empress Dowager's golden decree, no one is to enter or exit." "We shall obey," Meng Gu and Xue Qi affirmed before departing the Xinang Palace to mobilize troops and seal off Ziwei City. "Yi Tang, you shall lead the Genie Wei to protect the ministers and nobles in mourning within the palace. The Empress Dowager wishes to take the Crown Prince to the Qianxing Palace to ascend the throne," she declared resolutely. The stated purpose was protection, but in truth, it was control. The Empress Dowager aimed to ensure Zhu Zhihui's legitimate succession, establishing a predetermined reality to stabilize the hearts of the people. In this manner, even if Duke Lu was unwilling to accept, he would have to endure unless he chose to rebel. "I accept the command." Yi Tang also turned and exited the Xinang Palace to make arrangements. An hour later, at the Qianxing Palace, the Emperor's sleeping quarters, the space was now filled with the late Emperor's coffin, his tablet, and the mourning ministers and nobles, essentially gathering the high-ranking officials and distinguished nobles of the Ming dynasty. What is happening? How did the Jinhui encircle the Qianxing Palace? Does Yi Tang harbor intentions of rebellion? Who bestowed upon him such audacity? My lord, let us temper our tempers. We must now consider how to extricate ourselves from this predicament. Yi Tang would not act without reason. Could there be a significant event at play? Has Yi Tang perhaps allied himself with the Prince of Lu? If so, the prince's power would be formidable indeed. Have you noticed that Zhang Daoquan, Duke Su, and Wang Hai are all absent? I seem to recall Yi Tang seeking out several venerable elders, after which the four departed. Might this be related to the current situation? Why did you not mention this sooner? It appears that a momentous event is upon us. Everyone, cease your clamoring. Let us remain silent and await developments. Should Yi Tang dare to commit an act of treason, I shall embrace destruction alongside him, even at the cost of my own existence. Chapter 11. Ascension before the Spirit. Era of Qin Sheng. In an instant, the hall erupted into chaos due to the Jinyui's blockade. Familiar faces congregated, exchanging hushed whispers, while others hurled invectives at the Jinyui, who remained steadfast in their duty, unperturbed. When Yi Tang arrived at the Qianxing Palace, a middle-aged man leapt up, vociferously rebuking him. "Yi Tang, you are brazen. Do you know where you are? How dare you act so recklessly?" Yi Tang let out a cold snort and replied, "Humph, Minister Dong, please remain calm." He then raised his voice, declaring, "We welcome Her Majesty the Empress Dowager, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and Her Highness the Shu Fei." With that, he bowed deeply. The Empress Dowager has arrived? So this is her intent. The Crown Prince? Where did he come from? The Shu Fei, has she not been missing for over 20 years? Since the late Emperor's demise, there has been no re-establishment of the Shu Fei. Could it truly be her? Some of the elder statesmen, privy to secrets, pondered quietly. As the crowd's thoughts swirled in confusion, the Empress Dowager, Zhu Zhihui, and Zhang Mei entered the hall under the protection of the Jinyui. "We pay our respects to the Empress Dowager. Long live the Empress Dowager." The assembly clasped their fists in greeting. However, they refrained from bowing to the Crown Prince and the Shu Fei, their minds clouded with doubt. Although Zhu Zhihui felt displeasure, he remained silent, standing quietly beside the Empress Dowager. Observing, "Humph." The Empress Dowager let out a cold huff, causing many ministers to shudder, a testament to her lingering authority. "This is Zhu Zhihui, the blood of the late Emperor, my own grandson. He has wandered in the Central Plains these years and has just been welcomed back. Before his untimely demise, the late Emperor had already issued a decree to designate him as the Crown Prince. Is it not time for you to pay your respects?" The Empress Dowager proclaimed. "Long live His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Some, recognizing the gravity of the situation, immediately complied, while others expressed dissent, such as Dong Biao, Empress Dowager. This matter is not trivial. It is well known throughout the Ming dynasty that the late emperor had no offspring. Now, suddenly, there appears this grandson, elevated to the status of crown prince. How can we expect the world to accept this? Dong Biao stated with righteous indignation. Minister Zhang, Minister Wang, Duke Su, you have all witnessed the late emperor's growth. Tell everyone, how does the crown prince resemble the late emperor? The Empress Dowager did not even glance at Dong Biao, directing her inquiry towards Zhang Daoquan and the others. Zhang Daoquan stepped forward, in response to the Empress Dowager. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince bears an uncanny resemblance to the late emperor in his youth. They appear to be cut from the same mold. I too share this belief. Wang Hai and Duke Su chimed in. Then who is this? The Empress Dowager pressed. Please enlighten us. The Empress Dowager pointed at Jiang Mei and continued. Zhang Daoquan exclaimed. This woman is indeed the lost Shufei, who was sent to the Central Plains by the late emperor. Yi Tang also stepped forward to testify, stating, I can attest to this, for I was the one who escorted the pregnant Shufei to the Central Plains. This is truly Shufei. I had the fortune of meeting her in my youth. Furthermore, His Highness the Crown Prince bears an uncanny resemblance to the late emperor, leaving no room for doubt. The emperor is the foundation of our great Ming. How can we treat this matter so lightly? There are many who resemble one another, and I have heard of a technique that can alter one's appearance. If someone were to have ulterior motives, it is not beyond the realm of possibility, Dong Biao retorted. Zhang Shangshu, called the Empress Dowager. Zhang Daoquan immediately understood, stepping forward respectfully to present the edict of the late emperor, proclaiming loudly, the edict of the late emperor is here, you may examine it yourselves. I beseech that the crown prince ascend in the presence of the spirit of the late emperor to stabilize the hearts of the people. The ministers of the 6 departments approached one by one to scrutinize the edict, and silence fell upon them. It was indeed authentic. Dong Biao attempted multiple times to resist, but ultimately faltered, casting furtive glances at Feng Chunlai from the Astronomical Bureau. Feng Chunlai was now as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. He was a supporter of the Duke of Lu and had previously assured him that the Empress Dowager intended to elevate the Duke's grandson, Zhu Lingfeng, to the throne. To his astonishment, he found himself outmaneuvered by the Empress Dowager, especially since he had not anticipated the existence of a son from the late emperor. Had he known, he would never have acted as a pawn. Now, he wished to step forward, but a glance at the watchful Jin Yi made him swallow hard. Feeling as if his legs were rooted to the ground, he pretended not to notice Dong Biao's signals and chose to remain silent. A nation cannot be without a sovereign for a single day. I implore that the crown prince ascend in the presence of the spirit of the late emperor to reassure the populace. Wang Hai sensed the opportune moment and rose to shout. We beseech that the crown prince ascend in the presence of the spirit of the late emperor to reassure the populace, echoed several, including Zhang Daoquan, Wang Hai, Duke Su, and supporters of the Empress Dowager. We beseech that the crown prince ascend in the presence of the spirit of the late emperor to reassure the populace. Even some more neutral officials began to lean toward Zhu Zhiwei. We beseech that the crown prince ascend in the presence of the spirit of the late emperor to reassure the populace. The remaining officials, seeking self-preservation, felt compelled to follow the tide. Soon, the hall was filled with calls for the crown prince to ascend, overwhelming all else. The momentum was undeniable. As long as Zhu Zhiwei did not act against himself, no one could hinder his ascension. In urgent matters, we must act decisively. The crown prince shall ascend immediately, and this task shall be overseen by Minister Wang, decreed the Empress Dowager. I accept the command. Wang Hai responded with delight. The Honglu Temple shall liaise with nations that have diplomatic relations with us, as the new emperor's ascension requires recognition and support from the international community. Yes, I shall comply, the minister of the Honglu Temple affirmed. Once all parties reached a consensus, the efficiency increased significantly. To expedite matters and prevent news from leaking and provoking a rebellion from the Duke of Lu, everything was simplified. On that very day, under the arrangements of the Ministry of Rites, Zhu Zhiwei was officially enthroned in the Fengtian Hall, adopting the era name Qiansheng. Qian signifies heaven, embodying the essence of a saintly sovereign. The era names were hastily determined by the 6 ministries, initially including titles such as Xinfu and Xingqing. A total of 9 era names for Zhu Zhiwei to choose from, all of which he rejected, ultimately settling on the name Qiansheng. This choice not only bears a favorable meaning, but also sounds harmonious, Emperor Qiansheng. After navigating through a myriad of intricate procedures, Zhu Zhiwei sat majestically upon the dragon throne in the Fengdiang Hall, adorned with a 12-crown headpiece and clad in a dark ceremonial robe. The robe featured 2 spheres, one red and one white, on each shoulder, symbolizing the sun and moon, while the sleeves were embroidered with symmetrical 5-clawed golden dragons, accompanied by motifs of flowers, birds, insects, and fish. A white sash, signifying mourning, was tied around his waist. As the emperor of the Ming dynasty, there were various types of dragon robes, including ceremonial attire, formal robes, everyday garments, and even Taoist robes, with the ceremonial robe reserved for significant occasions such as the coronation ceremony and the annual New Year court assembly. Contrary to what is often depicted in dramas, the robes worn by emperors during court sessions are actually the everyday attire, the most frequently donned dragon robes. Chapter 12. Proclamation to the world. All must know then. A minor eunuch read aloud Zhu Zhiwei's proclamation of succession within the Grand Hall, by the mandate of heaven. The emperor decrees, the late emperor has passed suddenly, returning to the 5 elements. I, entrusted by the celestial mandate and the great blessings of the ancestors, fulfilling the last wishes of the late emperor, must adhere to the proper succession and enter into the imperial lineage. The civil and military officials, along with the aged elders and citizens, have repeatedly urged my assent, and I have humbly accepted their insistence and am now announcing to heaven and earth my ascension to the throne. I deeply ponder the weight of this trust and the earnestness of my dedication. My late uncle, the great emperor, has guided me to this moment. And now I wish to initiate a flourishing governance, essential for reforming the old and establishing the new. All matters shall adhere to the old statutes. Out of respect for the original intentions, I am committed to virtuous governance and rely on wise advisors to jointly pursue a new order. Henceforth, the coming year shall be the first year of Qianxing. A grand amnesty is declared, allowing for renewal among the populace. Let this proclamation reach all. Long live the emperor. Long live, long live. The ministers knelt in reverence, chanting praises for the emperor. Although the Ming dynasty did not have a formal kneeling system, such gestures were customary during significant ceremonies like the coronation and sacrifices. All rise, Zhu Zhirui exclaimed passionately, feeling an exhilarating rush. The experience of sitting in this position was unlike anything he had known before. He was not one to be enamored by power, yet from this day forth, anyone daring to challenge his imperial authority would be deemed his sworn enemy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the coronation task. The reward has been allocated to the host's imperial treasury and is available for retrieval at any time. The sudden voice of the system brought an involuntary smile to Zhu Zhirui's face. In the subsequent proceedings, Zhu Zhirui felt like a marionette, weary yet invigorated by the novelty of the experience. It was his first time, completely unversed in the protocols, relying on officials from the Ministry of Rites to guide him through the necessary actions. He resolved to endure this moment, knowing it would pass. And once the process was complete, he would officially be the emperor of the Ming dynasty, legitimized and ready to announce his rule to the world. Concurrently, a grand amnesty was declared, releasing those who had committed minor offenses, transforming death sentences into life imprisonment, and life sentences into fixed terms. However, Zhu Zhirui was not particularly fond of such sweeping pardons, believing that those who committed crimes should face just consequences. However, he remained silent for now, adhering to the meticulously crafted plan he established prior. Until he consolidates power and creates a secure environment for himself, he prefers to remain in the shadows. Despite having ascended to the throne, following Zhu Zhirui's coronation, the official mouthpiece of the Ming dynasty, Shijing Television, began to disseminate this news to the public, along with broadcasting congratulatory messages from various friendly nations. The host of Shijing Television, with a serious expression, stated, during the period of national mourning, commencing from the demise of the late emperor, all entertainment venues across the nation will be closed for 1 month. Slaughtering is prohibited for 7 days, and weddings are forbidden for 3 days. His Majesty, Emperor Qianxing, has decreed that he will personally observe a mourning period of 81 days to express his sorrow for the late emperor and to exemplify the Ming dynasty's principles of benevolence and filial piety in governance. Over the years, the national mourning system has significantly shortened its duration to minimize disruption to the lives of the populace. His Majesty's compassion is evident as he voluntarily extends the mourning period from 27 days to 81 days. It is believed that under his leadership, the Ming dynasty will flourish. Indeed, it is said that His Majesty, having wandered in the Central Plains since childhood, has only just returned to his homeland. Since the reign of Emperor Kong, the Ming dynasty has enacted laws against punishing individuals for their words, ensuring a smooth discourse where the people can discuss governmental matters, provided they do so with reason and evidence, avoiding exaggeration or defamation, which are considered crimes. Emperor Kong was Zhu Zhirui's grandfather. Today, the Huagua nation is also destined for unrest, as the news broadcast once again features reports on the Ming dynasty. The Grand Elder expressed in a congratulatory letter that our country shares a common ancestry with the Ming dynasty, extending congratulations on the ascension of Emperor Qianxing. He hopes that the two nations can maintain a harmonious relationship and that under the new emperor's leadership, the Ming dynasty will experience favorable weather, national wealth, and the well-being of its people. Now, let us delve into the detailed report. Many in Huagua are aware of the Ming dynasty, as there are only a few countries with a predominantly Han population worldwide, and it is among the earliest nations to establish diplomatic relations with Huagua, having been covered in history and geography textbooks, albeit briefly. However, compared to Huagua, the Ming dynasty appears rather diminutive, making this event merely a topic of casual conversation among the citizens of Huagua. Yet, some individuals are far from indifferent. For instance, Zhu Zhirui's friends, classmates, and acquaintances are taken aback. Su Hao, Zhu Zhirui's university roommate and a close friend, was dining out with colleagues when he was utterly astonished by the images on the television. Wow, how did Zhu Zhirui become the emperor of the Ming dynasty? This change is too rapid. We were supposed to strive together, and now he's rocketed straight to the heavens. Do you know him? A curious colleague inquired. Su Hao replied proudly, of course, I know him well. He is my classmate and roommate. We lived together for 4 years at university. He slept on the upper bunk. Yet I had no inkling that he was a member of the royal family. It's simply unbelievable. He never showed a hint of his true identity in 4 years. Is that even possible? You shared a dorm for 4 years without noticing anything amiss? You must have been extraordinarily careless. Someone shook their head in disbelief. Upon hearing this, Su Hao felt displeased. How could he possibly be careless? That fellow must have had no flaws at all. Yet, even he found it hard to believe, let alone others. So, he meticulously recalled their shared experiences, hoping to uncover some clues. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. There was indeed an instance during a gathering when the individual jokingly claimed to possess the fate of an emperor, asserting that he would surely ascend to the throne. At the time, none of us took it seriously, assuming it was mere jest. In hindsight, he was likely mocking us. Regardless, we genuinely envied you for having an emperor as a friend. Howsy, you must treat us today, and if you ever make it big, don't forget us. Someone exclaimed immediately. Indeed, Su Hao, how impressive. A brother of an emperor. In ancient times, that would warrant a princely title, another chimed in. Su Hao, why not ask your friend if his harem is in need of new members? What do you think of me? A reasonably attractive girl joked. Ha ha ha, Xiaoya. You can forget about that. But Su Hao, you might want to consider it. The group teased playfully. Su Hao felt suddenly put on the spot. Zhu Zhirui had returned to his hometown immediately after graduation, and they hadn't been in contact for months. Now would certainly not be the right time to reach out, especially since he likely had changed his number. Although Su Hao felt a strong impulse to seek Zhu Zhirui, he suppressed it. How would he even approach the conversation? As brothers, classmates, or friends? What would Zhu Zhirui think of him? In the end, it all culminated in a sigh within his heart. Nevertheless, Su Hao maintained a cheerful demeanor, stating, "To celebrate my classmate's ascension to the throne, it is only fitting for me to treat you all today." Meanwhile, some strangers looked on with a mix of envy and jealousy. After all, this was an emperor, and not just any emperor, but one from a nation that ranked decently in the world, not at the bottom. Zhu Zhirui had truly struck gold, unexpectedly discovering an imperial father. How fortunate it would be if that were him. Compared to the wealthy princes of the Middle East, Zhu Zhirui would surely stand out. Yet, the situation was nuanced. Power and wealth were different facets. The specifics of the Ming kingdom were unclear, but it seemed that it frequently experienced turmoil, unlike our own Huagua, which remained stable. However, this emperor was a genuine ruler, wielding the power of life and death with unmatched authority among global monarchs. Even if he were impoverished, his life would be far removed from that of an ordinary wealthy individual. While others regarded this as a mere spectacle, one person was deeply entwined with the matter, Lu Wang, who believed victory was within his grasp. In the Lu Wang mansion of Tangshan County, a sprightly elder with graying hair sat upright, fixated on the television broadcasting from Xijing. Silent, yet seething with rage and murderous intent, his white beard quivering slightly. "Grandfather, we have been deceived." A young man, 16 or 17 years of age, whose appearance was once strikingly handsome, now lacked his usual poise. He abruptly leapt from his chair, his countenance twisted in fury, as if he were about to devour someone whole. "How dare they toy with us? I wondered why the army of the Great Shun Kingdom chose this precise moment to assault us. It is clear now that it must be the machinations of that old hag in Xijing." Suddenly struck by a thought, he slumped back into his chair, utterly devoid of energy, and murmured, "Grandfather, am I destined to never become emperor?" "Lin Feng, be silent. Look at yourself. You must pull yourself together," a middle-aged man admonished. He then turned to the elder, saying, "Father, it appears our previous schemes have unwittingly served that wild lad. I never anticipated that my cousin would have kept his son hidden in the Central Plains all these years, without a whisper of it reaching us. Such a lapse in vigilance." As he spoke, the middle-aged man clenched his fist and struck the table forcefully, startling the young man out of his reverie. Rejuvenated by this jolt, he resolutely declared, "Grandfather, father, we must seize the moment while that boy has just ascended the throne, and his power remains precarious. We ought to march our troops against Xijing under the guise of purging the usurpers. If soft tactics fail, we shall employ force. I refuse to believe those old-timers will willingly support someone they know nothing about as emperor." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man seemed tempted, glancing at the elder, who was the Duke of Lu, the head of their fiefdom, and the commander of the troops. Only his word could set their plans in motion. The elder suddenly closed his eyes, plunging the room into silence, with the others too wary to disturb him. After a minute or two had passed, the Duke of Lu opened his eyes once more. His previous rage had been subdued, and in a low voice, he said, "Timing is of the essence. Once lost, it cannot be regained. This time, I was careless. My sister-in-law's cunning remains as sharp as ever. With her presence, even if the young emperor is ignorant and naive, none of the ministers will dare to support us. Without the backing of the court, it will be exceedingly difficult to conquer Xijing. Moreover, should our forces depart from the fief, the rebels of the Great Shun will likely transform their feigned attacks into genuine assaults. Have you considered the implications of such a scenario? If we fail to capture Xijing swiftly and lose our fief, we will find ourselves trapped between our territory and Xijing, leading to a catastrophic decline in morale, a dead end. Thus, to take up arms now would only brand us as traitors, a path to our own destruction." The middle-aged man sighed, feeling utterly helpless, yet he had to concede the wisdom in his father's words. "Father is right. It seems we must continue to gather our strength and await a more opportune moment." Disheartened by the words of his grandfather and father, Zhu Lingfeng had already labeled Zhu Zhirui as the most detestable person in his heart, a thief who had usurped his throne. If an opportunity arose in the future, he vowed to crush him into ashes. "Grandfather, father, can we not orchestrate another aviation disaster?" Zhu Lingfeng proposed. This time, both the Duke of Lu and the middle-aged man shook their heads. Such matters are singular and cannot be repeated. They have undoubtedly taken precautions by now, making success nearly impossible while exposing themselves to excessive risk. Zhu Lingfeng remained undeterred, or rather, somewhat obsessed with the throne, and boldly declared, "Grandfather, we can still contact Emperor Shun to launch an attack on Xijing, promising that once we seize control of Xijing, we can cede the Tangshan County to them." Surely, such a grand temptation would compel Emperor Shun to agree. With a sudden slap, Zhu Lingfeng found himself struck by the Duke of Lu, momentarily taken aback. "Kneel," the Duke commanded in a deep voice. From a young age, Zhu Lingfeng had harbored a profound fear of his grandfather, and instinctively, he dropped to his knees without a moment's thought. "You must remember, you are the heir of the Ming dynasty, bearing the surname Zhu, just as I am the Duke of Lu of the Ming. We may engage in internal strife, but we must never invite wolves into our midst, otherwise, you shall become a historical pariah. It appears you are truly unfit to be emperor. Return and reflect upon your actions," the Duke admonished, his fury evident. At the age of 83, he had endured the tribulations of the Ming dynasty and was a war hero, raised under principles that forbade such reckless behavior. Yes, grandfather, I shall return at once," Zhu Lingfeng replied, genuinely terrified, scrambling out of the room. "Father, the boy is still young and can be guided. Do not let your anger affect your health," the middle-aged man said, supporting the Duke from behind. "It is precisely because you have spoiled him since childhood." The Duke redirected his ire toward the middle-aged man, who opened his mouth to retort but opted for silence instead. Your Highness, the rebel forces of the Dashun have retreated 40 miles and have vacated the front lines, reported a messenger. Understood, let us also withdraw our troops. The Duke waved his sleeve dismissively, as this was expected. 2 days later, the coffin of Emperor Huizong was interred in the Imperial Mausoleum, and Zhu Zhiruwei voluntarily requested to observe mourning for Emperor Huizong there. Chapter 14. The First Encounter with Su Ziqing. It had previously been stated that the mourning period would last 81 days, and now merely 2 days had passed. Your Majesty, you may observe mourning for the late emperor within the palace. There is no need to go to the mausoleum, as you must begin learning the responsibilities of rulership and managing state affairs, Zhang Daoquan advised gently. Indeed, Your Majesty, with both internal and external troubles afflicting the Ming, what will happen to state matters if you remain away for so long? Wang Hai added. Zhu Zhiruwei raised his hand to halt their objections. I understand your concerns, but I cannot betray the trust of the people. Furthermore, I can study state affairs at the mausoleum as well. To be honest, the events of these past few days have been so sudden that my heart remains unsettled. Even if I were in the palace, I would not comprehend state matters. This period at the mausoleum provides me the opportunity to calm my mind, study governance, and understand the current state of the Ming dynasty. I also wish to spend more time with my father. Once the mourning period concludes, I shall dedicate myself to revitalizing our great Ming dynasty. And I hope both of you will join me in forging a new history. Seeing the emperor's resolute stance, Zhang Daoquan and Wang Hai exchanged glances, silently communicating, before bowing to Zhu Zhiruwei and declaring, we shall earnestly obey your majesty's decree. In the Qinqing Palace, my dear son, Zhao Mei said, I intend to accompany you to the royal tomb to observe mourning for your late father. Zhu Zhiruwei could discern the redness around Zhang Mei's eyes, a clear indication that she had recently wept. However, he harbored his own secrets, which were best kept from others for the time being. Thus, he shook his head and replied, Mother, you are now the Empress Dowager. The former consorts of father are awaiting their arrangements, and you have many affairs to attend to. This matter requires your attention. I am not well versed in it. Furthermore, if both of us leave the palace, any unforeseen events could render us vulnerable. Therefore, your presence in the palace is essential for safeguarding our legacy. Very well, Jiang Mei conceded, finding her son's reasoning sound. She decided not to insist further and thought that she could visit the royal tomb once her son returned to govern. Before you depart, do remember to pay a visit to Sinaying Palace and bid farewell to the Empress Dowager, Jiang Mei reminded him. Rest assured, mother, I will keep this in mind. Zhu Zhiruwei nodded and smiled gently. The Empress Dowager was not merely his grandmother. She was also the most powerful woman in the Ming dynasty. He still needed her support for numerous matters. At Sinaying Palace, Zhu Zhiruwei respectfully addressed his grandmother. Grandmother, I pay my respects and wish you longevity and good health. Please, no need for formalities. Come and taste the pastries made by Xiaoqing and see if they suit your palate, the Empress Dowager invited. Thank you, grandmother. Zhu Zhiruwei replied as he seated himself beside the Empress Dowager and took a piece of pastry from the plate. Although he was unaware of who this Xiaoqing was, he genuinely praised, Grandmother, this pastry is delightful, reminiscent of the flavors from Huagua. It is quite authentic. The Empress Dowager smiled kindly, and then turned to call towards the screen. Xiaoqing come out and meet your emperor brother. He praises your pastries as authentic. Zhu Zhiruwei was intrigued to discover that there was indeed someone behind the screen. He wondered about this Xiaoqing who could earn the Empress Dowager's favor. To his surprise, a young woman, clad in an unusual hanfu and appearing to be around 20, emerged from behind the screen. She bore a slight resemblance to Chen Yuqi, a figure he had seen on television in his past life, exuding both charm and a hint of playfulness. Su Ziqing greets your majesty, the girl said, approaching Zhu Zhiruwei with a serious expression. Oh, no need for formalities, Zhu Zhiruwei remarked, glancing at the Empress Dowager, who smiled at him meaningfully but said nothing further. What could this imply? Zhu Zhiruwei pondered, somewhat perplexed, and decided to feign ignorance. Thank you, your majesty, Zhu Zhiruwei continued. Since grandmother holds you in such high regard and allows you to call me emperor brother, you may do so in private from now on. Very well, emperor brother. The girl responded, her demeanor instantly transforming from serious to cheerful. Perhaps she had merely been cautious due to her unfamiliarity with Zhu Zhiruwei's character. This joyful persona was likely her true self, he mused inwardly. To initiate the conversation, Zhu Zhiruwei curiously pointed at Su Ziqing's attire and inquired, Sister Qing, what is the story behind your outfit? It seems somewhat different from the traditional garments of our Ming women, though I cannot precisely articulate the distinctions at this moment. With a playful smile, Su Ziqing responded, Dear Emperor brother, you may not be aware, but I have spent 4 years studying abroad in Huagua, and I have also traveled through the Americas and Europe. This outfit is a reimagined design that incorporates elements from foreign fashion while integrating the unique characteristics of the Ming style. What do you think of it, Emperor brother? Zhu Zhiruwei's understanding dawned upon him, and he nodded in approval. It is quite splendid. I believe Sister Qing could certainly promote this design in the Ming dynasty, and perhaps even in Huagua, establishing her own clothing brand. I am certain it would be well received by many. Is that truly possible? Su Ziqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed intently at Zhu Zhiruwei. In a feudal empire like the Ming, it was rare for someone like Zhu Zhiruwei to acknowledge a woman's potential, and he was the first to do so. Just as Zhu Zhiruwei was about to speak, he was interrupted by the Empress Dowager. Little Ruwei, you are now the son of heaven, the emperor of the Ming. Be aware that your words carry great weight. What you say is tantamount to a decree. Henceforth, you must act with careful consideration. Turning to Su Ziqing, she added, Little Qing, while this clothing matter may seem trivial, promoting it in the Ming might be ill-advised. However, it could be worth exploring in the Central Plains. Initially disheartened, Su Ziqing's face brightened at the Empress Dowager's approval. Surely, her father could not oppose her now. If it can be promoted in Huagua, then let it be so, as long as more people come to appreciate my designs. Thank you, Empress Dowager. Thank you, Emperor Brother, Su Ziqing expressed joyfully. Zhu Zhiwei pondered for a moment before respectfully addressing the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty, I shall heed your wisdom and speak with care henceforth. The Empress Dowager smiled at this. Does little Ruwei know who little Qing'er's father is? She suddenly changed the subject. Zhu Zhiwei furrowed his brow in thought. The surname Su indicated that he was certainly not of royal lineage, given the Empress Dowager's fondness for her. Her father must be someone of significance. He ventured. Could she be the daughter of the Duke of Su? Ha ha ha. Emperor Brother, you are indeed clever. The girl acknowledged with a smile. Little Ruwei is truly astute. With just a few good teachers to guide him, he is destined to become a wise ruler. The Empress Dowager praised warmly. Chapter 15. The Empress Dowager's thoughtful intentions. The daughter of the Duke of Su. Emperor Brother, does the Empress Dowager wish to imply? Zhu Zhiwei accepted the compliment without further elaboration. The Empress Dowager seemed momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled and shifted the topic. Little Ruwei, have you come to bid farewell to your Empress Dowager regarding your visit to the royal tomb to pay respects to the late emperor? Indeed. I have come to take my leave, Your Majesty, Zhu Zhiwei affirmed. Ah, merely having this intention is commendable. The late emperor must be at peace in the afterlife. Knowing of your thoughts, there is no genuine need to visit the royal tomb. The environment there is far from that of the palace. Are you truly determined to go? The Empress Dowager inquired. Meanwhile, Su Ziqing stood silently beside them, recognizing that this was not her moment to speak, a display of her wisdom. Zhu Zhiwei rose to bow respectfully, stating, I humbly request your blessing, Your Majesty. Since that is the case, you may proceed. I shall arrange for several instructors to guide you in matters of state at the Imperial Mausoleum, the Empress Dowager remarked. From their brief exchange, it was evident that, first, the Empress Dowager possessed an extensive network of informants within the palace, as she had already discerned the purpose of his visit. Second, she was content with her own actions and yearned to pay her respects at the mausoleum herself. However, this assumption was merely a product of her habitual thinking, likely shaped by an overindulgence in palace dramas in her previous life. What she failed to grasp was that the Empress Dowager harbored two deeper intentions. The first was to enhance Zhu Zhiwei's prestige by having the emperor personally observe mourning rites at the mausoleum. After all, returning from the Central Plains, he lacked both foundation and renown in the Ming realm, leaving the populace uneasy. This presented a unique opportunity for the citizens to acknowledge Zhu Zhiwei as their emperor. The second objective was to lure out those hidden adversaries lurking in the shadows, with the emperor absent from the palace. She was certain they would seize the chance to create turmoil, thus allowing her to apprehend them all at once. This was a final act the Empress Dowager believed would clear some obstacles before her grandson assumed full governance. Thank you, grandmother. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Zhu Zhiwei exhaled in relief. Yes, grandmother is somewhat fatigued today. You may return for now. Qing'er, accompany the emperor for a stroll, the Empress Dowager instructed. Then, grandmother, please rest well. I shall not disturb you, Zhu Zhiwei replied as he stood. Qing'er bids farewell. I hope His Majesty can grasp the Empress Dowager's sincere intentions and not overthink matters, Aunt Wang quietly advised. I am growing old, and soon I may meet with Kong Zong and the late emperor. Whether he misinterprets my intentions is of little consequence. What truly matters is that the Ming realm remains stable. This frail body of mine can do little more, she added. Outside Sinang Palace, Zhu Zhiwei inquired, Sister Qing, what is your field of study in Huagua? As he and Su Ziqing strolled together. Your Majesty, I am studying finance, but I have a greater passion for fashion design. Su Ziqing replied with a smile. Perhaps due to Zhu Zhiwei's upbringing in Huagua, they felt an immediate sense of familiarity and warmth, quickly dispelling any barriers between them. After conversing for some time, Zhu Zhiwei tentatively asked, Qing'er, what do you think of Huagua's economy? How has it developed over the years? What do you foresee for its future? Su Ziqing pondered for a moment, her brow furrowing slightly. Since Huagua embarked on its reform and opening up, the economy has entered a rapid growth phase, brimming with vitality. The future holds limitless potential, especially as Huagua seeks to join the World Trade Organization. Once admitted, I believe Huagua will enter a period of explosive growth. Zhu Zhiwei could not help but regard Su Ziqing with newfound admiration. Not only was she exceptionally beautiful, but she also possessed remarkable insight. As someone who had traversed time from the future, he was aware of Huagua's impending trajectory, knowing that it would join the WTO in 2001 and subsequently enter a phase of accelerated development, culminating in becoming the world's second-largest economy within a span of just over a decade, flourishing across various domains, including technology, economy, and military, instilling trepidation even in the United States. You speak wisely, Zhu Zhiwei remarked. I was raised in the Great Ming Nation, yet now, the land of Huagua is brimming with opportunities. The coming decade promises an unprecedented surge. Our Great Ming remains rather feeble. Thus, if we can board Huagua's express train, it would undoubtedly be advantageous for us. Su Ziqing gazed at Zhu Zhiwei in astonishment. I believe that under the leadership of my elder brother, the emperor, the Great Ming will swiftly rise and become a formidable power in the world. With a faint smile, Zhu Zhiwei glanced at his attributes, noting a significant increase in both affinity and loyalty. Name, Su Ziqing loyalty, 81 affinity, 76 abilities, finance 78, design 75, military command 66. Feeling the moment was ripe, Zhu Zhiwei broached his intent. Qing'er, would you be willing to serve as my economic advisor and assist me in investing in some industries in Huagua? He had contemplated investing in promising enterprises in Huagua during his flight to the Great Ming, yet his status might not permit casual dealings there. Thus, he sought a trustworthy representative. Ideally, this individual would share his vision and faith in Huagua's future, and Su Ziqing appeared to be the perfect candidate for this role. Clearly taken aback by the emperor's proposal, Su Ziqing widened her lovely eyes in disbelief. Brother Emperor, I cannot accept this. The Great Ming does not permit women to hold official positions, and my father has compelled me to return from my marriage arrangements. At the mention of marriage, Zhu Zhiruwei felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. Though they had only just met, he wondered if he was experiencing love at first sight. Yet, such sentiments are often mere infatuation, driven by superficial attraction. Perhaps it is simply a universal appreciation for beauty. As the emperor, he could easily compel Su Ziqing to become his consort, but would he truly wish to do so? Such an action might invite public scorn, and given their recent acquaintance, Su Ziqing might harbor a negative impression. What was he thinking? Surely, he was being overly self-absorbed. Zhu Zhiruwei shook his head subtly and inquired, "May I ask who your betrothed is, to have the fortune of marrying someone as exceptional as you?" Su Ziqing's cheeks flushed, and she shyly replied, "What are you saying? Brother Emperor? I do not have a betrothed." "How so? Did you not just mention returning for your marriage?" Zhu Zhiruwei queried, although he felt a mysterious relief wash over him. "That is because my studies abroad have caused me to miss the optimal age for marriage. At 21, I am considered quite the old maid in the Great Ming," Su Ziqing explained. 21 an old maid? Zhu Zhiruwei coughed, feeling his worldview shift. He recalled that women in the Great Ming typically wed at 16, and by 18, those still unmarried were exceedingly rare, let alone at 21. I was wondering what it was all about. After all, it's merely 21 years of age. At this stage, it is not considered old in the eyes of the world. If you find yourself unable to marry in the future, dear Emperor Brother can assist you in finding a suitable husband, Zhu Zhiruwei jested. "Emperor Brother, you are too mischievous. How could I possibly not find a partner?" Su Ziqing pouted in feigned indignation. Zhu Zhiruwei, realizing the jest had perhaps gone too far, promptly shifted the conversation, inquiring, "What do you think of my earlier proposition for you to be my economic advisor?" Su Ziqing was momentarily taken aback, then took a deep breath, composing herself before responding. "To serve Emperor Brother is a privilege I would gladly accept. However, I must first gain my father's approval, or else I shall not be able to leave the Great Ming dynasty." Zhu Zhiruwei chuckled lightly, assuring her, "Rest assured, I shall handle matters with Duke Su. Then I shall await your good news, Emperor Brother," Su Ziqing replied with delight. As the two continued their stroll, they briefly discussed the economic situation of Huaguo and the future of internet development, after which Su Ziqing returned home, while Zhu Zhiruwei made his way back to the Qinqing Palace. Tomorrow, he would be observing morning rites at the royal tomb, making today the last day he would be here. Fortunately, the late emperor had already been interred, and the ministers had all returned home, allowing Qinqing Palace to enjoy a rare tranquility. Zhu Zhiruwei closed the palace doors, secluding himself in his chambers, finally free to enjoy some leisure time after his recent flurry of activity. System, activate the novice gift pack. In a flash, a grand gift box materialized before him and slowly unfurled. Thankfully, he was alone. Otherwise, onlookers would surely be curious about the source of such a mysterious item. As the box opened, the system's notifications began to chime in succession. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the universe's most potent dark martial arts technique, the Supreme Emperor Scripture, along with the most suitable visualization for unlocking the heavenly eye, the starry sky visualization. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving an initial merit value of 100 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Dark Martial Forbidden Guard token, along with a squad of Dark Martial Forbidden Guards. Is that all? Zhu Zhiruwei waited in anticipation, only to hear 3 consecutive system notifications. No more? Well, one mustn't be overly greedy. 3 items are certainly sufficient, though one might argue that the merit value of 100 points is rather insignificant, especially since he had just ascended the throne and already accrued 1,000 merit points. What piqued his interest most were the martial arts techniques. He had long been curious about them, and now he finally had the opportunity to explore what the dark martial arts system entailed. The Supreme Emperor Scripture? Zhu Zhiruwei examined it closely for a considerable time, ultimately gaining a preliminary understanding of the dark martial arts system, which indeed appeared quite extraordinary. The civilization that first discovered the ability to absorb dark matter particles was truly remarkable. The so-called dark martial arts essentially refer to a cultivation system that enhances oneself by absorbing the ubiquitous dark matter particles present in the universe, abbreviated as dark martial arts. This system is divided into 2 major realms. The first realm, which can also be viewed as the preparatory phase before formal cultivation, is known as the dark martial apprentice, marking the stage of unlocking the heavenly eye, which is the third eye located at the pineal gland in humans. This constitutes a scientific system, and the rationale behind this assertion lies in humanity's comprehension of the universe's principles. All rules, truths, and laws we have discovered are derived from external information received through our 5 senses, processed by the brain, and subsequently summarized and organized. These truths are merely the outcomes conveyed by our minds, rather than an accurate representation of the cosmos, as our brains can sometimes be deceptive. For instance, when an individual utters a string of incomprehensible words, you may find yourself unable to grasp their meaning, even after hearing them multiple times. Yet, once that individual reveals the content of their utterance and repeats those previously bewildering words, clarity emerges. What accounts for this phenomenon? Have you ever stared at a character for so long that it seems unrecognizable? Have you experienced a sense of déjà vu? A multitude of such inquiries reflects the feedback our brains provide. The occurrence of errors arises from the brain's processing, perhaps even distorting, the information received through our senses, with some alterations becoming conscious to us, while others remain entirely oblivious. The initial phase of dark martial arts practice, known as the stage of the dark martial apprentice, involves awakening the third eye. Prior to this awakening, it is imperative to enhance our 5 senses 100-fold. Upon achieving such amplification, the elusive 6th sense, often perceived as ambiguous and intermittent, transitions into a state of certainty. Through diligent cultivation of this 6th sense, we can attain complete mastery over our minds. At that juncture, everything we see, hear, smell, taste, and touch will be processed with assuredness, eliminating the potential for information distortion. When this milestone is achieved, one can genuinely activate the third eye, allowing for a clearer perception of the universe's essence. This awakening reveals the omnipresent dark matter particles, dark energy, molecules, atoms, quarks, photons, and other entities invisible to the naked eye. Consequently, the most advanced scientists of superior civilizations are predominantly practitioners of dark martial arts, for they are the individuals closest to understanding the fundamental nature of cosmic phenomena. Such individuals are crucial for the technological advancement of any civilization. Otherwise, a civilization may adhere to truths for millennia, only to realize, too late, that it has strayed further down an erroneous path. The cost of rectifying such misconceptions can be exorbitant, rendering it a profoundly lamentable situation. After all, certain principles are definitive within specific temporal or spatial confines, qualifying them as truths, much like humanity's current understanding of the universe, which regards certain notions as truths only relative to this stage. However, millennia, or even billions of years hence, as our scope expands from the blue planet to the solar system, the Milky Way, and ultimately the entire cosmos, the validity of these truths may be called into question. Perhaps some of our initial beliefs were erroneous. Numerous instances throughout humanity's brief history have illustrated this pattern, with erstwhile truths, principles, and understandings being repeatedly overturned by subsequent generations. Chapter 17. Nobles rely on cultivation, while commoners depend on genetic serums. What if we could perceive the essence of things from the very beginning? Such an ability would significantly reduce the trial and error costs and time for humanity, regardless of the pace of civilization. It is certain that we would consistently tread the path of righteousness, with a promising future ahead. Of course, the metaphorical opening of the heavenly eye does not imply the literal emergence of a third eye, transforming one into a being with three eyes. Rather, this third eye is concealed. When we awaken our heavenly eye and perceive the omnipresent dark matter particles surrounding us, we can harness our enhanced mental prowess to guide these particles to reside within our bodies. By orchestrating their oscillation along specific trajectories, we can scientifically release the energy contained within these particles, thereby fortifying the cells of our physical forms and rendering our bodies increasingly robust. However, it is essential to recognize that the physical body cannot be infinitely strengthened, otherwise, the soul would lag behind. Thus, upon becoming a dark warrior, one must simultaneously enhance the quality of the soul while fortifying the body to a certain degree, establishing a cyclical process, fortifying the body and elevating the soul's quality. Theoretically, the dark martial system knows no bounds or limits. Since the grand cosmic civilization discovered this system, it has been in continual exploration of its potential. Yet no individual has ever reached its ultimate endpoint. In terms of specific cultivation, the dark martial apprentice represents the first stage, comprising 3 steps. The first step involves amplifying one's 5 senses 100-fold. The second step entails enhancing the 6th sense until one can fully control their brain. The third step is the awakening of the heavenly eye. The cosmic civilization refers to these 3 steps as 3 minor realms: the realm of the 5 senses, the realm of consciousness, and the realm of the heavenly eye. The second stage of dark warriors theoretically possesses no upper limit, yet there exists a differentiation in levels, ranging from LV1 to LV2 and beyond. Upon retaining and absorbing a dark matter particle, one ascends to the status of an LV1 dark warrior, or a first-level dark warrior. If we consider the physical attributes of a newly ascended level 1 dark warrior to be 1, then a level 2 would be 2, and a level 10 would be 10. However, every 10 levels necessitate an enhancement of the soul's quality, which constitutes the primary bottleneck in the cultivation of dark warriors, an arduous challenge, particularly at higher levels. Simultaneously, the elevation of the soul's quality yields tangible benefits. The first and most apparent advantage is the potential for one's lifespan to double, suggesting that, in theory, dark warriors who persist in their cultivation could achieve immortality. The second benefit arises when the quality of the soul is enhanced. Thus, the essence, or consciousness, can mobilize the ubiquitous dark energy around for its own use, forming a consciousness field, akin to what humanity might understand as telekinesis. This consciousness field may also be referred to as the domain of the divine or the hand of technology, allowing one to manipulate any object within its range, such as retrieving items from afar or extinguishing stars with a mere thought. Upon the elevation of the soul's quality to level 11, the physical constitution remains unchanged at 10. However, the disparity in power between the two is profound. An 11th level dark warrior can effortlessly vanquish a 10th level dark warrior, as they have already acquired the capability for ranged attacks. As one progresses to the 12th level, the quality escalates to 20. At the 13th level, it becomes 30. By the 20th level, it reaches 100. The 21st level remains at 100. The 22nd level ascends to 200, and so forth. The ultimate extent of power that can be achieved is beyond imagination. The Supreme Emperor's scripture can only be cultivated after one unlocks the heavenly eye. It is currently the most optimal, rapid, and secure method in the universe for releasing, absorbing, and enhancing dark matter particles. The cosmic starry vision, which Zhu Zhiruei presently requires, involves visualizing the universe's starry expanse to complete the initial stage of his cultivation. This dark martial system is indeed formidable. Zhu Zhiruei remarked, the more he learns, the more he finds it astonishing, reflecting on the grandeur of the universe. By the way, system, are there other techniques apart from this one? Would it be feasible for me to have more people practice? Zhu Zhiruei inquired. If the entire Great Ming nation were to cultivate, one can hardly fathom the magnitude of its future strength. It is possible that during the lottery, other techniques may be acquired. However, it is advisable that the host refrain from disseminating the techniques. The fewer practitioners, the better, unless they are individuals of unparalleled loyalty. Why is that? Are you concerned that among them a super genius might emerge, surpassing me, and subsequently posing a threat? Zhu Zhiruei pondered. This was the only possibility he could conceive. This is not the primary reason. The main concern lies in the quantity of dark matter particles. The host may not fully grasp that the number of dark matter particles passing through blue star remains relatively constant each second, and absorbing more does not increase their influx. Their passage rate is unaffected by your absorption speed. This indicates that during the early stages, when the level is low and the demand for dark matter particles is minimal, the impact can be nearly negligible. However, as the host level increases, even collecting all the dark matter particles passing through blue stars simultaneously will not suffice. Zhu Zhiruwei countered. Then I could venture into the cosmic expanse to acquire them. This concerns how far the host can grow in the future. If you do not have contact with other cosmic civilizations, it is manageable, but once you engage with them and cultivate the dark martial system on a large scale, it will be discovered. There exists an unspoken rule in the vast universe. Those capable of practicing the dark martial system belong to the nobility of their civilization, representing the elite. The more practitioners there are, the greater the competition for dark matter particles. When they discover that your blue star civilization has violated this norm, you will become public enemies upon first contact with other civilizations. Do you believe blue star can withstand pressure from the entire universe? Zhu Zhiruwei, realizing his mistake, responded, I understand what I must do. I will limit the number of practitioners. He then furrowed his brow and asked, how can I enhance the lifespan of my fellow citizens, given that they cannot cultivate the dark martial system? It is quite simple. The dark martial system is reserved for the cosmic nobility, yet ordinary individuals also possess pathways to longevity, namely through genetic serums. These serums can enhance the physical form, transforming individuals into super warriors while continually extending human lifespan. However, they cannot generate mental power, which is unique to dark warriors and referred to as the domain of the divine, a symbol of nobility. Understood. Knowing the answer, Zhu Zhiruwei felt a sense of relief. As long as there was a solution, all was well. He glanced at the starry sky visualization and restrained his inner impulses, storing it away. This was not the time for cultivation. Going to the imperial tomb to observe filial piety was merely his preparatory step for future training. He had been unaware of the specific methods of cultivation then, but now he was enlightened. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhu Zhiruwei. With a flicker of his mind, 3 items from the imperial treasury materialized before him. Chapter 18. The imperial garb, imperial weapon, and imperial seal were the rewards for completing his ascension to the throne. He pondered whether these 3 items possessed any unique functions or were merely symbols of emperorship. They serve both as symbols and possess distinct functions, came the response. These 3 items are crafted from dark matter particles combined with extraordinary substances from the cosmos, rendering them exceedingly precious. They are referred to as the dark divine armaments. And the versions you possess are the pinnacle of supreme dark divine weaponry. As for their specific functions, the imperial garb could be manipulated at will by the wearer, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. Once donned, the wearer would be invulnerable on Blue Star, for even the mightiest of nuclear weapons would pose no threat before it. The wearer could stand at the center of an explosion without feeling the slightest tremor or heat, as all would be neutralized by the imperial garb. After all, nuclear weapons are considered obsolete in advanced civilizations. Remarkable, truly remarkable, Zhu Zhiruwei exclaimed, utterly enamored with the imperial garb. With it, I need not worry about my safety ever again. I can walk with confidence. The imperial weapon, an offensive armament, could only be wielded once the host became a dark warrior. For now, it served merely as the sharpest weapon in existence. Furthermore, it could alter its form based on the host's preferred method of attack. The imperial seal could serve as a symbol, replacing the current jade seal, and was impossible to forge. This was merely a supplementary function. Its primary purpose was to collect dark matter particles within a certain radius, aiding the host in cultivation. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhiruwei's eyes brightened, and he couldn't help but applaud. The functionality of the imperial seal is exceptional and incredibly practical. What is the extent of this certain range you mentioned? Zhu Zhiruwei inquired with curiosity. That depends on the level of your nation. The higher the level, the broader the range. Oh, it seems there is also a national attribute, Zhu Zhiruwei suddenly recalled. When he previously examined the attributes, there were 2 interfaces, one for his personal attributes and another for national attributes, which had appeared gray, with the system indicating he would need to ascend the throne to view it. Now that he had ascended, could he finally access it? With curiosity, Zhu Zhiruwei summoned the attribute list. On the left was the interface displaying the attributes of the Supreme Empire system. Host, Zhu Zhiruwei occupation, Emperor cultivation level, non-cultivation techniques, starry sky visualization. Supreme Imperial Sutra merit value, 1,100 points. The previously gray attribute list on the right now appeared as well, revealing the national attributes of the Supreme Empire system. Country, the Ming Empire level, black iron 1-star area, 58,066 square kilometers population, 9.35 million GDP, 5.7 billion US dollars military, garrison, 300,000, feudal troops, 110,000, Imperial Guard, 50,000, Imperial Forest Army, 30,000, Navy, 80,000, Air Force, 50,000, 6-dimensional index, economy, 9, politics, 42, military, 15, livelihood, 13, culture, 21, technology, 11. Upon reviewing the attributes of the nation, Zhu Zhiruwei gained a deeper understanding of the Ming Empire, particularly its area, which he found to be even more precise than the official figure, 58,066 square kilometers. Compared to the 58,118 he discovered from official sources, he pondered the whereabouts of the missing 52 square kilometers. Moreover, this area solely represents the landmass, including the territories of the Eastern Islands, while excluding maritime zones. The population figure elicited great astonishment. He initially presumed it exceeded 1 million and was elated to discover it approached 10 million. He now believed his estimate might surpass the official count. as the authorities could potentially underreport or overlook figures, and their statistics are compiled every 5 years, while his data is real-time, albeit rounded to the nearest 10,000. The GDP stood at $5.7 billion US dollars, exceeding his expectations significantly. This figure reflects the previous year, 1998, with the current year, 1999, yet to be concluded, during which the dollar retained considerable value. Having previously encountered the historical GDP rankings of the world's top 20 economies, he sought professional data online, recalling some figures vividly while forgetting others. In the year 1999 of his previous life, the United States, as the largest global economy, boasted a GDP of $9.3 trillion US dollars, while the Ming Empire fell short by a considerable margin. China ranked 7th globally with a GDP of $1.6 trillion US dollars, still distanced from the second largest economy. Additionally, India was projected to reach a GDP of $450 billion US dollars, securing the 17th position. In that bygone era, there were 194 countries and regions worldwide in 1999, with the lowest ranked being Tuvalu, whose GDP barely exceeded 10 million USD. In this current timeline, the world comprises 198 nations and territories. The Ming Empire's GDP of $5.7 billion US dollars likely positioned it between the 100th and 120th ranks globally, though he could not recall the exact placement, having not memorized over 100 countries and regions. Would the Ming Empire undergo any significant transformations today? While it was still September, Zhu Zhirui intended to enter a period of mourning and did not plan to engage in reckless actions, prioritizing stability. He anticipated that substantial changes might manifest in the following year. What astonished Zhu Zhirui the most was undoubtedly the army of the Great Ming nation, which astonishingly totaled 476 million troops. Considering the entire population of the nation was barely under 10 million, this scale essentially represented a 20-to-1 ratio, suggesting a rather reckless militarization. As for the specifics of each military branch, Zhu Zhirui had no immediate insight and would need time to gradually comprehend the details. System, what does this six-dimensional index mean? Zhu Zhirui inquired, perplexed. It is quite literal. The higher the index, the better it is. This six-dimensional index serves as an indicator for the Empire's upgrades. Achieving an overall score of 20 or above qualifies as Black Iron 2-star, 40 or above as Black Iron 3-star, 60 or above as 4-star, 80 or above as 5-star, and surpassing 100 qualifies as Bronze 1-star. As for the Bronze level and beyond, we shall discuss it once the host reaches that stage. Zhu Zhirui cast another glance at the national attributes, noting that only the political and cultural indices were satisfactory, particularly the political index, which had already attained a 3-star level, while the other 4 dimensions required significant improvement. If I upgrade the Empire, will there be any rewards? Zhu Zhirui queried with curiosity. It can't be that the Empire's level is merely ornamental, can it? Indeed. There will be a random reward of a technological system ranging from Black Iron 1-star to Black Iron 5-star, encompassing fields such as communication, genetics, transportation, environment, aerospace, and military aspects, among others. The specifics depend on fortune. Does system imply that one can gradually elevate from the most basic 1-star level to a complete 5-star technological suite? Zhu Zhirui asked with delight. Your understanding is correct, the system clarified. With a complete technological suite, even if the Great Ming nation lacks the foundational technology, it can begin learning and establishing from scratch without encountering technological barriers. For any materials required for the technology, the system will also provide relevant manufacturing techniques. This represents a significant engineering project that can immensely save your research time. Zhu Zhirui contemplated further. With a complete technological suite, those branch technologies could even evolve to yield more practical functions tailored to specific needs, which bodes exceptionally well for the future economic and technological development of the Great Ming nation. Particularly, the specialized material technologies involved in the system would be invaluable, as their applications would be exceedingly broad, extending far beyond the technology itself. It appeared that his primary objective was to elevate the Great Ming nation to the status of Black Iron 2-star. Ding. The host's first stage mainline task has been generated. Elevate the Great Ming nation's level to Black Iron 2-star empire, with a reward of a randomly assigned Black Iron level technological system. Ah, how fortuitous. Now, I have 2 tasks, one to subdue Yitang, and the other to upgrade the national level. Reclining upon the dragon bed, Zhu Zhirui was exhilarated and found it difficult to sleep through the night. Just as he had fallen into slumber, he was summoned, which left him quite displeased. As a man prone to morning grumpiness, this feeling is something many can relate to. However, this was a request he had made himself, and thus he could only reluctantly rise. With the assistance of the palace maidens, he groomed and dressed himself before boarding his carriage to the imperial mausoleum, located not far from the capital of Xijing. In the southeastern region of Xijing City, amidst a majestic range of mountains, lie the tombs of the 28 emperors of the Ming dynasty, the most recent being that of his father, posthumously titled Emperor Minghuai. It is said that there is another tomb, already surveyed for location, prepared for him. Alas, I shall never find use for it. And should I ever require such a resting place, it will surely be among the celestial bodies in the cosmos. How could my aspirations be so limited? Once I officially assume the reins of power, I shall certainly curtail the associated expenditures, delay the construction timeline, and ultimately abolish it when the Ming dynasty reaches a certain level of prosperity. Imperial tombs differ vastly from those of common folk. They are grand in scale. Not only the burial chambers, but also the surrounding facilities, which even include a small town inhabited by the guardians of the tomb, numbering over 10,000 souls, including a military garrison of 3,000 dedicated to its protection, along with their families responsible for maintenance and upkeep. These individuals toil solely for the emperor's resting place. They enjoy tax exemptions and at times receive royal rewards, leading a relatively self-sufficient existence. The place where Zhu Zhirui observes his mourning is a royal-built palace. designated for mourning and rituals, sprawling across several thousand square meters, dwarfing many a wealthy man's villa. Your Majesty, we have arrived. This will be your residence for the next 2 months, and the palace maids who will attend to your daily needs have already settled in and prepared the premises. Yi Tang announced as he approached Zhu Zhirui's carriage and assisted him in disembarking. Since everything is in order, let them return, Zhu Zhirui replied. I have declared a period of mourning. How can one have attendance? Let it be conducted according to tradition. He stepped down from the carriage, gazing at his new abode. Feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. He was not a pampered child. In his previous life, he was an orphan, and in this life, he hails from a single-parent household, having known hardship. This condition is already remarkably generous, and his capacity to endure surpasses what the Empress Dowager imagines. Yi Tang hesitated slightly. Does my sovereign's decree hold no weight with Commander Yi? Zhu Zhirui's voice was low and firm. I dare not question, Your Majesty. I shall have them return immediately. Your filial piety is truly commendable. The spirit of the late emperor must be greatly consoled, Yi Tang responded, his gaze upon Zhu Zhirui now tinged with anticipation. Ding. Yi Tang's loyalty has increased to 90, and in his heart, he submits to the host, completing the task of winning over Yi Tang, rewarded with 100 merit points. Ding. A side quest has been initiated. Gain control of ZY Palace. The specific tasks are divided into 3 steps. The first step is to gain complete control over the Jinui, rewarded with 3,000 merit points and a small team of the Dark Imperial Guards. This side quest aligns perfectly with my previously devised plans, a fortuitous coincidence. Commander Yi, shall we take a stroll inside together? Zhu Zhirui proposed. Yes, Your Majesty, Yi Tang replied, following closely to protect him. As they approached the palace, the area had already been secured by the Jinui, for the safety of the emperor could not be compromised in the slightest. Commander Yi, enlighten me about the Jinui's current status, Zhu Zhirui inquired as they walked. Indeed, Your Majesty. The origins of the Jinui trace back to the Gongwei division established by Emperor Taizu. It later evolved into the Imperial Guard Command, overseeing the Ilwan division, responsible for the emperor's ceremonial entourage and personal guards. However, in the 15th year of Hongwu, both the Imperial Guard Command and the Ilwan division were disbanded, giving rise to the Jinui. Following the establishment of the nation in Nanyang by Emperor Taizong, the Jinui was reconstituted. After centuries of development, the current Jinui has abolished the Bizenfu and no longer possesses the authority to apprehend or interrogate, retaining only the Nansenfu and the Experienced Division, primarily tasked with the emperor's ceremonial duties, personal protection, and intelligence gathering. The Jinui is led by a commander, a chief deputy of the 3rd rank, a deputy of the 3rd rank, a superintendent of the 4th rank, 3 captains of the 4th rank from the 3 divisions, a deputy captain of the 5th rank, a 100 captain of the 5th rank, a trial 100 captain of the 6th rank, a chief flag of the 6th rank, a minor flag of the 7th rank, and further ranks extending down to the 7th rank. Yi Tang, as the commander of the Jinui, possesses a profound understanding of its history. After speaking for half an hour, he provided Zhu Zhirui with a foundational comprehension of the current state of the Jinui, prompting Zhu to form his own thoughts. So presently, the Jinui comprises merely 3 captain divisions, totaling 360 personnel, Zhu Zhirui inquired. According to Yi Tang's earlier explanation, each captain division consists of 120 individuals, with each 100 division comprising 112, governed by 2 chief flags, each chief flag administering 5 minor flags. This is a stark contrast to the grandeur of the Ming dynasty, which boasted 14 captain divisions. Your Majesty, the specific number of personnel currently registered is 455, Yi Tang responded. If I were to consider implementing changes to the Jinui, would Commander Yi support such measures? Zhu Zhirui suddenly posed. Yi Tang paused, momentarily taken aback, swallowing hard as he cast a sidelong glance at Zhu Zhirui before quickly lowering his head, realizing that the emperor he had come to know was not the same as he had previously perceived. Chapter 20. The commencement of cultivation. Zhu Zhirui's inquiry at this juncture stemmed from Yi Tang's loyalty, which had reached a steadfast 90, indicative of unwavering allegiance. Otherwise, he would not have dared to pose such questions. The Jinui stands as your Majesty's most capable personal guard, inherently loyal to you. All your decisions will be executed to the fullest by Yi Tang and the entirety of the Jinui. Yi Tang's words conveyed his unwavering stance. Zhu Zhirui suddenly halted, turning to Yi Tang with earnestness. I hope Commander Yi will remember what was just said. Furthermore, should you remain true to me, I shall not fail you. A future of noble titles and enduring legacy is not beyond reach. Yi Tang was instantly overcome by a sense of loyalty for one who understands him. Bowing deeply to Zhu Zhirui and swearing, I, Yi Tang, pledge my life in service to your Majesty. Should I harbor any treachery, may I be pierced by 1,000 arrows and find no resting place in death. Zhu Zhirui bent down to assist Yi Tang, smiling as he said, Rise. For I have faith in Commander Yi. Thank you, your Majesty. Just moments ago, Yi Tang's loyalty to Zhu Zhirui had once again increased, rising by 3 points to a commendable 93, making him the most loyal individual known to Zhu Zhirui at present, a fact that greatly pleased him. As they continued to walk, Yi Tang curiously asked, Might I inquire how your Majesty intends to modify the Jinui? I possess a general idea, though it requires further contemplation. Zhu Zhirui replied. Zhu Zhirui's mind, however, began to form a general idea, yet he felt no urgency, as he still needed to familiarize himself with the other members of the Jinui. After 27 days, summon all captains and those above the rank of captain to gather. Zhu Zhirui stated. Although he had committed to a mourning period of 81 days, the first 27 days required his utmost sincerity, while the subsequent 54 days would see the Empress Dowager dispatching tutors to instruct him, during which he could engage in light activities. Despite having traversed time, the individual who had bestowed upon him the realm of the Ming dynasty warranted his observance of mourning for a full 27 days. Yi Tang expressed considerable surprise, but refrained from inquiring further. Yes, your majesty. This shall be the site of my mourning, Zhu Zhiwei inquired, gesturing towards a courtyard within the palace. Indeed, your majesty, Yi Tang affirmed, then elaborated. For the next 27 days, you shall observe mourning here, and all needs must be self-sufficient. When the time comes, I shall open the gates of the courtyard for you. Should you require assistance, simply ring the bell, and I shall come promptly. While the law of the Ming dynasty did not explicitly dictate such regulations, the long-standing tradition during the mourning period forbade entertainment, cohabitation, marriage, and mandated plain garments and vegetarian sustenance, emphasizing self-reliance. He need only endure this for 27 days, with all provisions prepared, allowing him to live independently. In contrast, an ordinary person mourning their parents would endure 3 years, constructing a grass hut at the grave, cultivating a total of 1 mu and 3/10 of land, all tax-exempt. Very well, you may leave, Zhu Zhiwei commanded, then suddenly reminded. Investigate the circumstances surrounding my father's plane crash discreetly. He must not die under mysterious conditions. Yes, your majesty. I shall uncover those who conspired behind the scenes, Yi Tang replied resolutely, determined to repay the kindness shown to him by the late emperor, ensuring that any culprits would face repercussions. Watching Yi Tang exit the courtyard, Zhu Zhiwei retreated to his chamber. The room was expansive in its living area, yet modest in its sleeping quarters, characterized by a palette of muted tones, far from the opulence of the palace. Nevertheless, for Zhu Zhiwei, it was quite satisfactory, impeccably clean and neatly arranged, with a minimalist aesthetic. After a brief moment of admiration for the room, he slipped off his shoes, crossed his legs, and sat on his bed, retrieving a celestial map from the imperial treasury, specifically, the starry visualization diagram. System, how does one utilize this? Zhu Zhiwei inquired. Aware of his novice status in cultivation and wishing to avoid any missteps that might lead to disastrous consequences, the host need only concentrate fully on the starry visualization diagram. The first step is to independently depict a segment of the cosmic expanse from the diagram within one's mind, a process that will swiftly enhance the host's 5 senses. In the subsequent step, one must orchestrate the cosmic expanse envisioned in their mind to move dynamically, thereby enhancing the host's 6th sense and accelerating mastery over their cognitive faculties until complete control is attained. The final phase involves constructing a comprehensive celestial panorama within one's consciousness, guided by the celestial movements, marking the culmination of the initial stage of cultivation. When the host successfully manifests an accurate and complete celestial realm in their awareness, they shall unlock the third eye and transition to the next level of practice. Grateful for the system's elucidation, Zhu Zhiwei found himself profoundly enriched. During his inaugural practice, he presumed that merely noting the positions of stars in the celestial visualization would suffice, a task he believed would pose little challenge given his commendable spatial memory. However, upon embarking on the actual practice, he realized the folly of his assumption. Memorizing the star map and replicating it within one's consciousness are fundamentally disparate endeavors. The former could be accomplished by Zhu Zhiwei in a mere hour or two, but the latter, given his current progress, would likely require years of diligent effort to achieve. The star map features a total of 100 celestial bodies, 90 planets, and 10 stars, each star surrounded by 9 planets in orbit, and the 10 stellar systems appear to be influenced by some unseen force, rotating in unison. According to the information conveyed by the star map, fully replicating a single star enhances one's sensory perception by a factor of 2, while a complete replication elevates it 100-fold. The replication of planets is relatively straightforward, whereas stars pose a significant challenge, necessitating a complete stellar system-S replication, which implies that each 10-fold increase represents a formidable hurdle. At present, Zhu Zhiwei concentrated all his attention on replicating the first planet within his consciousness. To the untrained eye, the star map presents the planets as a spectrum of hues, with stars appearing as radiant orbs. Yet, for Zhu Zhiwei, this planet is exceedingly intricate. Beyond its silhouette, it encompasses the topography of mountains, rivers, and valleys, as well as the crust, mantle, and core. The planet he strives to replicate must embody the essence of a relatively authentic celestial body. The practice often engenders a state of forgetfulness and obsession. Indeed, Zhu Zhiwei became so engrossed in his cultivation that he lost track of time, only emerging from his reverie when hunger beckoned. Chapter 21. The Conspiracy of King Lu in the Courtyard. There are vegetables of his own cultivation, while the kitchen holds rice, and a well stands nearby. During the morning period, he must begin to live a self-sufficient life. Fortunately, he is not confined to the depths of the palace. Whether in this life or the last, he has always been capable of cooking for himself, ensuring he will not starve. Swiftly, he fetched water, chopped wood, lit a fire, harvested vegetables, washed them, and after a meal, cleaned the dishes. After a brief period of digestion, he resumed his cultivation. During the morning period, one is not entirely restricted from activities. Reading is permissible, and Zhu Zhiwei's practice is equally valid. Day after day, he became wholly immersed in the ecstasy of cultivation, forgetting the passage of time, his identity as emperor, and the duration of mourning, even reducing his meals from 3 to 2. His remaining hours were devoted to practice or sleep, as if he had transformed into a finely tuned instrument. Zhu Zhiwei cast a glance at the 2 complete planets within his consciousness, involuntarily breaking into a smile. This was the fruit of his recent endeavors, having successfully replicated 2 celestial bodies, which signified that his sensory perception had doubled. If the initial value was 1, it was now 3. Eager to test the efficacy of his enhanced senses, Zhu Zhiwei, with a childlike spirit, sought to listen to the sounds from outside. The sensitivity of his senses was something he could regulate. Otherwise, absorbing a plethora of information daily would hardly be a source of joy. Truly remarkable, your majesty, he mused, reflecting on the fact that it had been 26 days with only 1 day remaining, and yet he had not once sought external assistance. Such restraint was indeed a rarity among emperors. Initially, I believed His Majesty would manage just 3 to 5 days. After all, such occurrences have been commonplace in the past. Commander Yi stationed us outside precisely to attend to His Majesty's needs, yet here we are, with the courtyard gate remaining unopened for so long. Concern gnawed at him as he wondered about the emperor's current state. Through his auditory and olfactory senses, Zhu Zhuruei gathered information, and after processing it in his mind, he discerned that the 2 individuals conversing were women, positioned at least 100 meters away, likely from a neighboring courtyard rather than the guard stationed at the gate. Their words revealed that neither they nor Yi Tang had anticipated living alone in the courtyard for such an extended period. No wonder Yi Tang had reminded him that day to ring the bell if he required assistance. Now it all made sense. With this newfound understanding, and having tested his sensory abilities, a slight smile crept onto Zhu Zhurui's lips, recognizing that this could enhance his reputation. After consolidating his cultivation and checking his attributes, he prepared to indulge in a deep slumber, needing to relax after days of rigorous training. Tomorrow, the courtyard gate would finally open, and an instructor would arrive to commence lessons. In the realm of the Supreme Empire system, the host's attribute interface read, Host, Zhu Zhuruei occupation, Emperor cultivation, Novice dark martial arts, sensory level 2, technique, cosmic visualization. Supreme Emperor's scripture merit points, 1100 in the Luoang residence of Chu Shui County. A young man around 16 years old paced anxiously in his chamber, frowning as he awaited something. Suddenly, a rhythmic knocking echoed through the air. Come in, he called out. Your subordinate pays his respects to the young master. The visitor was a man in his 20s, bearing a scar at the corner of his eye, exuding a fierce demeanor. What news? Zhu Lingfeng inquired, his voice tinged with urgency. Reporting to the young master, we have confirmed that the emperor is indeed in mourning at the royal mausoleum. I asked about your actions. Do not tell me there has been no movement whatsoever during these days. Zhu Lingfeng snorted dismissively. Young master, no one anticipated that the emperor would remain secluded in the courtyard, which is surrounded by the imperial guards. It is impossible for even a fly to enter. We have no choice but to launch a direct assault if we wish to approach, the man explained. Direct assault? Joking aside, with their limited numbers, a direct assault would be tantamount to suicide, and it would also expose their identities. How could he endure such prolonged solitude and hardship after ascending to the throne? Zhu Lingfeng was astounded. Placing himself in that situation, he knew he could never manage it. Yet that individual not only managed it, but his excellence only served to diminish Zhu's own chances. Was there any good news? Were they expected to wait for him to return directly to the palace? By then, their opportunities would be even more scarce, Zhu Lingfeng challenged. In response, the man replied, there is no need for that. According to the information we have gathered, the emperor will only observe the mourning period for 27 days. He will emerge tomorrow. Afterward, he will receive lessons to familiarize himself with the affairs of the Ming dynasty. And during this time, the movement of personnel will become more complex, presenting us with our opportunity. That is reassuring. Let us not falter this time. Should you succeed, I shall grant you the title of Marquis. If you fail, you know what must be done, Zhu Lingfeng said with a fierce tone. Yes, if the mission fails, I will ensure they do not capture any survivors, the man replied resolutely. Remember your words. You may leave now. As Zhu Lingfeng watched the man depart, he struck the tea table with a fist in frustration. Damn it, are you also opposing me? With that, he kicked the table over. There was no trace of the elegant demeanor often associated with the youth. He appeared instead as a tempestuous and ruthless scion of privilege. Not long after, in the main hall of the Duke of Lu's residence, the earlier man was reporting to an elder, the Duke of Lu himself. After a moment of silence, the Duke spoke. Though my son is reckless, this indeed presents an opportunity. That young emperor, in his pursuit of fame, has chosen to linger at the royal tombs for an extended period, which delays his assumption of power, indicating that he is yet to win the loyalty of his ministers. If he were to perish at this juncture, we would have a chance. Does the Lord wish to proceed with the young master's plan? The man inquired. The Duke shook his head. My son is still too young. This plan lacks completeness. The Jinui are not to be underestimated. He presented the detailed plan of action alongside a sum of $30 million for operational expenses. If we are to undertake this, it must be executed with decisive force. I trust you will not disappoint me, and should you succeed, a substantial reward awaits you. The Duke indicated towards the box held by his confidant, Li Feng. The man felt a tightening in his chest. The Duke was indeed astute, having evidently gathered intelligence prior to his arrival and devised a more intricate plan. Rendering all his efforts anticipated by the Duke, Li Feng understood the cue and approached, handing a wooden box to the man. Thank you, my lord. I shall not let you down. I take my leave. Chapter 22. The dark guard. After the man departed, the Duke rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table. Lost in thought, Li Feng approached and made a gesture across his throat, asking, My lord, shall we proceed? You will personally lead the elite assassins, regardless of the outcome. All those with knowledge of this must be eliminated. The Duke's expression remained impassive, yet his voice brimmed with lethal intent. Indeed, he was not someone to be compared to the young master. Understood, Li Feng replied, accustomed to the gravity of the situation. Regrettably, if it were not for the absurd treaty prohibiting missile launches signed by the 5 nations, a single missile could have resolved the issue, sighed King Lu. Unbeknownst to Zhu Zhuruei, a grand conspiracy targeting him had already commenced, while he remained blissfully asleep at that moment. The following morning, Zhu Zhuruei awoke early, completed his morning routine, and chose not to prepare breakfast, as the courtyard gates would soon be opened, and a teacher was scheduled to come and instruct him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. With a flick of his wrist, a black token materialized in his hand. With a swift motion, he waved the token, which vanished. Replaced by 10 figures clad in dark, specially crafted metal armor, wielding long swords and holding firearms distinct from the conventional assault rifle designs. With ammunition magazines secured at their waists, one individual even had a box filled with steel needles fastened to their belt, creating an unusual juxtaposition of cold and hot weaponry. An odd visual indeed. Are you the Dark Guard? Zhu Zhiruei inquired. Indeed, we are the Dark Guard squad from your beginner's gift package, came the response. Previously, Zhu had been unable to summon them, but now, as he embarked on his training, the presence of these 10 guardians provided immense reassurance. As for how to explain their existence, well, the Jinui were guarding the area, and Yi Tang was already an ally. Arranging for 10 individuals was a simple matter. And Zhu was confident that even if Yi Tang found it curious, he would not probe further. Yes, Your Majesty, they affirmed. What are your names? Zhu Zhiruei asked. Your Majesty, we have no names, only code names. I am team leader number 1, and they are numbered 2 through 10, number 1 replied. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Zhiruei declared, I bestow upon you the surname of our nation. Henceforth, you shall be known as Zhu Yi, and the others shall be Zhu Heir through Zhu Shi. Yes, Your Majesty, I shall be known as Zhu Yi. Number 1 accepted without any dissent, for Zhu Zhiruei's words were their decree, requiring no questioning, merely execution. Very well. Introduce your abilities and the nature of your equipment. What makes it special? Zhu Zhiruei inquired with curiosity. Yes, Your Majesty. All members of our squad are Dark Warriors. I am the captain, a level 11 Dark Warrior, while they are level 10 Dark Warriors. Zhu Zhiruei's heart raced. They were far more formidable than he had anticipated. The revelation that Zhu Yi was a level 11 Dark Warrior led him to speculate on the purpose of the box of steel needles. Unaware of Zhu Zhiruei's thoughts, Zhu Yi continued to elaborate on the firearm he held. This is a military-grade rifle crafted from black iron and advanced technology, equipped with a magazine containing 30 rounds. We carry 5 magazines, totaling 150 rounds, with a lethal effective range of 2,000 meters, within which we can achieve 100% accuracy. Impressive. Each of you is a sharpshooter, Zhu Zhiruei remarked with satisfaction, nodding appreciatively. Zhu Yi then unsheathed the sword from his back, stating, This is an alloy sword made from black iron and advanced technology, exceptionally sharp, capable of slicing through any material currently existing on Blue Star. Of course, he remained oblivious to the imperial weapons and armors housed in Zhu Zhiruei's empire, or else his confidence might have been tempered. Then, lifting the box of steel needles from his waist, he introduced, These are alloy steel needles forged from special materials. Each needle is as fine as a hair. Remarkably lightweight, yet extraordinarily strong, capable of penetrating steel plates. Each one weighs precisely 0.01 grams, and this box contains a total of 100 needles, all of which are reusable. For my subordinates, within a range of 100 meters, these alloy steel needles are far more effective than rifles. Indeed, Zhu Zhiruei nodded inwardly. Affirming his thoughts, the 11th level dark martial artist had enhanced his soul quality, giving rise to psychic powers. He then pointed to the armor he wore, stating, This is also a special armor forged from black iron 5-star technology. It is not only bulletproof, but can also withstand significant impact, containing memory materials that allow for self-repair. Your Majesty, I have completed my introduction, Zhu Yi said, clasping his fists. Although Zhu Zhiruei exerted great effort to suppress his emotions, he could not hide the smile on his face. The dark martial guards were truly remarkable, possessing profound cultivation and luxurious equipment, leaving no room for others to challenge them, while providing him with immense security. Had he known the dark martial guards were this formidable, he would not have needed to come to the Imperial Mausoleum. His safety would have been assured within the Ziwei Palace. Nevertheless, since he was already there, he might as well take this opportunity to diligently cultivate and enhance his strength while gathering insights into the situation of the Ming dynasty from the shadows. Excellent. I am thoroughly satisfied with your strength. Henceforth, my safety will be entrusted to you, Zhu Zhiruei declared. Our mission as Dark Martial Guards is to protect your Majesty's safety with our lives, Zhu Yi replied. I trust you. With such formidable guardians, coupled with his imperial attire, was there anyone in this world capable of harming him? The likelihood seemed minimal. Your Majesty, someone is knocking at the door. It is breakfast being delivered. Zhu Yi quietly reminded. I am aware, he replied, impressed. He realized he had not eaten dinner the previous night and had gone to bed early. Now, his stomach indeed felt a bit hungry. Today marked the completion of the normal mourning period of 27 days, so it was entirely reasonable for them to deliver breakfast. Zhu Zhiruei tugged at the rope beside the door, and a bell chimed. He saw 2 Jinui guards, one on each side, open the courtyard gate, followed by 8 palace maids, heads slightly bowed, stepping delicately toward the room, with the 2 Jinui closely following behind, as they were required to protect the emperor from any external presence. Zhu Yi, what would you like to eat? Zhu Zhiruei inquired, initially intending to ask if they wished to have a meal, but opted for a different phrasing upon reflection, replying to Your Majesty, we can eat or abstain. As upon becoming dark martial artists, we can absorb dark matter particles to release energy and maintain our bodily energy balance. 1 particle of dark matter can sustain us for a month, Zhu Yi explained. Even so, eating is still essential. It is not merely about satiating hunger. That is but a basic need. Eating is also a form of enjoyment. For Zhu Zhiruei, a true Epicurean, the notion of foregoing meals was inconceivable. Even with higher cultivation in the future, he could never abandon food. Chapter 23. All are our own. Before the palace maids entered the room, they would announce, We pay our respects to Your Majesty. Come in, he replied. With the permission of Zhu Zhiruei, they cautiously opened the door and entered in single file, placing the 6 trays of vegetarian fare upon the table in the parlor. He had arrived in the Ming dynasty during the period of mourning for his father, observing the rites of filial piety, and thus had refrained from consuming meat thus far. This abstinence was to continue for another 54 days. While the upcoming days promised some relaxation and the opportunity for more activities, certain customs would remain unchanged. Your Majesty, be careful. Who are you? The two guards in embroidered uniforms initially focused their attention on the 8 palace maids, but upon catching sight of Zhu Yi and his companions, they were taken aback. They had been stationed outside the courtyard, completely unaware of the multitude that had managed to enter undetected. Their negligence could not merely be labeled as dereliction of duty. Should any harm befall His Majesty, they would find that even self-termination would not absolve them from the death penalty. Their instinct warned them of the imminent danger, and they instinctively positioned themselves in front of Zhu Zhiwei for protection, their weapons trained on Zhu Yi and his group. Do not worry, they are allies. Zhu Zhiwei reassured them. Your Majesty, this. One of the guards, his face flushed with embarrassment, hesitated to inquire further. Zhu Zhiwei settled into a chair, leisurely picked up his chopsticks, and sampled a piece of vegetarian meat, alleviating his hunger somewhat. He then set down his chopsticks and said, You wish to know how they gained entry? I dare not inquire. The guard quickly apologized, realizing he had overstepped. He understood that matters concerning the emperor were beyond his purview and began to feel a wave of anxiety. You are forgiven. These individuals are my associates. Having concealed themselves here before your establishment of defense, Zhu Zhui stated casually, though he could have chosen not to explain. Being newly crowned, some of his former habits had yet to fade entirely. Yes, I shall summon Commander Yi at once. The guard responded, as if granted a reprieve. Zhu Zhui was still unaccustomed to being served during meals. It was no wonder that many aspired to be emperors. He reached for dishes within easy reach himself, while for those farther away, a mere gesture of his chopsticks would prompt the nearby maids to bring the corresponding plates. This arrangement was a request he had made, as initially, during his first days in the palace, the maids had served him by placing food directly into his bowl. The 6 dishes before him, though all vegetarian, were varied in appearance, beautifully presented, and exceptionally delicious, catering perfectly to his palate. After a few bites of each dish, he felt satisfied. Clear the table, Zhu Zhiwei said. His eating pace brisk, a habit ingrained over many years. Despite his mother's teachings to savor each bite, it was not an easy habit to alter. Yes, the 6 palace maids performed a slight bow and began to clear the table. The remaining 2 maids approached with a tray each. One bore 2 distinct warm towels, one for wiping the mouth and the other for the face, while the other carried a cup of tea intended for rinsing the mouth. After completing this ritual, Zhu Zhiwei felt a sense of comfort, reflecting inwardly on how indulgent he had become. At that moment, Yi Tang hurried in, bowing deeply. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Upon glancing at Zhu Yi and his companions, he furrowed his brow, his heart filled with astonishment. He had just overheard a report from below that 10 additional individuals had entered His Majesty's chamber, nearly causing him to faint in fear. Fortunately, they were all trusted aides of the Emperor. As for the Emperor's claim that they had concealed themselves before the security measures were established, what a jest. Did he truly believe the Jinui were idle? Did he think it akin to the annals of history? Nowadays, with advanced technology at our disposal, a thorough inspection would assuredly precede any security arrangements, making it impossible for any living souls to remain hidden within. However, since the Emperor asserted it to be true, it must be so. Yi Tang, these 10 individuals are my confidants, and will serve as my personal guards henceforth. Arrange for them to assume reasonable identities within the Jinui for now, and we shall determine their specific roles when the restructuring of the Jinui occurs, instructed Zhu Zhiwei, refraining from elaborating on their identities. Understood, I shall take care of it. Yi Tang responded without further inquiry. You may test their abilities, but do not pry into their backgrounds. Do you comprehend my intent? Zhu Zhiwei inquired, gazing at Yi Tang. The purpose of testing their skills was to assure Yi Tang that these individuals could safeguard him. The directive to refrain from inquiring about their origins was a signal to Yi Tang that this was a matter of imperial secrecy, one that should not be divulged to others. I understand. Yi Tang, having served in the Jinui for many years, immediately grasped the Emperor's meaning. Good, you may leave now. Your Majesty, at 3 o'clock this afternoon, Minister Zhang from the Ministry of Personnel will come to give you a lecture, Yi Tang reminded. Noted. Inform me in advance. As I wish to go out and greet him, Zhu Zhiwei replied. Zhang Daoquan, the Minister of Personnel and the head of the 6 ministries, was also his father's mentor, esteemed throughout the Ming dynasty, with former students and officials scattered across the realm. Zhu Zhiwei recognized that to ensure the smooth governance of the state upon his ascension, it was imperative to win his favor. Individuals of such high standing and numerous accolades are typically impervious to ordinary incentives. Thus, showing them the respect they deserve was the correct course of action for Zhu Zhiwei. Yes, I will remember this. I take my leave. After finishing his meal, Zhu Zhiwei took a stroll in the courtyard to aid digestion before resuming his training until Yi Tang came to remind him. Outside the gates of the Imperial Mausoleum, Zhu Zhiwei arrived 10 minutes early with the Jinui, which was a fitting display of respect, considering his current status. Before long, several carriages approached, arriving precisely on time, with the vehicle at the center likely belonging to Zhang Daoquan. The Ming dynasty faced internal and external strife, and safety was far from assured, unlike that of Huagua. Ahead of the 6 ministries such as himself required protection, his own arrival had warranted even more extravagant security measures. Minister Zhang Daoquan pays his respects to your Majesty. Zhang Daoquan, having spotted Zhu Zhiwei from the carriage, was deeply moved and hurriedly disembarked to bow before him. Thank you, Minister Zhang, for traveling such a distance to impart knowledge to me. The fault lies with me, Zhu Zhiwei said, supporting him. It is my honor to enlighten your Majesty. Zhang Daoquan replied. Zhu Zhiwei glanced at his loyalty rating, feeling a surge of joy within. It appeared his judgment had been correct, as Zhang Daoquan's loyalty had risen to 89, nearing unwavering allegiance, a very promising sign that warranted further efforts. In the familiar courtyard, Zhang Daoquan was imparting lessons to Zhu Zhiwei, while the Imperial Guard stood watch outside, and the dark martial guards maintained their vigilance just beyond the door, a mere 10 meters away from Zhu Zhiwei. Within this proximity, Zhu Yi could adeptly manage most unforeseen circumstances. Your Majesty, shall we commence our lesson? Today, I shall primarily teach the Analects, Zhang Daoquan proposed. Zhu Zhuwei smiled faintly and shook his head, replying, Sir Zhang, your esteemed presence is requested by my grandmother not to teach me such matters. Otherwise, the scholars from the National Academy or the Hanlin Academy could have sufficed. There was no need to trouble yourself. Zhang Daoquan chuckled silently. Yet his eyes revealed a glimmer of admiration or unspoken satisfaction. I am now 22 years old, soon to be 23, and I graduated from Fudan University in Huaguo. Counting my years in kindergarten, I have spent 17 years in education, which is equivalent to a decade of diligent study in the Ming Dynasty, Zhu Zhuwei remarked. Zhang Daoquan nodded respectfully, affirming, Your Majesty speaks the truth. I am aware that Fudan University is a prestigious institution in Huaguo. Your ability to gain admission to such a distinguished academy through your own merit is a testament to your superiority over 99% of our Ming populace. Zhu Zhuwei sought to engage in learning, but not of lifeless knowledge. Rather, he aspired to acquire wisdom pertinent to his future governance, such as experience. The current state of the Ming Dynasty, the unwritten rules, and local customs. These were the lessons he yearned for. I have long since reached adulthood. After over 20 years, my character and worldview have solidified, making it challenging to alter them in a short span. Moreover, I do not wish to change. I believe I am quite satisfactory as I am. What is your opinion, Sir Zhang? Zhu Zhuwei inquired. Your Majesty is a youthful prodigy, possessing less of the impetuous arrogance typical of youth, and more of a composed demeanor. Upon ascending the throne, you have made no hasty changes. Despite your unfamiliarity with the intricacies of the Ming Dynasty, your sincere dedication during the mourning period of the late emperor has already resonated throughout the realm. I believe you shall be a sage ruler, and your character and worldview require no alteration. Zhang Daoquan concurred with Zhu Zhuwei's sentiments. Then I propose that future lessons be structured as a dialogue where I pose questions, and you provide clarifications, aside from certain essential subjects. What do you think, Sir Zhang? Zhu Zhuwei suggested. Zhang Daoquan pondered briefly before nodding. As you wish, Your Majesty. Excellent. This is precisely the outcome I desired. Zhu Zhuwei responded, before continuing. Now, Sir Zhang, please enlighten me on the official titles within the Ming Dynasty and the functions of each department. I need to understand the roles of everyone involved. Your Majesty. Before delving into those details, I must first explain the administrative divisions and territorial scope of the Ming Dynasty, along with the surrounding context, Zhang Daoquan stated, retrieving a map from the box he had brought and spreading it out on the table for explanation. Your Majesty, please observe, this is the Nanyang Island, covering a total area of 627,750 square kilometers, with the main island spanning 590,750 square kilometers, located south of the equator, straddling both tropical and temperate zones. To be honest, Zhu Zhuwei had not anticipated Zhang Daoquan's thorough preparation, especially the inclusion of a map, nor did he expect to delve into geography during their discourse. Currently, there exist 5 nations on the Nanyang Island, 4 imperial states and 1 so-called democratic federation. However, this democratic federation is merely a loose confederation formed from dozens of smaller nations, each with considerable autonomy. The Ming Dynasty has unified the entire island twice and nearly succeeded a third time, wielding influence over the region for nearly 2 centuries. Consequently, the nations on the island are profoundly shaped by Ming culture. The Dazhong Kingdom, having splintered from the Ming, is predominantly Han, making Mandarin the principal language shared between our 2 nations. Many of our ancestors migrated from the southern regions of China and Southeast Asia, resulting in our Mandarin dialect closely resembling the Min-Nen language. This shared cultural sphere significantly benefits our aspirations for future unification of the island, fostering a sense of identity. Provided that the Ming remains sufficiently powerful enough to instill a sense of despair in others. The other 3 nations also utilize both Mandarin and English, attempting to eradicate the former. Unfortunately, such deeply entrenched customs cannot be altered overnight. At present, there remains a coexistence of at most 3 languages. Zhu Zhuwei attentively absorbed the information presented by Zhang Daoquan. Though these seemed like commonplace facts, they were new insights for him. The Madas Federation, the largest in area, encompasses more than half of Nanyang Island, situated in the northern region. Its administrative divisions differ from those of our 4 nations, comprising 37 states and a total of 452 counties, with the highest population at approximately 14.5 million according to the latest statistics. Among the 4 imperial states, the Ming ranks 3rd in territorial expanse but boasts the largest population and formidable strength, as Zhang Daoquan confidently asserted. Curiously, being 3rd in area places us second to last among the 5 nations, a delightful irony where the second smallest area corresponds to the second largest strength. While Zhu Zhuwei himself harbored a preference for singularity, the largest territory belongs to the Kingdom of Yemayina, which consists of 1 capital, 8 prefectures, and 75 counties, bordering the Ming to the west. Following closely is the Dazhong Kingdom, with 1 capital, 7 prefectures, and 58 counties, also adjacent to the Ming to the north. The smallest is the Kingdom of Tuliala, comprising 1 capital, 5 prefectures, and 36 counties, located in the northwest, without direct borders with the Ming. Upon hearing Zhang Daoquan's words, Zhu Zhuwei envisioned a rough outline of Nanyang Island, including the approximate locations of the 5 nations. The Ming shares borders with 2, the Kingdom of Yemayina and the Dazhong Kingdom. Our Ming dynasty consists of 1 capital, 5 prefectures, and 39 counties, with the capital being Xijing and the prefectures being Linhai, Tangshan, Sanjiang, Xishan, and Shanhai. Master Zhang. This administrative division resembles the Qin dynasty's commandery and county system rather than that of the Central Plains Ming dynasty. What is the reasoning behind this? Zhu Zhuwei, having some knowledge of Ming history, recalled staying up all night reading about its events, despite not studying the official histories. Your Majesty speaks wisely. When Taizong first established the nation, its territory was small, and the administrative divisions of the Central Plains were unsuitable here. Thus, they were employed only for a brief period before transitioning to the commandery and county system, which is more fitting for the current Ming dynasty, Zhang Daoquan elucidated. Zhu Zhirue nodded, acknowledging that this was not the crux of the matter. Regardless of the original administrative divisions, or the current ones, they all exhibit a centralization of power, ultimately aimed at facilitating governance over the nation, a truth he was well aware of. Lord Zhang, please continue, he urged. Yes, Your Majesty, Zhang Daoquan replied, as he circled an area on the map, stating, Your Majesty, please observe. Here lies the southeastern corner of Nanyang Island, which is the realm of our Great Ming. Positioned to the southwest of Huaghua, with a nostalgia for our homeland in the northeast, it is known as Xijing, the capital of Great Ming. Chapter 25. The current state of the Great Ming Xijing spans an area of 286 square kilometers, while the city itself covers 64 square kilometers, with a directly governed area of 852 square kilometers. Each cardinal direction is guarded by a county city, collectively referred to as the Four Sacred Counties, encompassing a total area of 434 square kilometers. These counties are Qinglong County to the east, Baihu County to the west, Xuanwu County to the north, and Zhuke County to the south. Zhang Daoquan recounted these details with remarkable clarity, demonstrating an intimate familiarity that could only stem from profound knowledge. Truly, he exemplified the stature of the Minister of Personnel, the foremost among the 6 ministries. To the east lies Linhai County, which borders the Indian Ocean and boasts the longest coastline of all counties, stretching over 655 square kilometers and comprising 7 counties. The largest deep-sea cargo port of our Great Ming is situated within Linhai County. The northernmost region is Tangshan County, named for its discovery of a substantial copper mine in its early days, covering an area of 523 square kilometers and comprising 9 counties, bordering the northern nation of Dasan. To the west of Xijing is Sanjiang County, traversed by a river originating from the western Kunlun Mountains, aptly named Sanjiang River. This serves as a reminder of our lineage as descendants of Yin and Huang, hailing from the 9 provinces. The Sanjiang River flows from west to east, cutting across the expanse of Great Ming, and is the second most prosperous region after Xijing, featuring rare flatlands over 912 square kilometers in 9 counties, with a population second only to that of Xijing. The area where the western Kunlun Mountains are located is designated as Xishan County, covering 802 square kilometers and comprising 4 counties, bordering the kingdom of Yemayina. This mountainous and sparsely populated region is the least populated county. The southernmost area is Shanhai County, encompassing 888 square kilometers, making it the largest county in the nation, bordered by the sea on 3 sides and situated at the southern tip of the main island. Although it has fewer plains, the majority consists of mountainous terrain, resulting in a vast but sparsely populated area, yet it is replete with numerous islands, encompassing 6 counties. Notably, in the southeastern corner lies Qingda County, home to hundreds of islands. When including countless reefs, the number exceeds 1,000, hence its name. Lord Zhang specifically mentioned Qingda County. Was there something noteworthy about it? Zhu Zhirue quickly seized upon this pivotal point. Your Majesty, your keen insight is commendable. Qingda County serves as the naval base of our Great Ming, Zhang Daoquan explained with a smile. Lord Zhang, during my studies of history in Huaghua, I learned that ancient Huaghua had the notion of imperial authority not reaching the countryside. Do we face similar issues within our current county system? Zhu Zhirue inquired. This question, seemingly simple, bore significant weight, as it pertained to the mobilization capacity and wartime potential of Great Ming, a matter of utmost importance. Upon reporting to your Majesty, I must convey that this issue does not exist within the realm of the Great Ming Empire. When we established our nation, our population was scarce and our strength feeble. We rallied every available resource and manpower, a tradition that has been well preserved. Beneath the jurisdiction of the provinces and counties, there exist towns and villages as further administrative divisions, ensuring that your Majesty's edicts are consistently communicated to the populace. The governors, county magistrates, town heads, and village officials are all appointed by the court, with the appointment of town heads and above requiring your Majesty's approval. With a 4-tier administrative structure comprising provinces, counties, towns, and villages, Zhu Zhirue nodded in understanding, realizing why foreign powers have been unable to topple the Great Ming Empire. According to Zhang Daoquan's previous discourse, during its zenith, the Great Ming boasted a population of 20 million. Once fully mobilized, our war potential remains formidable. However, the enemy is cunning, employing tactics of internal division and support, which has rendered the Great Ming somewhat passive. Having elaborated on these matters, I shall now elucidate the official ranks within the Great Ming Empire. The hierarchy of official positions is classified into 9 ranks and 18 levels, ranging from the lowest, the 9th rank, to the highest, the 1st rank. Additionally, the administration is divided into central and local governance. The central government encompasses 6 ministries: the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Personnel, the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Works, and the Ministry of War, along with various other institutions such as the Censorate, the Grand Court, the Imperial Academy, and several others. Indeed, the number of bureaucratic offices is far greater than I had anticipated. While I am familiar with some of these and possess a general understanding of their functions, others are entirely new to me. It appears that my journey to becoming a good emperor is still a long and arduous one, but fortunately, there is no rush. However, following Zhang Daoquan's detailed explanation, I have gained a foundational understanding of these departments. Master Zhang, what about the local governance? Zhu Zhirue inquired. The highest local officials are the governors, county magistrates, town heads, and village leaders, as previously discussed. Moreover, the Great Ming practices a separation of military and civil authority. The governor oversees civil affairs. The county lieutenant manages military matters. The magistrate handles civil governance. The county lieutenant is responsible for military affairs. The town head deals with civil matters, and the sergeant oversees military duties. At the village level, there is no military organization, Zhang Daoquan explained. As their dialogue continued, the sky darkened, prompting Zhu Zhe to invite Master Zhang. The day has grown late. Please stay and share a meal with me. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhang Daoquan accepted without hesitation. Zhu Zhiwei smiled, his face alight with joy. For Zhang Daoquan's loyalty had risen by a significant degree. This was a crucial point. From 89 to 90 signifies that Zhang Daoquan is now utterly devoted to me, making him trustworthy. The results of today were quite commendable. Due to morning rituals, their meal consisted solely of vegetarian dishes, and they abstained from alcohol, resulting in a swift dining experience. After their meal, Zhang Daoquan departed under the escort of guards back to the capital, Shijing. In a small courtyard in the nearest town to the imperial mausoleum, a man with a scar near his eye inquired, "What has transpired?" This was none other than the young man known as Jin Dao from the Duke of Lu's residence. The leader, Zhang Daoquan, had just departed from the palace. Returning to Shijing, the defenses there were significantly tighter than before. "We might have little chance," one of his subordinates remarked. "That is not necessarily the case," replied Jin Dao, propping one foot on a chair and glancing at the letter in his hand. "What is your plan, my lord?" the subordinate inquired. "Do not concern yourself with the details. I shall handle this matter personally. Ensure that everyone is concealed properly. The palace has just reopened and stringent defenses are to be expected. In due time, they will relax. And that will be our prime opportunity. Do not allow any mistakes. Otherwise, no one will survive to return," Jin Dao stated with a grave demeanor, retracting his earlier nonchalance. "Rest assured, my lord, they will not discover our presence," the subordinate replied confidently. The following morning dawned with clear blue skies and pleasant weather. "Your Majesty, Yi Tang seeks an audience," reported Zhu Yihui. "Let him enter," Zhu Zirwei responded. Having just finished breakfast, Yi Tang certainly knew how to choose his moments well. Chapter 26. Restructuring the Jinui. "Your Majesty," the assembled crowd greeted. "No need for formalities. What brings you here so early?" Zhu Zirwei asked. "Your Majesty, you ordered the gathering of all captains and members above the rank of captain in the Jinui, and they have all arrived," Yi Tang replied. "Very well, Commander Yi. Lead the way. I wish to meet them now," Zhu Zirwei said with a spark of enthusiasm. The two entered a grand hall within the palace, where dozens awaited them, engaged in familiar discussions. "Why has His Majesty summoned us from all corners?" "I do not know. I imagine His Majesty has his reasons. Let us not concern ourselves with such matters. It is an honor to see His Majesty before he assumes full authority. Who knows? Perhaps we will all become his trusted confidants, with a boundless future ahead. Ha ha ha. May your words bring good fortune." "Silence, everyone. His Majesty will arrive shortly." "Such behavior is inappropriate," a middle-aged man admonished sternly. This man was Su Xian, the second in command of the Jinui. "The Emperor approaches." "The Emperor is here, quickly." The crowd turned their attention to the entrance, hurriedly arranging themselves in an orderly fashion to pay their respects to Zhu Zirwei. "We pay our respects to Your Majesty. Long live our Emperor." Many present were seeing Zhu Zirwei's true visage for the first time. After all, some had been active outside the palace. And even those within could not have all encountered him, given the brevity of time. No need for formalities. Zhu Zirwei surveyed the crowd, mentally counting. There were 41 individuals, plus Yi Tang, making a total of 42. This comprised all the captains and higher ranks within the Jinui. "Thank you, Your Majesty," they collectively expressed, standing still, hesitant to move, even to wipe the sweat from their brows. Zhu Zirwei observed them quietly, without uttering a word or making unnecessary gestures, nor did he issue any commands. This unusual silence instilled discomfort among the assembly, leaving them uncertain of what the Emperor intended. In truth, he was merely assessing their capabilities and loyalty. Most displayed loyalty ratings above 75, 11 exceeded 80, and 4 surpassed 85. Zhu Zirwei committed these figures to memory, recognizing these individuals as trustworthy and worthy of greater responsibilities. In response, certain individuals caused Zhu Zirwei to furrow his brow in astonishment. Among them, 5 individuals scored below 70. Although the threshold for loyalty is set at 60, Zhu Zirwei deemed anyone below 70 as inadequate. These individuals have entered the scrutiny list, and should they prove unworthy, they will face consequences. Notably, there are only 2 individuals who scored below 60, one of whom even registered a negative score. It is evident that these 2 have been placed on Zhu Zirwei's blacklist. One cannot help but marvel at the system's ability to assess loyalty, a veritable divine skill for an emperor. As I ascend to the throne, the Jinui serve as my eyes and ears. I have summoned you for 2 matters. Firstly, to become acquainted, for it is essential that you recognize your sovereign. As I must also ascertain your unwavering loyalty to me. Zhu Zirwei's tone grew somewhat frigid as he concluded his statement. Alarmed, the assembly wondered what this could imply. Could he be questioning their loyalty? They hastily pledged, "Our loyalty to Your Majesty is as steadfast as the heavens and can be witnessed by the sun and moon. We implore Your Majesty to judge us fairly. Time reveals strength, and true loyalty is demonstrated through actions rather than mere words. Remember my decree. Should you offer me your fidelity, I shall bestow upon you high offices and enduring wealth." Zhu Zirwei declared emphatically. "We shall certainly demonstrate our loyalty through our deeds," Yi Tang responded. "Very well, I place my trust in you. Now, to the second matter. I intend to reorganize the Jinui and increase your responsibilities," Zhu Zirwei stated with a smile. Increase our responsibilities? The meaning was clear to all. His Majesty intended to augment the power of the Jinui, a most favorable development for them. The sudden shift in atmosphere was striking. What had begun as anxiety now felt like a refreshing summer rain. His Majesty, though youthful, exhibited extraordinary political acumen. The assembly was also keen to understand how the proposed reorganization would unfold, whether their interests would be compromised, or if they might be promoted and rewarded. After a brief pause for contemplation, Zhu Zhuwei surveyed the crowd once more, noticing that aside from the two individuals with scores below 60, the three who had previously scored below 70 had now risen above that threshold, with others also showing varying degrees of improvement, an unexpected delight. Commander Yi, Zhu Zhuwei called out. At your service. Zhu Zhuwei handed a document to Yi Tang, stating, this is the reorganization plan for the Jinui. You will supplement the details later. For now, provide an overview to the others. You will oversee the entire reorganization and report directly to me. Should any issues arise, inform me without delay. Yes, Your Majesty. Yi Tang respectfully accepted the plan, glancing through it with a furrowed brow, as this was the first time he had encountered such a document. After reviewing the entire plan, Yi Tang cast a glance at Zhu Zhuwei, who, with an impassive expression, nodded slightly before addressing the assembly. The Jinui has undergone reorganization. Now comprising 6 departments and 2 bureaus, the Experience Department, the Imperial Guard Department, the Ritual Department, the Northern Pacification Department, the Southern Pacification Department, the Internal Affairs Department, the Military Supervisory Bureau, and the External Affairs Bureau. The Experience Department is tasked with the meticulous organization, archiving, and preservation of Jinui documentation, as well as financial management. In simpler terms, it serves as the clerical and accounting branch. Although the prospects for promotion are limited, the advantage lies in the stability of an office position. Sheltered from the elements, an ideal role for those who favor security, lack ambition, and maintain discretion. The Imperial Guard Department is responsible for the personal protection of His Majesty, overseeing the security of the Qinqing Palace and safeguarding the Fengtian Hall during court assemblies, necessitating constant proximity to the Emperor. Upon hearing this, the assembly stirred with excitement, their eyes glistening with desire for such a position. Excelling here could lead one to become a favored confidant of the Emperor, potentially transforming into a high-ranking official, reaping the highest rewards and making it the most accessible avenue to nobility and accolades. Yet, this role also carries significant peril, as accompanying the sovereign is akin to walking with a tiger. Nevertheless, in these tumultuous times, few endeavors are devoid of risk. Thus, this particular hazard pales in comparison to the substantial benefits. Unbeknownst to the assembly, this coveted position had already been earmarked by Zhu Zhuwei for his own shadowy elite guard, as he intended to bring these individuals into the light. The Ritual Department serves as the ceremonial entourage of the Emperor, embodying the dignity of His Majesty and representing the grandeur of the Ming Dynasty, rendering it exceedingly vital. Chapter 27. Restricting the authority of the Northern Pacification Department. This department remains largely unchanged, as many among the assembly had previously served in similar capacities, eliciting little reaction. The Northern Pacification Department possesses the authority to investigate, apprehend, and interrogate, but such actions require the Emperor's explicit authorization and must not be conducted in secrecy. Historically, the Northern Pacification Department wielded excessive power, leading to its dissolution within the Jinui of the Ming Dynasty. However, Zhu Zhuwei has chosen to resurrect this formidable entity, confident in his ability to maintain control over it, believing he has a long future ahead. Otherwise, he would not have taken such a step. Simultaneously, he has imposed strict limitations on the Northern Pacification Department, placing significant constraints upon it. The Southern Pacification Department is responsible for the examination and enforcement of internal military discipline within the Jinui, possessing the authority to address abuses of power by the Northern Pacification Department. This function parallels that of a military police force, maintaining the integrity of the Jinui, necessitating the inclusion of individuals of unparalleled integrity. The Internal Affairs Department manages the day-to-day operations of the Jinui, overseeing logistical procurement and the training and political vetting of reserve personnel. This department is perceived as lucrative, capturing the attention of many, and holds considerable importance. The Military Supervisory Bureau will be tasked with gathering and scrutinizing instances of misconduct among the military officers of the Ming Dynasty. You will ensure that the Emperor retains a firm grip on military authority. This power is immensely significant and extensive, and those appointed to this bureau will undoubtedly be among the Emperor's most trusted allies, prompting the assembly to fixate on this department, as a palpable anticipation began to stir among them. The Foreign Affairs Bureau is responsible for the collection and organization of intelligence from various nations, which will be divided into several departments, each tasked with overseeing aspects such as economics, politics, culture, and military affairs. This will become the most populous department in the future, yet it is also one of the most crucial. This development comes as a surprise. Previously, the Jinui had engaged in external intelligence gathering, albeit limited to the realms of the Dazhun Kingdom and the Imayana Kingdom, the only two nations sharing a border with the Ming Empire. It was imperative for the Ming to monitor their movements to preemptively devise countermeasures. However, the tone of this announcement suggests a global expansion, which will endow this department with considerable power, arousing envy among many. Furthermore, regarding the changes in the ranks and positions within the Jinui, the chief commander of the Jinui is now recognized as the principal authority, elevated from the second rank to the first. 2 deputy commanders will assist in managing the affairs of the Jinui, holding the third rank. The left deputy commander will concurrently serve as the director of the Southern Pacification Office, while the right deputy commander will take on the role within the Foreign Affairs Bureau. All official ranks have been elevated by 1 level under Zhu Zhuwei's directive. Previously, the chief commander held the third rank, whereas it is noteworthy that the ministers of the 6 ministries in the Ming Empire are only of the second rank, indicating that the chief commander is now only 1 rank below them. 2 commanding assistants have been established, holding the third rank, with the left commanding assistant overseeing the Military Supervision Bureau and the right commanding assistant responsible for internal affairs. 4 commanding directors have been appointed, each holding the 4th rank. tasked with directing the Bureau of Experiences, the Imperial Office, the Ceremonial Bureau, and the Northern Pacification Office. Consequently, the hierarchy of the Jinui is clearly delineated: the Chief Commander, Deputy Commanders, Commanding Assistants, and Commanding Directors, with ranks spanning from the 2nd to the 4th. Based on these ranks, one can readily discern which of the 6 offices and 2 bureaus holds greater importance and power, making the hierarchy transparent. Moreover, Zhu Zhiruwei has decisively demoted the Northern Pacification Office to the lowest rank, imposing substantial restrictions upon it. In addition, the Jinui has established a Document Office and a Thousand House Office. The Document Office is responsible for the organization of documents and intelligence analysis, while the Thousand House Office conducts specific operations. The Document Office is categorized into 5 levels, with the 5th level being the lowest and the 1st the highest. The highest-ranking document officer holds the 5th rank, the 2nd-level document officer holds the 5th rank, the 3rd-level document officer holds the 6th rank, the 4th-level document officer holds the 6th rank, and the 5th-level document officer holds the 7th rank. Within the Thousand House Office, the Thousand House Officer holds the 5th rank, the 100 House Officer holds the 6th rank, the Chief Flag Officer holds the 7th rank, and the Minor Flag Officers hold the 7th rank. All clerks within the 6 offices and 2 bureaus are referred to as document officers, differing only in rank, serving as their ladder for advancement. With that, the restructuring plan has been proclaimed. After Yi Tang finished speaking, he turned to Zhu Zhiruwei, clasping his hands in respect, and said, "Your Majesty, please provide your guidance." Zhu Zhiruwei then stepped forward and declared with authority, "The reason I summoned you here to announce this restructuring plan is that I wish for you to assess your own abilities and self-recommend your suitability for any department. You may join whichever department you believe aligns with your capabilities. Of course, Commander Yi and I will conduct further evaluations. Those deemed unfit will be assigned to other departments. Thus, self-recommendation must be undertaken with self-awareness, which is of paramount importance. As for the heads of each office and bureau, they will be appointed by a joint recommendation committee formed by Commander Yi and the current deputy commanders and commanding assistants, who will decide on suitable candidates for these positions, culminating in my final approval. However, it is imperative to bear in mind the principles of justice, transparency, and fairness. Otherwise, should I discover any favoritism or corruption, I shall promptly dismiss those responsible. My ministers and I shall diligently seek out the most suitable talents for your Majesty, without yielding to any personal biases." Yi Tang and the other 2 stepped forward to assure this. "I trust you, Commander Yi. Please arrange for everyone to rest here, and you may come to find me later." After Zhu Zhiruwei concluded, he departed under the protection of Zhu Yi and his guards. I did not notice earlier. Who are these unfamiliar individuals accompanying His Majesty?" Someone inquired with curiosity. "Why concern yourself with such matters? Is it within your purview to question the affairs of His Majesty? Perhaps you should contemplate what role suits you best. This restructuring is of utmost significance to us and may indeed influence the course of our lives. We must approach it with caution." A young man remarked earnestly. Indeed, it is quite troubling. I never anticipated that His Majesty would allow us to self-nominate. Previously, appointments were made directly. This is a testament to His Majesty's favor and trust in us. Do you see anyone else afforded such privilege? That is a valid point. Very well, let us remain silent for now. I will arrange for your rest. Think carefully today and commence your self-recommendations tomorrow," Yi Tang instructed, swiftly organizing everyone to their respective places for rest, mindful that His Majesty awaited him and could not be kept waiting for too long. Yi Tang's efficiency was remarkable. Not long after Zhu Zhiruwei returned to the courtyard, he approached. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects. Please dispense with formalities. Are all arrangements in place?" "Yes, Your Majesty." "May I inquire what commands Your Majesty has for me?" Yi Tang asked. "Here is a list of 2 individuals among the 100 households mentioned earlier. I require you to conduct a thorough investigation, particularly into this individual named Zhang Chong. Ensure it is done discreetly, without alarming them." Zhu Zhiruwei handed over a document from the table. Chapter 28. The feudal lords of the Ming dynasty. This Zhang Chong is indeed one whose loyalty is in the negative. Zhu Zhiruwei was quite intrigued. Did he harbor personal enmity toward himself, or was he perhaps an agent planted within the Jinui by others? The latter scenario seemed more plausible, considering he had only recently arrived in the Ming dynasty and had yet to forge any personal grudges. Yi Tang was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated this development. It appeared to him that His Majesty was encountering these individuals for the first time. Why had he been tasked with investigating these 2? His Majesty truly was enigmatic. "Commander Yi, do you have any thoughts on this matter?" Zhu Zhiruwei observed the other's bewilderment and, after a moment's contemplation, surmised the reason but chose not to elaborate, merely offering a subtle reminder. "No, I shall proceed to investigate these 2 individuals, especially this Zhang Chong." Yi Tang quickly regained his composure, silently chastising himself for his momentary lapse. His Majesty undoubtedly harbored secrets, yet they were beyond his scope to question. The Jinui was tasked solely with executing His Majesty's commands. "By the way, how is the investigation into my father progressing?" Zhu Zhiruwei's tone suddenly turned cold. Yi Tang spoke with a slight frown. "Your Majesty, I have investigated all individuals who had contact with the aircraft on that day and discovered that one person has since vanished. Further inquiry revealed that this individual succumbed to a heart attack at home. Strikingly, just 2 days prior to the accident involving the former emperor, an amount of $1 million was suddenly transferred into their account. Such a sum is considerable, especially for an ordinary airport employee who could not possibly have such income. Let us focus on the crux of the matter. Who is the mastermind?" Zhu Zhiruwei stated solemnly. Having inherited the throne, he felt a profound obligation to avenge this grievance. "Your Majesty, the account used for the transfer is anonymous. However, we have traced it back to a company in Hong Kong called Dafeng Trading, with a legal representative named Li Feng." Yi Tang continued. "Li Feng? Who is this individual?" Zhu Zhiruwei inquired, having never heard of him before. The surname Li, could he possibly be from the Dishun kingdom? He mused internally. If that were the case, it would indeed be plausible. Your Majesty, this Li Feng. Yi Tang hesitated slightly. What are you hesitating for? Speak freely, no matter who it is. I shall ensure they pay the price. Zhu Zhirui's heart sank as he instinctively sensed that this individual held considerable influence. Yet what of it? He was the emperor, and there were certainly those he could maneuver against. Even if he could not act now, he was confident that he would be able to do so in the future. Your Majesty, this Li Feng is currently an aide to the King of Lu, Yi Tang finally stated, releasing a breath of relief. The King of Lu? Zhu Zhirui suddenly recalled previous information, realizing that his ascension to the throne had not been without opposition. A certain Zhu Lingfeng sought to usurp his position, and he was indeed the grandson of the King of Lu. Had it not been for his grandmother's unwavering support, he would not have been able to ascend as smoothly. Lacking both connections and military power, the King of Lu desired his grandson to inherit the throne. With the emperor's plane crash and the apparent lack of heirs, combined with the matter of Li Feng, Zhu Zhirui could reasonably conclude that the emperor's accident was likely connected to the King of Lu. Tell me more about this King of Lu, Zhu Zhirui commanded. He had only recently arrived in the Ming dynasty and had spent most of his time in mourning, lacking a deep understanding of the noble officials and their dynamics. He had merely heard the name of the King of Lu, reputedly formidable, but knew little beyond that. Your Majesty, the King of Lu holds significant power and is one of the last two feudal kings remaining, and he is the most formidable among them, Yi Tang reported. Wait a moment, feudal kings? Does our Ming dynasty still have feudal kings? Was it not the case that Taizong's efforts to curtail their power incited the Jingnan rebellion, forcing him to re-establish the nation in the southern seas? How can there still be feudal kings? Zhu Zhirui furrowed his brow in confusion. Feudal kings can wield great or minimal influence, and it was evident that many held the King of Lu in high regard, suggesting he was indeed powerful. The realization that the Ming dynasty faced such formidable external threats, coupled with significant internal strife, left him at a loss for words. In response to Your Majesty, during the reign of Emperor Taizong, there were no feudal kings established. This was a measure instituted by Emperor Wuzong. At that time, the 5 nations of Nanyang Island had liberated themselves from foreign powers, focusing instead on the development of their economies and the welfare of their people. However, tensions persisted at the borders. Emperor Wuzong, being both diligent and fond of Prince Lu and Prince Shu, devised a strategy to appoint them as feudal lords in Tangshan and Xishan counties, respectively, entrusting them with the defense of the frontier while the Ming dynasty concentrated on fostering domestic economic prosperity. While Emperor Wuzong was still alive, matters proceeded smoothly. Both princes adhered to the policies laid down by him. However, shortly after Emperor Kangzong ascended the throne, Prince Lu began to exhibit a lack of compliance with the central authority, though he had not committed any overtly rebellious acts. Emperor Kangzong found himself at a loss on how to curtail this situation, which has persisted until now. Pray tell, what is the current strength of Prince Lu and Prince Shu? Inquired Zhu Zhirui with concern. Prince Shu poses little threat. Following the death of the first-generation prince, the current Prince Shu has succumbed to indulgence in wine and women, resulting in a reduction of his territory. He now governs merely a single county within Xishan, with a military force of 20,000, whose combat effectiveness is rather mediocre. In contrast, Prince Lu was once lauded as a god of war, having repeatedly thwarted invasions from the Dishun kingdom. Over the years, with no territory left to bestow, Emperor Kangzong and his predecessor had to grant him additional lands to placate him, leading to Prince Lu now commanding 5 counties in Tangshan, all of prime quality. With a military force of 90,000, whose prowess rivals that of the Imperial Guard, explained Yi Tang. With 5 counties, the Ming dynasty comprises a total of 39 counties. Subtracting the territories of the 2 princes leaves only 33 counties remaining. Remarkably, Prince Lu's military strength is on par with that of the Imperial Guard, which numbers only 50,000, half of Prince Lu's forces. It appears that whether for revenge or to solidify his own authority, Prince Lu must be dealt with decisively. The Supreme Empire System's National Attribute Interface revealed the following. Nation, Ming Empire level, Black Iron 1-star area, 58,066 square kilometers population, 9.35 million GDP, 5.7 billion US dollars military. Weishua, 300,000, Fanjun, 110,000, Jingjun, 50,000, Yulin Army, 30,000, Navy, 80,000, Air Force, 50,000, 6-dimensional index, economy, 9, politics, 42, military, 15, livelihood, 13, culture, 21 technology, 11. After glancing at the attributes, Zhu Zhirui inquired, what is the current strength of the Weishua troops of the Ming Empire? Your Majesty, although the Weishua has an official strength of 300,000, the true number of combat-ready soldiers is less than half of that, and their capabilities cannot be compared to those of the Imperial Guard, especially since there have been no conflicts for decades. The skirmishes at the borders in recent years have primarily involved the forces of Prince Lu and Prince Shu, with occasional support from the Imperial Guard, Navy, or Air Force. And what of our Air Force? Chapter 29. The conspiracy begins. The Air Force is the Ming Empire's trump card, established at great cost by the previous emperor. It is due to the existence of the Air Force that the 2 feudal princes dare not show disrespect towards the central authority, Yi Tang stated confidently. Zhu Zhirui finally breathed a sigh of relief. That is indeed reassuring. Continue to investigate the evidence surrounding my father's demise. More information is better. Additionally, look into the 2 individuals on the list. You may leave now, Zhu Zhirui concluded with a reminder. There exists a hierarchy of urgency and significance, a distinction that Zhu Zhirui is quite adept at making. His paramount objective at present is to seize control of military power and the court. Once a solid foundation is established, dealing with the King of Lu will become considerably easier. He must not act too rashly, otherwise, even if he succeeds, the Ming dynasty would suffer irreparable harm, rendering any victory futile. Indeed, Your Majesty, I shall take my leave now, Yi Tang remarked. Upon exiting the courtyard, he realized with dismay that his back was thoroughly soaked. The emperor's imperial aura had grown ever more formidable. In the blink of an eye, over a month had slipped by. The palace remained tranquil and undisturbed, with daily visits from heads of various departments and esteemed professionals from the Ministry of Rites, who personally instructed Zhu Zhirui. His routine comprised morning cultivation, afternoon classes, and evening practice, followed by sleep. Though the days were repetitive and monotonous, they were immensely fulfilling. Zhu Zhirui not only felt a tangible enhancement in his cultivation, but also an expanding reservoir of knowledge and understanding of the Ming dynasty, his demeanor increasingly resembling that of a sovereign. These advancements delighted the instructors, and the news of his commendable qualities began to circulate widely. Zhu Zhirui, known for his intelligence, integrity, and respect for the elderly and young alike, was hailed throughout all levels of the Ming dynasty, with even fantastical claims emerging that he was the greatest sage monarch in history. Upon learning this information from Yi Tang, Zhu Zhirui felt a tinge of embarrassment. Such is the power of public opinion. Although he had not yet fully taken the reins of governance, his diligent efforts, coupled with the Empress Dowager's intent to amplify his influence and the encouragement of officials across various tiers, had led to the proliferation of his legend throughout the realm. His influence was steadily growing, and he believed that by the time he truly assumed power, it would be considerably easier for him. It appeared that the Empress Dowager was indeed aiding him. Were it not for her intervention, the current circumstances would not have unfolded as they had. In a courtyard located in the nearest small town to the royal mausoleum, a young man questioned, Jindao, it has been over a month. Why have you yet to take action? The young emperor's reputation grows stronger by the day. If we delay any longer, it will be too late. The crown prince can hardly wait. Patience, esteemed envoy, Jindao replied with obsequiousness, though inwardly he cursed the young man. You see, we have been preparing. Tonight, we shall indeed take action. Do you think I am not eager? However, with the imperial guards being so vigilant, without a comprehensive plan, a reckless assault would be tantamount to courting death, he continued. Oh, is that so? The envoy replied, uncertainty creeping into his tone. How fortuitous that I arrived just as preparations were being finalized. Rest assured, esteemed envoy, we have not been idle these past days. We have been diligently preparing. Everything is now in place for action. In gratitude for the crown prince's recognition of our loyalty, Jindao assured him cautiously. Share your preparations with me. I wish to ensure there are no flaws, the envoy requested. I beg your pardon, esteemed envoy, but this is a secret that cannot be disclosed. You need only wait and witness. Tonight will mark the end of that young emperor's life, and not even heaven can save him, Jindao declared confidently. Though the messenger felt discontent, he refrained from further inquiries. All he sought was a satisfactory outcome to report back to the heir and thus secure a reward. I shall await your good news, the messenger remarked with a faint smile. 7 hours later, around 1 or 2 in the morning, all had succumbed to a sweet slumber, save for the patrolling guards within the palace. Even these sentinels found themselves grappling with fatigue. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached the palace gates and inquired, Brothers, is there any news? Sir, there is no unusual activity, replied the captain of the guards. My comrades have worked hard. I have prepared some late-night snacks for everyone. Please, indulge yourselves while I keep watch at the gate, said Zhang Chong. But, sir, inside is His Majesty. We cannot abandon our posts. Rumor has it that there are plans for a reorganization, and nothing must go awry at this time, the chief guard cautioned. Rest assured, this is the heart of the capital. What could possibly happen? Besides, if something were to occur, I would be the one to benefit. Do you not trust your own brother? If that is the case, I shall take the food back to the camp for the others. Zhang Chong replied as he prepared to depart. Boss, why not go inside and have a bite? After all, the captain is here, and it has been calm for days. Nothing should go wrong, someone nearby encouraged. All you think of is food. The safety of His Majesty is at stake. We cannot afford to be careless. If you wish to eat, I shall treat you to a fine meal once we return to the capital. Now, stand your posts, the chief guard insisted, ultimately prioritizing duty over desire. Zhang Baihu, I appreciate your kindness. After we return to the capital, I shall host you at the Manhua Tower, the chief guard offered apologetically. Haha, what are you saying, brother? I was merely testing you. You performed admirably. This is precisely the demeanor befitting the imperial guard. Ha ha ha. Upon our return, I shall treat you all. Now, I must take my leave. You all guard well, Zhang Chong said with a cheerful demeanor. Though his expression darkened the moment he turned away, he had considered a forceful approach, but only 4 loyal individuals dared to undertake such actions, and he could not confide in more people. Should the information leak, it would not only cost him his life, but jeopardize the safety of his entire lineage. Although the Ming dynasty had abolished the punishment of implicating 9 generations, some heinous crimes, such as treason and regicide, still carried the risk of implicating 3 generations. Oh, what a delightful aroma. A voice pierced the darkness. Greetings, Captain Wang Baihu, the chief guard saluted. Gurun, what is happening here? Oh, Zhang Baihu, why are you here? Wang Baihu feigned curiosity. Oh, it's nothing much, just checking on the brothers' hard work and preparing some late-night snacks. I intended to test everyone, and Captain Gua has been dutifully vigilant. Very commendable, Zhang Chong replied, his gaze evasive. Thankfully, it was night. Otherwise, his tension would have been evident to all. Really? Is that so? Wang Baihu replied with a knowing smile. What do you mean by that? Is there an ulterior motive? Zhang Chong asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. That remains uncertain. One cannot predict the darkness within a person's heart, Wang Baihu said, drawing a pistol and aiming it at Zhang Chong's head. Chapter 30. A trap for the king. Wang Baihu. What do you mean by this? This is going too far. Zhang Chong's face darkened, and beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. What does this mean? You will naturally find out shortly. Capture them all, commanded Wang Baihu. Do not move. he shouted as he noticed the individuals behind Zhang Chong preparing to draw their weapons. Subsequently, the 5 individuals led by Zhang Chong were all apprehended and escorted away. Guo Ren observed the unfolding scene with great confusion and inquired, Wang Baihu, what is happening? Wang Baihu patted Guo Ren on the shoulder and said, you have performed admirably. I will report this matter truthfully. Await your reward, but refrain from asking questions that may be better left unasked. Guo Ren felt a tightening in his chest and clasped his fists in gratitude, replying, thank you for the reminder, Wang Baihu. Now open the gates of the palace and withdraw all personnel, Wang Baihu instructed. Guo Ren hesitated once more. Take a look at this, Wang Baihu said, offering him a token without imposing further difficulty. The commander's token? I shall open the gates and withdraw the guards immediately, Guo Ren replied, returning the token. Bring your men and follow me. There will be an opportunity for merit, but it comes with danger. Will you proceed? Wang Baihu expressed his admiration for the young man. I will, Guo Ren replied without a moment's hesitation. Excellent, ha 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 ha. Before long, the gates of the palace swung open, and individuals with flashlights illuminated the dark night outside in a rhythmic pattern. In less than 5 minutes, over 50 figures clad in night gear, equipped with the most advanced military gear from the United States, valued at no less than $100,000, arrived, demonstrating a significant financial investment. Who are you? Jin Dao demanded, controlling the guards at the entrance as soon as he entered. My lord, I am one of Zhang Baihu's men, one of our own, the man replied, appearing shifty and suspicious. Who is your own? Where is Zhang Chong? Jin Dao, feeling uneasy without Zhang's presence, struck the man with a punch. Sensing the ominous atmosphere of the palace akin to a beast ready to devour. My lord, Baihu sent them away for a late-night meal, not far from here. The man pointed to a well-lit area less than 100 meters away, where figures could be seen dining. Jin Dao's tension eased slightly, yet with the situation at hand, he had no choice but to engage. Leaving now would mean missing the opportunity to enter the palace again. Once the emperor returned, his chances would evaporate entirely. Get some rest, Jin Dao instructed, striking the man's neck with force, causing him to collapse instantly. He then whispered to his companions, according to the plan, place explosives at various locations, set the timer, and unite here in 15 minutes before swiftly retreating. It was said that the explosives, purchased from the United States, were of the highest potency. Once detonated, the entire palace would be reduced to rubble, with no survivors. The group nodded in agreement and set off. Move out, Jin Dao whispered, and they began to disperse in teams of 3 throughout the palace. Do not move. You are surrounded. Raise your hands. The dispersed squads suddenly found themselves encircled by tenfold their number, plunging them into a state of passivity. Had they gathered together, their 50-odd members, armed with formidable individual weaponry, might have forged a path to escape. However, with their forces scattered, their firepower dwindled, and their strength was significantly diminished. The sound of gunfire erupted within the palace, punctuated by occasional explosions. Clearly, not all would surrender. These individuals were well-trained assassins, and only a handful chose to capitulate, while the vast majority opted for resistance, inflicting considerable casualties upon the Jinui. It was not until half an hour later that the gunfire ceased, and at that moment, Yi Tang entered Zhu Zirui's small courtyard, where Zhu had long been seated with an impassive expression, awaiting his arrival. This matter, it must be said, was largely due to Zhu Zirui's insistence that Yi Tang investigate Zhang Chong. Although this individual had concealed himself well, after more than 10 days, a few leads had finally emerged, revealing him to be an associate of the Duke of Lu, a revelation of great concern. Initially prepared to apprehend him, Yi Tang stumbled upon critical intelligence indicating a recent plot against the palace, aimed at assassinating the emperor. Overwhelmed with rage, Yi Tang nearly resolved to eliminate Zhang Chong then and there, but ultimately restrained his fury to report the situation to the emperor first. Upon learning of the circumstances, Zhu Zirui understood. It was no wonder they were at a disadvantage, as Zhang Chong was indeed a spy planted by another. Remarkably, he had managed to rise to the position of a 100-man captain without detection, a testament to his formidable abilities, which Zhu Zirui lamented. Yet, no matter how skilled one might be, without loyalty, such prowess could lead to calamity, and he would not employ such a person. Later, an idea struck Zhu Zirui, leading him to devise a plan to ensnare the enemy in a trap. With the protection of the Dark Guard, and having donned imperial attire, he felt secure. Your Majesty, the assassins have been dealt with, 57 in total, 8 captured alive, the remainder deceased. These individuals appear to be death warriors, reported Yi Tang. Death warriors? Since we have captured some alive, I trust Commander Yi has a method to make them speak? Zhu Zirui inquired. Certainly, as long as they are alive. There is no mouth we cannot pry open. Your Majesty need not worry. I shall extract evidence of the Duke of Lu's treachery from them, Yi Tang assured him. Very well, I entrust this to you. It is late, and I too must take my rest, Zhu Zirui replied. Yes, I take my leave. Suddenly, Zhu Yi shouted. Not good. Old Ten, stay behind to protect the emperor. In an instant, the other members of the Dark Guard surged out of the courtyard with such speed that Yi Tang was left in a state of astonishment. Is this even human? Yi Tang mused, convinced that he had not imagined it. The speed was beyond what any human could possess, utterly astonishing. He regarded the remaining guard beside the emperor with trepidation, and the emperor himself grew ever more enigmatic in his eyes. What you have witnessed, and what is to transpire, must remain a secret among the Jinui. I do not wish for too many outside to be aware of these events, Zhu Zirui stated, fixing his gaze upon Yi Tang. Rest assured, Your Majesty, all that has occurred today will be forgotten by tomorrow, Yi Tang affirmed. Although Zhu Zirui was unaware of the reasons behind Zhu Yi and the others' palpable anxiety, he was certain that the enemy had a hidden agenda, one that the Jinui had yet to uncover. However, Zhu Yi and his companions, being adept in the dark arts, possessed senses magnified 100-fold compared to ordinary individuals, allowing them to detect anomalies unnoticed by the common eye. In Chapter 31, Rifles Against Cannons, Zhu Zhirui appeared unfazed in his imperial attire, exuding an air of tranquility that betrayed no hint of concern. This composure and poise highlighted the essence of an emperor, elevating Yi Tang's respect for Zhu Zhirui and enhancing his loyalty to a commendable 94. Very well, you may proceed to attend to the subsequent matters, Zhu Zhirui commanded. Yes, Your Majesty, I take my leave. In a swift motion, Zhu Yi and his companions burst from the courtyard, unleashing gunfire at various points in the sky, only to witness an extraordinary display of fireworks above. It transpired that someone had launched projectiles toward the palace. Yet Zhu Yi and his team astonishingly detonated the shells in midair with their firearms. Fortunately, the shells were not solid projectiles. Otherwise, they would have faced insurmountable challenges. Nevertheless, who in their right mind would employ solid ammunition? They could scarcely fathom that someone could ignite cannonballs with mere guns. Was this even within the realm of possibility? Everyone, follow my lead. Yi Tang, though astounded by the spectacle, did not lose sight of his responsibilities. He promptly directed his men to pursue the trajectory of the cannonballs to apprehend the perpetrators. Meanwhile, 5 kilometers away on a mountainside, Li Feng was bewildered. What on earth is happening? Why are they exploding in midair? Li Feng pondered, grappling with the enigma. The bullets were too small, the distance too great. And it was night. Zhu Yi's firearms were exceedingly silent, rendering Li Feng unable to hear the gunfire. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he might have doubted the reality of such an incredible occurrence. Sir, we too are at a loss, his subordinates echoed, equally perplexed. Let us fire another couple of rounds and see. The outcome remained unchanged. The shells detonated in the air once more. Retreat. Though unable to elucidate the bizarre phenomenon, Li Feng recognized that time was of the essence. If they did not withdraw, they would surely be overwhelmed. Sir, what about the cannons? Forget them, we must leave. This was the hidden strategy of the Duke of Lu, regardless of whether Jin Dao and his faction succeeded. They would once again bombard the palace with a saturation of artillery fire. Should they succeed, they would seize the opportunity to eliminate Jin Dao and his comrades. If not, the young emperor would likely believe the crisis averted and subsequently relax, presenting a prime moment for an artillery onslaught, thereby significantly enhancing their chances of success. However, they did not anticipate encountering such an inexplicable situation. Li Feng was at a loss for how to report back to the Duke of Lu. If he were to convey the truth, the Duke might suspect him of deceit, given the incredibility of what he had witnessed. This night was destined to be tumultuous. However, thanks to the protection of Zhu Yi and the others, Zhu Zhirui felt a sense of peace and slept soundly. In stark contrast, Yi Tang and the Jinui were embroiled in a whirlwind of activity, apprehending assassins and conducting interrogations, striving to procure valuable information before the emperor awoke. After a night of relentless effort, as Zhu Zhirui enjoyed his breakfast the following day, Yi Tang arrived, accompanied by his mother and Aunt Wang, who served the Empress Dowager. Mother, what brings you here? Zhu Zhirui hurriedly approached, having missed his mother dearly after 2 months apart. I must say, last night's incident nearly terrified me. Upon receiving the news, I wondered how you could remain in the palace. Jiang Mei meticulously examined Zhu Zhirui, and only upon confirming he was uninjured did she release a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, I pay my respects, Aunt Wang greeted. Please, no need for formalities. I have caused my grandmother undue worry. Kindly inform her that I am unharmed and that those miscreants have already been apprehended by Commander Yi, Zhu Zhirui replied, casting a glance at Yi Tang. Is that not so, Commander Yi? Indeed, the assassins have been captured, Yi Tang responded, evading Zhu Zhirui's gaze. Zhu Zhirui silently pondered whether something had gone awry. However, to alleviate his mother's concerns, he refrained from inquiring further. Aunt Wang appeared contemplative before stating, then I can rest easy. By the way, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has instructed me to convey her message. Given the gravity of the situation, you may return to the palace early. Both officials and the populace would surely understand. Zhu Zhirui shook his head resolutely. No, I have spoken. If I were to retreat so cowardly, it would embolden those scoundrels, leading them to believe I fear them. I shall maintain my vigil. Let them come in droves. I shall ensure they leave without return. Your Majesty is wise, Aunt Wang remarked, falling silent, seemingly testing his resolve on behalf of the Empress Dowager. Little Rui, you mother. There is no need for further discussion. Until the time is right, I shall not return, Zhu Zhirui asserted with unwavering determination. Then I shall stay to accompany you, Jiang Mei suggested as a compromise. Zhu Zhirui shook his head. That is not permissible. You must return. Though she expressed a desire to remain, Jiang Mei ultimately acquiesced to Zhu Zhirui's insistence and departed with Aunt Wang back to the palace. The courtyard was now left with only Zhu Zhirui, Yi Tang, and Zhu Yi. Speak, what transpired? Zhu Zhirui inquired. Forgive me, Your Majesty. The group on the mountain was a band of well-trained assassins, and they withdrew with remarkable speed. By the time we arrived, they had vanished, leaving only 10 artillery pieces, Yi Tang reported, bowing in apology. Artillery? How could such armaments appear in this pivotal region? You have no intelligence whatsoever? Zhu Zhirui exclaimed, striking the table with force, causing Yi Tang to bow even lower. I beg your pardon, Your Majesty. The Duke of Lu has operated within the Ming for many years. There must be internal collusion aiding him. I shall ensure these individuals are uncovered swiftly. Zhu Zhirui felt a deep sense of helplessness. He was aware that the current strength of the Jinui was vastly inferior compared to the era of the Ming dynasty. Though he had initiated reforms to significantly bolster their power, such improvements require time. What has become of the captured assassins? How are their interrogations proceeding? Zhu Zhirui pressed. Yi Tang exhaled deeply and replied, Your Majesty, I have inquired, and they are indeed the assassins raised by the Duke of Lu. However, the leader among them is named Jin Dao, a former lieutenant in the Duke's battalion. To ensure his own safety, he has retained evidence. We now possess complete proof of the Duke's conspiracy to assassinate Your Majesty. However, should this evidence come to light, it may compel the Duke to retaliate. I beseech your Majesty's wise judgment on this matter. Please secure the evidence. I foresee a day when it will be of use. Zhu Zhiruwei pondered for a moment before slowly responding. He had devised a plan to avoid plunging the Ming dynasty into civil strife. The Duke must not be moved against for the time being. Once his mourning period concluded and he had seized control of the Imperial Guards, he could orchestrate a decisive strike with Zhu Yi and his associates, subsequently allowing the Imperial Guards to swiftly take over the Duke's territories. Without a formidable army to suppress them, those battalions would pose a significant threat. Their senses were heightened beyond that of ordinary men, capable of detecting anomalies that others could not perceive. Chapter 32. Incomprehensible. Spreading this information would endanger the Ming dynasty, and aligning with the Deshun state would also be detrimental. It would be most advantageous to secure a victory without bloodshed, thereby fortifying the Ming dynasty's power. Yes, Your Majesty, Yi Tang thought to himself, admiring the emperor's restraint. In the Duke of Lu's residence in Xiushui County, Tangshan Prefecture, a rare display of fury erupted as the Duke smashed his beloved blue and white porcelain into smithereens. Li Feng, do you think this king is senile? Exploding shells in midair. Do you expect me to believe such nonsense? You presume that I value you so highly that I would spare your life? The Duke exclaimed in rage. Li Feng knelt, resolutely maintaining his explanation. Your Highness, you may ask those assassins who accompanied me. They are utterly loyal to you and could not be bribed by me. Everyone witnessed the events, and while they are indeed bizarre, they are the truth. Even if you were to kill me, that remains a fact. He sought a plausible explanation for his failure, yet those assassins had all participated and seen everything. Rather than risking his standing with the Duke by concealing the truth, he chose to reveal the facts, however implausible they may seem. The Duke furrowed his brow in disbelief. Humph, I shall inquire. I hope you have not deceived me, otherwise. With that, the Duke stormed away, seemingly to question the assassins. Li Feng collapsed to the ground, cold sweat soaking his back, his trepidation towards the young emperor growing. Could he truly be the destined sovereign, shielded by the essence of the dragon, able to turn misfortune into fortune? It was no wonder he harbored such thoughts. Superstition still held considerable sway within the Ming dynasty. Following the assassination attempt on the Duke, the security at the palace had been significantly reinforced. Yi Tang had brought all the Imperial Guards under his command, ostensibly to ensure the emperor's safety. This was readily accepted by the public, arousing no suspicions, but in truth, it was a formal restructuring of the Imperial Guards orchestrated by Yi Tang. For over a month, discussions had taken place regarding certain details and appointments, with the emperor proposing 6 ministries and 2 bureaus. However, the specific departments required their deliberation to finalize, after which the results would be submitted to the emperor for approval. Seizing the opportunity, amidst the absence of suspicion, Zhu Zhe undertook a comprehensive reorganization of the Imperial Guards. By the time the results became apparent, he had already established complete control over the organization. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the first task of mastering the Ziwei Palace, achieving total dominion over the Imperial Guards. Reward: 3,000 merit points and a squad of Dark Martial Guards. Host: Zhu Zhiruwei. Occupation: Emperor Cultivation, Apprentice of Dark Martial Arts, 5 senses LV4. Techniques: Starry Vision, Supreme Imperial Sutra. Merit points: 4,100. Ding. Initiating a side quest: Master the Ziwei Palace. The task consists of 3 steps. The second step involves the complete domination of the inner court, with a reward of 1,000 merit points and an additional squad of Dark Martial Guards. By the way, system, shouldn't these merit points be calculated monthly? Why haven't they increased? Zhu Zhiruwei inquired with curiosity. Host: the calculation will commence only after you formally assume power. As of now, you have not enacted any governance actions, hence it does not count. Very well. Zhu Zhiruwei was merely curious and did not pursue the matter further. Suddenly, a black token appeared in his hand, identical to the previous one. With a flick of his wrist, the token vanished, and in its place emerged a squad of 10 Dark Martial Guards, adorned in the same attire as Zhu Yi and his companions. Your Majesty, they acknowledged. Oh, you must be their captain, Zhu Zhiruwei remarked, recalling that the first to speak previously was indeed the captain. Yes, Your Majesty, I am number 1. They are all squad members, replied number 1. I shall bestow upon you a name. You shall be known as Zhu 11, and the others shall be Zhu 12 to Zhu 20, Zhu Zhiruwei declared. Yes, my subordinate shall be called Zhu 11 henceforth. Zhu Zhiruwei chuckled and turned to Zhu Yi, saying, Zhu Yi, you 2 squads will form a battalion. You shall be the battalion captain and also serve as the captain of the first squad. Yes, I shall obey your command. Your Majesty, Minister Yi Tang requests an audience. Ah, fortuitous timing. Zhu Zhiruwei smiled faintly at Zhu 11 and the others. Enter. Your Majesty. They bowed. I was just about to summon you. It seems you have arrived first. Pray, tell me what brings you here. Zhu Zhiruwei inquired. What does Your Majesty command? I shall attend to it immediately. Arrange a suitable identity for these 10. They shall also serve in the imperial court, Zhu Zhiruwei instructed. A Yi Tang turned to observe the 10 individuals clad in identical attire, swallowing hard. The presence of these 10 extraordinary beings was already astonishing. The addition of another 10 was truly remarkable. He dared not inquire further and hurriedly replied, I shall arrange suitable identities for them at once. At that moment, Yi Tang felt a sense of foreboding. He sensed that such occurrences would become routine in the future, and he consoled himself with this thought. Now, what is your purpose in seeking me? Zhu Zhiruwei asked. Your Majesty, the reorganization of the Imperial Guards has been completed. However, we are still short-staffed. Though the framework is in place, Yi Tang reported. How many personnel are still required? Zhu Zhiruwei queried. Aside from the Foreign Affairs Bureau, which requires expansion based on necessity, the other 6 departments and 1 bureau are short approximately 2,000 personnel. Here is the compiled list for your review, Yi Tang said, presenting a substantial document. The 2,000 individuals I hereby authorize you to recruit from the imperial guards, the garrisons, and even among the common folk. Should difficulties arise, you may seek my assistance. Zhu Zhiwei stated. Yes, your majesty, Yi Tang exclaimed with delight. As for seeking help from your majesty, that would be impossible. Approaching you would indicate a lack of capability, which is simply unacceptable. Time swiftly passed, and the 81 days of mourning soon came to an end. Zhu Zhiwei led the newly established Jinyue, bearing immense prestige. Back to the Ziwei Palace. This time, unlike his initial arrival filled with curiosity and trepidation, he exuded greater confidence and composure. In the Xinang Palace, he greeted his grandmother Empress. Upon seeing her once more, he discerned a noticeable frailty in her compared to their last meeting. Come, sit beside me, the grandmother Empress beckoned. Xiao Ruwei, you have grown thinner. These days must have been arduous for you. Your Majesty, I have merely observed the mourning for my father. There is no hardship in being able to spend time with him. I am truly grateful, Zhu Zhiwei replied. The grandmother Empress smiled knowingly. You are a good boy. Tomorrow, you shall formally attend court and assume your governance, correct? Zhu Zhiwei nodded, half in earnestness, half in jest, indeed. I wish to request your esteemed presence to lend weight to my authority, lest the ministers underestimate me. The grandmother Empress scrutinized Zhu Zhiwei for a moment before shaking her head. No, I am too old for such matters. Xiao Ruwei, do you not know? You are more outstanding than your father. During your mourning period, the ministers who lectured you have revised their perceptions. They have accepted you as emperor. You need not worry. My sole wish is for you to lead the Ming dynasty towards greater prosperity and stability. Before you assume direct governance, I have a few pieces of advice to share. Would you like to hear them? The grandmother Empress inquired. Your willingness to impart wisdom is something I cherish, and I am eager to listen, Zhu Zhiwei sincerely responded. The grandmother Empress, having navigated the tumultuous waters of political life, offered invaluable counsel. First, observe and listen more, and speak less. Do not allow those ministers to decipher your thoughts, otherwise, you risk being led astray. These individuals are cunning as foxes, each more astute than the last. Be wary. Zhu Zhiwei wholeheartedly agreed. History teaches that once a leader's preferences are discerned, sycophants will pander to them, presenting a facade of satisfaction while the true implementation remains obscured. Second, factions among the court will inevitably exist. As long as they do not overstep their bounds and genuinely serve the Ming, there is no need for deliberate suppression. A pond too clear holds no fish. As emperor, you must maintain equilibrium among various powers. This indeed encapsulated the art of imperial governance. And Zhu Zhiwei recognized he had much to learn. However, as he had just ascended the throne, he had ample time to cultivate this understanding. Third, one must learn to delegate responsibilities to subordinates. Each has their own expertise. Your role is to employ them, not to engage in every task personally. Moreover, one must avoid the pitfalls of suspicion. Doubt is not a virtue for a sovereign. This presents a formidable challenge for other emperors, as throughout history. Very few capable sovereigns have managed to be free of suspicion, aside from those who were genuinely inept. However, Zhu Zhiwei does not face this dilemma. For he possesses a system that discerns loyalty from treachery. Through loyalty and affinity metrics, he can easily assess individuals. Additionally, the matter of appointing officials becomes remarkably straightforward, as one can determine the most suitable placement for individuals based on their abilities, thereby maximizing their contributions. Moreover, governing a vast nation is akin to delicately preparing a small dish. Although the Ming Empire may not be exceedingly large, it still encompasses millions of subjects. Every action and policy you enact has the potential to impact the lives of tens, even hundreds of thousands, or millions. Thus, political decrees cannot be whimsically altered. Policies must not waver or fluctuate excessively, for such inconsistencies would inflict substantial harm upon the Ming and upon yourself. With great power comes great responsibility. Yet he does not aspire to be an emperor perpetually constrained by self-imposed limitations or burdened by public opinion. He believes in the strength of institutional frameworks, and once he perfects the systems of the Ming, as long as he ensures their smooth operation without issues, he can lead the life he desires. Stability is paramount. Growing up in Huagua and observing the circumstances of the Ming, it is evident that you would naturally contemplate change and reform. This is commendable. Yet such endeavors must be approached incrementally, starting with small measures. One should not rush into confrontation with entrenched interests. Instead, initiate changes from areas that can yield mutual benefits, allowing the populace to witness tangible achievements. As the common folk begin to reap the rewards, their resistance will diminish, facilitating smoother reforms in the future. If one acts too boldly from the outset, it may alienate court officials, leading to a situation where edicts cannot emanate from the ZY Palace, an untenable predicament. Even if policies do circulate, the insincerity of subordinates can be profoundly disheartening. Over time, such occurrences will severely damage your reputation, making future reforms increasingly challenging. Zhu Zhiwei nodded in agreement, acutely aware of the historical precedents of reformers. So few succeeded, while the majority failed by antagonizing vested interests, resulting in inevitable backlash. Until one possesses the capacity to counter such forces, it is prudent to refrain from disturbing them, lest one invites calamity. Lastly, it is essential to establish a clear system of rewards and punishments. Commendations for merit and penalties for faults must be balanced with both grace and authority, fostering a sense of respect and trepidation among the populace. Furthermore, a transparent pathway for advancement is vital for junior officials. Only through the continuous infusion of new talent can the Ming Empire achieve enduring stability and prosperity. The remainder of the journey will require you to gradually learn, reflect on experiences, and cultivate your own imperial style. The Empress Dowager spoke earnestly, with each word resonating deeply. Zhu Zhiwei listened intently, sensing her sincerity and recognizing the immense value of her counsel. Her words struck a chord, and he committed them to memory, vowing to strive to become a wise ruler and lead the Ming to resurgence. With heartfelt confidence, Zhu Zhuorui declared his resolve, and the Empress Dowager smiled, turning to Aunt Wang to say, "Let the Tang Palace official enter." A short while after Aunt Wang left, a woman who appeared to be in her 30s, exuding an air of maturity and sophistication, approached Zhu Zhuorui and the others with light steps and offered her respects. "This humble servant, Tang Zian, pays her respects to the Empress Dowager and your Majesty." Noticing Zhu Zhuorui's perplexity, the Empress Dowager smiled gently and elucidated. The Tang Palace Commandant is the head of the Imperial Eunuch Bureau, tasked with assisting the Empress in managing the inner court. The maidens of Zihua Palace are all under the supervision of the Tang Palace Commandant. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuorui's eyes lit up. He had been contemplating how to win over the Eunuch Bureau, and unexpectedly, the Empress Dowager had brought the very person before him. Capturing the Tang Zian would undoubtedly yield significant advantages in his endeavors. "I am of advanced age and wish to relinquish my responsibilities. I have arranged for you to have an empress. Next month you shall wed. When the empress takes her place in the inner court, the Tang Palace Commandant will assist her. For now, let her accompany you to discuss the matters of Zihua Palace." An empress? What empress? Zhu Zhuorui's mind was filled with questions. How could he be unaware of his impending betrothal? They had never even met. This was a marriage arranged without his consent. "Your Majesty, if there is anything you wish to know about the palace, do not hesitate to ask this humble servant. I will speak candidly," Tang Zian said with a slight bow. "Then I shall trouble the Tang Palace Commandant." Zhu Zhuorui responded with utmost respect. Indeed, it was evident that such deference toward those in positions of authority greatly enhanced loyalty, as it surged from 79 to 85. Name, Tang Zian. Position, Palace Commandant. Loyalty, 85 favorability, 71 ability, management 75 impartiality, 72 needlework, 69 Empress Dowager. "What did you mean by this, Empress?" "I am utterly in the dark," Zhu Zhuorui inquired, turning with confusion. Chapter 34. The Eunuch Bureau. The Empress Dowager's expression turned frosty, though not directed at Zhu Zhuorui. "Before your arrival in the Great Ming, the Duke of Lu was stirring, colluding with certain court officials to incite unrest. I had to contact the sovereign of the Great Shun to deploy troops to restrain the Duke of Lu until your ascension. However, a political marriage was necessary. I promised the Shun Emperor that his most beloved ninth princess would become the Empress of the Great Ming, along with a golden mountain in Tangshan County as a bride price." At this juncture, the Empress Dowager paused, casting a glance at Zhu Zhuorui, and inquired, "Little Rui, do you harbor resentment towards your grandmother for this?" Zhu Zhuorui opened his mouth, initially intending to express his discontent over the ceding of territory, realizing that the discrepancy of 52 square kilometers between the land and the system, and that in reality was due to this golden mountain being relinquished. Yet, the words that emerged were, "How could I ever blame my grandmother? You act solely for my benefit. Were it not for your decisive actions, I would not have this throne. Indeed, if the throne were lost, what use would a golden mountain be? Besides, what was given away was merely a temporary deposit. In the future, the entirety of Nanyang Island would belong to him. That is well. If you possess the capability in the future, reclaim that golden mountain," the Empress Dowager remarked. Zhu Zhuorui offered no reply, merely nodding solemnly. "Very well, you should return and rest, preparing for tomorrow's audience. I too am weary," the Empress Dowager remarked. "Then I shall take my leave, grandmother." "Please rest well," Zhu Zhuorui replied, rising to his feet. The distance from the Xinang Palace to the Qianqing Palace was not considerable, and Zhu Zhuorui, disliking the palanquin, strolled back with Tang Zian, engaging in conversation, accompanied by several palace maidens and Zhu Yi, who trailed at a distance of 20 meters behind. "How old is the palace mistress this year? And how many years has she been in the palace?" Zhu Zhuorui inquired, for in the Ming dynasty, there was no taboo against asking a woman her age. The palace mistress answered without hesitation, "Your Majesty, I am 33 years old, having entered the palace at 13, thus I have spent 2 decades here." "Is it true that once a palace maiden enters, she cannot leave?" Zhu Zhuorui questioned, perplexed. "Your Majesty, in our Ming dynasty, there are indeed age restrictions for entering and exiting the palace. It is not that one cannot leave. Typically, maidens enter between the ages of 13 and 18, and may exit at 50, the palace mistress clarified. While he could comprehend the former, Zhu Zhuorui found the latter quite disconcerting. He tentatively probed, "Do you think this regulation is problematic?" Tang Zian shook her head, stating, "I believe there is no issue. This has been our practice for centuries." Zhu Zhuorui sighed softly. "Indeed, it has always been thus. Yet does that necessarily imply it is correct? I feel that a woman in her prime should not be confined within the depths of the palace." Tang Zian paused, momentarily taken aback, then quickened her pace to match the emperor's. She had never contemplated this matter, having entered the palace at 13, living according to its rules without questioning. Is it truly correct merely because it has been done for so long? Yet, it seems there is no issue, she mused silently, hesitant to respond. Zhu Zhuorui continued. "Within the harem, there are countless maidens, yet there is but one emperor. It is impossible to favor every woman. Those who are favored, or even bear a child, fare better. But what of those who are not favored? Must they truly await the decline of youth, living out their days in solitude? I propose an idea. While the age of entry into the palace remains unchanged, the age for exiting should be significantly advanced to 25. If a maiden reaches 25 without receiving the emperor's favor, she should be permitted to apply for exit, and the royal family ought to prepare a generous dowry for her, allowing her a dignified marriage. This would serve as recompense for her years of service to the crown. What does the palace mistress think of this notion?" Zhu Zhuorui halted and turned to inquire. At that moment, Tang Zian, lost in contemplation of the emperor's words, collided into Zhu Zhuorui as he stopped, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she quickly knelt to apologize. "Your Majesty, forgive me. It was my fault to have bumped into you." Internally, she chastised herself for losing focus. "Rise. It was I who turned suddenly. You bear no fault." Zhu Zhuorui bent down, extending a hand to help her up. "Thank you." Your Majesty, for your understanding of my oversight. By the way, what does the palace mistress think of my earlier proposal? Is it feasible? Zhu Zhiruwei cast a joyful glance at Tang Xian, a faint smile gracing his lips as he inquired once more. Just moments ago, Tang Xian's loyalty had undergone a remarkable transformation, soaring from 85 to 91, thereby meeting the criteria of a devoted follower. It must be said that the people of the Ming dynasty are quite astute, yet in certain respects, they remain rather innocent. Perhaps accustomed to the hierarchy of respect and order, Tang Xian, organizing her thoughts, articulated, Your Majesty is the Emperor, the sovereign of the Ming. Your words are indeed a sacred decree. Matters of the inner palace are, after all, personal affairs of Your Majesty, and if you deem it feasible, then it surely is. Her implication was a subtle endorsement of Zhu Zhiruwei's intentions, albeit unspoken. Zhu Zhiruwei, recognizing this, understood that her prolonged residence in the palace had equipped her with the means to safeguard herself. Given the gravity of this matter, it was undoubtedly appropriate for the emperor to make the final decision. However, should the ministers outside become aware of Tang Xian's involvement, she could very well face scrutiny. Palace Commandant, please enlighten me about the current situation of your inner court. Zhu Zhiruwei deftly shifted the subject. He had already resolved the matter concerning the palace exit. However, the specifics of its execution would require a thorough assessment by relevant personnel. Yes, Your Majesty, she replied. The term inner court is merely a collective designation, encompassing 6 bureaus and 24 offices. The 6 bureaus are as follows. 1. Bureau of Imperial Concubines, responsible for guiding the Empress under the command of the Empress Dowager. 2. Bureau of Ceremonial Affairs, in charge of etiquette and daily routines. 3. Bureau of Attire, oversees the procurement and allocation of clothing. 4. Bureau of Cuisine, manages the preparation and presentation of meals. 5. Bureau of Sleeping Quarters, regulates the order of the Emperor's and concubines' nightly accommodations. 6. Bureau of Duties, supervises the embroidery and needlework performed by the concubines and palace maids. The 24 offices include 2 clerks and several maidens, responsible for documentation. 2 spokespersons and several maidens, in charge of public proclamations. 2 registrars, each office has a head and several maidens of various ranks overseeing the registration of palace personnel and allocation of provisions. 2 key holders, managing the keys to the palace. 2 librarians, handling books, manuscripts, and writing supplies. 4 musicians, directing musicians in rehearsals and performances. 2 hosts, overseeing audiences, banquets, and provision distribution. 2 guides, facilitating audiences and banquets, and providing assistance. 2 treasurers, managing contracts and records related to clothing. 4 wardrobe attendants, responsible for garments and adornments. 2 beauticians, in charge of grooming, perfumes, and accessories. 2 ceremonial officers, overseeing ceremonial regalia and protocols. 2 kitchen managers, responsible for cooking and food preparation. 2 beverage officers, managing wine and drink supplies. 2 pharmacists, overseeing medical prescriptions and herbal remedies. 2 provisions officers, managing the distribution of supplies to palace personnel. 2 setup officers, responsible for bedding and cleaning arrangements. 2 carriage officers, in charge of palanquins, umbrellas, and ceremonial items. 2 horticulturists, managing the cultivation of flowers, fruits, and vegetables. 2 lamp keepers, in charge of lighting and candles. 2 tailors, responsible for garment creation and sewing. 2 jewelers, managing precious metals and treasures. 2 dyers, overseeing fabrics and materials. 2 accountants, in charge of budgeting for clothing, food, and firewood. Each bureau and office performs its designated duties to ensure the stable operation of the inner palace. Zhu Zhiruwei felt a headache coming on, astonished by the multitude of small offices within the imperial palace. It was truly commendable how the Tang Palace mistress managed everything with such precision. She was indeed a woman of remarkable organizational skills, rated at 75 points. As for eunuchs, they had been abolished centuries ago for 2 reasons. Firstly, the history of the Central Plains revealed the perils of having eunuchs, and secondly, the Ming dynasty had a limited population, which rendered the wastage of manpower unacceptable. Very well. The Tang Palace mistress shall summon the major heads of various departments after I conclude my court session tomorrow. I wish to meet with them, Zhu Zhiruwei declared. Tang Xian was curious about the emperor's desire to meet these individuals, as they were typically under the queen's purview, and the emperor usually did not involve himself in the affairs of the harem. However, with no queen currently in place, she had no choice but to comply with the emperor's command, nodding in agreement. Yes, Your Majesty, I shall notify them shortly. They will come to meet you after your court session tomorrow. Let the Tang Palace mistress take her leave to rest now. I shall see to it. Zhu Zhiruwei replied. Your servant takes her leave. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Zhu Zhiruwei's current residence was vast and opulent, especially after the removal of the previous white cloth and a thorough cleaning, presenting an undeniable royal grandeur. He recalled that in his past life, visiting the Forbidden City required purchasing tickets, and the crowd was so dense that taking a photograph meant holding one's phone high from a distance, as ordinary people were not permitted entry. Now, he found himself residing in a palace of similar stature, a remarkable twist of fate that no one could have predicted. Such is the nature of time and destiny. However, the Hall of Supreme Harmony in the Ming dynasty differs significantly from its counterpart in the Central Plains, with substantial variances among many palaces. The most notable distinction lay in the sleeping quarters. Those who have visited the Forbidden City know that the emperor's actual sleeping chamber is quite small. Some say that larger spaces absorb the vital energy of their occupants. In reality, the capital's northern location results in particularly cold winters, and a smaller room serves to retain warmth. This was the explanation provided by the Forbidden City in his past life, and while he could not ascertain the exact reasons, it seemed quite plausible. Conversely, in the Ming dynasty's Hall of Supreme Harmony, the sleeping quarters were considerably spacious, as the region lies in a temperate zone, close to the tropics. Even in late December of 1999, on the cusp of the new millennium, the temperature remained mild, around 10 degrees Celsius. During winter, it rarely dipped below freezing unless in exceptional years, while summers tended to be quite warm, justifying the larger and more open sleeping quarters. Your Majesty, shall we assist you in preparing for rest? Four personal maidens approached Zhu Zhiruwei, kneeling slightly in respect. Zhu Zhiruwei instinctively opened his arms. The four maidens stepped forward to assist in loosening his waist and untying his garments. Meanwhile, he noticed a beautiful maid, her fair skin exposed, emerging from his dragon bed. Wrapping herself in a blanket, tidying the bedding to retain warmth, and, disregarding her sudden exposure, bowed to Zhiruwei before departing the room. Throughout the entire process, not a single word was uttered. Zhu Zhiruwei, unable to restrain himself, swallowed hard and inquired of the nearby palace maid, "What is the meaning of this?" Though he had grown accustomed to the presence of attendants in recent days, this particular incident had caught him off guard. "Your Majesty, she is quite fortunate, obedient, and discerning. She has been specially selected by the summer attendant to warm your bed," replied Xuanqi. Xuanqi served as a close aide to the emperor. Known as a palace maid of honor, a rank of the 4th grade, comprising 4 individuals, Xuanqi, Xiaxu, Qiuyin, and Dongpan. They were overseen by their superior, the emperor's personal female official, known as the attendant, who held the 3rd grade rank and had the privilege of retaining her birth name, Xiaxueli. The attendant managed all the palace maids in close proximity to the emperor, which included the 4 palace maids of honor and approximately 100 others of various ranks, each performing different tasks. Although their rank was lower than that of the palace commanders, the latter still held them in a degree of respect. Zhu Zhiruwei felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, reflecting on the depths of depravity he had witnessed. Poverty had indeed constrained his imagination. One could hardly blame the emperors for their excesses, for the temptations they faced were overwhelming. Who could fathom their hardships? After attending to Zhu Zhiruwei, the 4 maids exited the room and closed the door. However, they did not leave the palace but instead took up residence in the adjacent chamber, ready to respond to the emperor's summons for any needs, such as using the restroom or requesting water. Lying on the dragon bed, enveloped in the fragrant warmth of the bedding and burdened by thoughts of the impending duty of governance, Zhu Zhiruwei found himself restless. His merit points had accumulated to 4,100. He had yet to partake in a lottery draw. What might he win? Suddenly struck by inspiration, he sat upright. "System, I wish to draw now. How do I proceed? What are the rules?" Zhu Zhiruwei inquired. The lottery module consists of various grades of treasure chests. The higher the grade of the chest, the more valuable the contents. The chest grades include rosewood, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, as well as the legendary tricolor, epic 5-color, mythical 7-color, and the highest grade, 9-color supreme, totaling 12 levels, as previously explained to the host. "Yes, I'm aware of that. But how do I draw? Is the winning rate 100%? Zhu Zhiruwei pressed further. In an instant, a large golden square wheel appeared before Zhu Zhiruwei, adorned with 9 small rosewood treasure chests, the first of which glimmered. The host need only place a hand on the wheel and silently utter begin. The light will randomly flicker among the 9 chests, ultimately halting at the glowing one, which signifies your selection. The winning rate depends on luck. One might win all 10 draws or none at all. Furthermore, this is the lowest tier of the lottery. Each rosewood draw requires just 10 merit points, typically yielding ordinary items from daily life. Chapter 36. The first lottery, the black iron grade treasure chest, belongs to the secondary lottery, allowing for the acquisition of numerous valuable items, such as technologies, production lines, and factories, among others. Any item rated below 5 stars in black iron is a potential reward. However, each lottery draw demands a substantial cost of 1,000 merit points. This figure represents a staggering increase, expanding 100-fold, remarked Zhu Zhiruwei with a furrowed brow. The disparity between the prizes is immense. A difference of 100 times is not insignificant, the system responded. Zhu Zhiruwei fell into deep contemplation. The fact that he could only draw from the black iron chest 4 times felt woefully inadequate. What if he turned out to be unlucky and received nothing? That would certainly be awkward. "Can I draw consecutively?" Zhu Zhiruwei inquired. "You may draw in groups, with each group consisting of 10 draws," came the reply. "Very well. I shall first draw from the rosewood grade, as it is not overly costly. Let us proceed with the group," Zhu Zhiruwei decided, preparing to warm up his luck. He placed his hand on the roulette and silently chanted for it to begin. The lights above flickered incessantly. In a short while, 10 identical rosewood boxes soared from the roulette, hovering before him, suspended above the bed. Moreover, these items were invisible to anyone but Zhu Zhiruwei, providing an unintentional layer of security. "Shall I open them directly?" Zhu Zhiruwei asked. The host need only silently wish to open them, the system instructed. "Open them all," he commanded. With a swift motion, the 10 rosewood treasure chests shimmered and vanished, replaced in the air by 6 messages of gratitude. Fortunately, 4 of the boxes contained items. "Congratulations, host. You have drawn 1 box of the 3rd generation electric toothbrush, 1 box of Sanxiao toothpaste, 1 box of kidney treasure pills, and 1 box of chocolate. What are these items?" As expected, cheap goods yield poor quality. Yet the toothbrush and toothpaste appeared quite adequate. However, what exactly were the kidney treasure pills? Did he even require such a thing? Ridiculous. Wait a moment. It was still the end of 1999. Are electric toothbrushes even available at this time? If they exist, they must be rudimentary at best. Might this 3rd generation electric toothbrush surpass those currently on the market? If so, could he dismantle one for research purposes? Although ordinary, it might still yield some profit, and for the financially constrained Ming dynasty, generating any income would be beneficial, potentially stimulating employment opportunities. Zhu Zhiruwei's thoughts spiraled further. And what of the toothpaste? He pondered how it would compare to the products available on the market. He had quickly embraced the role of emperor, considering matters such as national employment rates. "System, How does this toothbrush and toothpaste compare to those on the market? Zhu Zhiruei inquired. The electric toothbrush is the third generation of the Jiechi series, equivalent to a black iron 3-star technological product, and should be approximately 10 to 20 years more advanced than the electric toothbrushes currently available. As for the Sanqiao toothpaste, it is a plant-extracted formula that promotes teeth whitening and prevents issues such as cavities and gum inflammation. This product lacks technical complexity. Its value lies primarily in its formulation. Therefore, both items are easily replicable. Given today's technological foundation, imitation could be accomplished in a month or even within a few days. He chuckled, expressing that as long as the product was advanced, imitation was of little concern. He could register patents, and even if others circumvented them, it would not matter. They were the first of their kind on the market and should be able to capture attention. He regarded this venture as merely a means to earn a modest profit, without any grand expectations of transforming the fate of the Ming dynasty with these two items. Curiously, he inquired about the kidney tonic, wondering if its purported miraculous effects were genuine or merely false advertising. The system assured him that its products were of exceptional quality, devoid of deception. What was written was indeed true. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhiruei felt a spark of inspiration, realizing that this could potentially become an incredibly lucrative item, as it would surely be in demand among men worldwide. This tonic surpassed the efficacy of the little blue pill, being a traditional remedy with robust properties for nourishing and revitalizing the body, notably without side effects, unlike the quick-fix nature of the blue pill, which could harm one's health. He contemplated seeking assistance from the Imperial Hospital to explore the possibility of replication. As for the chocolate, he dismissed it as subpar. Its caloric content was a concern for snacking, although it did taste delightful. He thought it might serve as a charming gift for young ladies. With a wave of his hand, he stored the 4 boxes in the Imperial Treasury, setting them aside for future opportunities. Zhu Zhiruei placed his hand back on the prize wheel, adjusting the draw level from 1 to 2, resulting in 4 black iron chests. As he proceeded with the draws, his merit points dwindled to 0. Gazing at the 4 suspended black chests, a mix of excitement and apprehension coursed through him. He licked his dry lips and made up his mind to open them all. After all, whether he extended his neck or retracted it, receiving the system indicated that his fortune would not be too dismal. With a resounding bang, he heard repeated acknowledgments of his patronage. And just as despair began to settle in, the 4th chest revealed a delightful surprise, a USB drive. Grasping the drive, Zhu Zhiruei instantly understood the significance of its contents. A smile breaking across his face as he muttered to himself, what a treasure. Not only did the USB itself hold promise, being a product of the system with a staggering 1 PB of memory, but he recalled that the first USB drives had only recently emerged in Shenzhen, invented by Deng Guisan. And at that time, they barely exceeded a few dozen megabytes, far from the hundreds of gigabytes or even terabytes of later versions. He realized that he could potentially reverse engineer this USB drive to create a high-tech product, which would be immensely beneficial to the Ming dynasty. With the USB safely tucked away, Zhu Zhiruei drifted into slumber, a smile lingering on his lips. The next morning, the term early was an understatement for Zhu Zhiruei, though dawn had yet to break. He was roused from slumber to prepare for court. For someone with a penchant for morning grumpiness, this was utterly intolerable. He felt compelled to swiftly assume control of state affairs and rectify this troublesome habit. Thus, in a daze, Zhu Zhiruei was assisted by Chuanxi and her 3 companions as they adorned him in a dragon robe. He was oblivious to whether they took advantage of the situation. For the imperial eunuch, as the emperor's personal maid, was not an ordinary maid and possessed remarkable beauty. Alas, Zhu Zhiruei had no mind to appreciate such sights. His eyes still closed. Without support, he might have collapsed into slumber once more. After a flurry of activity, he began to regain his senses and then had breakfast. By the time he was truly ready to attend court, it was already 7 o'clock in the morning. What a nuisance to convene at 7. I could have risen at 6 and still made it in time. However, he heard that the ministers had been waiting outside the palace gates since 3 in the morning, and upon the gates opening at 5, they too had breakfast. It was commendable that the royal household provided breakfast, but considering they had to arrive by 3, one wondered what time they had to rise. Clearly, a revision of court times was necessary. The emperor was primarily concerned for the well-being of his ministers. Today was supposed to be a routine morning court, yet it bore an air of solemnity as it marked Zhu Zhiruei's first audience since ascending the throne. The court meetings of the Ming dynasty were classified into 3 types: grand courts, lunar courts, and regular sessions. Grand courts were held only on significant holidays like New Year's, primarily for ceremonial and sacrificial purposes, with little discussion of state affairs. Lunar courts occurred on the 1st and 15th of each month. And while discussions of state matters were not uncommon, they were not guaranteed. The heart of governance lay in the regular sessions, which were divided into morning and evening courts. Evening sessions often addressed unresolved issues from the morning. From the steps of the Fengtian Hall, one could see the civil and military officials lined up in neat rows, with high-ranking officials such as ministers and nobles occupying the front. Only those of the 4th rank and above were permitted within the hall, while those below that rank could only stand outside, lacking even the privilege to converse with the emperor. It is worth noting that it was winter. While the hall was warm, the outside was quite frigid, a notable discomfort for the waiting officials. At this moment, the emperor had yet to arrive, and as customary, the ministers stood ready, awaiting his entrance. This was a day unlike any other. It was the new emperor's first court assembly. Despite the myriad tales circulating about him, some of which they had participated in themselves, a sense of trepidation lingered in their hearts. Those with closer ties huddled together, whispering to one another, while others stood with their eyes closed, seemingly detached from the proceedings. Yet, it was often these individuals who were the true schemers, having calculated every possible outcome and possessing clarity of thought that allowed them to maintain such calmness. With a new ruler at the helm, one could only wonder how His Majesty would perform at this inaugural assembly. A hushed voice remarked that in the Great Ming Empire, One would not be prosecuted for their words, provided they did not willfully slander. Discussions about the emperor were permissible. It was rumored that his majesty was wise and formidable. And we need not dwell on concerns, for if the sky were to fall, there would always be a tall figure to support it. The emperor did not grow up in our Great Ming. How could he possibly understand our circumstances? Complained Minister of Revenue Dong Biao. Minister Dong, tread lightly with your words. Zhang Daoquan interjected with a cold smile. Oh, could it be that you harbor resentment for not being allowed by the Empress Dowager to instruct his majesty? How dare you slander me without cause, Zhang? I shall report you for this. Dong Biao seemed to be struck at a sensitive point, his temper flaring. Indeed, among the 6 ministers, all but the Minister of Revenue had the opportunity to teach his majesty, thereby establishing a connection, while he found himself excluded. He felt both anxious and fearful, realizing too late that had he known the young emperor was so formidable, he would not have sided with the Duke of Lu. Just a few days difference, and he had offended both the Empress Dowager and the emperor. Proceed with your report. I am unafraid as I stand upright. The question remains whether a certain someone can withstand scrutiny, Zhang Daoquan retorted. Just as Dong Biao was about to unleash a tirade, a young attendant shouted. His Majesty has arrived. In the Hall of Heavenly Mandate, Zhu Zhuwei donned a black gauze hat and a yellow dragon robe, seated regally upon the dragon throne. The collar and waistband of the robe were red, adorned with embroidered 5-clawed golden dragons on the chest and arms. A customary outfit for court audiences and the emperor's daily wear. The ministers hurriedly bowed, greeting him with shouts of "Long live the emperor." Zhu Zhuwei's expression remained impassive as he waved his sleeve, saying, "You may rise." At that moment, the young attendant proclaimed, "If there are matters to address, step forward. If not, you may retire." Dong Biao was the first to step forward and bow, saying, "Your Majesty, I have a matter to present." "Speak." Zhu Zhuwei's voice bore no emotion, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. After the passing of the late emperor, the rebellious forces of the Great Shun nation brazenly invaded our Great Ming's borders. It was His Highness, the Duke of Lu, who valiantly resisted the insurgents, granting your Majesty the time needed to ascend the throne and stabilize the situation. I believe he deserves commendation. Otherwise, the people may speak ill of your Majesty, and that would be unfortunate, Dong Biao declared earnestly. Preposterous. What does the Duke of Lu wish to achieve? Do you not understand, Minister Dong? Are you feigning ignorance? Had the Great Shun not delayed the Duke of Lu, his forces would likely have already besieged the western capital. Yet now, you seek credit for him? Whose side are you on? Wang Hai immediately stepped forward, indignant. Minister Wang, the Duke of Lu has been steadfastly loyal to the Great Ming. For decades, had he not safeguarded our northern frontier, could we have enjoyed such stable development? You accuse him of treason, yet where is your evidence? If there is none, that is mere slander. You claim the Great Shun delayed him, but they are clearly the aggressors. Are you defending the Great Shun? Are you the Minister of Rights for our Great Ming, or for the Great Shun? Dong Biao swiftly countered. Zhu Zhuwei sat upon the dragon throne, silent and expressionless, listening to the debates unfolding beneath him. However, in his heart, he had already marked Dong Biao with a red cross. If his memory served him correctly, it was indeed this man who had previously spearheaded the opposition against his status as the crown prince, only silencing himself upon the presentation of the imperial edict. Name, Dong Biao. Position, Minister of Revenue. Loyalty, 20. Favorability, 30. Ability, wealth accumulation 71, sophistry 64, finance 63. Though his wealth accumulation skills ranked first, one could only fear that they were marred by self-serving motives. His sophistry, ranked second, explained his eloquence. Just as Dong Biao seemed to gain the upper hand in his verbal skirmish with the officials, a thunderbolt struck from the heavens. Your Majesty, I possess evidence of Dong Biao colluding with the King of Lu, accepting bribes, allowing his kin to harm the innocent, bullying the weak, and framing the loyal, declared Yang Yi, the Minister of Justice, stepping forward with resolute clarity. Upon hearing this, Dong Biao's hair stood on end, for the accusations were indeed true. He had not anticipated that Yang Yi would conduct an undercover investigation and gather evidence, all while he remained oblivious. His complexion paled, and he exclaimed loudly, "How dare you, Yang Yi, slander me? What punishment do you deserve for this? Am I the one slandering you, or is the evidence irrefutable? The judgment lies with His Majesty. If you are innocent, why do you tremble with guilt?" Yang Yi remained unfazed by Dong Biao's intimidation, bowing to Zhu Zhuwei and stating, "I implore your Majesty to render judgment." He raised a stack of evidence high above his head. Then, a palace attendant swiftly retrieved the evidence for Zhu Zhuwei. As Zhu Zhuwei examined the documents one by one, the revelations grew increasingly shocking, causing his brows to furrow tighter. Observing the shifting expression of the emperor, Dong Biao became increasingly agitated, beads of sweat pouring from his forehead, cascading down his cheeks and into his neck. He dared not wipe away the sweat that even trickled into his eyes. Humph. Zhu Zhuwei forcefully cast the evidence down the steps and intoned, "Dong Biao, do you have anything else to say?" Feigning calm, Dong Biao suddenly fell to his knees and retorted, "Your Majesty, these are all false accusations. Yang Yi seeks to suppress dissent. I am utterly loyal to the Ming dynasty, and heaven can bear witness. Please, Your Majesty, see the truth." Astounding. Even in such dire straits, he had the audacity to speak so boldly. "I shall not wrong an innocent man. Yet I will not allow a corrupt official who endangers the nation to escape justice. Since you claim to be wronged, I hereby command the Supreme Court, the Ministry of Justice, and the Censorate to conduct a joint trial. The truth shall be revealed in due time," Zhu Zhuwei proclaimed. "Come forth." Zhu Zhuwei called out to the hall. Zhu Yi entered, accompanied by a shadowy guard, bowing before Zhu Zhuwei and stating, "Your Majesty, detain Dong Biao and confine him to the dungeons until the day of trial," Zhu Zhuwei commanded, his expression unchanged as he waved his sleeve. "Yes, Your Majesty." Without regard for Dong Biao's cries and struggles, they forcibly escorted him away. As the court observed this scene, silence enveloped the assembly. Some officials trembled at Zhu Zhirui's decisive action, realizing that this new ruler was indeed igniting his reign with fervor, eliminating the Minister of Revenue. A high-ranking official of the second tier, one of the most prominent politicians in the Ming dynasty, especially those who had previously maintained close relations with Dong Biao, even belonging to the same faction, had become like ants on a hot stove, their anxiety palpable. However, the morning assembly was not yet concluded, and they had to maintain their composure. All the changes in demeanor did not escape the watchful eyes of Zhu Zhirui, who, from his elevated position, observed everything. Furthermore, he possessed a system to monitor loyalty, noting those who exhibited signs of disloyalty, making them subjects of his keen attention. Very well. The Minister of Revenue colluding with the feudal lords and engaging in corruption is a grave matter. We must not wrong him, but if he is indeed guilty, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. Yang Yi, are you willing to take this on? Zhu Zhirui inquired. Your Majesty, I shall not betray your trust. I will uphold justice and restore clarity to the Ming dynasty, Yang Yi declared with righteous fervor. Name, Yang Yi position. Minister of Justice Loyalty, 88 Favorability, 79 Capability, Integrity 85 Legal Knowledge 76 Iron-Faced 77 Ah? Quite impressive capabilities indeed. This appears to be the highest value he has encountered thus far. However, integrity seems more a moral quality than a skill, making its placement in the capabilities somewhat tenuous. Nevertheless, this is the system's assessment, and in a broader sense, it can certainly be regarded as a capacity. Now, that was merely a minor interlude. Do any of you have matters to report? Zhu Zhirui asked. A trivial matter? But that is the Minister of Revenue. The courtiers were perplexed, uncertain of their sovereign's thoughts. In truth, all of this was part of Zhu Zhirui's grand design. The absence of the Minister of Revenue from the lessons given by the Empress Dowager to the 6 ministers was already a subtle hint. He was not oblivious. He had long tasked Yi Tang with an investigation. Later, while probing into the 10 grenade cannons, he discovered they were also connected to Dong Biao, which was indeed significant. The evidence Yang Yi possessed was largely a result of his own investigations over the years, yet he had lacked conclusive proof until now. This time, the Emperor had provided Yi Tang with additional evidence, serving as a reassuring balm, leaving no room for doubt that this was indeed the responsibility of the Ministry of Justice. Since Dong Biao could no longer manage the Ministry of Revenue, Zhu Zhirui appointed Yao Muji, the left Assistant Minister of Revenue, as his temporary successor during the assembly. The other ministers raised no objections. After all, the position of left Assistant Minister was the logical successor. I thank your Majesty for your trust, Yao Muji said, stepping forward gratefully, surprised by this unexpected fortune, especially considering his long-standing discord with his former superior. Meanwhile, Lian, the right Assistant Minister of Revenue, could only watch with envy and resentment, fully aware that his position was subordinate to Yao Muji's. However, in reality, this was not merely a matter of hierarchy. For Zhu Zhirui, the paramount consideration was loyalty, followed by capability. Yao Muji's loyalty and ability surpassed those of Lian, making his promotion entirely justified. Had Lian's loyalty been a few points higher than Yao Muji's, Zhu Zhirui would have chosen him without hesitation. Zhu Zhirui, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded slightly, feeling a surge of joy within as he noted that Yao Muji's loyalty had surged from 75 to 84, reaching the esteemed level of great loyalty. This indicated that he had nearly secured control over the Ministry of Revenue, affirming that his choice had been astute. Previously, he had already garnered support from the Ministries of Personnel, Rights, and Justice, and with the addition of the Ministry of Revenue, only the Ministries of War and Works remained unaligned. Just as Yao Muji was reveling in his newfound position, Wang Hai, the Minister of Rights, stepped forward and addressed the Emperor. Your Majesty, a nation cannot endure a day without a sovereign, nor can the inner palace be without a master. I have heard from the Empress Dowager that a marriage alliance with the Great Shun Kingdom is in consideration. Might I inquire when your Majesty plans to wed? He understood that royal family matters were also state affairs, and such unions were inevitable. Thus, he did not hesitate to address the matter. Although he was unaware of the princess's appearance, he believed in marrying a virtuous partner, acknowledging that this was a political alliance. Even if she were less than comely, she would serve her purpose, and once he vanquished the Great Shun Kingdom, he would hold the reins. If she turned out to be beautiful, Zhu Zhirui conceded that he was indeed drawn to appearances. The Emperor's multiple consorts would not hinder him from later pursuing a woman he truly adored. He entrusted the Ministry of Rights with the arrangements, instructing them to select an auspicious date. Zhu Zhirui spoke calmly, though he felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, this was his first marriage in 2 lifetimes, and it would be impossible to be completely devoid of nerves. Nevertheless, he had honed his emotional control to an impressive degree. Yes, your Majesty, I shall ensure this matter is handled well, Wang Hai replied, his initial trepidation easing. He had been quite anxious, given that Zhu Zhirui was not of the Great Ming lineage, and he wondered whether the Emperor might oppose such a marriage arrangement, having even prepared numerous words of counsel. Chapter 39. The mysterious USB drive. To his astonishment, the proceedings unfolded smoothly, rendering his preparations unnecessary. However, he was relieved that the matter had been resolved. Your Majesty, the design for the Sanjian hydropower station has been completed and construction can commence, with an estimated budget of 360 trillion taels. Previously, when Dong Biao served as the Minister of Revenue, he posed numerous obstacles. I seek your approval, Zhu Likuan, the Minister of Works, interjected. His name alone indicated that he was a royal relative, with Kuan signifying his kinship to Zhu Zhirui's father, as Zhu Likuan was indeed his paternal uncle. The current Great Ming Kingdom differs significantly from the former Ming dynasty, whose downfall was partly due to an excessive number of royal members. Learning from this experience, the Great Ming Kingdom allows royal relatives to serve in the court, participating in the imperial examinations just like commoners. Additionally, the kingdom does not bear the financial burdens of the Zhu family members. Each is encouraged to develop independently. Wait, how much? Zhu Zhiruwei initially wished to remain silent, but could not restrain himself. 360 trillion taels? Did I mishear? The sum bewildered him. He admitted that during this period, he had been entirely reliant on others for his sustenance and attire, having had little engagement with finances, even forgetting to inquire about relevant matters. He was unprepared for such a staggering revelation. He doubted whether he had misheard, yet his auditory perception was 5 times that of an average person, rendering the likelihood of error quite slim. Either the other party had misspoken, or the currency of the Ming dynasty held little value. Your Majesty, the budget is set at 360 trillion yuan in banknotes. Of course, this figure represents the total budget. The construction period may extend beyond 7 years. And it does not require a lump sum allocation. It can be dispersed in installments, with the first year necessitating only 45 trillion yuan, Zhu Likuan explained. Believing that this staggering budget would intimidate the emperor, and he deliberately minimized the first year's allocation. The Sanjiang hydropower station was his proposal, a project that would represent the largest public welfare initiative in the Ming dynasty. Once completed, the nation would no longer suffer from a shortage of electricity, and he himself would be immortalized in history, which was why he was so fervently enthusiastic. I have just ascended to the throne, and since Dong Biao has not provided me with any instruction, I am somewhat unfamiliar with the financial matters of the Ming dynasty. Could my uncle elucidate for me how much 360 trillion yuan amounts to, in roughly how many dollars? Zhu Zhiruwei inquired humbly, not feigning understanding. The dollar served merely as a reference standard, for it currently stood as the global currency, universally recognized as hard currency. The ministers realized, almost forgetting that His Majesty had only recently begun to govern, that he had previously lived in the Central Plains and had not received any lessons from the Minister of Revenue, making his lack of understanding of the national currency quite excusable. Moreover, the emperor's willingness to seek clarification was indeed a mark of his exceptional wisdom. Zhu Likuan promptly responded, "To report to Your Majesty, our Ming banknotes have indeed depreciated significantly in recent years. The exchange rate with the dollar is approximately $1 for 110,000 yuan. Thus, 360 trillion yuan is roughly equivalent to $32.73 billion. It became apparent that the emperor's hesitation stemmed not from refusal, but rather from being taken aback by the magnitude of that figure, which was a relief. Zhu Zhiruwei fell into contemplation. Was $32.73 billion a considerable sum? Perhaps not for a great nation. He recalled that the Three Gorges Dam in Huagua had cost around 120 billion yuan, which was more than 5 times the expenditure of their hydropower station. However, the GDP of the Ming dynasty last year was merely $57 billion, and that was GDP. Actual investable funds were assuredly far from sufficient. Furthermore, there were issues within the currency system of the Ming dynasty, necessitating prompt financial reform. Zhu Zhiruwei pondered extensively, yet his thoughts remained immature and unvoiced. After all, financial reform was intricately linked to the lives of the populace. A single misstep could lead to unforeseen dangers for the Ming dynasty, demanding utmost caution. System. Regarding the design blueprint for the hydropower station cluster of the Ming dynasty that I drew last night, it appears there is also a hydropower station plan for the Sanjiang River. Based on that calculation, how much funding would be required? Zhu Zhiruwei questioned in his mind. Indeed, the USB drive he had won in the lottery yesterday contained the very design blueprint for the hydropower station, featuring not only the most advanced and rational designs, but also maps and blueprints of all potential hydropower stations within the borders of the Ming dynasty, effectively resolving everything with a single USB drive. If we are solely referring to the Sanjiang River, it originates from the western Kunlun Mountains, traversing through Xishan County, Sanjiang County, Xijing, and Linhai County, ultimately flowing into the sea. From Sanjiang County to the coast, the region predominantly consists of plains, representing the most prosperous and affluent area of your Great Ming nation. This assertion resonates deeply with Zhu Zhiruwei, who refrains from interrupting the system's exposition. However, hydropower stations rely on elevation differences to convert potential energy into electrical energy. Thus, constructing such facilities east of Sanjiang County is impractical. Nevertheless, reservoirs can be established to store water. Between the source in the western Kunlun Mountains and the western part of Sanjiang County, there exist 2 significant elevation drops, making them suitable sites for hydropower stations. Please inform me of the estimated costs and construction timelines for these 2 hydropower stations, Zhu Zhiruwei inquired. The first hydropower station, located near the western Kunlun Mountains within Xishan County, is projected to cost $21.2 billion and require 4 years for completion. The second hydropower station, situated at the far western edge of Sanjiang County, near the boundary with Xishan County, is estimated at $17.5 billion and is somewhat less complex, needing only 2.5 years. Of course, these figures represent the optimal scenarios. Additional costs could expedite the processes. The combined cost for both stations totals $38.7 billion, while the project designed by Zhu Likuan amounts to a staggering $327.3 billion, indicating a significantly less favorable cost-performance ratio. By the way, once the 2 hydropower stations are operational, what will be their annual electricity generation capacity? Zhu Zhiruwei pondered a critical question. The system, renowned for its quality, has formulated these plans based on optimization principles. The first hydropower station will generate approximately 45 billion kilowatts annually, while the second will yield around 25 billion kilowatts. From a cost-performance perspective, the first station is the most advantageous. However, considering future returns, constructing both stations is entirely feasible. In total, the 2 hydropower stations would generate an impressive 70 billion kilowatts, equating to 70 billion kilowatt-hours. Given that the Great Ming nation has fewer than 10 million inhabitants, would such a surplus be necessary? If not, what would become of the excess electricity? Would it go to waste? Perhaps it would suffice to construct only the second hydropower station or abandon the plan entirely in favor of a smaller facility on another tributary. From the schematics, it appears that there are a total of 23 potential sites for hydropower stations across the Great Ming Nation, with the majority concentrated in Xishan County and Shanhai County, both of which are characterized by mountainous terrain, significant elevation changes, and developed water systems. Chapter 40. Triggering a temporary mission. Having understood the system's proposals, Zhu Zhiwei felt a sense of assurance. However, just as he prepared to voice his thoughts, someone stepped forward to counter Zhu Likuan's hydropower station plan. Your Majesty, while hydropower stations are indeed beneficial in the long run, they are not our immediate priority. The pressing concern for our Great Ming Nation should be the enhancement of our military capabilities. Reliable sources indicate that both the Dazhan Nation and the Kingdom of Imayana are updating and modernizing their military equipment. If we, the Great Ming, fail to keep pace, we risk falling behind, which could prove perilous, stated Xue Dingjiang, the Minister of War, as he stepped forward. Is this truly the case? Regarding the state of one's military preparedness, Zhu Zhiwei harbored no clear concept. Ding. A temporary mission has commenced, a 2-star task to advance the construction of 2 hydropower stations along the Sanjiang River, with a reward of black iron 5-star superconducting energy storage technology. Ding. Another temporary mission has commenced, a 2-star task to reform the military system, with a reward of a black iron 3-star large army munitions factory. To trigger 2 temporary missions at once. Indeed, Xue Dingjiang proves to be a true benefactor. A hint of a smile crept upon Zhu Zhiwei's lips. Your Majesty, I too believe that our foremost concern is safety. The hydropower stations must be constructed. Yet a delay of a year or 2 poses no critical threat to our Great Ming, but our military must not lag behind that of other nations, remarked Zhang Daoquan, the Minister of Personnel, in support of Xue Dingjiang. Zhu Likuan opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refrained, quietly retreating to his designated position. The court convened to deliberate numerous matters, both trivial and significant. However, Zhu Zhiwei found himself perplexed by subsequent discussions, adhering to the principle that one should refrain from voicing opinions when lacking understanding. Thus, decisions were largely made by the ministers. If there are matters to report, present them. If not, the court is dismissed. With the cries of the junior attendants, the assembly concluded. We bid farewell to your Majesty, the ministers bowed, and Zhu Zhiwei departed from the Dragon Throne, leaving the hall of Fengtian. Though it was termed a morning assembly, the dispersal occurred around 11 o'clock, nearly lunchtime. As the saying goes, minor matters are resolved in court, while significant issues are typically addressed in smaller meetings. Consequently, the construction of reservoirs and the enhancement of military capabilities remained unresolved in the assembly, prompting Zhu Zhiwei to consider scheduling a private meeting for further discussion. Before that, however, he had another task at hand. Your Majesty, is something amiss? Is the meal unpalatable? I can have the imperial kitchen prepare a new selection, inquired Xia Su, the attendant. As she served Zhu Zhiwei his meal, her brow furrowed in concern. No need for a change. The dishes are quite satisfactory. Chuanqi, summon the Tang Palace commandant and instruct her to bring a few individuals, Zhu Zhiwei commanded. As you wish. Half an hour later, Zhu Zhiwei found himself seated before the Grand Hall of Qianqing Palace. On the terrace outside, over 100 women had gathered, all officials of the ZY Palace. We humbly greet your Majesty. Long live our Emperor, long live 1,000 times. They proclaimed in unison, bowing. Be at ease, Zhu Zhiwei gestured lightly. He observed the assembly in silence, scanning each individual. The ZY Palace was the foundation of his existence and that of his family, and he could not permit any unforeseen risks to infiltrate its sanctum. 1, 2, 7, acceptable. Zhu Zhiwei meticulously assessed the women officials and noted that only 7 fell below the 60-point threshold of loyalty, 2 of whom possessed negative scores, likely planted spies. Additionally, 11 individuals scored between 60 and 70. It had been previously stated that while 60 was the minimum passing score, in his eyes, 70 was the true benchmark. These 11 would enter a probationary period, and should they fail to elevate their scores above 70, they would regrettably be dismissed. Tang Palace Commandant, Zhu Zhiwei called out. Turning his attention, Your Majesty, Tang Xian responded promptly. Let everyone disperse and attend to their own affairs. I have had the pleasure of meeting you all. Now, you may come to me. With that, Zhu Zhiwei turned and returned to the Palace of Heavenly Purity, leaving Tang Xian and the group of female officials in a state of bewilderment. What could His Majesty mean by this? Is it truly just to meet us? Our sovereign is rather enigmatic, remarked a young female official. Let's all be cautious in our service from now on and refrain from speculation, advised the older officials. Sensing the Emperor's depth of character, Tang Xian was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained her composure, although she did not understand the reasoning behind His Majesty's actions. As a servant, it was her duty to execute his commands without question or contemplation. Please return to your duties, Tang Xian instructed, watching as they departed. She stood quietly outside the hall, pondering for a moment, yet she remained perplexed. Just then, someone called out to her, Tang Gongling, His Majesty summons you. Setting aside her questions, Tang Xian turned and entered the Palace of Heavenly Purity. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Tang Gongling, do you know how many palace maids reside in ZY Palace, and their respective ages? Zhu Zhiwei inquired. Tang Xian replied without hesitation, reporting to your Majesty. The total number of registered palace maids and female officials in the palace is 556. Additionally, there are 144 palace maids and female officials in the imperial estates and temporary residences across the nation, bringing the total to 700. Zhu Zhiwei, thankfully not having taken a sip of water, nearly sputtered in surprise. Truly, the imperial harem exceeds 3,000. It is no wonder so many aspire to the throne. It is known that those who enter the palace are generally of fair beauty. However, there must be quite a number of older individuals among them. Yet, given the sheer quantity, one can only imagine how many are youthful. As for their age distribution, I beg your Majesty's forgiveness. I only know the rough estimates. Tang Xian said, feeling anxious as she had not previously paid much attention to this matter. Please provide what you can, the emperor urged. Yes, your majesty. As far as I know, there are approximately 850 underage palace maids aged 13 to 16, 590 maids aged 16 to 40, 920 aged 40 to 50, and 340 maids over 50 who are reluctant to leave the palace, remaining with the empress dowager or the various noble aunts. These figures I can confirm. The underage maids are counted and trained annually, and those reaching 40 are also registered. They are assigned lighter duties, and upon reaching 50, they may choose to leave the palace. The remaining maids are those aged 16 to 40, which have not been further categorized, thus I cannot provide specific numbers for them. Tang Xian explained. Zhu Zhiruwei nodded in satisfaction, encouraging her. You have done very well, Tang Gongling. Do you recall our previous discussion about lowering the age limit for leaving the palace to 25? At this age, in Huagua and many other nations, they have recently graduated and still possess numerous opportunities and choices ahead of them, including marriage and family. Only such lives can be deemed fulfilling. Chapter 41. The imperial treasury. Upon reaching the age of 50, these women find themselves bereft of choices regarding their lives. Although the royal family provides for their twilight years, it is likely that they will spend their later years in solitude, devoid of the joy brought by children and grandchildren. Contemplating this fills me with a sense of compassion. In truth, Zhu Zhiruwei harbors another ambition, to augment the population of the Ming dynasty. Rather than allowing these palace maids to age within the confines of the palace, it would be more beneficial for them to leave. Thousands of individuals could potentially form thousands of families. Your majesty is benevolent. I am willing to serve you in this endeavor, said Tang Gongling, recognizing the emperor's earnest intentions, which elevated her loyalty from 91 to 93. Commence by compiling a list of the palace maids aged 25 to 40. Take it step by step. First, assess those between 40 and 50, and based on their willingness, allow those who desire to leave the palace to do so. The royal family will provide for their retirement. Of course, if they prefer to remain until 50, they may do so, but this is a one-time allowance. Such an option will not be available in the future. As for the maids aged 25 to 40, they will be addressed in the second phase. Prepare a generous dowry for them, as they are still of an age suitable for marriage and childbearing. If any are reluctant to leave, engage in persuasive discussions. However, do not force those who are truly unwilling, Zhu Zhiruwei instructed. Yes, your majesty. I shall make the necessary arrangements, Tang Gongling replied. By the way, is the royal treasury separate from the national treasury? Zhu Zhiruwei inquired with concern. Tang Xian nodded. Indeed, your majesty. Your imperial treasury is independent. Each year, the Ministry of Revenue allocates 20% of the national treasury's income to your treasury, in addition to revenues from royal estates and other imperial properties. 20%? I had not anticipated such a substantial amount. Who currently oversees my treasury? Zhu Zhiruwei asked. His interest peaked, suppressing his inner excitement. Your majesty, the treasury is managed by the Grand Minister of the Imperial Clan Office, Zhu Guiyuan, Tang Xian informed him. The Imperial Clan Office and Zhu Guiyuan clearly indicate connections to the royal family, as all members of this office are royal relatives, managing affairs of the imperial household. According to the naming conventions of the Ming dynasty, this Grand Minister is likely of an uncle's generation. Very well, proceed with your earlier arrangements, Zhu Zhiruwei instructed. Yes, I take my leave, she replied. Xuanqi, summon Grand Minister Zhu Guiyuan to the palace to meet with me, Zhu Zhiruwei commanded after Tang Xian departed. At once, she responded. Xiaoyin, summon Yi Tang to see me. Yes, Xiaosu. Notify Minister of Works Zhu Shangshu and Acting Minister of Revenue Yao Muji to come to the palace at 3 o'clock this afternoon, Zhu Zhiruwei continued. Having dispatched the 3 Grand Ministers, Zhu Zhiruwei was left with only Dong Pan to attend to him. The first to approach was the nearest, Yi Tang. Minister Yi Tang pays his respects to your majesty, he said, bowing. Here are 2 lists. The first is a simple inquiry to ascertain if there are any issues with the individuals listed. The second list requires a more thorough investigation. I need detailed information regarding their backgrounds, including familial ties. Lastly, focus particularly on the 2 individuals circled in the second list. Investigate them thoroughly. You are permitted to apprehend and interrogate them once you secure evidence, Zhu Zhiruwei stated, having already compiled the names of the female officials during their earlier discussion. He possesses the ability to discern the loyalty of others. However, this matter must remain confidential. He harbors no desire to engage in unwarranted bloodshed, thus requiring substantial evidence. Furthermore, he is keen to uncover the puppeteer behind these 2 individuals, be it the Duke of Lu or another conspirator. Regardless of who it may be, once they have dared to extend their influence into the imperial palace, their hands must be severed. Yi Tang's expression turned solemn as he recalled the earlier investigation concerning the Jinui officer, Zhang Chang. His majesty is exceedingly enigmatic and formidable, prompting him to refrain from further contemplation. He promptly accepted the list, assuring, Your Majesty, please rest assured, I shall expedite the investigation. Very well, you may retire for now, the emperor replied. Less than half an hour after Yi Tang's departure, a portly middle-aged man with small, astute eyes entered the Qianqing palace, smiling broadly. Upon encountering Zhu Zhiruwei, he immediately bowed, proclaiming, I, Zhu Guiyuan, pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Long live, long live. Uncle, there is no need for such formalities. You need not stand on ceremony with me, Zhu Zhiruwei said, stepping forward to assist him. Name, Zhu Guiyuan. Position, Grand Minister of the Inner Treasury. Loyalty, 77 favorability, 65 ability, flattery 78, finance 74, management 69. It is quite astonishing that his greatest skill is flattery. Nonetheless, his financial acumen is commendable, and his loyalty is satisfactory. I trust that under my personal charm, achieving a loyalty rating above 80 should not prove to be a challenge. Last night, I dreamt of a golden dragon smiling at me, And I knew it was your majesty wishing to summon me, Zhu Guiyuan declared. Zhu Zhirui's lips twitched. Such claims are hardly believable. If an overly suspicious emperor were to hear this, he might very well lose his head. The notion that you could see a golden dragon smiling at you. Is it that you covet the throne, or are you perhaps a member of the royal family? Fortunately, Zhu Zhirui does not place any credence in such fanciful tales, and with the confidence bestowed by his system, he knows that no one can usurp his position. Uncle, do you know why I have summoned you? Zhu Zhirui inquired. It must pertain to the inner treasury, Zhu Guiyuan replied with confidence. Indeed, uncle. Please inform me of the current state of the inner treasury, so that I may have a clear understanding, Zhu Zhirui probed. Your Majesty, please see. This is the current wealth of the inner treasury, and all financial records are contained within these 5 diskettes, Zhu Guiyuan stated, presenting a small booklet alongside 5 flash drives. I did not expect this Grand Minister to be so modern, utilizing computers. Considering it is the end of 1999, computers are still quite expensive, yet not beyond the means of the Ming dynasty. Please, enlighten me, Zhu Zhirui urged. Yes, Your Majesty, the diskettes contain the historical expenditure records of the inner treasury. While this booklet presents most of Your Majesty's current wealth, Zhu Guiyuan explained. Most of it. Indeed, Your Majesty. The palace houses countless treasures that are not documented in this booklet. These figures represent the most tangible numbers I have compiled. But the diskettes contain detailed information regarding all the treasures within the palace. I see. Your efforts are appreciated, uncle. Serving Your Majesty is my honor. It is no burden at all, Zhu Guiyuan replied, his small eyes crinkling with a smile. Zhu Zhirui tucked away the floppy disk and opened the booklet, glancing through it briefly. Indeed, as Zhu Guiyuan had mentioned, the contents of the booklet were meticulously organized and comprised solely of data, easily comprehensible at a glance. It was evident that considerable effort had been expended. The gold amounted to approximately 425 tons, exquisite gemstones filled 39 boxes, and diamonds filled 14 boxes, with countless pieces of porcelain, calligraphy, and antiques. Upon reaching this point, Zhu Zhirui found himself swallowing hard, realizing the royal family might be wealthy. Yet he had not anticipated such opulence. Truly, a royal family that has endured for nearly 6 centuries, having unified the island twice, has accumulated wealth that is indeed remarkable. Chapter 42. The royal wealth. How could there be so much gold? Diamonds? Zhu Zhirui inquired, perplexed. Your Majesty, our Ming Kingdom's Tongshan County boasts several gold mines, which have accumulated a significant amount of gold over the years. During the zenith of the Ming dynasty, gold reserves exceeded 1,000 tons, but due to various circumstances, only this amount remains. Additionally, the Mardas Federation has a diamond mine, remnants from times past, Zhu Guiyuan replied with a sigh. Over 400 tons of gold is merely a small amount, Zhu Zhirui thought, his heart now filled with joy. Previously, he had been troubled about the construction of a hydropower station. It seemed that concern could be laid to rest. If one were to believe that the royal family possessed only these assets, they would be gravely mistaken. This was merely a fraction. In addition to these precious metals, the royal family owned 9 royal estates throughout the nation, covering an area exceeding 3,000 square kilometers, which included the cultivation of grains, fruits, and even coffee as economic crops. Furthermore, there was a hunting ground spanning 200 square kilometers and 13 large mineral deposits, alongside 54 wholly owned or wholly controlled enterprises nationwide. Lastly, in terms of liquid assets, it possessed 210 trillion yuan in currency, along with $36 billion in foreign exchange and $3 billion in foreign reserves from major global nations. This constituted the majority of the royal family's assets. Before this revelation, he had only known that he might become one of the most powerful individuals globally. Now it appeared that the royal family's wealth could rank among the highest of royal families worldwide. What is the total value of our 54 enterprises, and what industries do they encompass? Zhu Zhirui inquired. Your Majesty, most of them pertain to daily necessities, with a total valuation estimated between $17 billion to $18 billion, Zhu Guiyuan answered. With this information, Zhu Zhirui gained a clearer understanding of the royal family's assets. Uncle, what is the estimated worth of those gems and diamonds? If I were to sell them, how much might I expect to receive? Zhu Zhirui asked. Zhu Guiyuan rarely set aside his smile, now adopting a serious demeanor as he calculated mentally. Your Majesty, after World War II, the world embraced peace as its primary ethos, and nations are developing rapidly. It is often said that in chaotic times, gold is invaluable, while in prosperous times, antiques hold great worth. The value of these gems and diamonds will only appreciate further, if not absolutely necessary. I would advise against their sale. Moreover, the royal family itself requires some treasures. What if we retain a portion of the rare treasures and sell the rest? Zhu Zhirui insisted. To him, these items were mere stones, lacking worth. If they could be utilized for the advancement of the Ming Kingdom, he would be exceedingly willing. Zhu Guiyuan discerned the emperor's resolve and remarked, if that is the case, we could sell 34 boxes of gemstones and 12 boxes of diamonds. If granted 3 years, I could yield over $5 billion. Even with just 1 year, I could amass around $5 billion. Should Your Majesty require an expedited sale, I could clear the stock within a month, with an anticipated return between $8 billion to $4 billion. The large-scale sale of such high-value jewels would undoubtedly depress market prices, a fact that Zhu Zhirui had anticipated. However, in the interim, he could utilize these funds to generate even greater profits, setting aside other considerations. Just investing in one of the burgeoning internet enterprises in Huawei would likely yield returns sufficient to cover the price differential. Yet, understanding the situation was one thing. Zhu Zhirui was no fool. For someone who was once an ordinary person, $1 billion was indeed an astronomical figure, especially in the year 1999, where that sum could very well equate to $2 billion, or even $3 billion in the future. This won't do. I urgently require funds, but cannot afford to suffer losses. Zhu Zhiwei shook his head. Upon hearing this, Zhu Guiyuan felt overwhelmed. Your Majesty, you desire to have both fish and bear's paw. Such good fortune is rare. However, he managed to respond. Your Majesty, one must sometimes sacrifice to gain, if absolutely necessary. We could use this treasure to secure loans from major banks. A spark of insight illuminated Zhu Zhiwei's mind. I believe I have a splendid idea. I would appreciate your counsel. Imperial uncle, please, Your Majesty, share your thoughts, Zhu Guiyuan said, genuinely curious. We possess such a wealth of treasures. Why not host a globally sensational auction? We could begin with a jewelry and diamond exhibition to attract attention. The ticket sales are secondary. The primary objective is to draw more visitors and promote our Great Ming dynasty. Following this, we could auction the items. This approach would not only secure higher prices, but also elevate the profile of our Ming dynasty, attracting international investment and tourists, thereby stimulating the development of our tourism industry, an endeavor with multifaceted benefits. As Zhu Zhiwei elaborated, he became increasingly convinced of the plan's viability. Zhu Guiyuan, too, was struck by the brilliance of the idea and, without hesitation, praised, Your Majesty's ingenuity is unparalleled, envisioning what others dare not. With a sovereign such as you, our Ming dynasty shall undoubtedly flourish. While Zhu Guiyuan's flattery flowed effortlessly, Zhu Zhiwei felt a slight flush of warmth on his face. Since his imperial uncle endorsed this notion, he declared, then I entrust this matter entirely to you. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will ensure its successful execution, Zhu Guiyuan replied confidently, aware that accomplishing this task would not only enhance his political standing, but also earn him the emperor's favor, marking a pivotal moment in his career. Very well. I leave this matter in your capable hands. Additionally, prepare an account for me and transfer $4 billion within 3 days, Zhu Zhiwei instructed. $4 billion should pose no challenge. After all, we have $6 billion in cash and foreign currency worth $3 billion. With a little arrangement, the total will be easily achieved, Zhu Guiyuan assured. In fact, give me but an hour, and it shall be done. Zhu Guiyuan spoke confidently, then hesitated for a moment before inquiring, Your Majesty, may I ask how this sum of money will be utilized? I require a note regarding its purpose. With a chuckle, the emperor replied, it is no secret. I intend to invest this money in Huagua. Having grown up there, I possess a profound understanding of the region. The current economic vitality of Huagua is remarkable, with numerous promising enterprises ripe for investment. I am confident that the returns in a few years will undoubtedly exceed tenfold. Zhu Zhiwei exhibited no inclination to conceal the matter, for he believed that if Zhu Guiyuan wished to investigate the fund's destination, he could easily do so. Why then? Should he shroud it in secrecy? Moreover, there was nothing underhanded about the plan. Living in obscurity was far less appealing than being forthright. As for why he did not invest domestically, he acknowledged that investments would indeed occur within the country. However, given the limited population of the Ming Empire, it was challenging to cultivate a titan of the internet. At this juncture, investing in future giants of Huagua was undoubtedly the most prudent course. There were certainly more lucrative options, such as futures and foreign exchange trading, but he lacked expertise in these areas and did not possess a clear historical understanding. Thus, investing in enterprises destined to become giants in the future seemed the most secure strategy. Chapter 43. Annual power generation of 70 billion kilowatts. Indeed, Your Majesty, how astute you are. I have visited the Central Plains several times, and since the reforms and opening up, the development has been astonishing. I believe it will surely astonish the world in the future. Zhu Guiyuan suddenly comprehended. If that were the case, there was no need for further counsel. I have never doubted this, and I have no doubt that the Ming Empire will equally astonish the world, Zhu Zhiwei asserted with confidence. Your Majesty speaks true. Zhu Guiyuan appeared somewhat skeptical, but refrained from contradiction. Then, Your Highness, please return and prepare. Zhu Zhiwei offered no further explanation. At this juncture, words were futile. He would proclaim the rise of the Ming Empire through his accomplishments. I take my leave. Chu and Shi, await the arrival of Minister Zhu and Minister Yao. And do not disturb me until then. With that, Zhu Zhiwei closed the door to his chamber. Yes, Your Majesty. Once the door was shut, Chu and Shi, filled with curiosity, nudged Xiao beside her and asked, Hey, Xiao, do you know what our emperor is doing locked away in there? How would I know? However, our emperor is wise and formidable. Perhaps, as described in the texts, he requires a quiet environment to ponder state affairs, Xiao replied uncertainly. Is that so? Chu and Shi gazed curiously at the door. Zhu Zhiwei, with senses heightened to 5 times that of an ordinary person, could clearly hear the conversation of the 2 maidens outside. He could only shake his head in resignation. Can I tell you that I am in training? If this were to leak, how would the people of the Ming Empire perceive him? A foolish monarch, seeking immortality, pondering longevity at such a young age? Training, after all, was destined to be a solitary and arduous journey. Unless he achieved significant accomplishments that would inspire belief in others or compelled the dark martial guards to reveal their extraordinary nature, he had no desire to do so, unless circumstances necessitated it. Cultivation necessitates perseverance and unwavering dedication. Presently, as he has just assumed power, the majority of his time must be devoted to learning and managing state affairs, leaving little opportunity for true practice, a circumstance that cannot be swiftly altered. Only after he completes political reforms and establishes a cabinet will he find some respite. Knock, knock, knock. Your Majesty, the 2 ministers have arrived. Spring Qi announced at the door. With a deep exhale, Zhu Zhiwei opened his eyes and rose. He opened the door, and Spring Qi stood at the threshold, saying, Your Majesty, the 2 ministers await you in the side hall. Minister Zhu Likuan, Yao Muji, pays his respects to Your Majesty. Long live our emperor, long live. Long live for eternity. The 2 men immediately stood and bowed upon the emperor's entrance. Be at ease, please take a seat. Zhu Zhiwei waved his hand. However, the 2 did not dare to sit until Zhu Zhiwei had taken his place. They sat in a manner that was half seated and half aloof. "Are you aware of the purpose of my summons?" Zhu Zhuruei inquired, sipping the tea prepared by Qiu Yin. "Please enlighten us, Your Majesty," they replied, though they understood it was unwise to speculate on the emperor's thoughts regarding the matters of the Sanjiang and the hydroelectric power station. "Although I mentioned pausing the discussion in court, I am wholeheartedly supportive in my heart." Zhu Zhuruei set the tone. Indeed, upon hearing this, Zhu Likuan could hardly contain his joy, nearly leaping with excitement. In contrast, Yao Muji's mood was less buoyant, as it implied a significant financial burden for the Ministry of Revenue. "Your Majesty, I assure you, although the hydroelectric station requires considerable investment, once completed, the benefits will be manifold. With regard to electricity alone, our Great Ming will transition from a state of power scarcity to one of surplus, allowing us to export and earn foreign currency," Zhu Likuan proclaimed with fervor. "Uncle, if your hydroelectric station is constructed, what is the expected maximum power generation per year?" Zhu Zhuruei asked. 20 billion kilowatts. Indeed, 20 billion kilowatts. Last year, our Great Ming's total electricity consumption was merely 9 billion kilowatt hours. Based on my research, we would only need 13 billion kilowatt hours to eliminate any electricity shortages. Zhu Likuan's words were enticing. However, Zhu Zhuruei dismissed the notion outright. The projected cost was 327.3 billion, with a timeline of 7 years, yielding a maximum annual output of merely 20 billion kilowatts. According to the blueprint provided by the system, 2 hydroelectric stations combined would only require 38.4 billion, while the financial difference was not immense. Simultaneous construction could have the timeline and increase the output to an astounding 70 billion kilowatts, an entirely different caliber altogether. It was the first time he had heard of the national electricity generation of the Great Ming, and the figure of 9 billion kilowatts was unexpectedly low. Yet, it was understandable, considering it was the end of 1999 and the population of the Great Ming was relatively small, with industrial development still lacking. One must recognize that industry is the largest consumer of electricity. A glance at global trends reveals that countries with robust industrial sectors consume far more energy. For instance, in Huagua, one can gauge a province's industrial development by observing the growth in industrial electricity usage. "Minister Yao, how much remains in the national treasury? Have you prepared the budget for next year?" Zhu Zhuruei inquired, noting that it was the end of the year and today's decisions could not be postponed. "Your Majesty, I would like to report that we are currently compiling this year's revenue. After deducting the funds allocated to Your Majesty's treasury, the remaining fiscal income is approximately $10.66 billion. Once we account for regular expenditures, we are left with a meager sum of less than $200 million. Furthermore, the Ministry of War has been persistently requesting an upgrade of our military equipment. Thus, $200 million is undoubtedly insufficient. I must, therefore, recommend postponing the construction of the hydropower station for a few more years," lamented Yao Muji. "How much is required for the military upgrades?" inquired Zhu Zhuruei. "It is essential to convert the figures into dollars for clarity, as our national currency has significantly depreciated. Financial reforms are on the horizon. In response to Your Majesty, the total cost for the upgrades is estimated to be around $1.2 billion. Given the current pace of development in our Great Ming, we should be able to complete this within the next 4 years, at which point we will have additional funds available for the construction of the hydropower station," Yao Muji replied. "Is the pace of upgrades in the kingdom of Imayana and the Great Shun similar?" Zhu Zhuruei pressed further. Yao Muji nodded. "Essentially, yes. Moreover, our Great Ming is progressing at a faster rate. This year, our GDP growth rate appears to have reached approximately 6.3, surpassing last year's 6.1. In contrast, the kingdom of Imayana recorded a GDP growth rate of 5.1 last year, while the Great Shun was at 5.7, both lagging behind us. Therefore, they may require up to 5 years to complete their military upgrades." Zhu Zhuruei felt a sense of relief. 5 years, huh? Forget 5 years. In 3 years, I shall render you all unable to compete. Minister Yao, have you considered issuing government bonds? The construction of the hydropower station is a matter beneficial to both the state and the people, which could mobilize the entire populace to participate, allowing everyone to share in the profits, Zhu Zhuruei proposed. "Your Majesty, our Great Ming has never issued government bonds before. However, I have heard that some foreign nations have a tradition of doing so. If Your Majesty were to decree it, we could certainly make an attempt. Even if we do not manage to raise the entire amount immediately, I believe we could secure a substantial initial phase," Yao Muji responded. Chapter 44, the $1 billion government bond plan. Yao Muji, being quite adaptable, instantly comprehended the implications. It was evident that Your Majesty had already contemplated this strategy, and he merely needed to facilitate the process. Zhu Likuan, overhearing this, was struck with enlightenment. How had he not thought of this before? Indeed, issuing government bonds would enable the nation to unite in constructing the project. "Your Majesty, I believe your approach is excellent, and I am confident that the people will wholeheartedly support the issuance of government bonds." Zhu Likuan was the first to voice his endorsement. The construction of the hydropower station not only promises future benefits, but also necessitates a substantial workforce, which will stimulate employment and promote various industries. This is a boon for the present, as well as for generations to come. I see no reason to oppose it. Moreover, should the market for government bonds falter, I can utilize funds from the treasury to ensure that the initial phase proceeds smoothly. Zhu Zhurui's words clearly signified his supportive stance. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Zhu Likuan exclaimed with excitement, while Yao Muji was equally moved by the fact that the sovereign was willing to use treasury funds for support. Such an occurrence is rather rare. Your Majesty is indeed sagacious. However, the shift in Zhu Zhurui's demeanor caused a palpable tension between the two individuals. Observing their expressions, Zhu Zhuruei chuckled softly. "There is no need for alarm. The hydropower station is indeed a project I have resolved to undertake. However, I must express my dissatisfaction with the design blueprint you provided. Esteemed uncle, Your Majesty, if there is any aspect of the blueprint that requires alteration, I am prepared to summon my team immediately to make the necessary revisions until you are satisfied, Zhu Likuan replied, his initial joy swiftly replaced by concern, as he recalled their previous agreement. Do not be anxious, dear uncle. First, take a moment to review my plans. I intend to construct not one, but two large hydropower stations simultaneously. These stations will be situated between expansive reservoirs capable of storing 13 billion cubic meters of water, ensuring we have resources available in the event of a drought, Zhu Zhiwei articulated confidently. Your Majesty, our great Ming nation has not experienced a drought in its several centuries of history. We are more frequently beset by typhoons, tsunamis, and flooding, Zhu Likuan reminded him. Zhu Zhiwei felt a moment of embarrassment. After all, the Ming nation is located in the South Sea Islands, a region characterized by its island geography, and is bordered by the ocean at the temperate and tropical frontier. Better to be prepared than to face calamity unarmed. Additionally, these reservoirs can also foster the development of aquaculture, yielding multiple benefits, Zhu Zhiwei asserted with unwavering composure. Your Majesty speaks wisely, Zhu Likuan acknowledged. A shrewd man who discerned the underlying tension. He realized that pressing the issue further would only serve to embarrass the emperor, and he preferred to maintain his own comfort. Your Majesty, the investment in this hydropower station has already amounted to a considerable sum. Constructing two simultaneously might be seen as somewhat extravagant, Yao Muji interjected, revealing his concern for the finances. Although the nation was issuing bonds, the obligation to repay these debts still rested upon the treasury. Zhu Zhiwei raised a hand to halt further discussion, directing his attention to Qiu Yin. Qiu Yin, please bring forth the blueprint I printed today. Yes, Your Majesty. A mere 5 minutes later, Qiu Yin returned with a stack of documents. For you, esteemed uncle, Zhu Zhiwei gestured towards Zhu Likuan, then continued. Please compare my design with yours. Though Zhu Likuan was perplexed, the emperor had already presented him with the blueprint, leaving him little room for further objection. As a member of the royal family and the Minister of Works, Zhu Likuan was well versed in civil engineering, having studied at Tsinghua University in China and earned a master's degree at MIT in the United States. The previous plans were the result of collaboration with his classmates and his own efforts. A cup of tea later, Zhu Zhiwei and Yao Muji sat in quiet contemplation, time slipping by unnoticed in the intensity of focus. When Zhu Likuan finally emerged from his analysis, he quickly offered his apologies. I beg your pardon for keeping Your Majesty waiting. It was my oversight. Please, punish me as you see fit. It is of no consequence. Your diligence reassures me that I can entrust this monumental project to you, Zhu Zhiwei replied, placing his teacup down with a warm smile, devoid of impatience or displeasure, instead radiating satisfaction. Thank you for your leniency, Your Majesty, Zhu Likuan expressed with gratitude, his loyalty now soaring to a commendable 90, solidifying his status as a devoted minister. Upon seeing this, Zhu Zhiwei felt a surge of joy. He would gladly wait not just an hour, but even a day, for such an outcome. What do you think of this design, my esteemed uncle? Zhu Zhiwei inquired. Though I have only glanced at it without delving into the details, I can ascertain that this is truly a masterpiece, Your Majesty. I wonder if I might meet the master behind this design, as I have many questions to ask, Zhu Likuan requested earnestly. We can discuss that at a more opportune time. It is not convenient now, Zhu Zhiwei replied dismissively, suggesting that he seek the designer, which was provided by the system. He continued, Uncle, take the blueprints back for a thorough study, and pay attention to the division of labor. I hope to complete these two hydroelectric stations within 3 years. Resources will be allocated as needed. He then turned to Yao Muji, asking, according to our plans, we will require $900 million in the first year. I have decided to issue the first phase of national bonds for the hydroelectric stations, set at $1 billion, to ensure ample funding. What does Minister Yao think? He added, if there is a shortfall, the remaining amount will be supplemented from the treasury. With Your Majesty's support, there shall be no issues. I shall comply with your command, Yao Muji replied as he rose to take his leave. He then posed a question. But may I inquire what interest rate Your Majesty deems appropriate for the bonds? After all, this is the first issuance of national bonds by the Great Ming. I am somewhat uncertain. If the rate is too high, the Ministry of Revenue will incur greater expenses as they will need to honor these bonds in the future. Otherwise, what credibility will the state have? If too low, I fear we may jeopardize this inaugural bond issuance. What is the current annual interest rate for our banks? Zhu Zhiwei asked. Your Majesty, the annual interest rate is 3.1, with a savings rate of 0.52, Yao Muji responded. In that case, let us set it at 6 for a 5-year term, which is below our economic growth rate. I am confident that our development will accelerate further, and this should pose no problem. It will also allow the citizens who believe in and support the construction of our Great Ming to earn some returns, Zhu Zhiwei proposed. In truth, he was not well versed in finance, but he had more faith than Yao Muji and the others. In 5 years, he believed the Great Ming would undergo a remarkable transformation, and they would not be hindered by this amount of money. Yao Muji wished to voice his concerns, feeling that a rate of 4 would suffice. However, since the emperor had already spoken, he dared not contradict. Yes, I shall comply with your command. Chapter 45. The grand plan very well. The matters have been settled. You may return for now. Uncle, expedite the construction. Additionally, please bear in mind that in non-technical positions, we can employ more individuals from impoverished backgrounds, Zhu Zhiwei advised. This approach would effectively alleviate poverty through employment, as those with money would consume, further stimulating economic growth. Given the low wages in the Great Ming, this would not incur significant costs and could resolve employment issues for 20 to 30,000 individuals, which translates to the welfare of countless families and the development of numerous associated enterprises. The growth of these enterprises would, in turn, increase employment opportunities, creating a powerful ripple effect. Although nearly $4 billion were spent over 3 years, Zhu Zhuruwei firmly believes that this investment could concurrently stimulate a GDP increase of $10 billion, yielding an effect that is significantly greater than 2. Your Majesty, your love for the people as if they were your own children is indeed a fortune for our Ming dynasty. We take our leave, the ministers said. By the time Zhu Likuan and Yao Muji departed, it was already past 5 o'clock. Your Majesty, it is time for dinner, Chuanxi reminded. Very well. During the dinner, Zhu Zhuruwei suddenly had a thought and said, Chuanxi, your Majesty, what is your command? You are to visit the residence of Duke Su tomorrow and summon Su Ziqing to the palace to see me, Zhu Zhuruwei instructed. Understood. Outside Zy Palace, Zhu Likuan cheerfully invited, Minister Yao, shall we have a drink? He was genuinely happy today, and with Yao Muji serving as the acting Minister of Finance, whose support would be invaluable for his hydroelectric project, it was only natural for him to desire a closer relationship. Minister Zhu, let us save that toast for the commencement of the hydroelectric project as a celebration. I shall not decline then, but for today, let us forego it. Yao Muji politely declined. Zhu Likuan's smile faltered. He had not anticipated Yao Muji's refusal of his goodwill. After all, he was not only the Minister of Works, but also a royal relative, possessing a status and connections far superior to Yao Muji's. Yao Muji, quick to perceive the awkwardness of the situation, realized he had misspoken and hastily added, Minister Zhu, regarding the national debt, the emperor mentioned. It is worth noting that our Ming dynasty has never engaged in such matters, and our ministry lacks relevant experience. I need to promptly reach out to foreign colleagues for assistance in strategizing, so we can expedite this undertaking. Only by issuing national bonds can we secure the funds necessary to construct the hydroelectric station, correct? Minister Yao is absolutely right. It was my oversight. I will defer to your expertise. When the project commences, I will treat you to that drink, and do not refuse then. Zhu Likuan graciously acquiesced, as this indeed favored him. After parting ways, both embarked on their nocturnal endeavors. Zhu Likuan dedicated the night to studying the planning and design schematics of the hydroelectric station, while Yao Muji tirelessly made calls, leveraging his network from his student days to gather more information regarding national bonds, aiming to formulate a plan that aligned with the realities of the Ming dynasty. Amidst the flurry of activity, Zhu Zhuruwei enjoyed a rare moment of leisure. Contrary to assumptions that he might indulge in idleness, he was quite disciplined. During his free time, aside from fulfilling the customary salutations to the Empress Dowager and the Empress, he devoted himself to cultivation. The morning court meeting proceeded as usual. Zhu Zhuruwei was summoned before dawn, and the routine unfolded without a hint of variation. The discussions during the assembly revolved around trivial matters, which felt like a waste of time. To consolidate his power, he knew he could not afford to relax his vigilance or reveal any semblance of incompetence. He had to maintain an appearance of diligence for a while longer, thus enduring the tedium in silence. Your Majesty, upon my return yesterday, I have already devised a preliminary plan for the jewelry and diamond exhibition. However, should this plan be set in motion, it is likely to attract numerous international friends to our esteemed Ming dynasty, along with a plethora of media organizations. This presents a splendid opportunity to promote our great nation. Yet, concurrently, we face a myriad of challenges that require resolution. Minister of Revenue, Zhu Guiyuan, stepped forward and stated, Pray, enlighten us. Zhu Zhuruwei inquired. The other ministers appeared perplexed, unaware of the subject matter. What jewelry and diamond exhibition? The number of tourists and merchants visiting our Ming dynasty annually seems to be less than 10,000, let alone media institutions. Minister of Revenue, would you kindly elaborate on this plan for the esteemed officials? Zhu Zhuruwei observed the confusion among the assembly and spoke accordingly. Indeed, Your Majesty, Zhu Guiyuan replied. Then turned to elucidate. The matter is as follows. As understanding dawned upon everyone, expressions of surprise illuminated their faces. This indeed is an excellent strategy that could significantly invigorate the economy of our Ming dynasty, particularly delighting Yao Muji, who had already resolved to discuss this matter in detail with the Minister of Revenue after the court assembly concluded. Well then, since all are informed, Minister of Revenue, please articulate the pressing issues that need addressing. I am confident that with the unity of our sovereign and ministers, no problem is insurmountable, Zhu Zhuruwei asserted. Yes, Your Majesty. First, we must determine the regions to be opened. These areas must undergo environmental remediation and stringent enforcement in a short span to ensure a pleasant atmosphere and public safety, thereby showcasing the beauty of our Ming dynasty. This necessitates the support of the Ministry of Justice, Zhu Guiyuan articulated. Although Zhu Zhuruwei felt that every nation possesses its strengths and shortcomings, and that it was unnecessary to mobilize such efforts for a singular event, he nonetheless remarked, Yang Yi, please extend your support in this matter. I shall obey, Yang Yi replied, stepping forward to accept his orders. Your Majesty, I propose we select the regions of Xijing, Linhai County, and Sanjiang County for opening. Not only are these the most prosperous areas of our Ming dynasty, but they also belong to the central safe zones, having been free from warfare and turmoil for decades, thus making public order more manageable, suggested Yao Muji, the Minister of Revenue. Do others have any thoughts? Zhu Zhuruwei inquired. Zhang Daoquan contemplated before stepping forward. Your Majesty, I believe we need only to open Xijing. There are 3 reasons. First, Xijing boasts our nation's sole international airport. Second, Xijing has the most contact with the outside world, presenting minimal resistance, and as the capital, it is easier to ensure safety with its 50,000 imperial guards. Third, Xijing is undoubtedly the most prosperous city in our Ming dynasty, rich in cultural heritage. For our inaugural international outreach, we should present our finest visage. Moreover, the populace of Sanjiang County has limited interaction with outsiders, which may lead to uncontrollable situations. As for Linhai County, it borders the territory of the Duke of Lu, and I worry he may engage in underhanded schemes. Zhu Zhuruwei nodded in agreement, recognizing the prudence in being cautious for such a significant inaugural event, ensuring not to expand too broadly, lest we become unable to manage the entirety. Chapter 46. No one is exempt approved, Zhu Zhiwei decisively stated, then added, Minister of Revenue. Please continue. After bowing to the emperor, Zhu Guiyuan continued, secondly, if a multitude of visitors arrives, will our capacity to accommodate them keep pace? This poses a significant challenge for us. Should we falter, do we have contingency plans in place? This necessitates the unwavering support of the Ministry of Revenue. This matter is indeed of utmost importance. If managed well, it will serve as a positive promotion for the Ming dynasty, but if mishandled, it could lead to chaos. I will arrange for an assessment of the reception capacity of Xijing, and subsequently provide a safe limit, which we can utilize to regulate the influx of tourists. Yao Muji remarked, I will ensure effective promotional efforts, informing the populace that these guests come bearing gifts. We must extend our warmest hospitality and not leave a negative impression on the outside world. The words of Minister of Rights Wang Hai elicited a wave of laughter. Zhu Zhiwei nodded. Both of you make commendable points. However, I must emphasize that while we can warmly welcome guests from afar, it is imperative that they respect our laws and customs. Should they infringe upon our laws, no one shall be exempt from consequence. This declaration from Zhu Zhiwei resonated as his most resolute stance in court, asserting his identity as a firm monarch who would not hesitate to offend any force in order to uphold the laws and well-being of the Ming dynasty. I will ensure that these stipulations are clearly articulated in our promotional materials, hoping that our guests will adhere to them. Otherwise, the Ming dynasty is not to be trifled with, Wang Hai concurred. I will select the finest constables from the 6 doors to form a temporary patrol unit to prevent any unlawful incidents, Yang Yi interjected. Thirdly, in the face of an influx of international tourists and merchants, we must consider how to enhance their desire to spend and maximize their investment in our land. We possess abundant, inexpensive labor and a unique culture. These are our strengths, Zhu Guiyuan continued. Our nation boasts a multitude of traditional artisans. This presents an excellent opportunity. I propose that alongside the jewelry and diamond exhibition, we also host a traditional crafts exhibition, allowing more individuals to appreciate the time-honored skills of the Ming dynasty. Minister of Works, Zhu Liquan suggested. Indeed, this idea is promising. I grant my approval, Zhu Zhiwei responded, his eyes brightening as he recognized the synergy of collective effort. The traditional crafts of the Ming dynasty originate from the Central Plains, with some integrating unique elements from Southeast Asia, Africa, and the Middle East, culminating in a novel artistic expression that is wonderfully diverse. The discussion then shifted to the particulars of the upcoming jewelry and diamond exhibition. Although it may seem merely a commercial event or auction, for a small nation like the Ming dynasty, if executed successfully, the impact on our economy, culture, and influence would be monumental. After all, given the modest scale of the Ming dynasty, even a slight improvement represents significant progress. Today's discussions shall conclude here. The Grand Minister of Agriculture shall collaborate with the 6 ministries to devise a more detailed plan, and upon its completion, we will commence external advertising. I shall allocate $200 million from the internal treasury, with an additional $50 million from the Ministry of Revenue, totaling $2,500 million for this event, Zhu Zhiwei concluded, addressing the most critical matter. Without funding, this initiative cannot flourish. Your Majesty is wise, Zhu Guiyuan exclaimed, filled with excitement. Your Majesty is indeed wise, the assembled ministers echoed in unison. Zhu Zhiwei cast a composed glance at the young attendant, who instantly understood and proclaimed aloud, the court is hereby dismissed. We bid farewell to your Majesty. He then instructed the attendant to summon Duke Su to meet him. Yes, the young attendant responded, hastening towards a portly middle-aged man with great respect. Duke Su, please wait a moment. Duke Su, puzzled, regarded the young attendant, recognizing that it must be the emperor's command that had halted him. Indeed, the young attendant smiled and said, Duke Su, His Majesty requests your presence. Please follow me. Su Ziyuan nodded. Being summoned by the emperor was imperative. To refuse would be tantamount to defying the royal decree. However, he felt a surge of curiosity about the reason behind the emperor's summons at this moment. Your servant, Su Ziyuan, pays his respects to your Majesty. Rise. I am uncertain of the purpose for which I have been summoned, Su Ziyuan inquired with curiosity. It is not a matter of great consequence, Zhu Zhiwei replied candidly. I have requested your daughter, Su Ziqing, to enter the palace. I wish to appoint her as my economic advisor and send her to Huagua for investment endeavors. What are your thoughts on this, Duke Su? Su Ziyuan's brows furrowed. He was unclear about the emperor's intentions. In the Ming dynasty, a woman's reputation was of utmost importance. Summoning her to the palace directly could jeopardize her prospects for marriage if others were to discover it. Yet, Zhu Zhiwei had not contemplated such implications, nor did he possess awareness of the matter's sensitivity. What, is Duke Su reluctant? Zhu Zhiwei inquired further, noticing the hesitation on Su's face, wondering if he was truly an old-fashioned man. Your Majesty, may I dare to inquire when my daughter had the honor of meeting you? Su Ziyuan's question only deepened Zhu Zhiwei's perplexity, though he deemed it appropriate to respond. The acquaintance was made before I went to the royal tomb to observe filial piety. At that time, Miss Su was at the side of the Empress Dowager. I encountered her while paying my respects, and we exchanged a few words. I discovered that she had studied abroad in Huagua and shared similar insights regarding its economic development and future trends, which led me to consider her for the role of my economic advisor, Zhu Zhiwei explained. Su Ziyuan's understanding dawned. Realizing the involvement of the Empress Dowager added layers of complexity to the situation. The emperor, newly ascended to power, might still be oblivious to certain customs of the Ming, particularly regarding his daughter's age of 21, which was considered advanced for marriage. Were it not for her beauty and noble lineage, finding a suitable match would be exceedingly difficult, and time was of the essence. Furthermore, if the emperor's abrupt summons were to leak, it would further dissuade potential suitors. Su Ziyuan pondered whether the emperor had considered these ramifications. I had not contemplated these matters. It seems I have acted rashly, Zhu Zhiwei admitted, realizing his mindset was still rooted in Huagua's customs. Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. I shall take my leave now, Su Ziyuan replied, departing, his loyalty slightly diminished. This was a miscalculation on Zhu Zhirui's part. He should have communicated with Su Ziyuan first and summoned him with a legitimate reason, or sought the Empress Dowager's assistance. Clearly, there remained much for him to learn. After the court disperses, a group of ministers gathers around the Grand Minister of Agriculture, Zhu Guiyuan, expressing their thoughts. Esteemed colleagues, I urge you to reflect deeply on any valuable ideas that were not discussed during the assembly. Please jot them down and have them delivered to the Treasury Bureau. I shall review them promptly with the 6 ministries and submit them for His Majesty's approval. Now, you may all disperse, Zhu Guiyuan proclaimed. In truth, he felt a surge of joy. He had never been so well regarded before. His intuition proved correct. Should this endeavor succeed, he would ascend to become a national hero of the Ming dynasty, with a future brimming with potential, including the possibility of restoring his ancestral titles. The titles in the Ming dynasty, ranked from highest to lowest, include princes, dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, and barons. Indeed, the titles that had been abolished are now reinstated. Although the most prestigious among them remains the prince, of which there are currently only 2. Yet, it is evident to all the inherent flaws of the feudal system. Given the current emperor's wisdom, it seems unlikely that he would tolerate the existence of the kings of Shu and Lu. There is uncertainty about the potential for civil strife in the future, a situation that everyone wishes to avoid yet feels the urgency to resolve. As the longer it drags on, the more complex it becomes. Everyone, please disperse and do not linger here. Leave the palace, Zhang Daoquan. The Minister of Personnel and the head of the 6 ministries declared, compelling the ministers to depart. In the Qinqing Palace, Spring Qi announced, Your Majesty, Miss Su has arrived. Oh, where is she? Zhu Zhirui replied, his mind troubled. She is in the Imperial Garden with the Empress Dowager, Spring Qi responded. Why has Mother come? Zhu Zhirui inquired. The Empress Dowager initially came to see Your Majesty, but upon encountering Miss Su, she took her to the garden to admire the flowers, Spring Qi explained. Admiring flowers, indeed. Mother has always enjoyed such things. Back in Huagua, she cultivated many plants on the balcony. But why is she so concerned about Su Ziqing? Is there a misunderstanding? Come, let us head to the Imperial Garden, Zhu Zhirui said, hastening his steps, revealing his anxiousness. As he arrived at the garden, he was greeted by joyful laughter, the sound of his mother's mirth. Since coming to the Ming dynasty, it was the first time he had heard her laugh so heartily. Greetings, Mother, Zhu Zhirui bowed respectfully. Salutations, Brother Emperor, Su Ziqing said bashfully, casting a cautious glance at Jiang Mei, her cheeks tinged with pink, leaving one to wonder what they had discussed moments before. Xiao Rui has arrived. Qing'er is a wonderful girl, having studied in Huagua for 4 years. We share many common topics, Jiang Mei remarked, casting a meaningful look at Zhu Zhirui that made him feel uneasy. Indeed, as Mother says. I just heard Qing'er mention your intention to have her invest in Huagua. Have you made arrangements with Duke Su? Jiang Mei asked. Zhu Zhirui hesitated, acknowledging what he deemed a failure. Leave this matter to me, dear. Su Ziyuan is notoriously stubborn, as he has been for over 20 years, Jiang Mei advised. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhu Zhirui began to speak, but before he could finish, Su Ziqing expressed her excitement. She, too, is not inclined to marry an unfamiliar person casually. Her passions lie in finance, design, and globetrotting, embodying the essence of a modern woman. Then I shall trouble you, Mother Empress, said Jiang Mei, turning to a nearby palace maid. Your servant is here, the maid replied. Go and summon Duke Su into the palace, and inform him that I wish to see him. Jiang Mei instructed. Understood. I shall not disturb your conversation any longer, Mother. I will return to Kangning Palace, Jiang Mei added with a smile. Casting a glance at Zhu Zhirui, her eyes conveying a hint of encouragement. Fear not, Sister Qing. With Mother Empress intervening, Duke Su shall certainly not object. Zhu Zhirui broke the awkwardness, initiating the conversation. Indeed, Su Ziqing softly nodded. This is for you, Zhu Zhirui said, producing a bank card from his pocket and handing it to Su Ziqing. Su Ziqing, her large, innocent eyes widening in confusion, asked, Brother Emperor, why are you giving me a bank card? This card contains $4 billion in cash, which constitutes a significant portion of my liquidity. Did we not agree to invest in Huagua? Without funds, how can we invest? This is your initial investment capital, Zhu Zhirui explained. What, $4 billion? Brother Emperor, that is far too much. I lack practical experience in this area. I am merely a novice. A few tens of millions would suffice. If I perform well in the future, you can support me then. I cannot accept such a large amount now, Su Ziqing protested, shaking her head vigorously. Ah, fear not. Should there be any losses, they will be mine to bear. I have every confidence that we shall reap substantial profits, so you need only follow my guidance in investing. Zhu Zhirui replied with confidence. Still, Su Ziqing remained resolute in her refusal. Faced with this impasse, Zhu Zhirui sought a compromise. Very well. 100 million of this sum is for you to experiment with. Choose any project that intrigues you to invest in, as a means of gaining experience. Even if it all fails, it matters not. The remaining $9 billion, however, you shall invest according to my directives. What say you? Humph. I could never allow myself to incur total losses. I am determined to earn more than you, Brother Emperor, Su Ziqing retorted defiantly. Ha ha ha, splendid. I eagerly await your surpassing of me. Zhu Zhirui laughed heartily. After their playful banter, Su Ziqing, now serious, inquired, Brother Emperor, which industries do you believe hold promise for investment? Zhu Zhirui pondered for a moment before analyzing. The world has just endured a financial crisis and has entered a significant recession, particularly affecting the nascent internet sector, which is now entering a cold winter. Listening attentively, Su Ziqing refrained from interjecting, occasionally nodding in agreement, clearly aligned with Zhu Zhirui's perspective. However, I have researched the internet. Its future is boundless. We are merely at the beginning, and it is destined to shine brilliantly in time. Additionally, sectors such as technology, telecommunications, semiconductors, renewable energy, pharmaceuticals, and real estate are all poised for remarkable growth. These are either emerging industries or thriving sectors with immense future potential. Investments made now will undoubtedly yield returns in the hundreds or even thousands of times. The funds I provided will primarily be allocated in two areas. The first involves waiting until the end of 2000, a time when I anticipate a significant number of internet enterprises will collapse or their market values will plummet to a nadir. At that moment, we can acquire shares of high-quality assets within the stock market of the United States. Su Ziqing, puzzled, queried, "How can you ascertain that the end of 2000 is indeed the lowest point?" Zhu Zhiwei, momentarily taken aback, recalled the memories from his previous life. Having experienced several financial crises and having worked in the internet sector, thus being acutely aware of the impending internet winter. However, he knew he could not divulge this entirely. He thus articulated, "It is not that we must wait until the end of the year. This is merely my estimation. You may decide when to make a move based on the actual circumstances. Nonetheless, I have faith in my judgment." Su Ziqing nodded, and then, unsure if she was jesting or serious, suggested, "Since you are so certain, Brother Emperor, I trust your judgment as well. In that case, we might even consider shorting the stock market. Perhaps we could amass a considerable fortune." Intrigued, Zhu Zhiwei asked, "Do you understand futures, Qiqing?" Pouting, Su Ziqing replied, "Did you forget, Brother Emperor? I studied finance. I possess some understanding of investments, futures, and foreign exchange, though I lack practical experience." Zhu Zhiwei's eyes lit up. "If that is the case, you could invest a few $100 million to experiment, and perhaps recruit some traders to assist. Can I really do that?" Su Ziqing asked. Lacking confidence. With a chuckle, Zhu Zhiwei reassured her, "Remove the can I believe in you, and you must believe in yourself." "Very well. I shall start with a smaller amount," Su Ziqing declared, encouraged by his words. Unexpectedly, Zhu Zhiwei returned to the main subject, saying, "Secondly, we should invest in promising internet companies that have yet to go public or are just starting out. I have prepared a list of such companies, irrespective of the cost. We must secure as many shares as possible. We need not partake in their operations and can even commit to steadfastly supporting the entrepreneurial teams. Moreover, we could also invest in real estate projects, which could appreciate several times over in the future, perhaps even by a factor of 10. However, compared to the potential returns from investing in future internet giants, these are negligible." After sharing this, Zhu Zhiwei produced a sheet of paper, the very list he had compiled. He had never envisioned that he would one day traverse through time, and even if he had, he could not have known the specific moment he would arrive in, thus being unaware of many potentially lucrative companies, aside from a few well-known ones. Su Ziqing took the paper, and though puzzled, chose to trust Zhu Zhiwei. She carefully stored the document and the bank card, confidently stating, "Rest assured, Brother Emperor. I will help you earn back a substantial amount to contribute to the prosperity of our great Ming dynasty." Zhu Zhiwei, charmed by the adorable and self-assured Su Ziqing, could not resist gently patting her head, smiling softly. "Yes, I believe you will undoubtedly succeed. Brother Emperor, I shall take my leave now," Su Ziqing exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed from Zhu Zhiwei's gesture, and she scampered off, her demeanor undeniably endearing. Zhu Zhiwei looked at his hand suspended in midair with a self-deprecating sigh, lamenting the irresistible charm of lovely young women. Su Ziqing ambled along, his brow perpetually furrowed, as if burdened by heavy thoughts. He was perplexed about the emperor's true intentions towards his daughter. Was it genuine affection, or merely an appreciation for her talents? Should it be the former, he, as the Duke of Su, commanding the nation's military, would not see his daughter's marriage to the emperor diminish her standing? However, if it were the latter, the prospect of his daughter's youth being squandered weighed heavily on his mind. "Duke Su, please wait a moment." Suddenly, he felt someone calling out to him. Turning, he saw a young lady in attendance to the Empress Dowager. "Duke Su, I am a lady in waiting to the Empress Dowager. Her Majesty has requested your presence at Kongning Palace." She said. "Your servant obeys," Su Ziyuan replied. At Kongning Palace, he announced, "I, Su Ziyuan, pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. Long live the Empress Dowager." "Duke Su, there is no need for formalities. I have summoned you for an important discussion. Please, have a seat." Jiang Mei gestured toward a chair beside her. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Su Ziyuan took his seat. Feeling uncertain about the reason for his summons, he could not help but inquire, "May I ask what instructions the Empress Dowager has? I shall not hesitate to face any challenges." "Isn T Ziqing the youngest daughter of the Duke?" Jiang Mei inquired. Su Ziyuan's heart skipped a beat as his mind began to race. What was happening? Had the Emperor failed to persuade him and sought the Dowager's intervention? Was he being overly esteemed? How could he possibly refuse? He nodded reluctantly. "Yes, Your Majesty, Ziqing is my fourth and youngest daughter. I have indulged her since childhood, and after studying abroad, she has become rather headstrong. If she has committed any improprieties that have displeased you, I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Jiang Mei waved her hand dismissively. "The Duke misunderstands. Ziqing is quite well behaved and sensible. Moreover, having spent 4 years studying in Huagua, she shares many common topics with me, and we have enjoyed delightful conversations." Then, she shifted her tone. "I believe the Emperor has mentioned to you that he wishes to invite Ziqing to serve as a royal economic advisor, overseeing investments in Huagua. Might I inquire if the Duke would consider this opportunity?" Su Ziyuan felt a surge of anxiety. This was his beloved daughter. Could he really let her go? What if she could not find a suitable match in the future? Jiang Mei, astute and having grown up in the Ming Kingdom, understood the people and circumstances here far better than Zhu Zhiwei. Sensing Su Ziyuan's concerns, she smiled gently. "I understand the Duke's worries. However, are you concerned that, as Ziqing grows older, being frequently in the Emperor's company may hinder her prospects for marriage?" "I would not presume to think so," Su Ziyuan quickly replied. Rising to his feet, to hesitate suggests a certain agreement, she chuckled. "In truth, I believe they are quite well matched. The Emperor, having grown up in Huagua, is already 23 years old. It is common for girls here to marry at 21, so he would not perceive Ziqing as being too old. Instead, he may see her as a younger sister, just 2 years his junior. Indeed, it was the mother who knows her son best. Zhu Zhiwei did indeed perceive Ziqing as still quite young, reminiscent of a sister in his eyes. Thus, I have conceived a notion to propose that the emperor wed the young lady Ziqing. I wonder how the duke feels about this, and whether he would be willing to form an alliance through marriage with me. Jiang Meiyu insisted, her words unwavering and resolute. Fortunately, Zhu Zhiwei was not present, otherwise, I would have been at a loss for words. While inwardly elated, I also felt a sense of disorientation at how swiftly this marriage was being decided. Su Ziyuan's eyes brightened. This was precisely what he had contemplated before. If so, it could be the most advantageous course of action. However, he hesitated momentarily before responding. Your Majesty, in your youth, you are astute, wise, and valiant. For Ziqing to marry you would indeed be a stroke of fortune for her, and I have no objections. Chapter 49. The reluctant yet honest heart yet. There lingered a conflict within him, a question he wished to voice but hesitated to do so. It was crucial to ascertain the status with which his daughter would wed the emperor. The duke was aware that the Empress Dowager had previously arranged a marriage alliance with the Deshun kingdom to ensure the emperor's ascension, thereby solidifying the position of the empress. Consequently, Ziqing would have to settle for the rank of consort. He wondered if the duke would find this acceptable. Jiang Meiyu articulated Su Ziyuan's concerns directly. Upon hearing this, Su Ziyuan's face broke into a smile. Let it be determined by the Empress Dowager. I have no objections. What a jest. The rank of consort is second only to that of the empress. From the outset, he had never entertained thoughts of the empress, for it was well known among the court that a candidate for that position had already been chosen. Very well. As soon as the emperor marries the empress, Ziqing shall be wed forthwith, Jiang Meiyu declared decisively. Yes, I shall obey your command. Zhu Zhiwei could scarcely believe that his future two wives were being arranged so transparently by his grandmother and mother without his prior knowledge. I shall take my leave now. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager's call. Chuanqi suddenly approached Zhu Zhiwei, handing him a secure satellite phone. Do not assume that the Ming Kingdom is a backward feudal regime. It possesses a certain level of industrial foundation. If it were truly lagging, its annual GDP would not be so high. In fact, the middle class in the Ming Kingdom typically enjoys wired telephones and color televisions in their households, and there are over 50,000 mobile phone users. Additionally, the internet, which has only recently emerged, is also present in the Ming Kingdom. Wealthy families possess personal computers, while ordinary citizens frequent internet cafes. Current statistics indicate that the number of internet users nationwide has surpassed 200,000. Thus, when matters arise within the palace requiring a minister's presence, it is unnecessary for palace maids to physically visit the homes of ministers. Typically, they are contacted directly by phone, as the palace possesses all ministers' contact information. The same applies within the palace. Aside from customary greetings or necessary meetings, ordinary affairs are also communicated via telephone, albeit using specially customized secure lines. Without hesitation, Zhu Zhiwei stood and took the phone. Hello, mother. The matter concerning Su Ziqing has been resolved. The duke has agreed to allow her to serve as your economic advisor. Jiang Meiyu stated forthrightly. Is that so, mother? You will not use your position to coerce him, will you? Zhu Zhiwei speculated. After all, he held a significant military power as a prominent duke of the realm and would undoubtedly become your right hand. How could you possibly engage in such foolishness? Not only did you refrain from such actions, but he also accepted the situation with great delight, thereby binding him to your side, which would greatly assist you in wielding military authority in the future. Jiang Mei spoke with an air of mystery, inciting Zhu Zhiwei's deep curiosity about how she managed to achieve such a trifecta. Mother is truly remarkable, Zhu Zhiwei praised with a cheerful smile. By the way, mother, what method did you use to persuade that old stubborn man? I wish to learn, so I might find it easier to deal with similar individuals in the future. Zhu Zhiwei inquired, genuinely intrigued. It's quite simple. I told Duke Su that you could marry Su Ziqing as a concubine, Jiang Mei replied. Her laughter clearly audible over the phone, reaching Zhu Zhiwei's ears. Zhu Zhiwei felt utterly deceived, tricked by his own mother. What sort of absurd method was this? Must he wed the daughters or granddaughters of such obstinate men in the future? What a jest. Did they possess a sister as beautiful and charming as Qingyu? Did they even match her temperament? Sweat dripped from his brow as he pondered. Mother, such matters are one-time occurrences. You must consult me beforehand, or I will find myself in a difficult position, Zhu Zhiwei complained. I know. I am neither blind nor foolish. I can see that Ziqing is indeed quite exceptional, and the way she looks at you is filled with affection. That is why I acted thus. Otherwise, would just any woman be suitable to marry my son? Jiang Mei asserted with pride. Now, dear son, tell me, are you satisfied or not? Jiang Mei asked with a grin, clearly teasing him. Zhu Zhiwei longed to say, I am not satisfied. Please do not trick me. Yet, the words caught in his throat, and he hesitated before responding. Mother, I have matters to attend to. I must hang up now. Beep, beep, beep. Oh, spare me. I know your little schemes all too well, Jiang Mei chuckled, gazing at the satellite phone that only emitted beeping sounds. As time swiftly passed, half a month slipped away in the blink of an eye. The world was bustling with economic development and improving livelihoods, and the process of globalization was becoming increasingly refined and fervent. Apart from minor frictions in a few regions, the world was at peace. During this fortnight, Su Ziqing had arrived in Huagua and commenced the establishment of an investment company. Minister of Works Zhu Likuan tirelessly conducted field inspections at the actual locations of the No. 1 and No. 2 hydropower stations while cross-referencing the planning maps. Nationwide publicity for bidding was underway, and Minister of Revenue Yao Muji had invited a group of advisors to assist with the issuance of national bonds, all progressing methodically. Wang Hai, Using Zhu Zhirui's and the young lady Li Wanner's birth dates, along with various esoteric theories like feng shui, which Zhu Zhirui did not comprehend, identified an auspicious date, January 22, 2000, and had already completed a series of premarital ceremonies, including the formal proposal. Tang Xian, at Zhu Zhirui's request, meticulously re-registered and compiled a list of all the palace maids, including their ages, and successfully persuaded the first batch of those over 40 to leave the palace and marry, with the royal family preparing dowries for them. For those unwilling to marry, the royal family also assured them of a comfortable retirement. At the Seg Technology Park in Hua was Huiqiangbai. A modest office on the 4th floor of Building 2 buzzes with the industrious energy of fewer than 10 individuals. Zedong hastily optimizes, declaring that this place is inadequate. Mr. Ma, the rate of user growth is exceedingly rapid. The funds from your recent financing may not last long. A young man, adjusting his spectacles, exuded strength and composure, encouraging everyone around him. Rest assured, I have already begun the search for new investors. Our QICQ boasts the largest number of instant messaging users nationwide. If it has succeeded in Sam country, we too shall prevail. After speaking, the young man stepped outside, exhaling a deep sigh of resignation. He hailed from a well-off family. His father a high-ranking official. During the initial stages of his entrepreneurial journey, he received support from his parents, including a startup capital of 500,000 yuan provided by his father. His father had been a longtime friend of the affluent Li Jiaqing from Xiangjiang, and he had known Li Zikai since childhood. Through such connections, aid was extended, culminating in an investment of $2 million from IDG. While this sum appeared substantial, it proved insufficient in the face of the rapidly growing user base. Chapter 50. The Internet Winter. Although not all funds had been exhausted, the company found itself amidst an Internet winter with a severely adverse financing environment. He was compelled to prepare for the worst, hoping to secure additional funding to weather this chilling season. Suddenly, he caught sight of a stunning young woman approaching, adorned in an exquisite, uniquely designed traditional outfit. Accompanying her were 2 bodyguards, clad in sunglasses, exuding an air that warned others to keep their distance. It was evident that this girl held a significant status. The young woman was Su Ziqing, her attire a product of her own design, intended to promote a love for traditional garments and establish her own brand within Huagua. The 2 bodyguards, dark martial guardians personally assigned by Zhu Ziru to ensure her safety, were formidable in their prowess. While it might be an exaggeration to claim they could single-handedly confront 1,000 adversaries, it was certainly within their capability to handle a considerable number of foes collectively. Armed, they would be akin to deities, capable of eliminating an enemy with a single bullet, instilling a sense of despair in their adversaries. With their protection, Zhu Ziru felt entirely at ease, allowing Su Ziqing to venture alone from the Great Ming nation. Hello, may I inquire if you are Mr. Ma Huadeng? Su Ziqing asked. At this moment, Ma Huadeng was not yet the future internet magnate, merely a young entrepreneur in the nascent stages of his career. Coupled with Su Ziqing's allure and the imposing presence of her 2 bodyguards, he found himself momentarily dazed. However, he quickly regained his composure and nodded, saying, I am Ma Huadeng. May I ask what brings you here, miss? Su Ziqing smiled gently. Greetings, Mr. Ma. I am Su Ziqing, the head of the Royal Investment Group of the Great Ming. To be candid, we hold great promise in your QICQ project and wish to invest in your company. Upon hearing this, Ma Huadeng's eyes brightened. He had been troubled by this matter. As for doubting whether these individuals were swindlers, he possessed enough discernment to recognize that the girl was certainly not an ordinary person, and the 2 robust men were equally remarkable. The Deming Royal Investment Group? Ma Huadeng was certain he had never heard of such a renowned investment firm. Yet this was inconsequential. There were countless investment companies, and as long as the capital was genuine, that was what truly mattered. Su Ziqing, perceptive to the doubts of her counterparts, proactively elucidated. Our Deming Royal Investment Group is an investment firm controlled by the royal family of the Deming Kingdom from Nanyang Island. I wonder, Mr. Ma, if you have heard of the Deming Kingdom? Suddenly enlightened, Ma Huadeng exclaimed. So it is you. Of course, I have heard of you. When your emperor ascended the throne, we provided extensive coverage here, so most people are at least somewhat aware. Now reassured, he was pleasantly surprised to find that he could attract royal investment, which would certainly add to his prestige. Furthermore, since it was royalty, they undoubtedly had abundant financial resources. Might we have the opportunity for investment collaboration? Su Ziqing inquired. It would be our honor, Ma Huadeng replied, then smacked his forehead in realization. Look at me, Miss Su. Please, take a seat, and let us converse. Thank you, she replied. As the 4 entered the office, they captured the attention of everyone present, particularly Su Ziqing, whose beauty was striking, and her traditional attire was particularly eye-catching. Even 2 decades later, such attire would still turn heads on the streets, let alone in the present. Allow me to introduce, this is Miss Su Ziqing, here to discuss investment with us. Everyone, please return to your work, Ma Huadeng announced, then instructed, Idan. Please serve tea to our guests. He then led Su Ziqing and the others into the reception room. Understood, Mr. Ma, Cheng Idan responded excitedly. Once the door to the reception room closed, the others outside could hardly contain their exhilaration. Just moments ago, they had been contemplating seeking investment, and now it had arrived with remarkable speed. What kind of investor is this? The leading woman is extraordinarily beautiful, as far as I know. There aren't many in the investment realm who could rival her beauty, or she would have long been famous. Observing that she appeared relatively young, they speculated she might be a newcomer with a prominent background. Everyone, focus on your tasks. Let us not appear disorganized or undisciplined. Inside the reception room, after taking a seat, Su Ziqing boldly initiated the conversation. Mr. Ma, I would like to gain insights into the current actual data for QICQ, as well as your equity structure. Would it be convenient for you to disclose this information? Taken aback by her decisiveness, Ma Huadeng nodded and said, certainly. At present, our QICQ user base has surpassed 1 6 million, with daily active users exceeding 4,000, and numbers continue to grow rapidly. Currently, Inca Digital and IDG each hold 20 of the shares, while our founding team retains 60. The last valuation was $5 million. If we were to invest, how much equity could you offer? Additionally, what valuation do you believe you currently hold, Mr. Ma? Su Ziqing inquired. Ma Huading was taken aback. It was his first encounter with such an investor. Typically, investors would propose a valuation, often attempting to compress it while demanding a greater share and various rights. It was indeed rare to encounter someone like Su Ziqing. After a moment of contemplation, Ma Huateng spoke. The pre-investment valuation is set at $10 million, and we can negotiate a 20 equity stake. Although he wished for a higher valuation, it had been less than 2 months since the last investment. So doubling the valuation was already considerable. He harbored concerns that the other party might be unwilling. However, to his surprise, Su Ziqing smiled faintly and confidently stated, a pre-investment valuation of $10 million is acceptable, and a 20 stake is also agreeable. However, I would like to request Mr. Ma to mediate as we are interested in acquiring the shares from Inca Digital and IDG. No, that would give you too much equity, Ma Huading swiftly rejected without hesitation. As an entrepreneur, no one desired to see their company seized by others. Su Ziqing seemed to anticipate his anxiety and calmly replied, we can implement an A-B share structure. You need not worry about being ousted from the company. Our investment projects are also investors. No one understands the business better than the founding team. In fact, we can provide written authorization ensuring we will not interfere with your company's operations. All we seek is a return on our investment. Moreover, if we truly wish to exert direct control over your company, I could privately negotiate a premium acquisition with those two firms. Couldn't I? Please consider this. Ma Huading was once again astonished. He had been shocked enough for one day. He had never encountered such an outstanding investor. Nor had he heard of one. Someone who solely invested without meddling, fully supporting the founding team. Was there anything better than this? No. At least he had not yet encountered it. Chapter 51. The Imperial Edict of the Great Ming. I can assist in contacting the two firms, though I cannot guarantee success. Ma Huateng remarked. That would be greatly appreciated, Mr. Ma. Regardless of the outcome, we will proceed with this investment. Su Ziqing replied joyfully. May I inquire, Miss Su, why you wish to acquire such a significant stake in our company, Tengshuan? Ma Huading asked. Because His Majesty, the Emperor of the Great Ming, holds your product in high regard. He grew up in Huagua and has experienced QECQ firsthand. With such a vast population in Huagua, the development of the internet is crucial. Therefore, upon establishing the Royal Investment Group of the Great Ming, you were our first choice, Su Ziqing explained candidly. I see. To be valued by His Majesty is indeed an honor for us. Ma Huading nodded, understanding now. Qianxing Palace of the Great Ming. Hu Zhuzi exhaled deeply, glancing at his attribute panel, his expression brightening as he rose to leave the room. Host, Zhu Zizhong. Occupation, Emperor Cultivation, Apprentice in Dark Martial Arts, 5 Senses LV6, Technique, Starry Sky Visualization. Supreme Emperor Scripture Merit Value, 0. Kaz Zhu Zizhong gently pushed open the door, finding Chuanqi waiting outside. As the days passed, everyone grew increasingly familiar, and they had come to understand the Emperor's routine better. Your Majesty, Spring Qi announced, dinner has been prepared for you, featuring your favorite dish, roasted steak. Zhu Zhirui, having engaged in rigorous training, now expended considerable energy daily. Although his physical attributes had not drastically improved, the enhancement of his senses had inevitably led to increased consumption of energy. The transformation of fat into vitality meant that even without exercise, his physique would grow stronger. Especially since he also practiced martial arts alongside the Dark Guard. Your Majesty, the Tangong Ling has been waiting for you for half an hour. Would you prefer to meet with her after your dinner? Spring Qi inquired. Let us meet now, Zhu Zhirui replied, striding toward the dining table. It was adorned with 6 delectable dishes, among which the roasted steak he had recently come to relish was the most enticing. He marveled at the chef's skills, as the aroma was truly irresistible, a delight he could enjoy repeatedly without weariness, at least for the time being. Your Majesty, Tang Zian said, taking small, graceful steps before bowing respectfully 2 meters from Zhu Zhirui. Please, no need for formality. Zhu Zhirui waved his hand. Then, while savoring his meal, inquired, Tang Gongling. You have come to discuss the matter from last time, have you not? What is the current situation? Zhu Zhirui did not invite her to dine with him out of a sense of hierarchy and decorum. He had previously extended invitations. But the palace maids and female officials were often reluctant to join him at the table, a practice he had ceased to insist upon. Your Majesty is wise. During this time, I have re-registered the information of all palace maids and female officials. Currently, there are 565 individuals over the age of 40 willing to leave the palace, of which 52 have secured marriages through family connections or personal efforts. We shall provide them with a one-time dowry, based on their years of service. The dowry amounts to 13.2 billion yuan of treasure for each year, totaling an expenditure of 212.88 billion yuan. The currency of the Great Ming was significantly devalued, with $1 equating to 110,000 yuan, and the potential for further depreciation loomed. Therefore, the figure of 13.2 billion yuan effectively translated to an annual dowry of approximately $200 per individual. The longer one remained in the palace, the more substantial the one-time dowry would be. The total of 212.88 billion yuan approximated $94 million, which, when distributed among the recipients, amounted to a modest sum. However, considering the low income levels and minimal prices of goods in the Great Ming, this sum was quite significant. Additionally, 513 individuals would require a monthly pension of 1 million yuan each, totaling an annual expenditure of approximately 67.7 billion yuan. This equated to about $100 per month, culminating in an annual total of $200, akin to the dowry. The dowry was a one-time provision, averaging around 30 years' worth of funds per individual. while the pension needed to be collected continuously for 30 years to match the dowry, implying a life expectancy of at least 70 years. It was challenging to determine which option was superior, as each bore its own advantages and disadvantages, ultimately depending on personal choice. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Zhuwei declared, "Let us double both the dowry and the pension. They serve my Zhu family, and we must not treat them unfairly." Upon hearing this, Tang Zian felt deeply moved. Yet she reminded him gently, "Your Majesty, I implore you to reconsider. While I understand your intentions to improve the lives of the people, this expenditure is not insignificant. This is merely the initial batch, and there may be considerable costs to follow. Furthermore, with the recent doubling of the pension subsidies, should not those ants who have already left the palace also receive an increase? That would entail a substantial sum as well." Tang Zian perceived that the emperor was unaware of the true value of money, as he had never had to manage it himself. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, "Perhaps a modest increase of 10 or 20% would suffice." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuwei immediately recognized the implications. He had been considering the immediate group of over 500 individuals, and indeed, a twofold increase seemed rather negligible. However, he had overlooked the future implications, as this would set a precedent that could have far-reaching consequences. He believed that with Su Ziqing's investments in Huagua, financial strain would soon be alleviated, a notion known solely to him. Should he persist in his current course without heed, it could result in a chain reaction of adverse consequences, transforming a well-intentioned act into a misdeed. Zhu Zhuwei cast a grateful glance at Tang Zian. "You are correct, Tang Gongling. I have overlooked certain matters. Let us proceed as you suggest and implement a 20% increase for now. When the Great Ming nation flourishes further, we shall revisit their allowances." Tang Zian was profoundly touched by the emperor's ability to acknowledge his misstep and his optimistic outlook for the future. "Your Majesty is truly wise," she exclaimed. "However, I have one more matter to discuss, though I hesitate to bring it forth." "What is it? Speak freely. I shall pardon you," Zhu Zhuwei replied, wiping his mouth with the towel provided by Chuing. "Your Majesty, the Jinui have recently been conducting extensive arrests within the palace and have reportedly engaged in harsh interrogations. Such practices hark back centuries. Given your wisdom, it would be prudent to halt these proceedings," Tang Zian articulated. With a resounding clap on the table and a cold snort, Zhu Zhuwei retorted, "Is Tang Gongling instructing me on governance?" This was the first time Tang Zian had witnessed the emperor's anger. Previously, he had always addressed her with a smile, leading her to believe him to be of gentle temperament. Yet now, she realized that he was indeed an emperor, a true dragon, and could not be meek. Startled, she quickly knelt before Zhu Zhuwei. "Your Majesty, I deserve punishment. I have overstepped my bounds. Please forgive me." "Humph. You are aware of your overreach. Simply manage the affairs of the harem well henceforth. The actions of the Jinui are sanctioned by me." As he spoke, Zhu Zhuwei turned to Dongpan, instructing, "Bring forth the items sent by Commander Yi for Tang Gongling to examine." "Yes, Your Majesty," Dongpan and the others, witnessing the emperor's ire for the first time, hurriedly retrieved a box. Tang Gongling, observe closely. This is the reason I ordered the Jinui to thoroughly investigate the Neishi Bureau. Zhu Zhuwei indicated towards the box. Tang Zian felt a sense of disorientation, uncertain of what could have provoked such anger from the emperor. Yet, she surmised it was likely something unsavory. With trembling hands, she opened the wooden box, revealing discs and various documents inside. While the discs remained inscrutable, the documents were laid bare before her. What? How could this be? Tang Zian fell to the ground, utterly despondent. All these constitute evidence and testimonies. Some have conspired with the enemy, while others have engaged in secret dealings with the Duke of Lu, accepted bribes, colluded with court officials, sold precious treasures from the palace, and manipulated prices to inflate costs tenfold upon reporting within the palace. Such numerous charges leave one astounded. The entire inner palace resembles a sieve, leaking secrets from every corner. This is utterly intolerable to Zhu Zhuwei. Initially, Zhu Zhuwei had merely instructed Yi Tang to investigate a few individuals. Yet this inadvertently unearthed a series of corruption cases, including collusion with court officials. Consequently, Zhu Zhuwei, filled with indignation, commanded a more extensive investigation into the Inner Palace Bureau. Ultimately, this thorough inquiry unearthed over 70 implicated individuals, with nearly 200 entangled in the scandal. Fortunately, their involvement was not deeply entrenched, allowing for their return. Yet all were expelled from the palace. Among the court officials implicated, there were as many as 7, with the highest rank reaching the 4th grade. This incident marks the most significant case since Zhu Zhuwei ascended the throne, necessitating a serious response to restore order in the court. "Rise, this matter does not concern you, and I have just declared you innocent." Zhu Zhuwei spoke with a hint of reluctance. The palace is replete with personnel, and subordinates often deceive their superiors. Tang Zian, unaware of the intricacies, bears some responsibility due to negligence. However, her loyalty exceeds 90%, making it improbable for Zhu Zhuwei to demote her, as that would be self-defeating. A gentle reprimand suffices. "Your Majesty, such a scandal within the palace renders me culpable. Please punish me." Tang Zian pleaded for leniency. "Arise, this is my command," Zhu Zhuwei asserted firmly. Taken aback, Tang Zian nonetheless complied with the imperial decree and stood. "Since you acknowledge your accountability, let us turn this into an opportunity for merit. Now that Yi Tang has conducted a comprehensive review of the Inner Palace Bureau, the remaining personnel should pose no significant issues. Your task is to stabilize their emotions. The matter has reached a conclusion, but such mistakes must never recur. Simply focus on your duties," Zhu Zhuwei instructed. "Yes, I understand what I must do." Tang Zian nodded obediently. Additionally, this outlines the future reforms for the Inner Palace Bureau. "The current structure is overly complex and difficult to manage. Please review this plan," Zhu Zhuwei said, producing a sheet of paper from his sleeve and handing it to her. Tang Zian accepted it with curiosity and examined the contents. The Inner Palace Bureau will henceforth be renamed the Inner Affairs Office, with you remaining as its palace official, holding the highest rank of first class. It will be structured into 10 divisions and 1 guard: the Palace Affairs Division, the Ceremonial Division, the Attire Division, the Culinary Division, the Labor Division, the Sleeping Division, the Financial Division, the Procurement Division, the Supervisory Division, the Garden Division, and the Foaming Guard. The Palace Affairs Division is responsible for the female officials attending to everyone from the Empress Dowager to ordinary concubines, with the exception of the Emperor's personal attendants, as it serves as the training and allocation department for female officials, akin to a reserve cadre training ground, led by the Director of Palace Affairs, holding the second highest rank. The Ceremonial Division is dedicated to court etiquette, overseeing newly arrived consorts down to ordinary palace maids, led by the Director of Ceremonies, holding the third rank. As for the court etiquette of princes and grandsons, that responsibility lies with the House of Imperial Relatives, while the Inner Affairs Office is solely accountable for internal palace matters. The Department of Apparel is responsible for managing the attire and adornments of the imperial court, from the emperor to the ordinary palace maids, with the head of the department known as the Minister of Apparel, holding a rank of 3rd grade. The Department of Culinary Affairs oversees the dietary needs of the court, again from the emperor down to the palace maids, led by the Minister of Culinary Affairs, also of 3rd grade. The imperial kitchen operates independently from the Department of Culinary Affairs. One is tasked with the preparation of dishes while the other informs what needs to be prepared and ensures the dishes are delivered to the officials' tables, a measure taken for safety reasons. The Department of Sleeping Arrangements is in charge of the sleeping matters of the emperor and the various concubines, including the warming of beds by palace maids and the documentation of the emperor's intimate affairs, with the head known as the Minister of Sleeping Arrangements, also of 3rd grade. The Department of Instruction is responsible for teaching embroidery and other feminine arts to the concubines and palace maids, a role that has remained unchanged. The newly established Department of Financial Affairs is dedicated to managing the palace's financial expenditures, required to present an annual budget similar to the Ministry of Revenue, and at the end of the year, to provide an accurate account of expenditures, including the flow of funds, significantly enhancing the oversight of potential corruption within the palace. The head of this department is the Minister of Financial Affairs, holding a rank of 2nd grade. The newly created Department of Procurement is explicitly responsible for purchasing matters within the court, separating finances from procurement to mitigate corruption, requiring the submission of a comprehensive procurement list at the end of each year detailing items, prices, quality, sources, and responsible parties, thus enabling accountability. The newly established Supervisory Department is tasked with overseeing the legality of actions by palace officials and maids, allowing the internal matters of the harem to be addressed within rather than by external forces, with the head being the Minister of Supervision, holding a rank of 1st grade. Just below the Imperial Edict, the newly created Department of Gardens is responsible for the maintenance and trimming of the palace's flora and architecture, with the head being the Minister of Gardens of 3rd grade. The newly formed Phoenix Guard is responsible for the protection of members of the harem, relieving male guards from this duty, and ensuring the safety of concubines when they leave the palace. This unit is provisionally set at 300 personnel, with 150 recruited from palace maids, 100 from esteemed court officials, and 50 from the general populace, led by a commander, holding a rank of 3rd grade. Tang Xian carefully reviewed the emperor's reform proposal for the imperial household, her heart shaken. Thus, the authority of the imperial household would be more defined and responsibilities clearer, albeit with an increase in overall power and restrictions. Your Majesty, do you have any candidates in mind for the heads of these departments? Tang Xian inquired. Her respect for Emperor Zhu Zhiruwei heightened due to previous events. To rule with both grace and authority is the way of kings, he replied thoughtfully. Since the previous heads of the 6 departments have shown no issues during the recent investigation, their positions shall remain unchanged. You 7 shall form a recommendation committee to propose candidates for the 4 departments, excluding the Phoenix Guard. Present the list to me, and I shall make the final decisions. Zhu Zhiruwei concluded. Chapter 53. An alluring new task. Feng Mingwei contemplated the future, hoping that one day the Dark Martial Guards could include women. If that were not feasible, he would have to seek a commendable female warrior from the military lineage to take on the role. For now, this was the only course of action he could pursue. He did not wish to squander excessive time on the affairs of the harem. Once the Grand Purge concluded and the restructuring was complete, he could delegate those responsibilities to the Empress, provided she proved satisfactory. Otherwise, the authority would revert to his mother. Yes, Your Majesty. I shall promptly submit the candidates and expedite the reforms of the Internal Affairs Bureau, Tang Xian assured. Indeed, I have faith in your capabilities. You may leave. Zhu Zhiruwei encouraged. Understood, I take my leave. As he observed her curvaceous silhouette sway away, Zhu Zhiruwei fell into deep contemplation, not concerning himself with base thoughts, but rather considering that upon the completion of the Internal Affairs Bureau's reforms, he should be able to accomplish the 2nd phase of his task to control the Jue Palace. The 3rd phase, evidently, would involve the Imperial Guards. Though this task had yet to commence, Zhu Zhiruwei had already begun to win hearts in advance. The loyalty of Generals Meng Gu and Xue Qi of the Imperial Guard stood at 89 and 90, respectively. Your Majesty, Miss Su is called back. Xuanqi reminded Zhu Zhiruwei as he pondered, handing him the satellite phone. Hello, Emperor brother. A melodious voice resonated from the other end, infused with a tinge of longing. Zhu Zhiruwei's lips curled into a slight smile. Sister Qinger, is everything going smoothly on your end? Emperor brother, do you only concern yourself with matters of work? Su Ziqing reproached. Not at all. I think of you every day. Are you enjoying your time in Huagua? Zhu Zhiruwei quickly retorted. That is more like it. Life here in Huagua is wonderful. I can pursue the things I love, all thanks to you, Emperor brother. That is delightful to hear. Zhu Zhiruwei could sense the genuine joy emanating from Su Ziqing. The constraints of the Ming nation were too stifling for her. By the way, Emperor brother, guess where I am right now? Su Ziqing abruptly changed the subject. Aren't you in Shenzhen? Zhu Zhiwei queried, puzzled. That deal is already settled. I'm currently in Linen, Su Ziqing declared proudly. Linen? So soon? Are you planning to meet with Ali's old horse? Zhu Zhiwei exclaimed, astonished by her efficiency. She had managed to finalize matters in Shenzhen in just 3 days and was now pursuing opportunities in Linen. You're too clever, Emperor brother. I've scheduled a meeting with Ma Yun, and I will discuss collaboration with them tomorrow morning, Su Ziqing replied. Tell me, how many shares did you secure from Tingshuan? Zhu Zhiwei inquired, his interest piqued. He understood that at this juncture, Tingshuan held little value, making it an opportune time for acquisition once they surged. The returns on such an investment would astound the world, becoming the stuff of legends. The pre-investment valuation I provided them was $10 million. Initially, I acquired a 20 stake for $2.5 million, followed by a premium purchase of the entire 16 stake from PCCW for $4.5 million, and subsequently a premium acquisition of 10 from IDG for $2.5 million. They were reluctant to sell everything and wished to retain a portion, thus totaling an expenditure of $9.5 million for a 46 stake in Tencent, while we can continue to co-invest in future financing rounds. According to Su Ziqing's report, PCCW sold its shares in June 2001 for nearly $15 million, but now, a year and a half later, they have just made their investment, resulting in a fourfold return, which is not insignificant. The primary reason for their initial investment in Tencent was not optimism but rather assistance, given their long-standing relationship. As it was facilitated by the father of Old Ma seeking help from Old Li, regarding the 46 stake, if my memory serves me right, in 10 years, it will be worth at least $200 billion, yielding a return on investment exceeding 20,000 times. Ding! A new side quest is initiated. Earn $100 trillion. Divided into 6 steps. The first step is to earn $1 billion, with a reward of a large manufacturing facility for the first-generation UK fighter jets, capable of producing all types of first-generation combat aircraft. System, you're not joking with me, are you? Is this first-generation aircraft what I think it is? Zhu Zhiwei pondered. Initially delighted by the task, he found the notion of a first-generation aircraft rather absurd. Indeed, it is the first-generation aircraft as envisioned by the host, albeit with slightly superior overall performance compared to the original first-generation models. However, it is certainly incomparable to the second-generation aircraft. No need for doubt. System, are you aware of how many generations of aircraft are currently prevalent globally? Am I to venture out and suffer for a first-generation aircraft? Isn't that a waste of resources? Zhu Zhiwei muttered. Currently, the most advanced aircraft are the third-generation heavy fighter jets from the United States, specifically the F-15. However, they will commence large-scale production of the fourth-generation F-22 next August, the system stated calmly. Zhu Zhiwei could not help but roll his eyes. Isn't it rather clear? I'm unaware of when the fourth-generation aircraft will emerge, yet you seem to know and still propose a first-generation aircraft as a viable option. Isn't that a waste of money? While the first-generation aircraft may be inferior, outside of a few major nations that possess third-generation aircraft, the primary combat aircraft of other medium-sized countries still largely consist of second-generation models. In fact, the first-generation aircraft is already the mainstay in your southern islands, and their numbers are quite limited. Moreover, the Great Ming nation lacks any aircraft production lines and can only procure first-generation aircraft from abroad. Thus, the host can utilize the first-generation aircraft as a training platform to enhance the proficiency of factory workers. This reasoning holds some merit, despite the formidable enemy. Our own capabilities are limited. Even with the best resources, one may not possess the ability to manage them effectively. It seems that even if I were granted a fourth-generation aircraft manufacturing facility, I would struggle to manage it. Alright then, a first-generation aircraft it is. As for the subsequent steps, will there be second, third, and even up to 6th generations? Zhu Zhiwei inquired. The host can be informed in advance. You guessed correctly. When you accumulate a fortune of 100 trillion, a 6th-generation fighter jet factory will be established. The 6th-generation fighter is the apex of aerial combat on your planet, beyond which further advancements seem unnecessary, as one can directly venture into the realm of interstellar travel. The system's response undoubtedly instilled immense confidence in Zhu Zhiwei. A mere 100 trillion? I am certain I can achieve that. It is worth noting that until his rebirth, the 5th-generation fighter was still in its infancy, with not a single one having been officially commissioned. The principal combat aircraft of various nations were still predominantly third-generation models. Fourth-generation fighters, aside from those of the United States, were scarce among other major powers, so he had ample time. Furthermore, the entirety of the Ming nation required advancement. Otherwise, possessing a 6th-generation fighter would merely render him prey to others, as such technology is exceedingly costly. Not only is the manufacturing expense exorbitant, but the maintenance costs are equally daunting. Without a robust economic foundation, indulging in such high-end toys is truly unfeasible. Moreover, reaching 100 billion would suffice to establish a second-generation aircraft factory, a feat Zhu Zhiwei found utterly manageable. Even the 1,000 billion for a third-generation factory posed no significant challenge. It was only upon reaching 1 trillion that the task began to grow arduous, yet with proper management, it would not be insurmountable. He must not become overly excited. He is now an emperor, and this is merely the beginning. In the future, wealth will be abundant, and fighter jets will be of little consequence. His ultimate ambition lies among the stars and the vast oceans. Chapter 54. Issuance of national bonds. Hello, brother emperor. Are you still there? A voice from the other end of the line called out, jolting Zhu Zhiwei back to reality. His attention had been entirely absorbed by that side mission, almost causing him to forget he was still on a call. Naturally, such an occurrence could not be disclosed directly. So Zhu Zhiwei offered a simple explanation. Sister Qing, I'm here. The signal may have been poor. He promptly shifted the topic, lavishing praise upon her. Sister Qing, I must say, You are truly remarkable. You are my lucky star and a great benefactor of our Ming nation. Hee. Thank you for your kind words. Brother Emperor. Upon hearing the Emperor's compliments, Su Ziqing's spirits soared, dispelling the fatigue of recent days and replacing it with a profound sense of happiness. After a delightful exchange, they reluctantly ended the call. The following day at the court assembly, the Minister of Finance, Yao Muji, presented the final draft of the national bond proposal. Zhu Zhirue approved its implementation, initiating a campaign to inform the citizens of the Ming nation through the Xijing television station. The next day, the atmosphere across the Ming nation, from the grand city of Xijing to the county towns with branches of the Imperial Bank, buzzed with excitement. The entrances of the banks were thronged with citizens, some genuinely seeking to conduct business, and others merely joining in the fervor. The Ming nation has but a single bank, known as the Great Ming Empire Bank, a state-owned institution divided into the headquarters in Xijing, various branches in the counties, and smaller offices in towns, with none in villages. At this moment, 6 long lines formed at the main hall of the Xijing headquarters. Gao Tian, a tall and handsome reporter from Xijing television station, enjoyed considerable fame within the Ming nation. Dear viewers, greetings. I am Gao Tian, a reporter from Xijing television station. Today, let us conduct a spontaneous interview with those queuing to gather their thoughts on the first issuance of national bonds by the Great Ming dynasty. With that, he turned to his colleague holding the camera and said, "Let's go." Soon, a few individuals approached the outer side of the queue. Gao Tian randomly selected one person and, with a warm smile, inquired, "Hello. I am Gao Tian from Xijing television station. May I ask you a question?" The interviewee, a young man, instantly brightened up upon seeing Gao Tian and exclaimed, "Of course. Gao Tian, I know you. My entire family are your fans." Clearing his throat, Gao Tian swiftly masked his embarrassment, adopting the demeanor of a professional journalist, and asked, "May I inquire if you are here today to purchase national bonds?" The young man replied matter-of-factly, "Absolutely. Who else would line up so early? Most people here are here to buy national bonds." Gao Tian's interest was piqued by such a response, prompting him to follow up with, "What motivates you to purchase national bonds? Did you come upon this through advertisements, or do you possess prior knowledge about them as an investment?" The young man pondered for a moment before responding. "Initially, I heard on television about our nation's issuance of bonds specifically for the construction of the Sanjiang hydropower station. At first, I was somewhat confused and even astonished, as I never imagined our country would need to borrow money. However, after listening to news explanations and doing some research at an internet cafe about national bonds, I discovered that this is merely the first instance for our Great Ming dynasty, while it is quite a commonplace practice abroad. Furthermore, this bond issuance is intended to support the construction of a hydropower station. I have heard that once completed, our Great Ming dynasty will not face power shortages for a century. For that reason alone, I feel compelled to support it, though that assertion may seem a tad exaggerated. The promotional impact is commendable. Without the emergence of Zhu Zhirue, the annual electricity consumption of 70 billion kilowatt-hours would suffice for a small nation with a population in the millions, yet with his presence, that is simply the beginning. In the future, the industrial electricity demands of the Great Ming dynasty will surely leave everyone questioning their existence. Moreover, His Majesty is exceedingly generous. This bond boasts an annual interest rate of 6. Rather than letting money idle in a bank, why not invest it in national development while also earning a modest profit? It seems like a win-win situation. Gao Tian was almost overwhelmed with excitement, wanting to applaud the young man for his eloquence. This was precisely the kind of material they sought, politically correct and insightful. Gao Tian then pressed further, "Do you perceive any issues or shortcomings regarding this bond issuance? Surely there are both pros and cons, which would lend authenticity to the matter, no?" Before the young man could respond, an older gentleman interjected, "If we are to discuss shortcomings, then the amount of bonds issued is rather insufficient, merely $10 billion. Does this belittle us? With a population of millions in our Great Ming dynasty, that equates to just $100 per person." The exchange was quite humorous, and Gao Tian had not anticipated such an unexpected contribution to the dialogue. Thankfully, it added to the overall effect rather than detracting from it. The young man nodded in agreement. The elder makes a valid point. The amount is indeed somewhat lacking. Are you not concerned about the possibility of being unable to repay the bonds upon maturity? Gao Tian intentionally steered the conversation, not out of a desire to disrupt, but because it was a matter of great public interest that warranted clarification during the interview. He would pose similar inquiries to others later, simply selecting the most fitting responses. It was not a live broadcast after all. The young man gazed at Gao Tian in astonishment, finding it hard to believe. How could you ask such a question? It's merely $1 billion, not $100 billion, and with His Majesty's personal guarantee, how could it possibly go unpaid? Gao Tian was momentarily taken aback, pondering to himself that he was indeed aware of these facts. Was this retort necessary? What did that look in his eyes imply, as if questioning his intellect? Ahem. This is a matter of significant concern for the populace. I am merely inquiring about the thoughts of those purchasing government bonds, Gao Tian clarified. Enough of that. It's my turn now. Sir, how much government bonds would you like to purchase? The bank clerk inquired politely. 110 billion yuan in treasury bonds. The young man replied. Very well, please hold on a moment. The clerk couldn't help but glance up at the young man. Even Gao Tian, who had not yet departed, found himself looking over. Don't misunderstand. All the clerks are male. While women in the Great Ming do work, they are typically employed in factories designated for them, such as textile mills or enclosed facilities requiring meticulous attention and time. My word, 110 billion yuan. That amounts to $100,000. What kind of status does this young man hold to possess such wealth? The onlookers murmured among themselves. This was Xijing City, not some remote village. Here, a stray brick thrown might strike an official or a wealthy merchant, making $100,000 a trivial sum for them. Amidst the discussions, enthusiasm for purchasing government bonds surged further. If these affluent individuals were buying, what reason did they have not to join in? Chapter 55. reforming the financial system of the Great Ming in the side hall of the Qinqing Palace. Minister Yao Muji, Zhu Likuan, greeted His Majesty. Long live the Emperor. The two bowed respectfully. No need for formalities. Zhu Zhiruei waved his hand. Please, take a seat. Thank you, Your Majesty. You both have come together regarding the government bonds. How is the issuance proceeding? Zhu Zhiruei inquired. Yao Muji clasped his hands in excitement. Your Majesty, the issuance of government bonds is nothing short of brilliant. The process has been remarkably smooth, exceeding my expectations significantly. I initially thought it might take half a month, or even longer to gather $1 billion. Yet it was completed in less than a day. Moreover, the public's enthusiasm for purchasing these bonds is exceedingly high. Many believe the issuance was too limited. Zhu Zhiruei nodded with a smile. Given the fervor among the populace, we can fully mobilize national resources to construct more large-scale projects, such as infrastructure development. To prosper, one must first build the roads. It is indeed time to repair the pathways of our Great Ming. His words, seemingly casual, sparked a moment of mutual recognition between Yao Muji and Zhu Likuan, both feeling a surge of excitement. His Majesty was indeed making grand plans. However, it was Yao Muji who first regained his composure, hesitated for a moment, and then rose to speak. Your Majesty, the issuance of national bonds for infrastructure development is indeed a commendable initiative, capable of stimulating significant economic growth. Nevertheless, our Ming dynasty's national strength is limited. Embarking on too many large-scale projects may lead to adverse consequences. Should any segment falter, it would result in considerable turmoil. Zhu Zhiruei felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, bringing clarity to his thoughts. He then remarked, the strategy of leveraging infrastructure and technology to drive the nation's economic and social development remains unchanged. However, what Minister Yao stated holds merit. Let us commence with the construction of the Sanjiang hydropower station, initiating 2 projects simultaneously. We shall observe the outcomes and assess the remaining labor force domestically before determining our next steps. Your Majesty is indeed wise. Yao Muji was taken aback that the emperor had genuinely heeded his advice, feeling profoundly moved. Thus, he mustered the courage to voice a thought that had lingered in his heart for many years. Your Majesty, I dare to propose the abolition of the treasure notes and a reform of our financial system. Currently, the financial framework of our Ming dynasty teeters on the brink of collapse, with the devaluation of treasure notes escalating, rendering the currency in the hands of the populace increasingly worthless. Ding. A new temporary mission has been activated, a 2-star task, reform the financial system of the Ming dynasty. With a reward of a black iron 3-star large shipyard. A shipyard is indeed a valuable asset. Although the Ming dynasty possesses its own shipyards capable of constructing vessels, their prowess is limited to the confines of the Nanyang Islands and cannot compete on the international stage. As for the standards of the 3-star classification, Zhu Zhiruei had gained a preliminary understanding of the black iron technology levels over time. The black iron classification comprises 5 tiers. A 1-star black iron level approximates the technological capabilities of World War II. The 2-star black iron level aligns with the pinnacle of global technology from the 1960s to 1970s, while the 3-star black iron level nearly reaches the zenith of technological advancement around 2010. Regarding the 4-star black iron level, Zhu Zhiruei recognized that prior to his rebirth, the technological capabilities on Blue Star had not surpassed this threshold, except in a few exceptional fields. According to the system, this level of technology would be akin to that of around 2035. Of course, this projection assumes a conventional trajectory of technological evolution. Should a prodigious genius emerge during this period, the world's technological landscape could witness a monumental leap, perhaps achieving the black iron 5-star level within 3 years. The black iron 5-star technology signifies an extraordinary level of advancement, representing the pinnacle of planetary civilization. It would allow for the exploration of the Earth's core, optimize the utilization of one's home planet, facilitate extensive planetary exploration, regulate planetary climates, and enable the transformation of one's own world. The establishment of large space stations would make space tourism relatively affordable, accessible even to the middle class, while interstellar exploration and research in the vicinity of one's home world could flourish. Upon grasping these revelations, Zhu Zhiruei was filled with anticipation for the future and unwavering confidence in the resurgence of the Ming dynasty. Once he emerged from his astonishment, Zhu Zhiruei promptly declared his stance. This matter, I have long intended to pursue reform. However, he soon expressed his concerns. Financial reform is unlike other reforms. Its scope is vast and will significantly impact the economic well-being of the populace. Not a single error can be tolerated, for it could lead to grave consequences. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Yao Muji eagerly responded, Your Majesty speaks wisely. The implications of financial reform are indeed profound. The sooner we excise this malignant growth, the more beneficial it will be for our Great Ming. Only by shedding this burden can we stride boldly into the future. The necessary discomfort is unavoidable, so I implore Your Majesty to resolve firmly. Zhu Zhiruei drummed his fingers on the table, lost in contemplation. Yao Muji and Zhu Likuan dared not interrupt, waiting patiently until Zhu Zhiruei finally turned to Yao Muji, saying, Minister Yao, I support your endeavor, but you must devise a highly detailed plan to present at court. We need to gauge the extent of support for our financial reform and persuade the neutral and opposing factions. This reform concerns everyone. It must garner the backing of the majority of court officials to be successful, or else it will be a futile endeavor. Yao Muji rose once more, replying, I humbly report, Your Majesty, that I have already prepared a comprehensive financial reform plan. I have even coordinated with various counties. Previously, when Dong Biao was Minister of Revenue, I broached this topic with him, but he declined. Thus, the plan is ready, and I can present it for Your Majesty's review. It seems I have chosen wisely. Very well, present it at court tomorrow. Once the financial reform is accomplished, you may shed the title of acting from your position, Zhu Zhiruei assured him. Thank you for your majesty's grace. I shall not disappoint your expectations, Yao Muji declared with fervor. Today truly brings three joys: the successful issuance of $1 billion in national bonds, the realization of my long-held aspiration for financial reform, and the imminent removal of the acting title, allowing me to become the genuine Minister of Revenue. Minister Zhu, since the first tranche of funds is secured, when can you commence your work? Zhu Zhihui inquired, mindful of his own tasks at hand. Indeed, I now have 6 tasks to complete. The first task is to upgrade the Great Ming from Black Iron 1 star to Black Iron 2 stars, with a reward of a complete Black Iron level technological system. The second task is a side quest to gain control of the Ziwei Palace, which unfolds in 3 phases. We are currently progressing through the second phase and will soon achieve completion, with a reward of 1,000 merit points and a small squad of the Dark Guard. The third task, also a side quest, involves earning $100 million, divided into 6 steps. We are presently in the first step, which is not particularly challenging, and I believe it will be completed swiftly, earning $1 billion and a large production facility for the first-generation Juke fighter jets, capable of manufacturing all types of first-generation combat aircraft. The fourth task is a temporary 2-star mission to advance the construction of 2 hydropower stations along the Sanjiang River, with a reward of 5-star Black Iron superconducting energy storage technology. The fifth task is also a temporary one, rated 2 stars, aimed at reforming the military system, with a reward of a Black Iron 3-star large military factory. The sixth task remains a temporary assignment, also rated 2 stars, focusing on reforming the financial system of the Ming Empire, with a reward of a Black Iron 3-star large shipyard. Your Majesty, I have already prepared the groundwork for these tasks. Once the funds are in place, we can commence, Zhu Likuan exclaimed, his excitement palpable as the long-held aspiration of his political career is finally within reach. This endeavor promises to be a remarkable achievement, one that will etch his name into the annals of history, all thanks to the sovereign before him. Excellent. Let us proceed promptly while ensuring quality, Zhu Zhihui replied, emphasizing that this is a project that will span centuries, or even millennia, and must uphold the highest standards. Yes, Your Majesty. Ding. A 2-star temporary task has been activated to expedite the construction of 2 hydropower stations on the Sanjiang River, with a reward of Black Iron 5-star superconducting energy storage technology, now placed in the Emperor's treasury. That's done. No wonder it's called expedited. I thought we would have to wait until completion. Zhu Zhihui mused when the system's voice echoed again, seemingly anticipating his thoughts. Ding. A temporary task has commenced, rated 3 stars, to complete the construction of the 2 hydropower stations, with a reward of the complete technology for Black Iron 5-star Thor batteries. System, you truly excel. This is the only 3-star task to date, Zhu Zhihui declared, his anticipation for the Thor battery technology heightened, as it surpasses even the superconducting energy storage technology. This indicates the advanced nature of the battery technology. Very well, you two may return now. We must act swiftly, Zhu Zhihui instructed. Yes, Your Majesty, we take our leave. Yao Muji and Zhu Likuan slowly exited the side hall of the Qianqing Palace. After watching them depart, Zhu Zhihui furrowed his brow, lost in thought. After a moment, he called out, Chuanqi, summon the Minister of the Internal Affairs Bureau to see me. Yes, Your Majesty. Chuanqi hastily exited the hall, preparing to contact Zhu Guiyuan through a dedicated line. System, what is superconducting energy storage technology? Zhu Zhihui inquired with interest. Superconducting energy storage technology is already in existence, albeit somewhat outdated. Currently, the most advanced systems globally have barely achieved Black Iron 2-star status. The principles are quite intricate, and it is unnecessary for the host to delve into them. In simple terms, it addresses the challenge of storing surplus electrical energy by employing superconducting coils to directly store electromagnetic energy, which can then be returned to the grid when needed. Its advantages are numerous. With superconducting resistance nearly negligible, energy loss during storage is minimal, achieving a storage efficiency exceeding 97. Furthermore, it boasts high power, lightweight, compact size, and rapid response, among other benefits. Presently, hydropower stations typically utilize low demand periods for pump storage and release water during peak demand to convert potential energy back into electrical energy. This process, undoubtedly, incurs substantial losses and cannot maximize efficiency, a limitation that arises from the current technological constraints. Zhu Zhihui nodded. Although he did not fully grasp the intricate principles, he understood the essence. It involves storing excess electrical energy, which bodes well for the Ming Empire. It appears that this task is quite targeted, coinciding perfectly with the construction of a hydroelectric power station, which will generate surplus electricity. This presents a rewarding solution, and I must say, it is remarkably humane. System, I adore you, exclaimed Zhu Zhihui with excitement. The system responded, while joyous news pours in from the Qianqing Palace. The situation at the Lu Wangfu in Xushan County, Tangshan Prefecture is far less cheerful. With a resounding clap of his hand upon the table, the Lu Wang's face flushed with anger as he declared, how dare they underestimate that young lad, even coming up with the idea of issuing government bonds, and moreover, directing them towards my domain. He then turned to Li Feng beside him and inquired, what is the status of these bonds? Are the common folk buying into it? With a hint of resignation, Li Feng replied, Your Highness, this bond issuance is indeed a stroke of genius. It is undeniably an excellent method of amassing wealth. As for the populace, they are rather oblivious to the intricacies involved and are quite enthusiastic, especially with the royal family backing it. The sum is merely $1 billion. Well within the royal capacity, and they managed to gather this amount in just one day. Humph. The Lu Wang felt a swell of discontent within. The more the citizens embraced this initiative, the stronger their endorsement of the emperor became, which was not the outcome he desired. Have we ascertained whether this money is being used for arms purchases or for other purposes? Do you believe there is any avenue we can exploit in this regard? He inquired. Li Feng sighed deeply and shook his head. In response to your query, Your Highness, we may have underestimated the young emperor. The $1 billion he raised is indeed earmarked for the construction of the Sanjiang River hydroelectric power station. It seems unwise to pursue any further investigation. One misstep could ignite a backlash. Is there truly no possibility of diversion? The Lu Wang exclaimed in astonishment, muttering to himself, this should not be the case. Even if a portion of $1 or $2 billion were misappropriated, it would have gone unnoticed. He was, after all, projecting his own thoughts onto others. Are you certain that the information gathered is reliable? We should not find it so easy to access their financial expenditures, the Lu Wang questioned skeptically. In reply, Your Highness, they are quite astute. They have established a public disclosure system that meticulously records the purpose of every expenditure. It is exceedingly detailed, allowing the citizens to easily comprehend the allocations. Moreover, they have proclaimed that the populace can oversee the construction of the hydroelectric project. Should they uncover any corruption or substandard work, they can report directly to the emperor. If the evidence is compelling, the whistleblower is rewarded with $100,000, while the offenders will face thorough investigation and just judgment. This has effectively obstructed our avenues, leaving us in a very passive position, Li Feng elucidated. Is it truly possible to adopt such an approach? The Lu Wang was increasingly taken aback, then sighed deeply. In that case, he indeed proves to be a commendable emperor. If only Ling Feng possessed half of his capabilities, how splendid that would be. Unbeknownst to the Lu Wang and Li Feng, as they conversed, a young man, possessing an elegant demeanor yet with a face contorted by fury, stood outside the door. Chapter 57, The National Scholars Institute. Humph. Zhu Zirwei, you scoundrel, you must perish. The young man gritted his teeth and declared, before sweeping away in a flourish of his sleeves. The Lu Wang, oblivious to the fact that his words had been overheard by his grandson, continued his discussion with Li Feng. By the way, have we established contact with the arms dealers from the Arctic? When can we expect the tanks, artillery, and particularly the anti-aircraft guns to arrive? It is not that Prince Lu is unwilling to purchase fighter jets, although the Ming dynasty stipulates that vassal kings are prohibited from possessing an air force at this juncture. Even if he were to acquire them, the royal family would have no recourse. However, these machines are exorbitantly priced. And given the limited size of his fiefdom and annual tax revenue, maintaining an army of 90,000 is already a strain on resources. Ultimately, without sufficient funds, he is left with no option but to rely on the cheaper infantry alternatives. Your Highness, we have established contact, and once this transaction is finalized, we will completely eliminate the embarrassing situation of lacking organized heavy weaponry, Li Feng proclaimed with enthusiasm. It all comes down to finances. Sustaining a modernized army of 90,000 means that each soldier can only be equipped with a semi-automatic rifle. Indeed, these are the discarded models post-World War II. Yet they remain the primary weaponry deployed by various nations in the South Seas. Only a select few elite units possess fully automatic rifles. For instance, one of Prince Lu's elite divisions, comprising 20,000 men, is entirely outfitted with automatic weapons, and it even boasts an artillery battalion and a tank battalion. The sole armored unit in Prince Lu's forces, representing his most formidable asset. The situation is quite similar on Zhu Zhirui's side. His 50,000 Imperial Guards are fully equipped with automatic weapons, yet they also have only one tank battalion, complemented by a heavy artillery regiment. However, the 300,000 local garrison soldiers remain equipped with semi-automatic weapons. The ability to suppress vassal kings and even neighboring nations relies primarily on air and naval power, the true trump cards of the Ming dynasty. Although they cannot be compared to the military might of medium-sized nations internationally, they certainly rank among the foremost in the realm of smaller states. In the latest military strength rankings, the Ming dynasty stands approximately at the 78th position, buoyed by the prowess of its navy and air force. This is precisely why Prince Lu hesitated to instigate a coup. He feared the air force, particularly the anti-aircraft capabilities. I do not wish for those aircraft to soar above my head, he asserted with a resolute tone, indicating a firm determination to invest significantly and pursue differential competition to irrevocably alter the current state of affairs, ensuring that his forces remain unaffected. Rest assured, Your Highness. After this military upgrade, we shall no longer fear the small emperor's air force, Li Feng remarked, envisioning the triumph of capturing the western capital. How is the communication with the King of Shu progressing? Prince Lu inquired suddenly. Reporting to Your Highness, the King of Shu is unwilling to participate. Li Feng replied with a hint of exasperation. Useless. He lacks even a fraction of his father's courage. Does he believe that by presenting a harmless facade, the small emperor will spare him? What a delusion. This young man harbors great ambitions, Prince Lu lamented, his disappointment palpable. There is no need for Your Highness to be angry. The absence of the King of Shu is inconsequential. After all, their strength would only serve as an embellishment and would not inflict significant harm on the Imperial Guards, Li Feng reassured. I am aware. I had not placed any expectations on him, merely hoping he could help divert some firepower. It seems I underestimated his ineptitude, Prince Lu scorned. Your wisdom is unparalleled. Your Highness, Li Feng quickly flattered. Since we cannot rely on them, we must depend on ourselves. You may leave now, Prince Lu commanded. Yes, Your Highness. Li Feng replied as he exited the chamber. In the same side hall of Qinxing Palace, after approximately half an hour, a portly middle-aged man hurriedly arrived, sweat beading on his forehead and his breath slightly labored, clearly having run with great urgency. Your Majesty, I, Zhu Guiyuan, pay my respects to you. Long live the Emperor. After bowing my head in reverence, I held my breath momentarily and then exhaled softly, feeling considerably relieved. Zhu Zirwei, with a discerning glance, smiled gently and remarked, Uncle, there is no need to rush. My summons are not of utmost urgency. Please take a seat. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhu Guiyuan wiped the sweat from his brow, grinning foolishly as he sat down. Flattery flowed effortlessly from his lips. In matters concerning your majesty, there are no trifles. When called upon, I must hasten to respond. Zhu Zirui shook his head in mild exasperation, recalling that this Grand Minister of Agriculture possessed an exceptional talent for flattery. He turned to Chiu Yin beside him and instructed, "Prepare tea for the Grand Minister." Suddenly recalling something, he added, "And also prepare a warm towel." "Understood. Thank you, Your Majesty," Zhu Guiyuan expressed, touched by the consideration. "There is no need for such formality between us, uncle." Zhu Zirui waved his hand dismissively. Once Zhu Guiyuan had taken a moment to rest, sipped some tea, and dried his perspiration, Zhu Zirui initiated the main discussion. "Uncle, I summoned you today primarily to inquire about a matter. Your Majesty, please speak freely. I shall share all that I know. Does our Ming dynasty possess any laboratories or scientific research institutes?" Zhu Zirui inquired. In response to Your Majesty, Zhu Guiyuan replied, "We do have both private and official establishments. The private sector mainly consists of technology companies and certain educational institutions. However, in terms of scale and advancement, they fall short. They can manage basic research and popular science, but cannot undertake high-precision scientific endeavors. The largest laboratory in our country is actually located at the Guozijian, our highest institution of learning. We have kept pace with the times and introduced numerous specialized courses, essentially mirroring what is available externally. The former emperor had the foresight to recognize that technology is a driving force of productivity, which led him to resolutely advocate for the construction of a large-scale research laboratory at the Guozijian, costing over $3 billion in total. This expenditure has often been a topic of discussion among officials. $3 billion is an extraordinary investment even in later years. Moreover, we have only just entered the year 2000, and it is evident that the laboratory was established several years prior, at a time when $3 billion held even greater value, constituting nearly half of the national GDP. Such an undertaking would require immense determination. I must concede that my father displayed remarkable foresight. Fortunately, this funding was entirely sourced from the royal treasury, sparing the Ministry of Revenue from involvement, allowing them to merely grumble without recourse. Zhu Guiyuan, having personally overseen this matter, was well acquainted with the situation. The Guozijian, often depicted in dramas, was well known to Zhu Zirui, who was aware that the contemporary Guozijian had evolved from its historical counterpart. "Uncle, would you enlighten me about this Guozijian?" Zhu Zirui expressed genuine interest. Seeing this, Zhu Guiyuan was eager to share. "Since Your Majesty wishes to know, I shall gladly elaborate. During the tenure of the former emperor, to underscore the importance placed on the Guozijian, the position of its head was elevated from the 4th rank to the 3rd rank. Chapter 58. The mysterious team. The highest authority in the National Academy is the Grand Scholar, who oversees 2 deputies, known as the Vice Scholars. The left Vice Scholar governs matters of literature, while the right Vice Scholar oversees those of philosophy, akin to the distinction between the arts and sciences in Huagua, both holding the rank of 4th grade. Beneath the left Vice Scholar lies the Hall of Doctors, where literary scholars are classified into 5 ranks, with the 5th being the lowest and the 1st the highest. This represents the pinnacle of literary honor in our Ming dynasty, with these individuals receiving stipends from the state. Under the right Vice Scholar is the Academy of National Scholars, where scientific scholars are also divided into 5 ranks, mirroring the literary hierarchy. This constitutes the highest honor in philosophy and technology, similarly accompanied by state salaries and allowances. Zhu Zirui, perplexed, inquired, "What about the Jinshi and Jiren? Do they belong to a different classification? Have I perhaps been misled by too many dramas?" "Your Majesty," came the reply, "those titles pertain to the conventional educational examinations, which categorize officials and scholars in ascending order, from the commoner to the student, then the top scholar, the candidate, the scholar, the tribute scholar, the Jiren, the top candidate. The Jinshi, the second-class Jinshi, the highest candidate, the flower of the examination, the second on the list, and the top scholar. These titles represent a gradual academic journey, while the Hall of Doctors and the Academy of National Scholars refer to those who devote themselves solely to research without pursuing official positions. Their substantial contributions to national development warrant corresponding salaries and honors, thus establishing 2 distinct systems." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zirui felt a surge of excitement, realizing that the Ming dynasty surpassed his expectations. He then asked, "How many national scholars does our country currently possess, and what are their ranks?" "Your Majesty," was the response, "becoming a national scholar is a formidable challenge. One must make outstanding contributions to be considered for promotion. Otherwise, evaluations occur every 3 years, with demotions for consecutive failures. Presently, our Ming dynasty boasts 1 3rd-rank national scholar, 2 4th-rank national scholars, and 2 5th-rank national scholars, along with 41 grand scholars, 455 scholars, and several students. Are you familiar with the situation in Huagua? How do our talents correspond to their ranks?" Zhu Zirui inquired, seeking a comparative understanding. "Your Majesty," Zhu Guiyuan explained, "students correspond to undergraduate levels, scholars equate to master's degree holders, grand scholars align with doctoral candidates, and national scholars are comparable to academicians in Huagua. Thus, it appears that our Ming dynasty possesses only 5 national scholars who reach the level of academicians, whereas Huagua boasts over 1,000. This stark discrepancy highlights the profound gap between great nations, especially in terms of the numbers of doctoral and graduate scholars. The path ahead for the Ming dynasty is long and arduous." Zhu Zirui pondered for a while Zhu Guiyuan quietly sipped tea, refraining from interrupting. After a considerable time, Zhu Zirui regained his focus and asked, "What fields of research are these 5 national scholars engaged in?" 5 distinguished statesmen. Among them, the 3rd-ranked statesman is Ma Bo. The team led by Ma, known as the National Scholar, is the most clandestine institution in our nation, known only to His Majesty and fewer than 5 ministers, of whom I am fortunate to be one. They are tasked with nuclear physics research. The late emperor often asserted that to avoid being oppressed and to stand tall among the nations of the world, the Ming dynasty must possess its own nuclear weapons. As Zhu Guiyuan spoke, he cast a deliberate glance at Zhu Zhihui, perhaps to test the mettle of the new emperor. Zhu Zhihui was utterly astonished by his words, failing to notice the change in Zhu Guiyuan. Nuclear weapons. The Ming dynasty is clandestinely developing nuclear weapons. How astonishing. Nuclear physics surely requires nuclear materials, which are strictly regulated internationally. How have you procured them? Zhu Zhihui inquired, concerned that the Ming dynasty's nuclear ambitions may have already come to the attention of the major powers, a perilous situation indeed. Rest assured, Your Majesty, our Shanghai County harbors a secret uranium mine. Though modest, it suffices for research and experimentation. Moreover, this matter is kept confidential. As the site is remote and considered a restricted area, thus unknown to the outside world, discovery is only likely upon the success of our test explosion, Zhu Guiyuan explained, clearly having anticipated these inquiries, demonstrating that they were not without a plan. Zhu Zhihui felt reassured and nodded. My royal uncle is correct. For the Ming dynasty to emerge as a formidable power, it must indeed possess nuclear weapons, as well as at least long-range missiles. If we can develop intercontinental missiles, then we shall be truly powerful. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Zhu Guiyuan immediately reverted to his previous jovial demeanor, evidently pleased with the emperor's response, which exceeded his expectations. Even contemplating intercontinental missiles, Your Majesty speaks wisely. Alas, these endeavors demand considerable talent and funding. Our Ming dynasty is somewhat deficient in these regards, likely requiring the effort of 1 or 2 generations to achieve, Zhu Guiyuan lamented. I am aware of this, yet there is no rush. Such feats cannot be accomplished in just a year or 2. Please, tell me about the other 4 scholars and their respective fields of study. Zhu Zhihui continued to inquire. Yes, Your Majesty. The other 4 scholars are engaged in the fields of electrical energy, fundamental materials, aircraft engines, and agriculture. Unfortunately, our Ming dynasty's research conditions still lag, making it difficult to attract sufficient talent, Zhu Guiyuan responded. Indeed, this is precisely the challenge our generation must strive to overcome. As long as the Ming dynasty's national strength flourishes and the populace enjoys prosperity and well-being, with adequate welfare and research environments, we shall naturally attract a multitude of talents. Therefore, we must focus on self-improvement, Zhu Zhihui articulated. Your Majesty's insights are profound. You are truly sagacious. I have been overly ambitious, Zhu Guiyuan exclaimed, enlightened, never expecting the young emperor to possess such clarity and foresight. This is indeed a blessing for the Ming dynasty. The most tangible manifestation of this was Zhu Guiyuan's loyalty significantly increasing to 91, reaching the level of unwavering fidelity. This was the aspect Zhu Zhihui found most gratifying, for he is his financial steward, and without sufficient loyalty, he remains a potential risk. Now he could rest easy. Zhu Zhihui offered a subtle smile and gestured with his hand before continuing his inquiry. I have one more question. Are there any enterprises within our royal family that produce daily necessities, such as toothpaste or toothbrushes? Your Majesty, indeed there is. Under the royal banner, we have a company dedicated to daily necessities called Nanyang Daily Chemical. Its products are quite popular not only throughout the Nanyang Islands, but also in African regions. Zhu Guiyuan replied, demonstrating his familiarity with the family business, which greatly pleased Zhu Zhihui. Chapter 59, Superconducting Energy Storage Technology. That is excellent. Zhu Zhihui smiled gently and turned to Xia Su, saying, please bring the 2 boxes beside my bed. Yes, Your Majesty. Shortly, Xia Su and Dongpan arrived, each carrying a box into the side hall. Zhu Guiyuan observed with curiosity, but refrained from questioning further, respecting the emperor's silence and waiting patiently. Place them before my uncle and open them, Zhu Zhihui instructed. Yes. Zhu Guiyuan glanced at the emperor with intrigue before turning his attention to the boxes. Upon inspection, he discovered one contained items resembling toothbrushes and toothpaste, while the other was filled with various documents, topped with a small black box, leaving him even more puzzled. Zhu Zhihui smiled slightly and explained, Uncle, the box on the left contains toothbrushes and toothpaste. However, do not underestimate these items. The toothbrush is an electric one, quite advanced. And the toothpaste is formulated with a special recipe that is exceptionally beneficial for teeth. I need you to take this box back and deliver it to Nanyang Daily Chemical. I hope they can decipher its principles, apply for a patent, and market it globally. Holding the toothbrush with a furrowed brow, Zhu Guiyuan questioned, Your Majesty, isn't this a ready-made product? Can it truly be patented? Do not inquire further. Simply follow my instructions. Zhu Zhihui opted not to elaborate, relying on his royal authority to ensure compliance. Of course, I shall obey, Zhu Guiyuan replied, refraining from further questions, feeling that his sovereign was becoming increasingly enigmatic. And what about the contents of this box? Zhu Guiyuan asked, his curiosity piqued by the right-hand box. This contains the most crucial technology of our Ming dynasty, and it must remain strictly confidential. Apart from those in this room, only the relevant team members should be informed. Anyone else must not be privy to this knowledge, or they will face charges of treason. Zhu Zhihui's tone was grave, sending a shiver through Zhu Guiyuan. Even the 4 female attendants nearby were startled, uncertain if they had overheard something they should not have, and realizing the imperative nature of confidentiality, it seemed even their dreams could no longer be shared lightly. However, they were also elated, for this indicated that the emperor trusted them as if they were his own, without requiring secrecy from them. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will ensure utmost confidentiality, or I shall face severe consequences. Zhu Guiyuan stood and declared earnestly. By the way, who are the 2 scholars responsible for the research on electric power and materials? Zhu Zhihui inquired. Your Majesty, the scholar responsible for electric power research is 4th-rank scholar Jiang Ming, and for materials research, it is 5th-rank scholar Lu Yuan, Zhu Guiyuan introduced. Good. Have them lead the recruitment of a new team to oversee the research for this project. I expect to see tangible results within 2 years, Zhu Zhiwei stated. Your Majesty, I dare to inquire about the nature of this technology. Zhu Guiyuan, hesitant to respond indiscriminately, has seen the tangible results over the past 2 years and must ascertain the specifics. Otherwise, failing to deliver would constitute a grave offense against your Majesty. Do not be so anxious. There exist 2 sets of technologies. The black box contains a colossal 1 PB capacity USB drive. With the advancement of the internet, computers are destined to become increasingly miniaturized and affordable, making personal ownership a feasible dream. Consequently, there will be a burgeoning demand for such portable storage devices, which could generate substantial tax revenue and employment for the Ming dynasty, while also enhancing our international influence. Moreover, it is unnecessary for you to produce something as advanced as this all at once. It can be released in multiple generations, as long as we maintain a global lead, thereby maximizing our benefits. Zhu Guiyuan furrowed his brow. He comprehended computers, having one at home and possessing some knowledge of memory capacities. However, he inquired, Your Majesty, what does 1 PB signify? 1 PB equals 1024 terabytes, 1 terabyte equals 1024 gigabytes, and 1 gigabyte equals 1024 megabytes. Now, you grasp the magnitude of this 1 PB memory. If I am not mistaken, the most commonly used storage on the market is still floppy disks, which only offer a few megabytes, far too insufficient. Nonetheless, USB drives have emerged in Huagua, albeit with capacities ranging from a few dozen megabytes to several hundred megabytes. This represents a vast market opportunity. Zhu Zhiwei elucidated his understanding. I comprehend now. We must significantly enhance our investment in storage technologies and expedite the launch of our USB drives to capture the international market. Zhu Guiyuan immediately grasped Zhu Zhiwei's intentions. He entrusted this matter to his imperial uncle, noting that it need not involve the eminent scholars directly. Some university scholars could be engaged for research. Shifting the topic, Zhu Zhiwei gestured towards the box on the right, stating, the remaining contents comprise the complete documentation of another technology known as superconducting energy storage technology, which is designed for storing electrical energy. This is the most confidential technology. 2 esteemed scholars are personally overseeing its research. Upon the completion of the 2 hydropower stations along the Sanjiang River, we will generate approximately 70 billion kilowatt-hours of electricity annually. This would not only suffice to meet the needs of our Ming dynasty, but would also comfortably supply the entirety of the South Seas Islands. However, we cannot afford to waste this surplus energy. That would be a tremendous loss. We can store it and gradually devise methods for its utilization, thereby significantly enhancing our national strength and reducing our dependence on fossil fuels like oil, while also safeguarding the environment. The advantages are numerous, and I trust you can envision them, dear uncle. This was Zhu Guiyuan's first encounter with such an energy storage method, prompting him to ask, Your Majesty, what is the capacity for electricity storage with this superconducting energy storage technology, and what are the associated costs? That falls under the purview of the Academy of Scholars. According to the standards of this technology, superconducting energy storage units are categorized into 4 sizes: small, medium, large, and supersized. A small unit can store 500 million kilowatt-hours. A medium unit can hold 5 billion kilowatt-hours. A large unit can accommodate 50 billion kilowatt-hours, and a supersized unit can store an astonishing 1 trillion kilowatt-hours. Zhu Zhiwei spoke only of simple introductions from the materials. Such prowess. Zhu Guiyuan listened in astonishment. Surely, no such technology exists in the world. It is simply extraordinary. Especially that colossal device capable of storing 1 trillion degrees of electricity. What a concept. Does the globe consume that much electricity in an entire year? Indeed, it can store far more than just 1 trillion degrees. Moreover, this superconducting energy storage device can be constructed in multiples, theoretically allowing for an infinite capacity. However, there are 3 principal constraints. First, this represents the maximum capacity. It remains uncertain if our technology can achieve such limits, which is rather pessimistic. Second, a dedicated site must be established away from any residential areas due to inherent safety risks. Thirdly, it appears we do not possess sufficient electrical energy for storage, thus making the super-large model temporarily impractical. Achieving the production of medium and large models would already be quite remarkable, Zhu Zhiwei remarked. Yes, Your Majesty, I understand. Zhu Guiyuan replied. Very well, I shall assign personnel to safeguard the royal uncle while transporting these materials to the laboratory, and there will be dedicated guards stationed there. Please discuss this matter with the scholars. We must avoid any misunderstandings, Zhu Zhiwei instructed. Your command is my duty, Zhu Guiyuan affirmed. Satisfied, Zhu Zhiwei nodded and called out. Zhu San, a young man, his expression devoid of emotion, entered and saluted. Zhu San pays his respects to Your Majesty. Have you selected capable individuals from the Jinui? Zhu Zhiwei inquired. Reporting to Your Majesty, I have chosen 50 skilled individuals, ready to follow your orders at any time. Excellent. Take them to protect the royal uncle and these materials to the Guozijian laboratory, and remain there temporarily to ensure the safety of the documents, Zhu Zhiwei directed. I accept the command. Your Majesty, I take my leave, Zhu Guiyuan said as he rose. In a modest 4-bedroom apartment by the lakeside garden in Linen, 18 individuals were fervently engaged in discussion, particularly a young man with an unusual appearance, who spoke passionately, raising his fist in encouragement, igniting the enthusiasm of his audience. Suddenly, 3 knocks on the door interrupted their discourse. The nearest young man stood up to open the door, immediately encountering an extraordinarily beautiful girl dressed in an eccentric manner, flanked by 2 imposing figures, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Excuse me, is Mr. Ma Yun in? Su Ziqing inquired. Oh, yes, just a moment, the young man replied nervously. Then called out, Mr. Ma, someone is looking for you. Looking for me. Ma Yun, puzzled, pointed to himself as he approached the door. Equally taken aback by the striking sight before him, quickly regaining his composure, he asked, I am Ma Yun. May I inquire what brings you here? Su Ziqing smiled gently, as if thawing the chill of winter with the warmth of spring. She effortlessly retrieved a business card from her handbag and presented it, introducing herself. Hello, Mr. Ma. I am Su Ziqing, the head of the Ming Dynasty Royal Investment Group. We hold a keen interest in your esteemed company and would like to explore potential collaboration. Upon receiving the business card, Ma Yun was momentarily taken aback, filled with confusion. In a time when the internet industry was facing a chilling winter, he was scouring for funds and unable to gather even 500,000. Yet, at this moment, someone had approached him to invest. Unbeknownst to him, in just a few days, a certain Mr. Sun from the nation would present him with an investment of $20 million. However, in this world, that event had yet to unfold. It was indeed true that Alibaba was in dire need of funds, regardless of the other party's intentions. As long as he could secure the necessary capital to keep Alibaba afloat, that was all that mattered. Ma Yun quickly donned a smile and warmly invited, Miss Su, please come in. He then addressed the other team members. Everyone, please feel free to get back to your tasks. The meeting room was impeccably tidy, where Ma Yun led Su Ziqing and two imposing figures to take their seats. Su Ziqing, maintaining her straightforward approach, began without preamble. We are aware that internet enterprises, especially startups, are currently facing significant challenges. However, we are optimistic about the future of the internet, particularly your esteemed company. May I inquire how much funding Mr. Ma requires at this moment? Such directness was refreshing. Ma Yun had not encountered an investor with such a style before. With a slight smile, he replied, Our company does not require funds at this time. Allow me to provide Ms. Su with an overview of Alibaba's situation. Su Ziqing was momentarily taken aback, intrigued by Ma Yun's intriguing demeanor, and she nodded in acknowledgement. Mr. Ma, please proceed. Ma Yun spoke passionately for about 5 minutes, outlining Alibaba's circumstances and future prospects. His tone imbued with enthusiasm and confidence, qualities that certainly appealed to investors. Su Ziqing grasped the essence of his words. To put it charitably, they did not need money, but rather wished to discuss the future and their ideals. To be blunt, they were seeking a higher valuation for Alibaba, without presenting the company as incredibly promising. How could he reasonably request a price? $40 million for 50% equity, Ma Yun concluded, only for Su Ziqing to raise 3 fingers, boldly declaring her terms. Ma Yun swallowed hard. Truth be told, he had not anticipated such extravagance from this young investor. Miss Su, we actually do not require that much capital, and the equity offered is rather steep. He restrained himself from succumbing to temptation. No, Mr. Ma, you are mistaken. Your company is in urgent need of substantial cash. As this internet winter may linger indefinitely, you must stockpile enough resources to weather the storm. Once you have ample reserves, this so-called winter could transform into an opportunity for expansion, would it not? Su Ziqing's words struck directly at Ma Yun's vulnerabilities. Let us negotiate this. $50 million for 50% equity. This is my bottom line. Mr. Ma should understand that no one else would present a better offer at this juncture. Furthermore, we can implement a dual-class share structure, and I would even be willing to formally relinquish voting rights or directly delegate them to you. Su Ziqing's subsequent statement shattered Ma Yun's final defenses. He is concerned about Alibaba slipping from his grasp. Thus, regardless of the difficulties, the founding team must ensure they retain over 50 of the equity. However, according to Su Ziqing's assertion, this would no longer pose an issue. Ultimately, holding 50 of the shares is merely a matter of investment, devoid of any decision-making authority. The company remains under his control. Most importantly, he genuinely requires the 50 million. With such a substantial sum, Alibaba would ascend to a new echelon, enabling it to survive and thrive during the harsh winter. This influx of capital would alleviate the constraints of their current limited workspace, thus enhancing the working environment for everyone involved, who have stood by him through thick and thin. The collaboration is indeed a pleasant one. Ma Yun ultimately resolves to accept this exorbitant investment. Su Ziqing chuckles, remarking, a fruitful partnership. The funds will be transferred to your company in full by tomorrow. Ma Yun is once again astonished by the enormity of the investment, noting that typical investment firms disperse funds in stages, not all at once without regard for risk, as this one does. Chapter 61. 3 Unforgivable Sins. May I inquire about something, Miss Su? Ma Yun suddenly asked. Please, Mr. Ma, she replied. Do you truly have such faith in me, considering that Alibaba is merely a small company at this stage? Are you not concerned that such a significant amount of money could go to waste? Ma Yun voiced his lingering doubts. Our investment principle is straightforward. We invest in people and in promising industries. You fulfill both criteria, and we hold a strong belief in the fertile ground of Hua country, which harbors vast market potential for the future. This investment is bound to yield profits rather than losses. Are you lacking confidence in your own company, Mr. Ma? Su Ziqing elucidated. No. It's just that I didn't expect investors to possess greater confidence than I do. Furthermore, after hearing your words, I feel a newfound clarity and confidence about the future. Rest assured, Miss Su, I will not allow your investment to go to waste, Ma Yun replied with unwavering conviction. The following day, a piece of news surged to the forefront of many media outlets in Hua country, particularly online. Gracing the headlines of major portals, Alibaba secures 50 million investment from the Ming Royal Investment Group. Valuation reaches 100 million. Does this signify the end of the internet's winter? The winter is far from over. The droughts devastate the parched, while the deluge claims the flooded. Alibaba receiving such a significant investment does not imply that other internet companies will also secure funding. True alleviation of the winter will only occur once this fervor ignites. Our company is currently undergoing massive layoffs. The cold of winter is indeed biting. Wow, 50 million. Which investment firm is this? I need to reach out to them. They must be incredibly affluent. ISNT it stated here, the Ming Royal Investment. But I must say, I've never heard of this firm before. Is it really that unusual? There are countless global investment firms, and this name sounds reminiscent of the recently prominent Ming dynasty. Could it truly belong to them? It's quite possible. Let us not forget their emperor was raised in Hua country. Investing here now seems plausible, especially at this opportune moment. Zhu Zhiwei and Su Ziqing could hardly have anticipated that their investment would catapult the Ming royal investment into the limelight, attracting numerous startups seeking financial backing. Your Majesty, many entrepreneurial ventures are now approaching us for investment. I believe it is prudent to establish an office here on the mainland, to solidify our presence and recruit additional staff. What do you think, dear brother? Su Ziqing, inspired by the success of Ming royal investment, called Zhu Zhiwei to share her thoughts. Zhu Zhiwei pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Qing'er, your idea is splendid. You may begin to lay the groundwork and engage headhunters to seek suitable professionals, thereby expanding our talent pool. You may proceed with confidence. Yes, I understand what to do now. After a brief conversation, Su Ziqing paused and offered. Wishing you joy in your new marriage, dear brother. I may not be able to return. Zhu Zhiwei was taken aback, falling into silence for a moment before responding. Qing'er will forever be my most cherished woman. Hee, I'm hanging up now. Su Ziqing laughed as she ended the call. Though unnoticed, tears glistened at the corners of her eyes. She was aware that she too would marry her brother, and though she felt joy, she understood that he would have an empress, and possibly other concubines. Her father had taught her that it was quite normal for men to have multiple wives, especially an emperor. She was mentally prepared, yet for reasons unknown, she could not hold back her emotions. Zhu Zhiwei set down his phone, and, after a moment of reflection, sighed deeply. Your Majesty, it is time for court, reminded Dongpan. Zhu Zhiwei put away his phone and rose from the Qinqing Palace, aware that important matters awaited him at the court, requiring his full attention. Inside the Fengtiang Hall, the acting Minister of Revenue, Yao Muji, stood with a financial reform plan tucked within his sleeve, contemplating how best to persuade the assembly of ministers, enveloped in a contemplative silence. Your Majesty has arrived. Suddenly, the voice of a young eunuch jolted Yao Muji back to focus. His meticulously prepared plan had received the emperor's endorsement. It was imperative that this endeavor succeeded. Long live our emperor. The ministers bowed in reverence. No need for formalities. Zhu Zhiwei waved his hand. If there are matters to discuss, please proceed. The eunuch stepped forward and called out, Your Majesty, after 2 weeks of investigation and evidence gathering, we have compiled all the criminal evidence against Dong Biao and apprehended all members of his faction. We humbly seek your judgment. The Minister of Justice, Yang Yi, stepped forward. I previously instructed the 3 departments to conduct a joint trial. What were the findings? How should we proceed with the sentencing? Zhu Zhiwei refrained from voicing his opinion, instead inquiring about the appropriate course of action according to the laws of the Ming dynasty. Everyone was acutely aware that Dong Biao was opposed to him, and if he were to impose a harsh sentence directly, it might be perceived as personal vengeance. Although Dong Biao's crimes were egregious, it was prudent to adhere to the laws of the Ming dynasty in this matter. Yang Yi, upon hearing the emperor's words, felt a renewed sense of admiration for his majesty's magnanimity. He replied, after deliberation by the 3 departments, Dong Biao stands accused of 3 unforgivable crimes and 7 criminal offenses. The first of the unforgivable crimes is conspiring with the vassal kings in a treasonous attempt to incite rebellion, punishable by death. The second unforgivable crime involves accepting bribes from the Deshun kingdom and the kingdom of Yemelina, clandestinely betraying the empire's intelligence, constituting treason, warranting the extermination of his clan. The third crime is the illicit trade of arms, assisting Prince Ru during the emperor's period of mourning, with the intent to commit regicide, also meriting the extermination of his clan. The 7 criminal offenses include murder, punishable by death, permitting family members to engage in unlawful activities leading to another's death, also punishable by death, embezzlement exceeding 100 times the annual salary, resulting in execution by slicing, dereliction of duty, with a minimum sentence of 20 years. The Ming dynasty has reclassified corruption offenses, differing from the previous era, basing punishment on multiples of the annual salary. Generally, offenses below 1 time the salary result in dismissal without further punishment. Those between 1 and 10 times the salary face a sentence equivalent to the multiple. Offenses between 10 and 30 times the salary incur life imprisonment, and those exceeding 30 times result in execution, with immediate implementation for multiples over 100. This is the Ming dynasty's stance on corruption. Taking all charges into account, Dong Biao is sentenced to death by slicing, to be executed immediately, with his entire clan facing the same fate. Yang Yi's proclamation cast a chill over the court. Some officials wished to voice their thoughts but refrained, acutely aware of the gravity of Dong Biao's case and uncertain of the emperor's mindset. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 62. Discussion on financial reform. Zhu Zhiwei pondered for a moment before stating, Dong Biao's crimes are heinous, and he cannot escape the death penalty. However, executing him by slicing is against the heavens and may cast a negative light on the Ming dynasty. A sentence of execution by decapitation would suffice, representing a lesser degree of punishment, yet still a death sentence, allowing for a more favorable impression. As for Dong Biao's clan, he paused, reflecting. There is a saying that misfortune does not befall family members, yet his family benefited from Dong Biao's status, committing atrocious acts and reaping substantial rewards. Given this, why should they not face punishment? As emperor, Zhu Zhiwei recognized that hesitation was unwarranted, decisive action was necessary. Yet, he felt an inner turmoil, a twinge of compassion that clouded his judgment. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Zhiwei spoke, let us forego the slicing and instead execute him by gunfire in secret. Your Majesty is wise, the ministers exclaimed in unison. They likely understood the emperor's sentiments, yet ultimately, compassion was set aside. Ordinary individuals may show mercy, which is commendable, but a ruler must sometimes exhibit clemency, embodying a benevolent sovereign. However, excessive leniency leads to weakness and indecisiveness, and clearly, their emperor had navigated this well. Zhu Zhiruwei decided to leave the conclusion of this matter to the Ministry of Punishments, instructing that once resolved, the case should be publicized throughout the nation, serving as a cautionary tale to all, urging them to refrain from similar transgressions. This shall be my command, he concluded. Yes, Your Majesty. I shall ensure the completion of the final tasks and the promotional efforts, declared Yang Yi. Is there anything else? Zhu Zhiruwei inquired, casting a glance at Yao Muji. Immediately understanding, Yao Muji stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I have a matter to discuss. Speak, commanded the emperor. During the reign of Emperor Muzong, in accordance with the times, financial reforms were implemented, including the issuance of paper currency. However, at that time, our Ming dynasty was still struggling to maintain control over the South Seas Islands. Presently, the territory of our Great Ming has diminished to less than 1/10 of its former expanse, and the populace has reduced to merely half of what it once was. The excessive issuance of precious notes has led to severe inflation. Muzong, the predecessor of Wuzong, is a well-known figure. He precedes Wuzong, Kongzong, Huizong, and then myself, marking nearly a century since these reforms took place. When the precious notes were first introduced, the currency unit was yuan, with 1 guan equating to 1,000 won. A pound of rice cost merely 3 won, yet today, a pound of rice demands nearly 30,000 guan, representing an inflation of 10 million times. The common people suffer greatly, and the currency system has descended into chaos. Wealthy individuals prefer to hoard gold or foreign currencies, such as the dollar, and the financial malady has reached its zenith, necessitating urgent reform. Therefore, I humbly request Your Majesty to initiate a financial overhaul and re-establish the Ming currency system. Yao Muji ardently proclaimed. Zhang Daoquan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yao Muji, merely an acting minister of revenue, would propose such a grand plan. Upon reflection, he glanced at the emperor, who, it seemed, inadvertently revealed an expression of approval and admiration. It appeared that Yao Muji had perhaps conferred with the emperor in private or was simply acting as a mouthpiece at His Majesty's behest. Suddenly, Zhu Zhiruwei's gaze met Zhang Daoquan's. Zhu Zhiruwei offered a faint smile, causing Zhang Daoquan's heart to tighten as he stepped forward, understanding the unspoken communication. Indeed, our financial system teeters on the brink of collapse. I concur with Minister Yao's proposal for financial reform. A persistent ailment demands potent remedies. However, finance permeates every aspect of our nation and affects every citizen. The scope is vast, and we cannot enact hasty changes that disrupt established protocols. Practical research is essential. We must engage professionals to evaluate and devise a feasible implementation plan. As the head of the 6 ministries, the Minister of Personnel's endorsement prompted a chorus of support from his subordinates, rapidly increasing the backing to over 1/3. The remaining 2/3 were divided, with some wavering in uncertainty and others resolutely opposed. Your Majesty, I have actually been researching our nation's financial issues for several years. From the fields among the common folk to small merchants, enterprises, state-owned companies, officials, and students, extensive investigations have been conducted. I have also enlisted numerous economic advisors to analyze this data and assess the current financial status of the Ming dynasty, leading to the conclusion that reform is imperative. Moreover, together with over 20 renowned economic advisors and colleagues from the Ministry of Revenue, we have meticulously crafted a detailed financial reform plan over the years for Your Majesty's review. With that, Yao Muji produced a memorial from his sleeve. The little yellow-clad official hastily descended the steps to receive the memorial and swiftly approached the emperor, presenting it to him. Zhu Zhiruwei briefly glanced at the financial reform proposal. In truth, he had already scrutinized it in detail the previous day and found it largely feasible. However, he was a novice in finance and did not fully grasp the intricacies and practical implementation aspects, believing that professional matters should be entrusted to experts. He refrained from voicing any opinions, feeling it sufficient to support the decision, knowing there were numerous professionals for the actual execution. After perusing the memorial for a while, Zhu Zhiruwei looked up and said, Minister Yao, please succinctly elucidate your reform for the esteemed officials to consider whether this financial reform proposal is executable. Minister Yao Muji respectfully bowed to the emperor, then turned to address the gathered officials. Our precious notes have depreciated by millions compared to a century ago, with further potential for decline. Fortunately, His Majesty is wise. Since ascending the throne, he has stabilized prices, which has slowed the rate of depreciation. Nevertheless, this is merely a temporary measure. Until we alter the current situation, this sword of Damocles will forever hover over our Great Ming. Yao Muji first articulated the most pressing issues concerning the financial realm of the Great Ming, particularly regarding currency, resonating with the ministers. He then further expressed his views. Currency, especially the current paper notes, embodies a nation's credit. A collapse of currency could precipitate a complete breakdown of national credibility, triggering a vicious cycle that is utterly terrifying. I shall refrain from citing examples, as I am certain you are all aware of some. Upon hearing this, the ministers nodded in agreement. These truths were universally acknowledged. However, genuine reform necessitated absolute confidence and the unwavering support of the majority, particularly the emperor. Since the depreciation of the Great Ming's precious notes, the populace has increasingly favored hoarding gold, silver, and other precious metals, as well as more stable currencies like the dollar and euro. Our foremost task must be to reclaim the precious metals, foreign currencies, and notes from the hands of the people, and to issue entirely new currency. This, I must firmly oppose, interjected Minister Tao Yuanliang of the Board of Revenue. This would be a matter of competing with the people's interests. The depreciation of our Great Ming notes is a fact. The populace may not genuinely accept the newly issued currency. This concerns everyone's financial well-being. If we merely declare a conversion, will they comply? If they refuse to exchange, is Minister Yao prepared to resort to coercion? That would indeed invite calamity. The Board of Revenue serves as the emperor's eyes and ears, transmitting the emperor's edicts to the localities while relaying local matters back to the court and the emperor. It acts as a critical link between the populace and the emperor, possessing the keenest understanding of the people's sentiments. It must maintain integrity and fairness, otherwise, deception would drastically diminish the emperor's grasp of public sentiment, leading to absurdities akin to the infamous "what a waste of meat" incident. Calm yourself, Minister Tao. We must proceed with this endeavor, but we absolutely will not force the populace to exchange, nor will we resort to coercion. Otherwise, I would be the first to face the emperor's wrath, Yao Muzi replied with a smile. I believe this endeavor is highly feasible for 3 reasons. Firstly, although your majesty has recently ascended the throne, your wisdom is lauded by all. The last issuance of national bonds is a testament to your majesty's esteemed reputation among the populace, who place their trust in you. As long as you are willing to take the lead, success is assured. Unintentionally, Yao Muji had flattered the emperor, which irked some ministers. One of them stood up and remarked, Minister Yao, are you seeking to implicate his majesty in this? The risks are considerable. Should we succeed, it would indeed be a cause for celebration, but in matters of financial reform, especially one of this magnitude, no one can guarantee absolute success. What if we fail? Wouldn't that severely tarnish his majesty's credibility? Are you prepared to bear such consequences? Yao Muji turned to Zhu Zhiruwei for assistance, as he truly could not guarantee the outcome. Whether he nodded in agreement or shook his head in denial would be detrimental to him. Agreeing would imply contempt for the emperor, exploiting his authority, a grave offense. Denying it, on the other hand, would be akin to slapping his own face, if he himself did not believe in the plan's success. How could he expect the people to do so? After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Zhiruwei resolved to break the impasse. Financial reform was imperative, and he was confident in his capabilities. Hence, he declared, as long as it benefits the Great Ming nation, what harm is there in my endorsement? It is all for the future of our realm, and I willingly share the risk with all of you. With the emperor's words, the ministers were enlightened. It appeared that Yao Muji and his majesty were in accord. Yao Muji's audacity in proposing such a grand plan suggested that he had received the emperor's tacit approval beforehand. Hence his boldness. With the emperor's nod, and given that the successful implementation of this initiative would be advantageous for the Ming nation, the astute moderates swiftly aligned with the reformists, leaving only a few obstinate traditionalists to resist. Upon hearing the emperor's direct support, Yao Muji's confidence surged. Your majesty is wise. With your endorsement, the populace will undoubtedly rally in support, thus eliminating the greatest obstacle to reform. Did not Minister Yao mention 3 reasons? We have only heard one thus far, Zhu Zhiruwei reminded. The second reason is that the common people harbor a deep disdain for the current paper currency, suffering greatly under its burdens. The multiplicity of currencies is exceedingly cumbersome, and based on my research over the past few years, they are eagerly yearning for reform, providing us with a solid foundation. The third reason is that as global economic ties grow ever tighter, our Ming nation must establish a robust financial system to reap the benefits. Otherwise, we shall fail to attract foreign investment. Yao Muji elaborated further, detailing numerous specifics and taking nearly an hour. Only then did Zhu Zhiruwei inquire, esteemed ministers, how do you perceive Minister Yao's financial reform proposal? Is it viable? Zhang Daoquan was the first to step forward, saying, Your Majesty, I endorse this proposal, although some details require further deliberation. Yao Muji immediately concurred. Minister Zhang makes a valid point. I shall humbly accept your insights to refine the plan further. Yao Muji's humility and caution garnered him considerable favor among many. Given this, let us proceed with the voting. Those in support shall stand on the left, while those in opposition will take their place on the right. Neutrality is not an option. Zhu Zhiruwei directly urged those uncertain to take a stand. In unison, the vast majority positioned themselves on the left to endorse the proposal, with only a scant few on the right. Fortunately, these individuals remained steadfast in their loyalties. Their dissent stemmed merely from differing political views, which was of little consequence. Since the majority of you esteemed officials are in favor, then Minister Yao, you may proceed without hesitation, Zhu Zhiruwei concluded decisively. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your wisdom is unparalleled. A sense of relief washed over Yao Mu, for this victory represented years of effort on his part. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The forthcoming challenges lay in the Ministry of Revenue's ability to withstand pressure and actualize this reform. There remained a long road ahead, and he must not allow himself to falter. Subsequent discussions revolved around trivial matters, with Zhu Zhiruwei mostly silent, quietly absorbing knowledge and expanding his horizons. Time swiftly advanced to January 22, 2000, a day that, while ordinary for the world, held immense significance for the Ming dynasty and, particularly, for Zhu Zhiruwei. This day marked his wedding, the crowning of the empress, and the reinstatement of the matriarch of the imperial harem. The entire Ming dynasty erupted in joyous celebration, with red lanterns adorning every home. The taverns of Xijing offered discounts and even free drinks to honor the emperor's grand occasion. Couples flooded the streets, singing and dancing in harmony, creating an atmosphere as vibrant as the Lantern Festival. Xijing Television dedicated a full 2 hours to coverage of the event. In a modest tavern, a young patron raised his glass and shouted to the owner, Sir, do you even know how to conduct business? Quickly turn on the television. The emperor is getting married. And I've heard it's being broadcast nationwide today. This is the first time in our lives that we witness such a grand live event. How can you be so slow to react? Indeed. Hurry, turn on the television, or we shall take our leave. The crowd chimed in. The owner, suddenly enlightened, quickly apologized. I beg your pardon, it is my fault. I shall turn on the television at once. To be honest, I have never witnessed such a grand live broadcast myself. Ha ha ha. Enjoy your meals and drinks. All purchases in this establishment are at half price today. Chapter 64. The wedding in progress. Ha ha ha. Now that's more like it. The owner knows how to please. I shall frequent this establishment often. Amid the lively commotion, the tavern's television was switched on. Due to technological limitations, it was still one of those bulky sets, nestled in a corner of the tavern. Yet it was a genuine color television. Oh my, the palace is enormous. Did people truly construct this 400 years ago? A young Westerner marveled at the broadcast. No wonder they were able to stand against our ancestors for over a century. I never imagined such a small nation as the Ming could be so prosperous. His companion remarked. How else could they afford to host such a grand exhibition of jewelry and diamonds? They clearly possess remarkable depth. I find myself even more eager for this exhibition and auction, the young man expressed. Indeed, these two individuals arrived in the Great Ming Empire due to the promotional advertisements for the jewelry and diamond exhibition, unexpectedly finding themselves amidst such a magnificent wedding. This year marks the year 2000, heralding the dawn of a new century, the 21st century, where this splendid wedding undoubtedly merits the title of a century's wedding. My curiosity about the Ming Empire continues to grow. I am enamored with this style and ambience of matrimony. I intend to host a similar vintage Eastern wedding with Susan in the future, as I believe it will leave her with the most unforgettable memories. In addition to the Ming Empire, other nations such as the Huagua, Southeast Asian countries, East Asian nations, the remaining 4 nations of the Nanyang Islands, and even certain countries in West Africa have shown increasing interest in the Ming Empire. Furthermore, a handful of Western media outlets have also procured broadcasting rights for this event, making it a trending topic in their respective countries. Humanity's fascination with power, beauty, and wealth is ever present, and this grand wedding encapsulates all three, making it a subject of great discussion and drawing widespread attention. In Huagua, the splendid wedding of the Ming Empire has been broadcast live as well. It is truly extravagant. I have long envied the opulent weddings of the wealthy, but this one is on an entirely different level, incomparable in its grandeur. There is an enchanting feeling akin to marrying within the Forbidden City. Is this merely an illusion? The Forbidden City was originally constructed during the Ming Dynasty, and the Ming Empire was established by the Emperor Zhengwen, so it is not surprising that they bear such resemblance. I truly envy Zhu Zhirui. I have heard he, like us, grew up in Huagua, coming from a single-parent family, yet he has now transformed into an emperor. How paradoxical. If that is the case, Zhu Zhirui's mindset should be somewhat akin to ours. I wonder how he is adjusting to suddenly becoming an emperor, regardless of his adaptation. One thing is certain, he now lacks for nothing and has reached the pinnacle of life, a status that we can only aspire to. How enviable is that bride? My emperor is truly dashing, isn't he? Young, affluent, and a sovereign. There could be no more dreamlike husband, a young woman exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the television. I wish to marry such a husband. I wonder if he needs concubines? What is there to envy? I have heard the empress is a princess from the Dasha kingdom, and the two have never even met. Merely a political alliance, someone retorted with a hint of jealousy. Such sour grapes. The emperor can have multiple wives, and perhaps they will develop feelings for one another after their marriage. What a legendary tale that would be. This wedding is monumental, with an unprecedented influence, particularly for the Ming Empire. It is no exaggeration to say that it has impacted over a third of the global population. I suspect Minister Wang Hai of the Ministry of Rights never anticipated that the Ming Empire would gain such international recognition in this manner, thus entering the public's consciousness. This event will significantly bolster the Ming Empire's tourism and commerce, greatly stimulating employment and GDP. However, Wang Hai had not anticipated that Zhu Zhirui had already considered it. After all, it was Zhu who had initiated the media contacts and secured a lucrative broadcasting deal for the live event. As a person who traversed time, he possessed an acute understanding of the influence of public opinion and sensationalism. Not only did he recoup all expenses of the wedding, but he also made an additional profit of nearly $400 million. Such endeavors could be occasionally indulged, yet they should not become habitual, for the risk of calamity looms large. If one perceives his extravagant promotion of the marriage as the act of a cad, Zhu Zhirui is willing to accept that judgment. For this was merely a political union, a mere spectacle. He had not even laid eyes on his intended bride, so where could genuine affection arise? Since there were no feelings involved and it was solely for political duty, why indulge in pretenses? He might as well contribute further to the Ming dynasty. After all, he had already paid a considerable price. As for whether Zhu Zhirui would develop fondness for the empress upon their eventual meeting, or whether he would find her truly endearing, that was a matter for the future. At least for now, he did not believe he had erred. No one could foresee these implications, and even if someone did, it was not the emperor who orchestrated this affair, but Wang Hai, the Minister of Rights. As a loyal subject, the benefits belonged to His Majesty, while the burdens were his to bear, such as the hallmark of a good minister. In the embassy of the Great Shun Kingdom in Xijing, Princess Liwaner had arrived several days in advance, residing there to prepare for her impending nuptials. In a room adorned with red decorations, a 16-year-old girl sat before her vanity, devoid of joy or sorrow, as if resigned to her fate, evoking sympathy in those who beheld her. Princess, do not be disheartened. I shall always be by your side. Should the Ming Emperor dare to treat you poorly, I would confront him fiercely, even if it means our mutual destruction. The maid declared through gritted teeth. Although we have grown up together as sisters, you must remember that this is no longer our Shunjing. This is the Ming dynasty. He is my future husband, the Emperor of Ming, and you must show him respect, for no one will be able to protect you otherwise. The young girl replied with solemnity. I understand, Princess. I will be cautious, the maid mumbled, appearing somewhat frightened and realizing her misstep. Alas, all is destined. I was born into a royal family, having enjoyed a life of luxury since childhood, and now I must shoulder the responsibilities that accompany it. This fate cannot be escaped. The girl articulated words that seemed far too mature for her youth, evoking further compassion. Xiaodai, listening, felt a pang of sadness. She attempted to shift the conversation to more cheerful topics, hoping to lighten the princess's spirits. Chapter 65. The Timeless Tactics That Win Hearts. Princess, I have heard that the Ming Emperor grew up in the Central Plains, having graduated from the prestigious Transportation University in the magic city of Huagua. He is said to be handsome and exceptionally benevolent. I have gathered much information in the city, and the people of Xijing hold great admiration for their new emperor. Surely, he will be amiable and will not mistreat you. Is that true? The girl gazed longingly at her maid, her eyes glimmering with a newfound spark of hope. Perhaps it might not be as dreadful as she had imagined. Indeed, dear princess, rest assured, I have even procured a photograph of your fiancé. Would you care to see it? Xiao Dai deliberately mentioned as she held the picture behind her back. Humph. The young girl cast furtive glances at Xiao Dai's concealed hand. Yet as a princess, she was obliged to maintain her composure, feigning indifference. What is there to behold? After all, I shall see him in person today. Oh, princess, you truly are something. Here, Xiao Dai reluctantly extended the photograph. The young lady did not accept it. However, her gaze was fixed unwaveringly upon the handsome young man in the picture, who bore a subtle smile. Although her expression remained unchanged, Xiao Dai, having grown up alongside her, could discern the shift in her demeanor. The princess was no longer as despondent as at the outset. At least she glimpsed a sliver of hope for the future, fostering a sense of anticipation and optimism. Her words held little weight, yet this was a small measure of support she could offer as a maidservant to her princess. Thank you, Xiao Dai, the girl expressed gratefully. As the two conversed, an elderly attendant arrived, addressing the young lady with respect. Your Highness, the flower carriage has arrived. Please proceed. Everything was unfolding in an orderly fashion. Faced with the intricacies of the wedding preparations, Zhu Zhuwei felt a headache coming on. Opting to adopt the same approach as during his coronation, abdicating responsibility and allowing the officials of the Ministry of Rites to guide him. The wedding ceremonies of the Great Ming Empire were notoriously elaborate, especially for the emperor, encompassing various rituals such as the engagement, the formal betrothal, the coronation, the welcoming of the bride, the nuptial toast, the audience, the decree announcement, the celebratory feast, and finally, the bridal chamber. These could be broadly categorized into three phases: premarital rites, marriage rites, and postmarital rites. The engagement and formal betrothal were managed by the Ministry of Rites, and Zhu Zhuwei was unaware of when they were completed. The coronation ceremony, the most significant aspect, had already been conducted. In the Great Ming Empire, status was paramount. The coronation of the empress was pivotal in establishing her rank. Zhu Zhuwei held a grand ceremony in the Fengtian Hall, proclaiming the Princess of Deshan, Li Waner, as empress, and entrusted the golden seal and golden book to a specially appointed envoy, who was tasked with delivering them to the Deshan embassy and reading the decree to the empress. The welcoming of the bride was the next step. In ordinary families, this would necessitate the groom's personal attendance to collect his bride. However, as an emperor of esteemed station, Zhu Zhuwei appointed a distinguished minister, Zhang Daoquan, a man of both family and reputation, to act on his behalf. In the past, the bride was traditionally welcomed in a sedan chair, but in keeping with modernity, this evolved into a specially designed grand flower carriage. The auspicious time was calculated by the Astronomical Bureau, which was no longer overseen by the previous director, Feng Chunlai, who had been imprisoned due to his involvement in the Dongbiao case. The flower carriage made its way slowly from the main entrance to the Qinqing Gate, whereupon disembarking, the procession continued to the flower sedan, traversing the Jiaotai Hall before reaching the Kunning Palace, which would henceforth serve as the empress's quarters. Note: there are abundant detailed nuances that could fill several thousand words. However, anticipating that readers may not enjoy such extensive elaboration, I shall merely provide a brief overview of the situation. At this moment, the Kunning Palace was resplendent with crimson adornments and bright lights. With only Zhu Zhuwei and Empress Li Waner present, alongside the imperial attendant Xia Xueli, the empress's personal maid Xiao Dai, and 8 palace maids led by the palace decree officer Tang Xian. At this moment, Zhu Zhuwei was encountering the empress for the first time, the very first woman in this world to whom he was rightfully wed. It was impossible for him not to feel a twinge of nervousness, and indeed, he was quite anxious. Although their union was politically motivated, she was still his first woman. As a connoisseur of beauty, he did not dare to hope for the empress to be extraordinarily stunning. He merely wished for her to be tolerably attractive, having already lowered his expectations to the bare minimum. Judging by her figure, the empress appeared graceful and elegant, exuding the demeanor of a refined lady, certainly not a shrew. He felt assured that they could coexist harmoniously. Your Majesty, the empress, please enjoy the longevity noodles, Tang Xian said with a cheerful smile. Zhu Zhuwei was momentarily taken aback as he accepted the chopsticks and took a bite of the noodles. The empress, beside him, delicately extended her fair hand to pick up her own chopsticks and brought the noodles to her lips beneath the red veil, for it was still too soon to unveil her. Your Majesty, the empress, we shall take our leave, Tang Xian announced. And all the court maidens and female officials filed out of the room, leaving only Zhu Zhuwei and the empress behind. Zhu Zhuwei gazed at his bride. Although he could not see her features, he sensed her palpable tension, and his acute hearing allowed him to discern the rapid beating of her heart. Reaching for a scale rod on the table, Zhu Zhuwei gently lifted the veil, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful young face before him. So lovely, he exclaimed involuntarily. It was uncertain whether she heard him, but after a curious glance at Zhu Zhuwei, she quickly lowered her head, evidently a bit bashful. An eerie silence enveloped the air as both struggled to find a topic of conversation. Eventually, Zhu Zhuwei broke the stillness, saying, Empress, let us share a cup of wedding wine. He poured 2 glasses and raised his cup. The empress obediently lifted her glass, and they exchanged a toast. After setting down their cups, the atmosphere fell silent once more. Do I address you as Li Waner? Zhu Zhuwei ventured. Indeed, Your Majesty, I am Li Waner, she replied. Then, may I call you Waner in private from now on? Zhu Zhuwei probed. Indeed, it seemed that all men were captivated by beauty. Having previously utilized her for political gain, he now found himself drawn to her allure, becoming increasingly attentive. It was not entirely his fault. Although he had ascended to the throne, he had remained virtuous and had yet to take a woman. Very well, Li Waner replied softly. The day is still young. Let us converse to better understand one another. What are your interests, Wana? Zhu Zhirui wished for more than mere desire in their relationship. Given Li Wanner's striking beauty, which aligned perfectly with his aesthetic sensibilities, and her gentle demeanor, she seemed a commendable choice for Empress. Thus, it was essential to cultivate their bond. Li Wanner may not have anticipated Zhu Zhirui's words, as she lifted her head, looking at him with a delightful and surprised expression, only to realize something and quickly lower her gaze, her ears flushing crimson. Chapter 66. The rapidly intensifying relationship. She is still a shy young lady. It is only natural, considering she has just come of age. I delight in playing the piano and painting, Li Wanner remarked. To which Zhu Zhirui responded, I never imagined Wanner to be so talented. At your age, I was merely indulging in play, often facing the consequences of my mother's stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork. Your Majesty, what is stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork? Is it a dish? Li Wanner inquired curiously. Ha! Zhu Zhirui laughed heartily, leaving Li Wanner even more perplexed. As she wondered if she had misspoken, just as she was about to ask further, Zhu Zhirui leaned closer and softly explained what stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork entailed. As Zhu Zhirui approached, Li Wanner's heart raced, her ears flushed a delicate pink. She struggled to hear his words clearly, feeling her face grow warm and losing control of herself. Are you all right? Why is your face so flushed? Zhu Zhirui, not merely a youthful lad of 23 but a 30-year-old man in his past life, was well aware of Li Wanner's condition. With feigned concern, he placed his hand on her forehead, briefly touching her before moving it to his own. He then asked with genuine care, It is rather warm. Are you unwell, Wanner? And no, I am fine, Li Wanner stammered. It is just too warm in this room. At the moment Zhu Zhirui made contact, her body tensed, marking her first experience of direct physical contact with a male. Zhu Zhirui felt a surge of delight within. This was a significant breakthrough, more effective than diving straight into serious matters. As her rightful husband, he knew this would strengthen their bond. And he noticed her fondness for him soaring from an initial score of 45 to 78. Leveraging his greater life experience, the two conversed for over an hour, reminiscing about their childhoods and Zhu Zhirui's university days, which left Li Wanner envious of his academic life. Hee. I never expected your Majesty to have such amusing childhood tales. Li Wanner giggled, her laughter vibrant. In my youth, I knew nothing, Zhu Zhirui replied, completely unbothered. Since they were to be married, he welcomed Li Wanner knowing more about his past, while he also learned much about her own history. Being of royal lineage, her upbringing was worlds apart from his own. It was not a matter of which was superior. He reflected that as an ordinary person, his youth had been more carefree and joyful, though undoubtedly lacking in the knowledge Li Wanner possessed. The Emperor and the Empress looked so happy. The Empress is truly fortunate. Chuanqi whispered from outside the door. I wonder what they are doing now? Xiaoyin pondered curiously. You little girl, are you perhaps experiencing youthful infatuation? Chuanqi teased. Chuanqi, do not speak nonsense, Xiaoyin retorted. Standing guard outside were Zhu Zhirui's 4 devoted maidens, along with a handmaiden named Xiao Dai who had accompanied the Empress. Unfamiliar with Chuanqi and Xiaoyin, she remained silent, but felt a sense of joy for the Empress, seeing her laughter as a sign of the Emperor's kindness, dispelling any previous concerns. All right, maintain your vigil and be ready to respond to His Majesty's summons. Do not speak, lest you disturb the Emperor and Empress. The attendant Xia Shuali reminded as she approached for a check. Yes, Sister Xia, they replied in unison. The hour that passed was not only necessary, but also pivotal. Li Wanner transitioned from initial nervousness to uncontrollable laughter, gradually liberating herself, and through this conversation, the bond between them rapidly deepened. Wanner, the night is drawing near, and we must pay our respects to the Empress Dowager and Grandmother tomorrow. Shall we retire? Zhu Zhirui suddenly suggested. Li Wanner paused, then shyly lowered her gaze again. Yet she nodded in agreement. With a playful chuckle, Zhu Zhirui received her consent and swept Li Wanner into a princess carry, bringing her to the dragon bed. A glance at her attributes made his smile even broader. Name, Li Wanner. Position, Empress. Loyalty, 91. Affection, 88. Abilities, Management 72, Music 71, Dance 66. To his surprise, Li Wanner's strongest skill was management, a divine gift that would allow him to handle state affairs without worry as she managed the harem. On the bed, Li Wanner covered her face with her hand and whispered, Please, Your Majesty, show mercy. I shall cherish Wanner, he replied. Let us accompany each other in the mortal realm, living freely and gallantly, riding forth to share in the splendor of life. When the autumn wind meets the jade dew, it surpasses countless encounters in the human world. In a night of fervor, Zhu Zhirui experienced this for the first time, thus shedding his virginity and savoring the experience. They embraced and drifted into slumber late into the night. At dawn the next day, Zhu Zhirui took Li Wanner to the Xinang Palace to pay their respects to the Empress Dowager, followed by a visit to the Kongning Palace for the Empress. Your son, accompanied by the Empress, pays his respects, Zhu Zhirui announced as he and Li Wanner bowed 3 times before Jiang Mei while offering a cup of tea. Good. Today is the happiest day of my life. Rise quickly, Jiang Mei beamed, appearing several years younger. Thank you, Mother, Li Wanner responded with great poise. A stark contrast to her shyness from the previous night. Truly, a woman who excels in both the hall and the kitchen is a treasure. What more could one desire in life? Jiang Mei observed Li Wanner's gait and noticed something amiss, casting a fierce glare at Zhu Zhirui, leaving him perplexed as to why he was being scrutinized. Come, Wanner, sit with me and chat, Jiang Mei insisted, pulling Li Wanner to sit beside her. Entirely disregarding Zhu Zhirui. In ZY City, the atmosphere remained vibrant and festive due to the Emperor's wedding, and even days later, the celebrations showed no signs of waning. With a noticeable influx of Western faces on the streets, at the Li Fu Inn, 2 Westerners whispered among themselves before one, appearing to be from the Ming dynasty, inquired of the innkeeper, Do you have any rooms available? Yes, we have 3 upper rooms and 5 lower rooms remaining. The upper rooms are 550. 000 guan or $50 per night, and we only accept these two currencies. The lower rooms are cheaper, at $20 per night. Which would you prefer? The innkeeper replied cheerfully. How could he not be pleased? In recent days, numerous foreigners had arrived, causing lodging fees to double, yet demand remained high. After all, the cost of living in the Ming dynasty was low, and even with the increase, it remained quite affordable for the wealthy attending the jewelry exhibition. The translator of the Great Ming Kingdom spoke a few words to the two Westerners before turning to the innkeeper and saying, "We shall take all three upper rooms." "Very well. I wonder how many days you intend to stay." "We require a deposit up front, and we will adjust the payment accordingly," replied the innkeeper. In Chapter 67, the grand opening of the royal jewelry and diamond exhibition of the Great Ming Empire took place. The translator and the two Westerners exchanged a few more murmurs, handed over the money, and placed it on the counter. 7 days. This comes to exactly $1,050 for the three upper rooms, the translator stated. Excellent. Welcome to our inn, the innkeeper said as he accepted the payment and handed over 3 keys to the guests. A young attendant then arrived to escort them to their respective rooms for a brief inspection. Such occurrences were commonplace in the various inns of Xijing City, particularly in the more upscale establishments, which filled up quickly, leaving guests with no choice but to settle for lesser accommodations or even find temporary lodging in the homes of local citizens. Is this truly the Great Ming Kingdom? It felt as if one had stepped into the heart of the ancient Ming dynasty, immersed in a society long past, an undeniably peculiar sensation. Among them was a young man of Chinese descent. Indeed, the pace of modernization across the globe is accelerating, and regions that have preserved their ancient customs, like this one, are becoming increasingly rare. Perhaps only the Great Ming and the neighboring Great Shun Kingdom remain. Yes, we should seize the opportunity to visit more often. In a few decades, things will undoubtedly change, as the world is now embracing rapid development. Besides Westerners, many affluent Chinese, including those from wealthy China, have come to witness the antiquity of the Great Ming Kingdom, each filled with profound reflections. Although the process of modernization has begun, the allure of Eastern architectural styles, clothing, and customs remains captivating, especially for every Chinese individual who inherently appreciates such architectural aesthetics. Li Gu, haven't you always wanted to film a television series showcasing the Ming dynasty? A woman inquired. The man nodded. Indeed, I have, but there are many challenges, particularly regarding location requirements. With a smile, the woman gestured around. Isn't this setting perfect? You wouldn't even need extra actors. The citizens of the Great Ming would portray their roles authentically. I doubt any television series could boast such a level of performance. The first to film here is sure to gain fame in wealthy China. The man paused, then surveyed his surroundings, growing increasingly excited. You are absolutely right. This is exactly the Great Ming I envisioned. I must produce a classic television series that captures the essence of the Ming dynasty. Zhu Zhirui was unaware that the Great Ming Kingdom possessed such advantages. Its ancient charm and authentic performances made it an ideal location for historical dramas. In the treasury office, Zhu Guiyuan, preoccupied with urgent matters, inquired of his associate, "Has the procurement of the safety devices arrived?" "Yes, my lord. They reached Linhai Port last night and were transported to the exhibition center early this morning. They have been expedited for installation, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they should be completed by tonight," reported his subordinate. "No unexpected occurrences are permitted. We must complete our tasks tonight with both quality and quantity ensured," Zhu Guiyuan stated solemnly. "Yes, my lord. How many personnel are currently available from the 6 doors of the Ministry of Justice, and what is the state of security in the Western capital?" A subordinate reported. "According to the information, Minister Yang has provided 800 elite members of the 6 doors, combined with our local security forces in the Western capital, totaling 1,500. Additionally, His Majesty has ordered the involvement of 3,500 imperial guards to maintain law and order, ensuring a secure environment," the attendant responded. "How many guests have arrived? And what is the capacity of the Western capital to accommodate them?" Zhu Guiyuan continued his inquiries. Based on the statistics, the number of foreign tourists entering the country has surpassed 8,500 in recent days, with a continuing upward trend. Notably, over 4,000 entered today alone. And we anticipate even more in the coming days, especially with the upcoming jewelry and diamond exhibition, another official replied. According to the Ministry of Revenue, besides the inns, we have coordinated with the local populace to host these guests. The maximum accommodation capacity of the Western capital currently stands at 60,000, which should suffice for this event. Have the invitations been dispatched? What responses have we received from the distinguished guests? Zhu Guiyuan inquired, momentarily setting aside his work, clearly prioritizing this matter. All invitations have been sent, and the guests have responded affirmatively, the official answered. Good. We must ensure that the private courtyards prepared for them are quiet and secure. Furthermore, we should recommend our esteemed Ming cuisine, but only with their consent. If they prefer their own culinary customs, we must respect that. Additionally, a medical team is essential to avoid any issues, Zhu Guiyuan advised. These invited guests are significant potential buyers at the Ming jewelry and diamond exhibition, which will also feature an auction after the showcase. These individuals, being affluent and influential, may invest in the Ming dynasty, thus greatly benefiting our economic development. We will extend the utmost courtesy while respecting the laws and customs of the Ming. Rest assured, my lord, we have rehearsed all of this numerous times, and there will be no issues, the subordinate assured. What is the capacity of the exhibition center? Are all logistical arrangements in place? Zhu Guiyuan pressed on. We have prepared 3 contingency plans for varying visitor volumes. The maximum capacity can accommodate 30,000 guests daily, with alternative plans for 25,000 and below 20,000. The subordinate reported. The more guests we have, the less time they will have to view the exhibits, as the exhibition center's tickets are time restricted to manage visitor numbers. Zhu Guiyuan noted. Very well. You may all return to your duties. There is only one day remaining. The event commences the day after tomorrow. Conduct a final thorough check to ensure no issues arise. Otherwise, severe penalties will be imposed, Zhu Guiyuan commanded. Yes, my lord. The Ming Empire is distinct from other places. Resigning when one fails is hardly a straightforward option. Here, officials who falter in their duties or commit errors face consequences far graver than mere dismissal. Penalties are determined by the severity, nature, and intent of their misdeeds. Time slips away unnoticed amidst the hustle and bustle, and before one realizes, a day has passed. It is now the morning of January 28, 2000, precisely the hour for the inauguration of the Ming Empire's royal jewelry and diamond exhibition. A young and handsome host stands center stage, microphone in hand, and proclaims, "Today marks the inaugural ceremony of our Ming Empire's first jewelry and diamond exhibition. We warmly welcome friends from around the globe, and we hope you create cherished memories during your time with us. Now, let us invite the Grand Minister of Agriculture to deliver a speech." With that, the young host steps down, handing the stage to Zhu Guiyuan. Chapter 68. The Resurgence of Conspiracy. Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, welcome to the beautiful Ming Empire. We hope your stay here provides a unique experience. This is the first edition of the Royal Jewelry and Diamond Exhibition, and we aspire to continue this tradition in the future. We will receive you with utmost sincerity and present our most precious treasures to ensure your visit is worthwhile. This exhibition will last for 5 days, featuring treasures categorized into 2 types, those available for bidding and others that are non-sale items for your admiration. Additionally, a grand auction will be held at the end of the 5 days, showcasing rare gems for bidding. To ensure the successful execution and popularity of this event, Zhu Zhiruwei has invested significantly, including showcasing some extraordinary treasures not typically displayed to the public, albeit as non-sale items, to demonstrate the profound heritage of the Ming Empire and attract greater attention. Without further ado, I hereby declare the first royal jewelry and diamond exhibition of the Ming Empire officially open. I hope you all enjoy your time here and find it rewarding. With a smile, Zhu Guiyuan descends the stage and moves to a well-guarded area where he can oversee the entire exhibition center. Minister Zhu Guiyuan pays his respects to your majesty and to the queen. Formalities are unnecessary, Zhu Zhiruwei replies. You have done well. Every beginning is challenging, and you have made an excellent start. Now, strive to see it through to completion. Attend to your duties without concern for me. Yes, your majesty, I take my leave. Once Zhu Guiyuan departs, Li Wan'er gently shakes Zhu Zhiruwei's arm and says, Your majesty, I did not expect such a large turnout. I believe this event will indeed present our Ming Empire in a splendid light. Shall we not go and take a look? Zhu Zhiruwei shakes his head. Now is not the time. The crowd is at its peak, and the situation below is quite complex. Even Zhu Yi and the others cannot guarantee our safety. So it would be best not to cause any disturbances. We can view it together when the crowd thins out, perhaps tonight. Very well, Li Wan'er nods. A hint of regret in her demeanor, yet she remains understanding. Yi Tang, have your people made the necessary arrangements? What is their current status? Zhu Zhiruwei suddenly inquired of Yi Tang beside him. Your majesty, the Jinui are already in position. Those traitors shall not stir up any trouble. We can ensnare them at any moment, Yi Tang responded. Indeed, our actions must be swift. I have dispatched Zhu Si and others to assist, ensuring absolute certainty. I do not wish to disturb our esteemed guests, as it would be highly detrimental to us. Zhu Zhe spoke solemnly. Understood. Li Wan'er, who had been listening attentively, refrained from asking questions, well aware of the palace's policy against interference in state affairs. The grand event hosted by the Ming Empire had drawn numerous affluent visitors, attracting keen attention from various factions. For instance, the neighboring kingdom of Imiana was reluctant to witness the rise of the Ming, while the Duke of Lu hoped for the empire's strength, albeit under his own leadership rather than Zhu Zhiruwei's. Even the recently married daughter of the Deshun kingdom posed a concern, as they too perceived the Ming as a threat. Reports from the Jinui spies indicated that these 3 factions had sent saboteurs to disrupt the Ming's upcoming jewelry exhibition. Casting a glance at Li Wan'er, Zhu Zhiruwei chose not to mention this matter to her, understanding the potential discomfort it could cause, considering her origins from Deshun. Wan'er, let us return to the palace. We shall find time to take you out for leisure later, Zhu Zhiruwei suggested. Yes, as you wish, your majesty, Li Wan'er replied obediently. In a modest dwelling at the foot of the western city wall of Xijing, a figure, recently returned from gathering intelligence, entered and bowed to the middle-aged man seated at the head of the table. What news do you bring? The middle-aged man inquired. Respected sir, the patrols within the city have increased tenfold. The streets are teeming with guards. If we were to strike recklessly, we would soon be encircled, the subordinate reported. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, having anticipated heightened security, but not to this extent. He lamented. It seems the young emperor values this event even more than we had imagined. The more significant it is, the less we can allow it to proceed smoothly. Did you gather information regarding the taverns and gunpowder storages? He asked. Indeed, I have. There are 3 gunpowder storages within Xijing, all heavily guarded, with defenses tighter than usual. The opportunities are slim. However, the taverns have attracted little attention, as many foreigners currently reside there. It appears the young emperor fears disturbing them, which might lead to negative impressions of the Ming, the subordinate informed. Ah, good. Ha ha ha. Regardless of their stringent defenses, what does it matter? Though we cannot bring gunpowder into the city, the wine in those taverns serves as our gunpowder. The middle-aged man laughed, envisioning success. Sir, please issue your orders. The others chimed in unison. Very well. Divide into 5 small teams of 4. Avoid entanglement with the enemy. Simply ignite the wine cellar or kitchen of the tavern and retreat immediately. Conceal yourselves within the city and await an opportunity to exit, the middle-aged man commanded. Yes, sir. If captured, you know what to do, right? The middle-aged man suddenly spoke with a cold tone. The crowd was taken aback, and they responded in unison. They can only seize our corpses. All right, "Let us depart," the middle-aged man shouted, preparing to act as he opened the door. However, at that very moment, the subordinate who was opening the door instinctively began to retreat. The others immediately sensed something amiss and turned to look at the entrance, their faces filled with horror. "Damn it," the middle-aged man cursed. It was not the time to ponder how their position had been compromised. The priority was to find a way to escape. "Let us charge out," he commanded. Clearly, they were surrounded, and breaking through was their only option. Although the chances of success were slim, it was preferable to waiting for death. Charge. Bang, bang, bang. Do not misunderstand. These were not gunshots. At this moment, gunfire would disrupt their movements. The Imperial Guards wielded only cold weapons, and the assailants were the secret martial guards, who regarded these rebels as nothing more than ants. In just 3 seconds, 21 traitors were subdued. Chapter 69. A rare treasure. Not only were the enemies astonished, but even the other Imperial Guards who had accompanied them were equally baffled. A legend had long circulated among the Imperial Guards that His Majesty was a divinely ordained sage, and all the attendants of the Imperial Guard were celestial beings descended from the heavens, possessing extraordinary prowess. Initially thought to be mere folklore, today they bore witness to this truth, deepening their reverence for the emperor. With such a leader, the Ming dynasty was destined to flourish. "Take them all back to the Northern Justice Office, but be careful not to create too much noise," Zhu Qi instructed. "Yes, my lord." In a situation similar to this, 2 other incidents occurred in the western capital, differing merely in the number of participants. The most numerous were the followers of Prince Liu, totaling 45 individuals, followed by 21 from the Amali Kingdom, and lastly, only 14 from the Great Shun Kingdom. It remained uncertain whether the fewer numbers were due to Li Wanner's influence. In the Qinqing Palace, "Your Majesty, Commandant Yi requests an audience," Chun Shi announced. "Let him in," Zhu Zhuwei replied, stepping out of his chamber. "Minister Yi Tang pays his respects to your Majesty." "Long live the Emperor, long live, long live." "Rise," Zhu Zhuwei said, taking a seat and inquiring. "Have we caught them all?" "Indeed, your Majesty. The net has been cast. All 3 factions of rebels have been apprehended, a total of 80 individuals, all alive. After thorough interrogation, only 55 remain, but we have extracted all the necessary information from them," Yi Tang reported nonchalantly. Although Zhu Zhuwei had not witnessed the interrogation process, the fact that only 55 survived from 80 interrogated suggested it was not a pleasant sight. "Ensure all evidence is securely stored. These will serve as the justification for our future campaigns against them," Zhu Zhuwei stated. "The Ming dynasty is a righteous force and will never rise against the innocent. Moreover, our strength is currently insufficient to confront all 3 factions of formidable adversaries simultaneously. We must first stabilize our own domain. Prince Liu shall be our initial target. Yet the time is not ripe. We must first reform and organize our military, which will require time." "Yes, your Majesty," Yi Tang exclaimed with excitement. For few were privy to His Majesty's grand ambitions and lofty aspirations, and he was among that select few. This indicated that he had secured a place in the Emperor's inner circle, a source of great joy. At the Jewelry and Diamond Exhibition Center, a woman gasped in awe. "Wow, look at all these treasures. This diamond is simply colossal, a true rarity. Look at this label, there's a description here, the South Sea Star, weighing 256 carats. And not for sale. Who would have thought such a gem would be displayed at the entrance, unafraid of theft?" Another bystander remarked, equally astonished. "Indeed. The purity of this diamond is extraordinary, its quality is beyond reproach, and its size is remarkable. If it were to be sold, it would fetch no less than $100 million, an expert in diamonds proclaimed, examining it with a magnifying glass. Such a pity it's not for sale," someone lamented. "Not necessarily," another countered. "Let's not forget there is an auction in 5 days. Perhaps the South Sea Star will make an appearance there. My interest in the exhibition pieces has only grown. It would be delightful to purchase something I adore," the woman mused as she ventured further inside. Aside from those captivated by the South Sea Star, the rest continued onward, eager to behold other treasures, for each ticket was time restricted to a mere 2 hours. As for the placement of the South Sea Star at the entrance causing congestion, Zhu Guiyuan had certainly anticipated this. A separate room was designated for the South Sea Star, serving both as a display and a security measure, allowing only a limited number of individuals inside at any given time. "This is a pink diamond, so sizable," someone remarked. "Pink Lover, what a beautiful name. A splendid choice for a beloved partner. 15 carats? Oh, this one is actually for sale. Let me see, priced at $8 million. Quite expensive, but undoubtedly worth the investment," remarked another, as the pink diamond drew considerable attention. Given its allure to wealthy individuals from around the globe, it was only natural for the price to escalate. Typically, a 15-carat pink diamond would be valued around $6 million. However, Zhu Guiyuan's audacity in setting such a high price was not without justification. Despite the abundance of diamonds, a 15-carat pink diamond of such exceptional quality was exceedingly rare and could command a premium. Moreover, the presence of affluent patrons often incited a sense of competition, leading to spontaneous purchases. Even if it remained unsold, it could always be placed in the upcoming auction, ensuring no loss for him. There are also timepieces. "This design must be quite ancient," one exclaimed. "Oh my, this is a watch crafted by Adrian Philippe in 1856. Remarkable. I had no idea the Ming dynasty possessed such precious collections." An elderly Westerner exclaimed in astonishment, gazing longingly at the watch, yearning to claim it for himself. For someone who cherished collecting antique timepieces, this was an invaluable treasure. "Is this watch for sale?" "I would pay any price," the elderly gentleman inquired of a nearby attendant, only to be met with the disheartening reminder that it was labeled as not for sale. The attendant, wearing a polite smile, remarked, "Sir, a portion of the items not for sale will indeed appear at the auction in 5 days. This particular timepiece may also be featured, though I cannot confirm the details." "Is that so?" "It is possible. Then I shall wait a little longer," the elderly gentleman replied, continuing to gaze at the items for an extended period. reluctant to depart until the time was nearly at an end. Besides the diamonds and timepieces, there were an array of gemstones in various hues, alongside exquisite wood carvings and stone sculptures. The collection included treasures of Western style, as well as Eastern rarities, not to mention artifacts from the Middle East, South Asia, and even Africa, a veritable feast for the eyes. This trip has been worthwhile. However, I must purchase another ticket to have another look. I rushed through the last visit and missed some items, a man muttered. Let us call it a day. We want to make it in line anyway. 5 days remain. Let us explore elsewhere. I have heard that the cuisine of the Ming Empire is quite delightful. Haha, that makes sense. There is no need to rush. In life, one must indulge in beauty and gastronomy. The man chuckled in response to his friend's words. Speaking of beauty, it is said that the Ming Empire has established brothels. Perhaps we should visit one tonight. Truth be told, this would be my first experience, the man suggested with an understanding glance. As for Zhu Zirwei, he had little knowledge of such matters, having recently ascended to the throne, and the ministers tasked with his education had not delved into such topics, leaving him unaware of the intricacies involved. Chapter 70. The hierarchy of brothels. The brothels of the Ming Empire are indeed stratified. I have heard that in ancient times, brothels were categorized by rank. Is this the case here as well? A man inquired. I have inquired into this matter, and it is indeed true. They are primarily divided into two types, state-run and privately operated establishments. The state-run ones are referred to as jiafangxi, while the privately operated ones are further divided into high-end and low-end categories. Oh, there are distinctions? Please elaborate. I am quite curious, the man said, genuinely unaware of the complexities surrounding brothels, having assumed they were merely places of business. The higher-end brothels are often indicated by their names, typically featuring terms like courtyard, hall, or pavilion, which denote their elevated status. Entering such establishments requires caution, as not all ladies there engage in the trade of their bodies. Some are renowned for their artistic talents rather than their physical offerings, and it is said that they even have their own maidservants. Isn't that akin to a facade? They resemble celebrities, claiming to sell their art rather than their bodies, but that is merely a matter of status or financial compensation. Otherwise, it's simply not feasible. The man scoffed. Perhaps, came the reply. As for the lower-end establishments, they are straightforwardly termed wash or yahtzee, which are places of carnal commerce. Of course, one should not expect high quality from such venues. That will not do. I have high standards for quality. Let us seek out a more upscale venue. Absolutely. I have already inquired, and the finest and largest privately operated brothel in the capital of the Ming Empire is called Zui Mengge. We shall visit there tonight. Look, I have already purchased the tickets. What? There is an admission fee for that place. How much? The man asked, intrigued. In the past, things were manageable, but now the crowds have swelled, necessitating a cap on attendance. Tickets are being sold in advance, and fortunately, I was among the first to think of this. Securing my ticket early for a sum of 1,000. One can imagine that without a certain status, one would not even gain entry. This is a clear case of price inflation. However, scarcity lends value to goods. It matters little to us, as this amount is trivial. The man remarked that as long as we enjoy ourselves, the trivialities are inconsequential. Any issues that can be resolved with money are not true problems. Today, the city of Xijing is adorned with numerous street performers, a delightful spectacle for the Westerners accustomed to modern entertainment, drawing many to spend on tickets to witness the shows. Additionally, there is a highly popular locale, aside from the exhibition center, known as the Food Street, which, as the name suggests, is a culinary haven. Recently, following a thorough cleanup and renovations, establishments failing to meet safety and sanitation standards were compelled to shut down and refurbish. The streets have been meticulously cleaned, presenting a remarkably tidy appearance. While some might argue this is merely for show, it is only respectful to maintain cleanliness when hosting guests. Sister Who. I've heard that there is a restaurant renowned for its braised lion's head, with a chef who once served in the Ming Dynasty royal kitchen. Shall we go and sample it? What are we waiting for? Let us go. The three arrived at the restaurant, taken aback by the throngs of people. So many. Surely, they can't all be here for the lion's head. A young girl inquired of a man ahead in line, initially irked by the wait. The man softened upon noticing the charming girl and nodded. Indeed, the lion's head prepared by a royal chef is unparalleled. While many establishments claim lineage to royal kitchens, the true skill of their ancestors is often questionable. However, this chef has genuinely served in the palace. One must possess considerable talent to gain entry there. Even if it means waiting, it is worth the taste. Oh, I wonder if it's expensive? The girl mused. Well, given it's from a royal chef, we shouldn't fret too much over the price. Even if the lion's head is costly, it cannot be exorbitantly so, the man replied, clearly unconcerned about the expense. I know that here, the lion's head is priced at 5 each, with a limit of 4 per person to ensure more can savor this delicacy, interjected a man nearby. Noticing the 3 beautiful women in line, $5 is rather steep, but for a royal chef's creation, it's acceptable. How many visitors are currently present? Zhu Guiyuan inquired. Reporting to you, sir, the number of tourists currently in Xijing City is nearing 50,000. According to reports from Xijing International Airport, flights are still plentiful, indicating that a large influx of visitors is on the way. We are soon to reach the Ministry of Revenue's limit of 650,000, and our capacity to accommodate them will soon be exceeded, the subordinate reported. The number of visitors may not be overwhelming, yet one must bear in mind that it is the year 2000. Those who can afford to fly around the globe likely possess considerable wealth, especially since they are here to attend a jewelry exhibition. Coupled with the guests invited by the Ming Dynasty, their spending habits are lavish, which significantly contributes to the economy of the Ming Dynasty. It is imperative to monitor the situation in real time. For every arrival, there will inevitably be departures. Not all will wait until after the auction to leave. I require daily updates on the number of tourists in Xijing City. Once the figure reaches 620,000, please alert me promptly, Zhu Guiyuan instructed. Yes, my lord, I will keep a vigilant eye, came the reply. Are there any disturbances? Zhu Guiyuan inquired. After a moment's hesitation, the subordinate responded, yes, as people from all corners of the world converge, some conflicts are unavoidable. However, we have addressed them swiftly, and no bloodshed has occurred. Well done. This deserves commendation. With only a few days remaining, we must rally everyone's spirits. We cannot afford even a moment of complacency. This is the first grand event hosted by our Ming dynasty, and it is of utmost importance to our international image. Rewards will be granted to all afterward. Zhu Guiyuan declared. Thank you, my lord, the subordinate replied. As the ebb and flow of visitors continued and time passed, the jewelry and diamond exhibition proceeded seamlessly. By the third day, the visitor count peaked at 650,000, prompting Zhu Guiyuan to issue a directive to suspend incoming flights to the Ming dynasty, allowing entry only in accordance with the number of departures, thereby implementing air traffic control. My lord, there is trouble. What causes such frantic distress? How unseemly. Zhu Guiyuan responded sternly, feeling the weight of the past few days as he had lost 10 pounds, yet his spirit remained buoyant and motivated. Forgive my insolence, stammered the messenger, startled. What has transpired? Zhu Guiyuan queried, sensing that there must be a legitimate reason for such urgency, hoping it remained within manageable bounds. Chapter 0. The levels of Shadow Warriors. Some readers have requested that I delineate the cultivation levels, hence this edition. The framework I have established for Shadow Warriors is quite straightforward, consisting of only two primary realms, both simple and complex. This is perhaps the first cultivation system I have devised, as I have not encountered it in other novels. There are Shadow Apprentices and Shadow Warriors. The Shadow Apprentice is further divided into three minor realms, the realm of the five senses, the realm of consciousness, and the realm of the heavenly eye. The realm of the five senses, also referred to as the initial realm, encompasses 100 levels. With each advancement, the sensitivity of the five senses, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and sight, doubles compared to that of an ordinary person. A common individual, or a novice in cultivation, starts at level 1. The starry visualization chart contains a total of 100 celestial bodies, 90 planets, and 10 stars, each star surrounded by 9 planets. To completely replicate a single celestial body results in a doubling of sensory perception, while a full replication yields a 100-fold enhancement. Replicating planets is relatively straightforward. Yet replicating stars is considerably challenging, requiring an entire stellar system. Achieving the replication of a stellar system signifies that every 10-fold increase represents a formidable threshold. The realm of consciousness entails the cultivation of the sixth sense. When the five senses are enhanced 100-fold, this elusive sixth sense becomes controllable, enabling the anticipation of certain events. There are a total of 10 levels. As one ascends through these levels, the abilities to foresee crises and react accordingly are significantly augmented. In the realm of the five senses, one has replicated 100 stars within the sea of consciousness. The purpose of the consciousness realm is to set these stationary stars in motion according to the laws of the universe. Each time a stellar system is set in motion, one ascends a level, thereby deepening the mastery of the sixth sense. The 10 stellar systems correspond precisely to the 10 levels. The heavenly eye realm consists of only one level. When all 10 stars are set into motion, a black hole will emerge at the center of the stars, drawing in all celestial bodies, akin to a miniature galaxy. Subsequently, the black hole devours all stars, resulting in a cosmic explosion that constructs a complete outline of the universe within the sea of consciousness, culminating in the grand achievement of the heavenly eye realm. Thus, one need only consider the levels. The Dark Martial Apprentice comprises a total of 111 levels. The Dark Martial Practitioner theoretically has no upper limit, and as of now, no cosmic cultivator has detected such a limit. However, there are distinctions in levels, ranging from LV1 to LV2 and beyond, as delineated in this text. To simplify, reaching level 10 serves as a critical threshold. Within the first 10 levels, one specifically absorbs dark matter particles to fortify the physical body. At each multiple of 10, one must enhance the soul or mental strength, a challenging feat that becomes increasingly difficult with progression. However, achieving advancement yields mental power and doubles one's lifespan. Excluding mental power, the physical strength may be more intuitively described through combat power. An ordinary person's combat power is at most 1. The combat power of a LV1 Dark Martial Practitioner is 1, while that of a LV10 Dark Martial Practitioner is 10. A LV11 Dark Martial Practitioner retains the combat power of 10. The physical body remains unchanged, but they possess mental power, enabling them to manipulate objects from a distance and conduct long-range attacks, thus surpassing the strength of a level 10 practitioner. A LV20 Dark Martial Practitioner has a combat power of 100, LV21 remains at 100, LV30 boasts a combat power of 1000, LV31 also retains 1000, and an LV40 Dark Martial Practitioner achieves a combat power of 10,000, and so forth. In summary, the Dark Martial Apprentice reaches level 111, while the Dark Martial Practitioner possesses an expansive range of levels. Apologies for the verbosity, as I needed to reach the word count. Chapter 71. Following the clue to capture all my lord, several foreign ruffians have gathered to cause a disturbance, publicly insulting his majesty, and have been beaten by the citizens on the street, reported an underling. What? Zhu Guiyuan exclaimed in astonishment. How dare they insult the sovereign? They are courting death. Zhu Guiyuan retorted angrily. In the Great Ming Empire, the emperor is akin to heaven. To insult the emperor, especially in public, is tantamount to seeking one's demise. If they are citizens of the Great Ming, while they may not face execution, punishment is inevitable. Have they been apprehended? Zhu Guiyuan inquired. The subordinate hesitated. Useless. Zhu Guiyuan scolded, promptly retrieving his mobile phone to call the Minister of Justice, Yang Yi, in a state of urgency. Minister Yang, there are disturbances on the street. Please instruct the 6 doors to apprehend them swiftly to prevent the situation from escalating. Rest assured, Minister of Revenue. The personnel from the Jinui have personally intervened and taken control of the situation. What is now required of you is to manage public opinion, to clarify to everyone what has transpired, and to present evidence. Otherwise, the ramifications of this event could be significant, Yang Yi stated. Very well, I understand. Thank you. Minister Yang, Zhu Guiwan sighed in relief. As long as the individual has been apprehended, the subsequent matters can be addressed gradually. What concerns me is that if the individual remains at large, the crowd may continue to swell, and if captured by some Western media, it would lead to complications. In the dungeon of the Northern Constabulary, Yi Tang coldly regarded a foreigner bound to a torture device and inquired, "Now, who is it that instigated you?" The foreigner cursed in a jumble of expletives. Yi Tang furrowed his brow and turned to a young man beside him, asking, "What is he babbling about?" The young man hesitated briefly before reformulating his response. He claims to hail from the bullfighting nation, insisting that we have no right to detain him or subject him to torture. Ah, it appears he is oblivious to his current predicament. Yi Tang remarked with a chilling smile, causing the foreigner to shudder, as if sensing impending doom. Introduce him to our instruments of torture. Ah, forget it. He wouldn't comprehend. Let us proceed directly. A first-hand experience will be far more impactful. Yi Tang instructed his subordinate. What are you going to do? I am not a citizen of your Ming Empire. The man exclaimed, watching the officers approach with various implements of torture, struggling in desperation, even resorting to speaking in Mandarin. I thought you didn't speak Chinese? What a pretense, Yi Tang scoffed, then produced a sheet of paper and continued. Jeremias, originally from the bullfighting nation, immigrated to the Martis Federation with his parents, 26 years old, unemployed. Here is even more detailed information. Do you wish to hear more? He held the paper before the foreigner's eyes. The man began to sweat profusely. If he truly were from the bullfighting nation, there might be some intimidation factor. But from the Martis Federation, he held no sway. He was aware of the conditions of the 5 nations on the southern islands. I confess, I was paid to insult your emperor in the streets, to cause disturbances. They told me that under such circumstances, you wouldn't dare apprehend us. I was merely doing my job for money. Please, spare me. I would never dare again. Your Majesty is the greatest of emperors and would not concern himself with a mere nobody like me, Jeremias stammered in a panic. So, you are merely a hired hand. Utterly unaware, Yi Tang inquired in a low voice beside Jeremias, his tone sinister and terrifying. Yes, Jeremias replied hastily. It seems you are indeed not as forthright as you claim. Your companions lack your bravado. It appears you will not see the light until you face the consequences. Yi Tang declared before straightening up and commanding loudly, commence the punishment. 5 minutes later, Jeremias weakly implored, No, I will speak. I will tell you everything. His voice quivered, tinged with a hint of sobbing. Pathetic coward. We have only just begun with our array of 128 tortures, and you already falter, Yi Tang retorted. The constable murmured quietly, yet just loud enough for Jerry to hear. A shiver ran through Jerry's body, and he shouted with all his might. I will divulge everything I know. This place is nothing short of Satan's domain, inhabited entirely by devils, every last one of them. Take him down to freshen up and rest. Once he is in a better state, record all of his circumstances, Yi Tang instructed. Yes, Commander. Yi Tang nodded and departed. 3 hours later, in the Qinqing Palace. Have we ascertained the situation? Are they simply imbeciles, or is there someone orchestrating this from behind? Zhu Zhirue inquired. He learned of the insults directed at him on the streets through the Jinui immediately, and he heard that some citizens, unable to tolerate it, took action against the offenders. To his surprise, he felt a sense of joy. At least it indicated that the populace still held some regard for him as their emperor, a sign that public sentiment could still be harnessed. He had also considered that the so-called democratic freedoms of the West had indoctrinated many. If these offenders were merely foolish individuals, he would not concern himself with them. Expulsion from the country would suffice. However, if there were forces manipulating them from the shadows, then he would not be so magnanimous. Reporting to your Majesty, the mastermind is the Martis Federation. There were 4 individuals involved in the disturbance. All unemployed drifters from the Martis Federation, operating on payment. Among them, one was the instigator of this incident. We have also uncovered an intelligence point belonging to the Martis Federation in Shijing City through this lead, and while dismantling this point, we discovered 3 additional intelligence points. The Jinui have already set out, and this time, we will surely apprehend them all, Yi Tang reported. You have done well, but you seem to have overlooked one detail. Take a look at this, Zhu Zhirue said, handing him a photograph. Yi Tang was initially perplexed but accepted the picture, his expression shifting from surprise to a cold sweat. Please forgive me, your Majesty. It is my dereliction of duty, Yi Tang pleaded. Then tell me, where is the fault? Where have you failed? Zhu Zhirue asked. I was so preoccupied with capturing the culprits that I neglected to confiscate the cameras of bystanders, allowing them to capture these unsavory scenes. If they were to use these photographs to misrepresent us and slander our great Ming nation, it would have a profoundly negative impact on our international standing, as well as a significant blow to your Majesty's upcoming diamond exhibition, Yi Tang explained. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhirue instinctively recalled the various struggles of the future, pondering whether the adversaries had initially targeted public opinion, provoking him and others to use a cannon to swat at a mosquito, thus retrieving these images. To his surprise, his conjecture proved accurate. Fortunately, he acted promptly. Had he delayed even a few minutes longer, it would have been too late, and the material would have been disseminated. Thankfully, this was not the era of mobile internet, where transmission efficiency was vastly higher. Chapter 72. Spoils of the Raid. Zhu Zhirue nodded. Well done. You recognize the crux of the issue quite swiftly. This time, you erred due to experiential oversight. As our Ming nation engages in an increasing number of international events, beyond your previous strategies, we must also pay close attention to international public opinion and the image of our great Ming. Your Majesty is wise, Yi Tang realized with clarity. Arise, you are pardoned this time, but absolutely no allowance will be made for a next occurrence, declared Zhu Zhuwei with a dismissive wave of his hand. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall conduct a thorough self-examination upon my return, Yi Tang responded, secretly marveling at the emperor's astuteness and meticulousness. Your Majesty, how shall we deal with these individuals? Yi Tang inquired. Consult the Martis Federation. Each one is worth $200,000. Ask them if they wish to reclaim them. If so, return them. If not, let them work in the mines. Their survival will be left to fate. But we cannot afford to squander the resources of our great Ming nation, Zhu Zhuwei stated coldly and ruthlessly. The evidence was already in hand, rendering these individuals useless to him. Furthermore, coordinate with the Grand Minister of Agriculture to ensure this matter is swiftly resolved, so it does not disrupt our current activities or tarnish the international reputation of our great Ming nation, Zhu Zhuwei instructed. Yes, Your Majesty, I shall proceed accordingly. Yi Tang replied, taking his leave. In the capital of the Martis Federation, Talifer, the director was met with alarming news. Director, it is dire. Our 4 intelligence points in the Ming nation have been compromised, reported a subordinate, visibly anxious. What? How could we expose 4 points at once? Wasn't there an arrangement to sabotage them? What is the status of their operations? Are the photographs not yet returned? Inquired a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, who rose from his chair. He was Wiener Alpha, the director of the Martis Federation's intelligence bureau, having held the position for a decade. His primary aim was to dismantle the Ming nation, revered by his father. Thus, he was more concerned about his plans. While the loss of the 4 intelligence points was regrettable, it was still manageable. If necessary, they could invest further to establish new ones. Such occurrences were unavoidable. They had set up 10 intelligence points in total. Losing 4 still left them with 6. However, the crux of this operation was to damage the international image of the Ming nation, ideally provoking global condemnation against it, which would deliver a significant blow. Unfortunately, the recent performance of the Ming nation had exceeded their expectations. They had initially anticipated a naive young emperor who could potentially collapse the Ming nation without their intervention. But to their surprise, this young emperor had accomplished several significant feats shortly after ascending the throne. The construction of the largest hydropower station in Nanyang Island would ensure that the Ming nation would never face an energy shortage. The democratic camp's blockade against the Ming nation would become increasingly challenging, and the young emperor's ability to issue $10 billion in national bonds demonstrated his considerable standing among the people of the Ming nation, all within a short span of time. This evoked memories of the Ming nation's historical Sejong and the tales told by his father about Wuzong, both formidable rulers. Had it not been for external interferences, Nanyang Island would have long been unified under the Ming nation. Now, with such a grand event underway, should it succeed, the Ming nation's international reputation would undoubtedly soar, alongside a substantial influx of revenue. What if they upgraded their military capabilities? Thus, every possible measure must be taken to curb the development of the Ming nation. Despite not sharing a border, they could not afford to be complacent. Director, our people have been waiting, yet we have received no information thus far. It is highly probable that the mission has failed. Currently, the intelligence points within Xijing have been compromised, leaving us unable to ascertain precise updates, reported a subordinate. A bunch of incompetence. How could such a meticulously crafted plan go awry? Bellowed Wiener Alpha in frustration. However, despite his ire, action was imperative. After a moment of composure, he commanded, I must ascertain the situation in Xijing. Have any photographs been captured? If so, spare no expense to retrieve them. Understood, Director. In stark contrast to Wiener Alpha's fury, Zhu Zhuwei was nearly beaming with delight. In the Qianqing Palace's side hall, Minister Yang Yi bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, long live the Emperor. He held a small booklet, the contents of which were unknown. Please, no need for formalities. Zhu Zhuwei waved his hand dismissively. Your Majesty, we have completed the handling of Dong Biao and his associates. The assets seized have been fully accounted for. Here is the list for your review, Yang Yi stated, handing over the booklet. Chuanqi promptly stepped forward to take it and present it to Zhu Zhuwei. Upon opening the booklet, Zhu Zhuwei found the details meticulously documented. Yet his interest waned as he flipped to the concluding summary. 141, 258, $884. To be frank, he was astounded. Last year's GDP of the Ming Empire was merely $7 billion. The extent of corruption among Dong Biao and his cohorts was beyond his expectations. Nonetheless, this windfall was advantageous for him. With such a substantial sum, not only would the funds for the Sanjiang hydropower station be secured, but his forthcoming plans would also be financially supported. Additionally, ridding the nation of such a significant pest was a cause for celebration from any perspective. Your Majesty, this amount encompasses the embezzled funds of Dong Biao's family and their associates, totaling 855 individuals, Yang Yi elaborated. Ah, that clarifies the abundance of wealth, Zhu Zhuwei mused. However, it appears this is not entirely liquid cash. He scrutinized the diverse items listed in the booklet, frowning. Indeed, Your Majesty, following our assessment and recovery efforts, we have nearly $2 billion in gold and other precious metals, $6 billion worth of rare treasures, and $3 billion in various properties, farmland, economic plantations, and enterprises. Additionally, other valuable items, such as medicinal materials, are estimated at around $100 million. The actual cash amounts to approximately $95 billion. Furthermore, this cash includes not only banknotes but also hard currencies like USD and Euro, as well as a variety of other foreign currencies, Yang Yi explained. While Yang Yi spoke, Zhu Zhuwei diligently perused the booklet. Although Dong Biao was the highest-ranking official in this case and possessed the largest sum of illicit gains, a minor official caught his attention. A mere 5th-rank military supply officer had amassed a staggering $3 billion in embezzled funds. It was astounding how he managed such a feat truly. a small official with grand corruption. Were it not for this decisive operation, it remained uncertain when these colossal vermin would be apprehended. Apart from him, numerous officials are also entangled in various corrupt practices. The amount of ill-gotten gains that genuinely belongs to Dong Biao is approximately $2.4 billion. Chapter 73. The auction and assortment of rare treasures is to be carefully selected. Some will be included in this exhibition, while others shall feature in the forthcoming auction. I must convert these treasures into liquid assets to further the development of the Ming dynasty. Additionally, certain artifacts of national treasure status will be retained for the time being, as I intend to establish a national museum of the Ming dynasty in the future, which will necessitate such items. Zhu Zhirui will oversee the disposal of these ill-gotten assets. Properties, farmland, and other fixed assets are likely to be quite sought after within the Ming territory. Retain those projects suspected of confidentiality and liquidate the remainder. Precious metals, such as gold, should be entrusted to the Bank of the Ming Empire. The more resources we possess, the more resolute we shall be in our financial reforms. Furthermore, from the total cash acquired, kindly allocate $3,000 to your department for improving living conditions, updating office supplies, and upgrading equipment. Additionally, grant $5 million each to the Grand Council and the Ministry of Justice. Each of your three factions has contributed to this success, and this serves as a reward for your efforts. Do not underestimate the significance of $5 million or $30 million in the context of the $1 billion in ill-gotten gains. This sum equates to nearly the annual expenditure of your entire department, which is considerable. The remaining cash should be submitted to the Ministry of Revenue. With this funding, projects such as the Sanjiang hydropower station, financial reforms, military upgrades, and even my grand infrastructure plans can proceed smoothly. Zhu Zhirui has efficiently arranged this substantial sum of illicit money. Thank you for your rewards, Your Majesty. I shall expedite the resolution of this matter, Yang Yi expressed with enthusiasm. With such a significant amount of money, the Ministry of Justice will undoubtedly experience a much more favorable year. Moreover, once the Dong Biao case is organized, it will be presented to the Ministry of Rights Publicity Division. After the conclusion of this jewelry exhibition, we will announce it nationwide next year. Promoting vigorously so that the populace understands that I hold a zero-tolerance policy towards corruption, Zhu Zhirui asserted with determination. Such an excellent opportunity to enhance our reputation cannot be missed. Fundamentally, it serves to establish a more formidable image for oneself and, ultimately, to fortify imperial authority. Yes, Your Majesty, I shall ensure the prompt completion of this task. Yang Yi, not foolish, easily discerned the emperor's underlying message. However, what of it? This is precisely what they, as ministers, ought to do, and the emperor's actions are indeed sincere rather than mere propaganda. Soon, 5 days elapsed, and the royal jewelry and diamond exhibition of the Ming Empire entered its final day, the auction segment. The astute Zhu Zhirui would not let any profitable opportunity slip by. Thus, he opted for global live broadcasting of the auction, selling the broadcasting rights, while also having Zhu Guiyuan liaise with several advertisers to reap significant profits. Of course, although termed as global broadcasting, it was effectively limited to synchronous satellite broadcasts in 17 countries, including Europe, America, and Huagua. As the grand finale of this exhibition, Emperor Zhu Zhirui personally attended the auction venue to deliver a speech. Zhu Zhirui, adorned in his ceremonial dragon robe, stood at the center of the stage, flanked by the dark elite guards to prevent any unforeseen incidents, while the Jinui and the Imperial Guard ensured the area was secure. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Ming Dynasty. You are our most esteemed guests, and the treasures we are about to auction are some of the rarest in the world. Some of these are royal collections, now shared with you all. Zhu Zhirui began his address. What a prodigal! While the royal family typically strives to amass treasures, here he is, selling them off. Is the royal treasury truly in such dire straits? However, Zhu Zhirui's subsequent remarks moved many, instilling a belief that having such an emperor was a blessing for the people of the Ming dynasty. Some even contemplated investing in the nation. Recognizing that under Zhu Zhirui's reign, the future of the Ming dynasty appeared promising. I am aware that many will label me the most extravagant emperor in history for selling off the treasures collected over centuries by our ancestors, he remarked, a hint of self-deprecation in his tone. But I must assert that these are mere objects. If the Ming dynasty were to flourish as an emperor, I would naturally aspire to collect more treasures for posterity. Yet, the current state of our empire is not one of strength. Our industrial foundations are weak. Our infrastructure is outdated, and we cannot yet provide universal healthcare or ensure that our elderly are cared for and our children nurtured. We must develop our economy and improve the livelihoods of our people, which requires financial resources. Thus, rather than hoarding these treasures within the palace, it is far better to allow them to fulfill their true value, honoring the wishes of our forebears. My hope in saying all of this is to invite friends from around the world to visit and invest in our Ming dynasty. The people here are exceptionally warm and welcoming. I assure you, as long as you abide by the laws of the Ming dynasty, your safety, both personal and financial, is guaranteed. Life and property are sacred and inviolable in our realm, Zhu Zhirui declared. The Ming dynasty seeks foreign investment. Yet Zhu Zhirui remains steadfast in preserving the dignity of the empire, insisting that adherence to its laws is paramount. Now, without further ado, I believe you are all eagerly awaiting this moment. Let the auction commence, he concluded, smiling as he left the stage and retreated to a private box prepared for him, where he quietly observed the proceedings. Zhu Zhirui's speech, perhaps modest in his own eyes, stirred significant waves in the external world. Within the Ming dynasty, the populace was profoundly touched by the emperor's words. Their sense of identification with him deepened, and the cohesion and unity of the nation were further strengthened. His Majesty loves his people as his own children, willing to exchange royal treasures for the sake of economic development. A truly sagacious ruler. Indeed, it was said that plans for financial reform were underway. Soon, these worthless paper notes would become obsolete. With such a wise ruler as His Majesty leading the way, our lives are bound to improve. It goes without saying that the construction of the Sanjiang hydropower station currently demands a substantial labor force, and recruitment is ongoing, with reports indicating that several thousand individuals have already been hired. I estimate that the number could reach 10,000. And I have heard that the wages offered are quite generous, along with provisions for meals and accommodation. I am aware of this as well. The village had previously publicized the opportunity, and several villagers have already taken up positions there. It is said that the scale of the project is immense and will take a considerable amount of time to complete. Once the project concludes, the earnings could potentially allow for a complete renovation of one's home. The citizens of the Great Ming Empire are pleased, as this directly pertains to their livelihoods. Yet there are those who are discontent, such as the Great Shun Kingdom, the Amerilan Kingdom, and most notably, the King of Lu. Chapter 74. Gaining a following. The more formidable the young emperor becomes, the more he eclipses others, leaving him with scant opportunities. His age is advancing, while his son, though competent, lacks the cunning needed, and without his guidance, he is likely no match for the young emperor. As for his grandson, his youthful arrogance results in more failures than successes, and without a proper foundation, his fate remains uncertain. My lord, the plan has completely failed. The Jinhui has transformed significantly. I have heard that its ranks have nearly doubled, and its power has grown substantially, remarked the strategist Li Feng. Humph, merely the young emperor's hounds. The Jinhui has a notorious reputation. How dare he unleash this mad dog without fear of future repercussions? The King of Lu retorted, visibly displeased. Yet, he was acutely aware that the current Jinhui posed a considerable challenge, and as for the potential backlash he spoke of, it was a distant concern, one he would not witness in his lifetime. My lord, the young emperor's power is now firmly established. His actions suggest grand ambitions. Such individuals will not permit the existence of formidable feudal lords. To ensure your safety, decisive action is imperative, urged Li Feng. I am well aware of this. Alas, we have missed the best opportunity. Now, we have no recourse but to eliminate the treacherous court, the King of Lu murmured, whether to himself or to Li Feng. It was unclear. By the way, how is the situation with the northern contacts progressing? When can we expect the equipment to arrive? Inquired the King of Lu. My lord, they have responded. The equipment will arrive in approximately 2 months. However, we must first remit a travel fee and a security deposit to prevent any breach of contract upon delivery, Li Feng explained. Humph. These old Russians are truly blinded by greed, the King of Lu exclaimed with frustration, then added, transfer the funds immediately and urge them to expedite the delivery. Our time is limited, and the longer the delay, the slimmer our chances of success. Yes, my lord. Have we received a response from the Great Shun Kingdom? The King of Lu asked. Their terms are exceedingly harsh. They demand the entirety of Tangshan County, yet they are willing to send troops to assist us, Li Feng replied. Humph, these traitorous rebels once split from our Great Ming Empire with the support of foreign powers, and now they audaciously demand the entirety of Tangshan County. They must be out of their minds, the King of Lu retorted angrily. My lord, in the interest of the throne, some degree of forbearance is necessary. We can always reclaim Tangshan County in the future, or even annihilate the Great Shun Kingdom to restore the unity of the Great Ming Empire, Li Feng suggested. It is easy to summon deities, yet exceedingly difficult to send them away. I shall not permit them to enter. I have devoted my life to safeguarding Tangshan County and will not betray my ancestors' land for personal gain. I do not wish to hear such words again. The cold gaze of Prince Lu upon Li Feng sent a shiver through him. Inform them that their military assistance is unnecessary. They need only retreat 80 li and refrain from infringing upon Tangshan County. Should I succeed, a generous reward awaits them, the specifics of which can be negotiated. This is my bottom line. Humph, to do nothing and yet receive a substantial sum. What more could one desire? Yes, your highness, I shall speak with them again. Li Feng replied, feeling helpless. In his view, the prince had grown old and somewhat inflexible. He could achieve certainty, yet chose to embrace such risks. After all, Tangshan County pales in comparison to the vastness of the Ming Empire. However, such thoughts remained unspoken. By the way, do we still have people in Xijing? Prince Lu inquired. Reporting to your highness, this time the young emperor has exploited Dong Biao's affairs to diminish our ranks significantly. Those remaining are inconsequential, offering little utility. Li Feng hesitated before delivering the unwelcome news. Alas, I regret not heeding Ling Feng's counsel. Although the endeavor to cleanse the court was perilous, it presented a far better opportunity than our current predicament. I never anticipated that a mere outsider, the young emperor, could so swiftly win the hearts of the people. Prince Lu lamented. Dismissed. Urge the northern forces to hasten their movements, Prince Lu instructed. Yes, your highness, I shall contact them immediately. In stark contrast to Prince Lu's demeanor, the audience from various nations watching the live broadcast found the young and handsome Emperor Zhu Jue immensely captivating. Unbeknownst to him, he garnered a wave of admirers. Had this been an era of advanced internet, his fanbase might well have exceeded 10 million. This king is quite charming. He must be the youngest ruler in the world, exclaimed some who beheld Zhu Jue for the first time. OMG, this king is so young. And most importantly, he is immensely wealthy. I've heard tales of diamonds. Does his family possess a diamond mine? Once, they did, but it no longer lies within the borders of the Ming Empire. Our emperor is indeed handsome. Such an exceptional ruler is the epitome of an ideal husband. I cannot resist. I must journey to the Ming Empire to encounter a love story worthy of song. Dream on. It would be a miracle if our emperor survives your advances. Disregarding the sentiments of the global audience, the auction scene had descended into a frenzied state, with participants bidding as if money were of no concern. Zhu Jue, astute in his observations, recognized that certain invisible wealthy individuals, or those with dubious means, preferred to remain concealed from the public eye. Thus, they could discreetly employ others to bid on their behalf, ensuring that the identities of the ultimate purchasers remained shrouded in mystery. for only numbers were called out in the lively auction. The South Sea Star, one of the world's most exquisite diamonds, boasts unparalleled quality and weight. With a starting bid of $80 million, and subsequent bids must rise by no less than $1 million. The auction commences. After a period of anticipation, the 10th lot presents a truly remarkable treasure. As the auctioneer's words lingered in the air, the atmosphere in the hall erupted with excitement. This diamond, prominently displayed at the entrance, captivated the attention of all interested parties for an extended duration. Initially deemed unsellable, its inclusion in the auction was met with astonishment. Such exceptional artifacts are rare and elusive. Their value is destined to appreciate as humanity's technological prowess evolves. $81 million, $82 million, $90 million. We Saudis require such a national treasure, declared Prince Mohammed of Saudi Arabia, unabashedly acknowledging their wealth, without hiding in the shadows. We at De Beers shall acquire the South Sea Star, a middle-aged man proclaimed, raising the bid to $91 million. Oh my, De Beers, is that not the world's largest diamond company? It is said they dominate 40% of global diamond mining and trade. Why would they participate when they are not in need of diamonds? Questioned a bystander. The answer is simple. Due to their monopoly, they need to regulate the flow of diamonds. The world does not lack diamonds, but a select few control them. By managing the outflow, they can dictate diamond prices. The grand exhibition and auction hosted by the Ming dynasty has encroached upon their interests. However, the Ming dynasty is a nation, not a corporation, to maintain their monopoly in the diamond sector. The optimal strategy would be to absorb the diamond reserves of the Ming dynasty, especially considering that the South Sea Islands reportedly possess only one diamond mine located within the Republic of Madas. The limited reserves of the Ming dynasty make it an appealing target. What an intriguing strategy. I am learning something new, someone remarked, clearly impressed. $92 million, came a voice, evidently a proxy, with an unseen orchestrator behind the scenes. $92 million for lot 008. Are there any further bids? A diamond of such magnitude as the South Sea Star is exceedingly rare, possessing immense collectible value. Once this opportunity is lost, it may never return, the auctioneer proclaimed. Yet, the participants of this auction were all among the world's elite, impervious to superficial persuasion. Indeed, only super-rich individuals could enter the auction hall, as admittance required a wealth certification. With a net worth of at least $100 million, the venue accommodates merely over 2,000 attendees, while over 650,000 had come to Xijing for the exhibition. Without restrictions, the auction would have been unmanageable. $93 million. As the bidding progressed, what began with someone calling out a bid within 10 seconds had transformed into a situation where a full minute would elapse before another bid was placed. The auctioneer realized they were nearing the limits of the participants' willingness to pay. Nevertheless, given the magnitude of this transaction, even a single additional bid could elevate the final price by a staggering $1 million. The current bid stood at an astounding $125 million. Lot 022, Mr. Bidder. Bids $125 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? A timeless treasure with immense appreciation potential, especially as the global economy accelerates, making this a zenith of antique and diamond valuation. $126 million, came the response. Very well, Mr. Bidder 041 has bid $126 million. $126 million. Is there anyone who wishes to bid higher? The auctioneer scanned the room, noting the stillness below, and sensed that they had nearly reached the end of the line. $126 million, once. $126 million, twice. $126 million, thrice. With that, the auctioneer brought down the gavel, proclaiming loudly, sold for $126 million. Congratulations to Mr. Bidder 041 on acquiring the Star of the South Seas. Muhammad observed the outcome with an involuntary smile spreading across his face, especially when facing the cameras, exuding an air of affluence that elicited envy from many. Indeed, Mr. 041 was none other than Prince Mohammed of Saudi Arabia. Wow, incredible. Over $100 million, such a trivial sum for him. The Ming Emperor must be thriving. Yet, it should be noted that he does not rely on this diamond for wealth. He possesses ample resources. This may merely represent the tip of the iceberg of the Ming royal treasury. As I understand it, the Ming dynasty unified the South Seas Islands twice, amassing unimaginable wealth over the 6 centuries since the age of exploration, regardless of the royal finances. If Zhu Zhiruwei can genuinely allocate these funds to improve the lives of the populace, he would indeed be a commendable sovereign. He is certainly capable, as he is the emperor of the Ming dynasty. The more prosperous the Ming nation becomes, the greater his influence will be. It was unexpected that the Star of the South Seas would fetch such a lofty price. Thankfully, I had the fortune to see it at the exhibition. I doubt I shall ever have the opportunity to admire this priceless diamond up close again. The final price of $126 million astonished not only those present at the auction, but also viewers of the live stream, who were profoundly stimulated by the event. To mitigate their own excitement, many friends and colleagues began to gather to watch the broadcast together. A series of subsequent items were then auctioned. Though their values could not compare to that of the Star of the South Seas, the highest bid barely reached $12 million, while the lowest was a mere $650,000. Next up was a painting, a work by Vincent van Gogh from 1890 titled Portrait of Dr. Gachet. The auctioneer detailed the story behind the piece. Curious, Zhu Zhiruwei listened intently, as he had followed Van Gogh's artwork in his past life. Wasn't this painting supposed to have been purchased by the artist himself in 1998? How could it possibly be here? Due to the transformations occurring on the Nanyang Islands, has the butterfly effect emerged? Consequently, one may no longer be able to act solely based on memories from a previous life. Perhaps even the slightest alteration could lead to misjudgments. The opening bid is set at $50 million, with increments of no less than $500,000. As the auction commences, the auctioneer's words resonate, prompting a flurry of bids from collectors and wealthy aficionados of Van Gogh's masterpieces. $51 million, $52 million, $60 million. Astonishingly, a single painting can command such an exorbitant price, Truly remarkable, especially in dollars. This is quite ordinary. It largely depends on the artist. Even an ordinary piece by Van Gogh is worth at least several hundred thousand, if not millions. This particular work is one of his masterpieces. So high prices are certainly justifiable. One can only wonder what astonishing figure the final sale price will reach. What an exhilarating prospect. As the bidding progresses, caution begins to prevail, and the pace of offers gradually slows. $80 million. $81 million. Mr. 112 bids $81 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? This is one of Mr. Van Gogh's pinnacle works, a rare gem, unparalleled, and of immense collectible and aesthetic value. $82 million. $82 million. $82 million. Mr. 056 bids $82 million. Is there anyone who will top that? $82 million once, $82 million twice, $82 million thrice sold. Congratulations to Mr. 023 for acquiring Mr. Van Gogh's painting, the auctioneer proclaims loudly. Incredible. Who would have thought the final sale price would soar to such an outrageous sum? The thoughts of the affluent are truly perplexing. After all, it is merely a painting. No matter how precious, it is still just a piece of paper. With over $80 million, one could purchase a small island. How appealing is that? Chapter 76. The world of the wealthy, beyond our comprehension thus. You are not among the wealthy. This is called taste, which you cannot fathom. To the affluent, money is but a number. Zhu Zirwei, seated in the private box, squinted slightly and mused aloud. Despite the emergence of certain butterfly effects, the outcome remains unchanged. Ultimately, it is still the same individual who acquired the painting. Although it took an additional 2 years, the final price is astonishingly identical. It seems his connection to this artwork is indeed profound. Your Majesty, what are you saying? Inquired Li Wanner, who was seated beside Zhu Zirwei, intertwining her arm with his in curiosity. Zhu Zirwei's voice was barely audible. She could not discern his words. With a subtle smile, Zhu Zirwei replied, "It is nothing. I merely did not anticipate the multitude of wealthy individuals present, nor that someone would willingly pay such a high price for this painting. Isn't it beneficial for our Ming dynasty that they pay such lofty sums? With the funds realized from this event, Your Majesty could significantly advance economic development and improve the lives of the populace. I firmly believe that under your leadership, our Ming dynasty's national strength will undoubtedly flourish," Li Wanner expressed earnestly. Zhu Zirwei suddenly had a thought. He turned around, gazing earnestly at Li Wanner, and inquired, "Wanner, the Nanyang Island is too small to accommodate 5 nations. Regardless of which country grows powerful, it will not tolerate the existence of others. If, and I emphasize if, a conflict arises between the Great Ming and the Great Shun, will you stand by my side?" Li Wanner, who had just been smiling, instantly turned pale. With a tone bordering on desperation, she asked, "Is it not possible for us to coexist peacefully?" Zhu Zirwei felt a pang of heartache, but remained resolute. The unification of Nanyang Island had been the long-held aspiration of the emperors of the Ming, and he was no exception. Thus, he sorrowfully shook his head. It cannot be. The two fell into a prolonged silence, perhaps having come to an understanding. Li Wanner raised her head, looking seriously at Zhu Zirwei, and stated, "Having married you, I am bound to you, my lord. Naturally, I shall stand by your side." Zhu Zirwei gently caressed her cheek, still marked by tears, and embraced her tightly, assuring her, "Do not worry. If I emerge victorious, I promise that your family will not suffer harm and will live as affluent individuals. However, if I fail, then nothing will be within my control." "Surely not, my lord. With your wisdom and strength, you shall undoubtedly emerge as the victor," Li Wanner replied. "Ha ha. Such words are music to my ears." Zhu Zirwei laughed heartily, then with a playful tone said, "Empress, your earlier words about following the chicken and the dog are misplaced. I am a dragon, the true son of heaven. You have what a true dragon. And you yourself are a phoenix." Hearty laughter erupted from Li Wanner, as if the earlier conversation had not cast a shadow over them. Yet how could that be? Human hearts are tender, but as long as their positions remain steadfast, aligning with their own, Zhu Zirwei would not demand anything more. The auction was extensive, featuring numerous items, some even sold in bundles. It commenced at 7 in the morning, with 2-hour sessions interspersed by 20-minute breaks, culminating in the afternoon at 4. Distinguished friends, we conclude today's auction, and thus the first royal jewelry and diamond exhibition of the Great Ming Empire reaches a successful conclusion. Thank you all for your attendance. Zhu Guiyuan announced from the stage. Additionally, those familiar with Chinese customs would know that tomorrow marks New Year's Eve, followed by the Spring Festival, the grandest celebration in the Chinese world, and the Great Ming is no exception. For those without pressing matters, you are welcome to stay and celebrate this magnificent holiday with us. I nearly forgot. Tomorrow is indeed New Year's Eve. Time passes so swiftly. I am quite curious about how the Spring Festival is celebrated in the Great Ming. With nothing pressing at hand, many chose to linger and experience the festivities. Conversations buzzed among the crowd, and even viewers of a live broadcast expressed a desire to spend an extraordinary holiday in the Great Ming during the Spring Festival. The timing of the jewelry and diamond exhibition was a well-considered decision by Zhu Zirwei, as it concluded just before the Spring Festival, a grand occasion likely to attract a significant number of visitors. Each year, the Great Ming dynasty accumulates a plethora of goods prior to the Spring Festival, as the consumption during this period far surpasses that of ordinary times. This year, with the influx of numerous visitors, there exists a robust opportunity to stimulate substantial consumer spending. Being an emperor is no simple task. The responsibilities are manifold. Yet the ultimate aim remains singular, to foster economic development and enhance the living standards of the populace, a duty he must uphold. The following morning, bright and early, the Grand Minister of Internal Treasury, Zhu Guiyuan, arrived at the Qianqing Palace with great enthusiasm. "I, Minister Zhu Guiyuan, pay my respects to your Majesty. No need for formalities. Uncle, please take a seat." Zhu Zirwei gestured toward a nearby chair. Once Zhu Guiyuan was seated, Zhu Zirwei smiled and remarked, The recent jewelry and diamond exhibition was a resounding success, and your contributions were indispensable, uncle. The idea was conceived by your majesty, and it was your adept guidance that ensured its success. Therefore, all credit belongs to you. I merely lent a hand and do not dare claim any accolades. Zhu Guiyuan insisted, repeatedly downplaying his role. Zhu Zhirui chuckled and shook his head. Such modesty is unwarranted, uncle. Although I have just ascended to the throne, I recognize the importance of distinguishing merit and reward. Your achievements are indeed yours, and I have no desire to be a tyrant who usurps the accomplishments of his ministers. Your majesty, you flatter me. What I have said comes from the heart. Without your vision and steadfast support, I would not have been able to accomplish this task. Zhu Guiyuan replied. Let us not dwell on this. Zhu Zhirui interjected, wishing to shift the conversation. How many visitors remain in our country? And how many will stay to celebrate the Spring Festival with us? Your Majesty, there are quite a number of individuals interested in experiencing our Ming Dynasty's Spring Festival. According to ticket sales at the airport, it appears that only around 8,000 will depart before the festival, while over 50,000 will remain until after, Zhu Guiyuan reported. Zhu Zhirui nodded in satisfaction and continued. This is a promising sign. We must ensure they are well received, allowing the world to witness the warmth of our people. Furthermore, we must be discerning in investments, distinguishing between genuine interests and those who seek to exploit our hospitality. Yes, Your Majesty, I will issue instructions to ensure vigilance. Zhu Guiyuan affirmed. Have any investors made decisions yet? Zhu Zhirui inquired with concern. At the mention of investments, Zhu Guiyuan's face lit up with excitement. Indeed, many have decided to invest. Over 30 companies have already committed, with projected investments exceeding $1 billion. Additionally, more than 50 others are currently assessing opportunities. Even if only half of these prospects materialize, we will have achieved remarkable success. Chapter 77, $786 million, Zhu Zhirui calculated in his mind. Considering the potential for subsequent investments, this event is poised to attract approximately $2 billion in total, though this figure may seem modest on a global scale. For the Ming Dynasty, such an investment is astronomical. It is essential to recognize that a $2 billion investment, if managed properly, could generate more than $100 billion in GDP. As the year 2000 unfolds, with the world still emerging from the nascent stages of an economic crisis, the GDP growth of the Ming Dynasty is destined to captivate the attention of the globe. However, for a great nation, such growth rates are not particularly remarkable. After all, the foundation of the Ming Kingdom is rather modest. Even rapid growth does not signify much. Is it realistic to maintain decades of unprecedented development? That seems implausible. You have performed admirably in this matter. By the way, we must exercise caution with these investments. Let us refrain from introducing those that are highly polluting. The pristine mountains and clear waters of our Ming Kingdom are of utmost importance. We cannot condition economic growth upon environmental degradation, for that is our true wealth. Zhu Zhirui advised. Indeed, Your Majesty, I shall meticulously review the investment projects. Zhu Guiyuan nodded in agreement. He then proactively handed Zhu Zhirui a list, saying, Your Majesty, this document outlines the expenses and total revenues of this event for your perusal. Oh, Zhu Zhirui took the list with curiosity, briefly scanning it. He found it meticulously detailed, albeit somewhat complex. It might take an hour to fully comprehend. Thus, he said, Uncle, please summarize it for me. Zhu Guiyuan immediately responded with a smile, Your Majesty. The primary expenditure for this event was nearly $1.2 billion dedicated to preliminary promotional efforts. Additionally, the renovation and cleaning of Shijing City cost approximately $10 million, along with the arrangement of the exhibition center and procurement of security equipment, among other miscellaneous expenses totaling around $40 million. The grand total amounts to $1.7 billion. The efforts to renovate and clean Shijing City not only benefit the present, but will also be advantageous for the future, setting a higher standard. Even without this event, such actions would have been necessary, achieving a dual purpose. Furthermore, Zhu Zhirui recalled that the royal family had initially allocated $200 million for this event, with the Ministry of Revenue contributing $50 million, totaling $5 billion. He was pleasantly surprised by the savings. Since we have saved so much, will you return the $50 million allocated by the Ministry of Revenue? All expenses for this event shall be attributed to me, Zhu Zhirui declared. Zhu Guiyuan paused, then earnestly replied, Your Majesty is indeed wise. Enough with the flattery. Having discussed expenditures, let us now turn our attention to our revenues, for I am quite eager to hear about them. Zhu Zhi said with a hint of exasperation. Your Majesty, the revenues this time are truly beyond imagination. Your unparalleled wisdom in selling broadcasting rights and various advertisements has yielded substantial returns. The broadcasting rights sold to 17 countries alone generated a total revenue of $2.8 billion, while 12 advertisements brought in $1.9 billion. This additional revenue amounts to a staggering $4.7 billion. Zhu Zhirui remained noncommittal. It was still due to the relatively low fame of the Ming Kingdom that reaching $1 billion seemed unattainable. Nevertheless, he felt quite satisfied, as these were indeed supplementary gains. Moreover, during the 5-day exhibition, the sale of jewels, diamonds, and various handicrafts garnered a total income of $15.6 billion. Zhu Guiyuan recounted with familiarity. In this regard, Zhu Zhirui was aware of his own involvement. Aside from the smaller diamonds and lesser quality jewels and jade, he had also sourced some commendable handicrafts from the populace, which sold reasonably well. Additionally, there were some supplementary items obtained from the confiscated goods of the treacherous Dong Biao and his associates. On the final day of the auction, the total sales reached an astounding $58.3 billion, shattering the global record for auction proceeds, exclaimed Zhu Guiyuan. Thus, excluding the benefits accrued by the public, our total income amounted to $78.6 billion, with expenses deducted at $7 billion, yielding a net income of $76.9 billion. Zhu Guiyuan expressed his exhilaration, noting that since he assumed the role of Grand Minister of Finance, he had never witnessed such an influx of cash. Zhu Zhirui remained silent, mentally calculating that, excluding advertising profits and accounting for expenses, the revenue would be $73.9 billion. The jewels and diamonds he had contributed, valued initially by Zhu Guiyuan, fluctuated between $3.8 billion and $5 billion depending on the time. The auction undoubtedly inflated their prices. He perused the list, observing that the total sales for this batch amounted to $44.6 billion, exceeding expectations within such a short time frame. Additionally, the $1.6 billion worth of contraband collected by Dong Biao and his associates, with only a few national treasures retained in his collection, yielded approximately $14.1 billion in sales, which was also significantly higher than anticipated. The combined total of these two amounts to $58.7 billion, leaving a discrepancy of $15.2 billion, a substantial figure indeed. This sum originated from two sources. Zhu Zhirui had retrieved some treasures from the palace, valued at around $11 billion, while the remaining $3.8 billion came from the gathering of folk crafts. These crafts, previously deemed worthless in the Ming dynasty, saw their value soar at the jewelry exhibition, with some increasing in worth by 1,000-fold. Your Highness, the $3.8 billion belonging to the common folk will be processed through the normal tax procedures. After taxes, the remaining funds will be returned to the people. And this will be the standard moving forward, Zhu Zhirui stated. The return of this money to the populace would greatly benefit them, stimulating consumption and acting as an engine for GDP growth. Though modest, it contributes to the foundation of the Ming dynasty's development. Moreover, this event revealed the presence of skilled artisans among the common people of our nation, suggesting that the future standard of living would improve. Alongside an elevated pursuit of spiritual civility, these crafts could undoubtedly evolve into a distinctive industry for the Ming dynasty, warranting robust governmental support, Zhu Zhirui mused. Indeed, Your Majesty's love for the people will surely earn their praise, Zhu Guiyuan flattered. Zhu Zhirui shook his head, asserting that it was all for the greater good of the Ming dynasty, a natural instinct for an emperor. The $14.1 billion from the sale of the contraband would be allocated directly to the Ministry of Revenue, as the forthcoming grand plans necessitated substantial funding. Zhu Zhirui began to distribute the gains, jesting. Chapter 78, the noble title system of the Ming dynasty. You shall be warmly received by Yao Muji. Ha ha. Your Majesty speaks true. Zhu Guiyuan envisioned the scene with amusement. The final sum belonging to the royal family, amounting to $67 billion, will be deposited into the previous account after tax obligations are fulfilled. Zhu Zhirui intends to increase his investment in Suziqing, as the prospective returns from this capital are immense. This sum encompasses advertising revenue, broadcasting fees, expenses for diamonds and jewelry, as well as treasures that will be procured subsequently, totaling $67 billion, which rightfully belongs to the royal treasury. An additional $3.8 billion is allocated for the populace. Dong Biao's receivables, amounting to $1.2 billion in gold and precious metals, have already been transferred to the Great Ming Empire Bank, becoming part of the nation's gold reserves. The proceeds from the auction of rare treasures yielded $14.1 billion, while the sale of real estate and enterprises garnered $13.2 billion. The sale of medicinal resources brought in $1 billion, and cash illicitly obtained totaled $19.5 billion, culminating in a grand total of $47.9 billion, all of which is allocated to the Ministry of Revenue. Coupled with the ministry's surplus this year, they now possess nearly $5 billion in disposable cash, marking a significant financial milestone for the ministry. Furthermore, treasures valued at $2.5 billion have been secured in the royal treasury, prepared for the future National Museum of the Great Ming. This occasion has been a boon for the royal family, the ministry, and the citizens alike, serving as an engine for the future development of the Great Ming nation. Your Majesty, the royal family is exempt from taxation. This sum shall be transferred to your account upon my return, Zhu Guiyuan stated. The exemption from taxes is indeed a privilege of the emperor, and Zhu Zhirui, without any desire for reform, nodded in agreement, saying, very well. He then smiled and added, Uncle, your efforts have been commendable, if I recall correctly. Your previous title was that of a second-class general of state protection, is it not? Zhu Guiyuan was taken aback for a moment, but then recalled something, nodding joyfully, indeed. Your Majesty, my title is that of a second-class general of state protection. The title system of the Great Ming has inherited some aspects from the Ming dynasty while also undergoing modifications. For instance, royal offspring were once prohibited from participating in the imperial examination and were exempt from taxes on agriculture. However, these privileges have since been abolished. Royal descendants are now required to take the imperial examinations to enter official service, and tax exemptions are no longer applicable. Nonetheless, various privileges and benefits still exist according to the rank of titles. Firstly, there is the honor of nobility, as titles are synonymous with aristocracy. Furthermore, depending on the rank, there are varying degrees of advantages in the imperial examinations, along with allowances associated with titles. In certain vital industries, titles serve as a prerequisite for entry. In summary, although there have been changes to the system of titles, privileges remain intact. Additionally, titles are categorized into royal and non-royal, with the royal titles further divided into male and female distinctions. The hierarchy for male royal titles, from highest to lowest, is as follows: Prince, Marquis, General of National Defense, General of State Protection, and General of Loyal Service. Among these, there is only one rank for a prince, yet distinctions exist, such as those who possess territories being deemed more prestigious than those without. However, this distinction may soon be obsolete following Zhu Zhirui's reduction of feudal lords. Apart from the eldest son, who is designated as the crown prince, The remaining princes are conferred titles of nobility upon reaching the age of 10. After their elevation, they are required to vacate the imperial palace and are provided with grand residences, along with an annual allowance. They are afforded the liberty to pursue their passions, even to embark upon a career in governance, albeit with the stipulation that they shall not command military forces. In comparison to the Ming dynasty, the lifestyle here is considerably more relaxed and liberated, a situation reflective of the local realities. When a prince is granted a title, he effectively relinquishes his claim to the throne. Should any harbor ulterior motives, the repercussions can be dire, though measures have been instituted to mitigate such vulnerabilities. Below the prince are the dukes, wherein the eldest son of a prince is established as the heir apparent at the age of 10, while the eldest grandson is designated as the successor. The other sons of a prince are conferred the title of duke at the age of 10. Under the dukes are the generals who protect the realm. The eldest son of a duke inherits the title of duke, while the other sons are appointed as generals. Beneath the generals are the vice-generals, with the eldest son of a general succeeding to the title, and the other sons becoming vice-generals. Finally, below the vice-generals are the loyal generals, with the eldest son of a vice-general inheriting the title, and the other sons serving as loyal generals. From the dukes down to the loyal generals, there exists a hierarchy of 3 ranks, with the lowest being the 3rd rank and the highest the 1st. Upon turning 10, candidates undergo evaluations, and their results determine the nobility bestowed upon them. These titles are not immutable. Commendable deeds may lead to elevation in rank, while transgressions can result in demotion or even revocation of titles. The 1st rank of duke is the highest title available, while only the emperor's sons may be ennobled as princes. The lowest title is the 3rd rank of loyal general, below which lies the common populace. This arrangement serves to regulate the population of the royal family, ensuring that after 5 generations, titles become obsolete. In addition to male royal titles, there exists a parallel system for females. The imperial aunt is referred to as the grand princess, while the royal sisters are called the princesses, and the royal daughters are designated as princesses, with their husbands referred to as imperial consorts. The daughters of princes are titled as county princesses, while the daughters of dukes are known as county ladies, followed by noble ladies, with great-granddaughters referred to as county ladies and great-great-granddaughters as village ladies. Similar to the princes, the princesses hold only the 1st rank, while the county princesses down to the village ladies are categorized into 3 ranks, with the 3rd being the lowest and the 1st the highest. Beyond the royal family, the Ming dynasty also established a system of nobility for those of different surnames, which is familiar to many as the 5-tiered hierarchy of dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, and barons. The Ming dynasty abolished the titles of viscount and baron, a practice revived here. Each of the 5 ranks is further subdivided into 4 tiers. Those who assisted the founding emperor in establishing the realm are called founding assistants. Those who aided the 2nd emperor in resurrecting the nation are known as heavenly assistants. The remainder are referred to as heavenly supporters and heavenly guardians. These are the official designations, yet commonly, they are addressed simply as dukes, lords, earls, viscounts, or barons, with the specific rank understood implicitly among the populace. In society, the nomenclature is even simpler, with titles referred to as 1st-rank duke, 2nd-rank duke, and so forth. It is said that Zhu Ziru favors this straightforward approach, as simplicity is preferable to unnecessary complexity. Moreover, the noble titles of different surnames can be either hereditary or non-hereditary. Hereditary titles can be passed down to the next generation, while non-hereditary titles are confined to the current generation and cannot be bequeathed. In order to prevent the proliferation of hereditary titles, numerous restrictions have been established, such as the gradual demotion of ranks. For instance, if your father holds the title of a 1st-class duke, his legitimate heir will inherit the title of a 2nd-class duke, while any additional sons will hold no title at all. In the absence of notable achievements, one may ultimately descend into commonality. To encourage the nobility to strive for merit and to avert the situation of having no titles left to bestow, a system known as the Dan Shu Tai Quan was implemented. Unlike its historical counterpart, the Dan Shu Tai Quan of the Ming dynasty can theoretically be issued without limit. A single certificate guarantees that one will not be demoted for 1 generation. In essence, if your father is a 1st-class duke, you would typically inherit the title of a 2nd-class duke. However, should your father be exceptionally accomplished and possess a Dan Shu Tai Quan, by utilizing one such certificate, you may still inherit the title of a 1st-class duke. If your father possesses multiple certificates, your descendants may continue to inherit the 1st-class title. This mechanism effectively prevents a scenario where there are no titles left to grant. Zhu Zhiruwei found himself in admiration of his ancestors' ingenuity. This time, the emperor's uncle has rendered remarkable service, resulting in his elevation to the rank of 1st-class general of the state. I am deeply grateful for your majesty's benevolence, Zhu Guiyuan exclaimed with excitement, as his greatest aspiration was to restore his ancestral title. The emperor's elevation of ranks served as the highest affirmation of his efforts. Given the emperor's uncle's talents, it is not inconceivable for him to rise to the rank of prince within a decade, Zhu Zhuai mused, aware of Zhu Guiyuan's fervent desire. In his youth, Zhu Guiyuan had made a grave mistake that resulted in a demotion from 3rd-class prince to 3rd-class general of the state. This was his deepest regret, and he had long sought to reclaim his former status, though the path to elevation is fraught with challenges compared to the ease of descent. Thank you, your majesty. I shall serve with utmost dedication until my last breath, Zhu Guiyuan pledged loyally. Zhu Zhiruwei smiled faintly, preferring to observe actions rather than listen to words. The new year in the Ming dynasty is also marked by a statutory holiday lasting 15 days, commencing from the first day of the lunar month until after the Lantern Festival on the 15th day, after which work officially resumes. However, this year, government officials, particularly in the city of Xijing, may need to work overtime to ensure public order, especially during such a lively period with an influx of tourists, leaving no room for error. On February 4th, 2000, New Year's Eve, the entire city of Shijing was ablaze with lights, bustling with a continuous stream of pedestrians, creating a vibrant atmosphere. It is quite lively here, someone remarked. Indeed, unlike the heavy foot traffic of large cities, there exists an indescribable comfort here that allows one to relax. Perhaps this is the essence of the festive spirit and the essence of life. The people here seem to embrace life itself. This culture has become ingrained in their very being. Just look at the smiles on their faces. They are genuine and heartfelt. What is happening over there? Someone inquired, pointing curiously at the entrance of the ZY Palace. Sir, that is our Ming Dynasty's AO Mountain Lantern Festival. Akin to the Spring Festival Gala in Huagua, this event has traditionally been held within the palace grounds, but under the wise and formidable reign of the current sovereign. It has been relocated outside the palace walls to share joy with the people. The AO Mountain Lantern Festival was traditionally a grand spectacle of massive floral lanterns and fireworks constructed within the imperial city during the Lantern Festival of the Ming Dynasty. Named for its resemblance to an AO, the festival held profound significance as a celebration of joy shared between the emperor and his subjects, akin to a grand spring festival gala of the Ming era. Upon hearing of this event, Zhu Zhuwei decreed its rescheduling to New Year's Eve and relocated it from the confines of the palace to the bustling streets, transforming the celebration from one of royal delight to a shared festivity with the common people. Today, numerous visitors from around the world who have not departed from the Ming Dynasty have taken to the streets, immersing themselves in the joyous atmosphere. Here, there are no hierarchies, no distinctions of wealth, nor divisions of race, only the sounds of laughter and cheer. This is utterly delightful. I must capture this moment for my magazine. A man, seemingly a journalist, raised his camera to photograph the vibrant scenes of the AO Mountain Lantern Festival and wandered through the city of Shijing, capturing joyful and celebratory moments. As a Westerner, he had never experienced such an ambience before and found himself enamored with this place. Sir, would you like to purchase a lantern? You can release it with your wife on the Xinghan River, and the wishes you make will surely come true in the coming year, a small vendor enthusiastically offered. While some reveled in the festivities on New Year's Eve, others remained at their posts, fulfilling their duties. Some sought to earn extra income during the holiday to provide a more prosperous new year for their families. Oh, could you share more about this? Inquired a newcomer, bearing a Chinese visage but speaking imperfect Mandarin, likely an immigrant. Of course, sir. At night, the Xinghan River reflects the Milky Way above, hence its name. Couples in our Ming Dynasty love to release lanterns into the river and make wishes, which are said to be especially effective, the vendor fervently promoted. How romantic, William. Let us buy one, said a nearby girl, her face filled with longing. No problem, boss. We'll take two. These two right here. The young man selected two lanterns clearly designed for couples and made his way toward the Xinghan River, which was already bustling with people. Along the riverbank, there were designated guards stationed at intervals to prevent anyone from falling into the water, along with rescue boats and mobile medical stations, showcasing the Ming Dynasty's thoughtful consideration for safety. Outside the Hall of Heavenly Purity, Zhu Zhuwei raised his cup and proclaimed loudly, on this New Year's Eve, I toast with all my beloved ministers. May our Ming Dynasty enjoy favorable weather and prosperity for our people and nation. With that, he downed his drink in a single gulp. The ministers rose collectively, raising their cups in unison, proclaiming, May our Ming Dynasty enjoy favorable weather and prosperity for our people and nation. May all ministers dine and drink well. Zhu Zhuwei replied joyfully, Thank you, Your Majesty. The celebration within the palace was not limited to royalty and officials. Their families also joined in the festivities. However, due to the gender hierarchy prevalent in the Ming Dynasty, the women were personally attended to by the empress in a separate area. Notably, this occasion was exceptional, as several of the world's top billionaires, who had remained in the Ming Dynasty, were invited by Zhu Zhuwei to partake in this grand banquet with their families. Zhu Zhuwei raised his wine glass, accompanied by Zhu Yi, a translator, and the court lady Xia Xueli, as they approached the table of affluent individuals. Although there were only 20 or so wealthy guests present today, each represented a conglomerate worth no less than $100 billion, wielding a fortune that surpassed that of entire nations. Thank you all for coming to my Great Ming Empire. And I am especially grateful for your presence at our New Year's Eve banquet. I raise my glass to you all. May you enjoy the evening's feast and revelry, and may none depart without a sense of merriment, Zhu Zhuwei proclaimed with a smile. Upon his words, a dedicated translator assisted in conveying his sentiments. Gratitude to His Majesty the Emperor of the Ming for the invitation. This festival is truly joyous, and I can see from the smiles that everyone here is content. You are indeed a good emperor. An elder, appearing to be in his 50s, stood and remarked. Xia Xueli leaned closer to Zhu Zhuwei's ear and whispered a few words. Zhu Zhuwei chuckled, responding, Thank you for your kind praise, Mr. Becker. I have heard that you intend to invest in a coffee factory here, integrating cultivation, processing, packaging, and sales. Indeed, Your Majesty. A few days ago, I had the fortune to taste a local coffee from your esteemed nation, and I can confidently say it is the finest I've ever had. I plan to visit its place of origin, as I believe this is a promising venture, Becker replied. Chapter 80, Settlement of Meritorious Values. I, too, am confident that we will have a fruitful collaboration, and this partnership is merely the beginning of many more to come, Zhu Zhuwei said, clinking glasses with Becker. Zhu Zhuwei exchanged brief greetings with each of the wealthy individuals, all of whom were poised to invest in the Ming Empire, spanning from modern agriculture to the mechanical industry. Their investments would not only bring wealth to the Ming, but also technology and job opportunities. As the night deepened and the clock struck midnight, signaling the arrival of the new year, the guests began to disperse, each returning to their homes. Your Majesty, a call from Miss Su Ziqing, Chuanqi announced, handing the satellite phone to the slightly inebriated Zhu Zhuwei. Zhu Zhuwei felt a surge of clarity and instructed Chuanqi, pour me some tea to sober up. Hello. Dear Sister Qing'er, Happy New Year. Your Emperor brother wishes you to grow more beautiful and charming. Zhu Zhuai spoke into the phone with a smile. Now past midnight. It was indeed the first day of the new year. Brother Emperor, I wish you to become even more handsome and for the Ming Empire to flourish, Qing'er responded. Oh, I called for you to return for the new year, yet you refused. Do you know how lively it is outside today? Zhu Zhuai continued, opening up the conversation. I have heard about it in Huagua. The news has already spread. Moreover, Brother Emperor, do not forget that today is also the Spring Festival in the Central Plains. And it is quite festive here as well. The key point is that your task remains incomplete, Su Ziqing replied, hinting at the reason for her absence. This revelation stirred deep feelings of compassion within Zhu Zhuai. Shifting the tone playfully, he jested, I had initially thought to wed you during the Spring Festival. Both the Duke and the Empress Dowager are eager, simply awaiting your return. Oh, Brother Emperor, please do not say such things. It is utterly embarrassing, Su Ziqing exclaimed, stamping her foot and placing her cool hand on her face to temper her blush, clearly flustered. I speak with utmost sincerity. There is no need for you to rush or tire yourself out. You may hand over your duties to others and return to me as soon as possible for our union, declared Zhu Zhuai. That is not feasible, dear Emperor. We have only just begun. Entrusting such significant matters to them makes me uneasy. This concerns your finances, and once I return to marry you, it will be quite challenging to extricate myself again. Thus, I have resolved to stay until the work here is stable, Su Ziqing replied. When do you anticipate your return? Zhu Zhuai inquired. Well, Su Ziqing pondered momentarily before responding. It is difficult to say. The initial document you provided listed 6 projects, of which I have only managed to complete 4, Tencent, Alibaba, Baidu, and Trip. I have yet to approach Huawei and Qingdao. Securing investments from these 2 will take at least until March. Moreover, I am also assessing other industries within Huagua and have begun due diligence. Indeed, the documents Su Ziqing received contained those 6 companies, but there were no other notable firms at that time. In his previous life, he had been an ordinary person, unaware of his future journey, and thus had not followed this sector closely. Now, he could only recall a few well-known companies from the future. However, many formidable internet companies had not yet been established in the year 2000, making investment impossible. A few renowned firms, such as 3 portal websites that went public this year, were already past the investment stage, having completed their final funding rounds and preparing for their IPOs. If memory serves, by the end of this year, the market valuations of these 3 companies would plummet, presenting the optimal moment for investment. Have you secured investments from Baidu and Trip? Your progress is astonishing. Zhu Zhuai expressed curiosity. It has only been a few days. Although investments do not require excessive time, it is not entirely straightforward, Su Ziqing replied. Your predictions are accurate. Internet companies are already feeling the chill of the internet winter. While we have yet to reach the most challenging phase, they are all seeking ways to secure funding and stockpile resources for the winter. At this juncture, my investment offers were met with little resistance due to the favorable conditions. Su Ziqing reasoned, crediting Zhu Zhuai for her success. By the way, what percentage of shares did you acquire from Baidu and Trip? Zhu Zhuai asked. Regarding Tencent and Alibaba, you are already aware of the shares I secured, 46 and 50, respectively. For Baidu, I invested $15 million for a 45 stake, and for Trip, I secured 40 with an investment of $8 million. Su Ziqing stated with utmost seriousness when discussing her work. Excellent. Such an investment will yield considerable profits in the future, Zhu Zhuai remarked. After conversing for a while longer, Zhu Zhuai urged her to return soon and not to overexert herself. After more than half an hour of exchanging pleasantries, their call came to an end. The 6th day of the first lunar month, or February 10th, 2000, was an ordinary day for most, marking a typical moment in the Spring Festival. However, for Zhu Zhuai, it was a day of profound significance. He officially commenced his reign on December 10th, 1999, and a month later, on January 10th, 2000. The first monthly performance evaluation took place. According to the system's rules, achievements are assessed monthly. The performance value is an indicator quantifying the positive impacts of the Ming dynasty's policies, representing his governance accomplishments. Perhaps due to his initial month in power, having enacted few policies with several initiatives merely in their infancy, the impact was minimal, resulting in a mere 266 points. Today marks the second evaluation of his performance value. Unlike the first month, the second month has been bustling with activity, including national bonds, the construction of the Sanjiang River hydropower station, an imminent jewelry exhibition, live broadcasts, and the burgeoning international influence of the Ming dynasty. Thus, he is filled with anticipation. Ding. The performance value for the previous month has been calculated, amounting to 23,115 points, with a total balance of 27,381 points. This represents an increase of more than 5-fold, a result that Zhu Zhuai finds quite satisfactory, heightening his expectations for the forthcoming plans. He checks the attributes. Supreme Empire System Master Attributes Interface, Host, Zhu Zhuai Occupation, Emperor Cultivation, Novice in Dark Martial Arts, Sense Level 13, Techniques, Starry Sky Visualization, Supreme Imperial Scripture Performance Value, 27. 381 points Supreme Empire System National Attributes Interface, Nation, Ming Empire Level, Black Iron 1-star Area, 58,066 square kilometers Population, 9. 35 million GDP, 60. $5 billion Army, 300,000 Guards, 110,000 Fungent Troops, 50,000 Imperial Guards, 30,000 Imperial Force Troops, 80,000 Navy, 50,000 Air Force 6-dimensional index, Economic 11, Political 56, Military 15, Livelihood 15, Culture 39, Technology 13, the GDP of 60. $5 billion reflects the national production value of 1999, as the system does not display real-time data. opting instead for the previous year's figures. For real-time data, holds no significance. Chapter 81. Milk fruit. Although the economic index has only increased by 2 points, Zhu Zirui understands that this is merely the beginning. Once recent achievements are fully realized, a significant leap is inevitable. The political index, being the highest, surprisingly saw the most substantial increase this time. The military index remained unchanged, which is understandable, as Zhu Zirui has yet to engage in military affairs. The livelihood index has seen an uptick, indicating that in the span of these 2 months, the living standards and happiness quotient of the Ming populace have significantly improved, a matter of pride and joy for Zhu Zirui. The cultural index has risen, likely linked to the live broadcast of the jewelry diamond exhibition and the previous wedding livestream. The technology index has also increased by 2 points, presumably related to the Sanjiang River hydropower station and the ongoing research into superconducting energy storage technology. Overall, the Ming Empire is one step closer to achieving the status of a black iron 2-star empire. System, I wish to draw a lottery. Zhu Zirui stated after a moment of contemplation. A grand wheel, visible only to him, appeared before his eyes. Let us begin with a black iron level lottery. A sequence of 10 lottery draws unfolded, as 10 black iron grade compartments emerged one after another from the roulette, hovering before Zhu Zirui's eyes. Upon opening, a series of 10 distinct sounds, only audible to him, resonated. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Ultimately, 9 expressions of gratitude accompanied by a USB drive. Upon sighting the USB drive, Zhu Zirui smiled, aware that it must contain technical data, though he remained uncertain of the specific technology or its classification. Eagerly, he grasped the USB drive, and a torrent of information surged into his mind. Black iron 5-star technology. This was commendable, but why was it cement? Indeed, it contained a comprehensive suite of cement technologies, spanning from black iron 1-star to 5-star classifications. Notably, it featured a super cement, aptly named for its formidable properties. It possessed a strength that bordered on the despairing, capable of withstanding the impacts of shells and missiles without succumbing to destruction. It could even endure low-yield tactical nuclear attacks. Yes, you read correctly, nuclear attacks, terrifying in their implications. We are all aware that conventional cement has limited capacity to withstand high temperatures. However, this particular cement could endure temperatures exceeding 10 million degrees Celsius, defying the very essence of cement, surpassing the heat resistance of most metals, alloys, and ceramics. System. How could such an extraordinary cement possibly exist? This cannot be a jest. It defies the laws of science. Zhu Zirui began to question the authenticity of the system's offerings. Host, you are merely perceiving this cement through the lens of your current technological understanding, which is a limitation. Much like how ancient individuals would view today as technological marvels with disbelief, advancements in technology transform the impossible into the possible. Otherwise, why would you strive to develop technology if not to alter lives and reshape the world? The system's elucidation enlightened Zhu Zirui. Indeed, technology is the conduit through which impossibility is rendered possible. It is essential to recognize that this is black iron 5-star technology, potentially surpassing your current advancements by half a century, if not a full century. The progression of technology is characterized by exponential growth, barring stagnation. Should you desire, you could even construct artillery and aircraft carriers from this cement. Yes, a cement-based aircraft carrier, its defensive capabilities rivaling, if not exceeding, those of your present-day vessels. Contingent solely upon your ambition. The system's words unveiled a new realm of possibilities for Zhu Zirui. It appeared he had previously underestimated the potential of this cement, associating it solely with construction and roadworks, oblivious to its myriad other applications. Naturally, he would not genuinely pursue the construction of an aircraft carrier with this cement. It was merely a hypothetical notion. In time, he would undoubtedly acquire superior metallic formulations, and there was no rush for such undertakings. By the way, the construction of the Sanjiang hydropower station might benefit from this cement, rendering it virtually indestructible. Furthermore, to achieve prosperity, one must first pave the roads. Although the Ming kingdom is not vast, the need for highways remains imperative. According to his knowledge, the official statistics of the Great Ming Empire indicate a total road mileage of 260,000 kilometers. However, this figure is calculated based on their own metrics, which include ordinary cement roads measuring over 1 meter in width. In reality, the roads that meet international standards in the Great Ming Empire amount to less than 3,000 kilometers, and there are no highways whatsoever, none at all. It seems that fortune smiles upon me today. Let us proceed with another round. Zhu Zirui gazed eagerly at the golden wheel of fortune. In this round of 10 draws, 10 black iron-level compartments swiftly emerged from the wheel, hovering before Zhu Zirui's eyes. Upon opening them, a series of 10 distinct sounds resonated in his ears alone. Thank you for your patronage, he heard, though this time there were only 8 such acknowledgments, indicating he had won 2 prizes. One was a wooden box of uncertain contents, and the other was an all-too-familiar USB drive. Filled with curiosity, Zhu Zirui picked up the box. This was his first time winning such an item. Instantly, a surge of information flooded his mind, leaving him momentarily speechless. To his astonishment, it contained seeds of a particular plant, 100 in total, along with cultivation techniques, environmental requirements, and the benefits of the fruit once grown. He never expected to win something of this nature in a lottery. The seeds were from the milk fruit tree, which, when matured, would yield milk fruit. Do not be misled. The fruit does not resemble milk, nor can it serve as a milk substitute. It is merely a name. The milk fruit offers relatively simple yet enticing benefits, including skin whitening and enhancing skin firmness and smoothness, making it a coveted beauty product for women. Zhu Zirui's immediate thought was not to sell the fruit, but rather to utilize the milk fruit for creating beauty products, such as facial masks. If the efficacy proved as remarkable as suggested, it could bring immense profits to the Great Ming Empire, considering the vast market for women's cosmetics. Women across the globe harbor an intrinsic desire for beauty. If any do not, it is likely due to financial constraints. After securing the box of seeds in the imperial treasury, Zhu Zhiwei picked up the USB drive, and another wave of information streamed into his consciousness. It contained comprehensive data on black iron 3-star industrial mother machines, encompassing 9 categories and 8 subcategories, summing up to 50 classifications. Though not the pinnacle of black iron 5-star technology, this 3-star technology is equivalent to the advancements of around 2010, surpassing today's most advanced machine tools by a decade. A remarkable feat. Chapter 82. The end of fortune. Industrial mother machines refer to the various types of machine tools. They are not singular, but encompass a multitude of categories. According to the specifications of this technology, there are a total of 50 subcategories. With this technological knowledge, the Great Ming Empire could methodically manufacture these industrial mother machines. It is essential to understand that industrial mother machines represent a nation's core competitive strength and are a reflection of comprehensive national power. This information must remain confidential. Its significance rivals that of nuclear weapons. Should the outside world become aware, they might resort to conflict to acquire it, placing the Great Ming Empire in a perilous position. The Great Ming Empire must proceed with caution, gradually enhancing its national strength and military prowess, instilling a sense of trepidation in those with covetous intentions. With a fervent desire for success, Zhu Zhiwei dismissed distracting thoughts, eager to capitalize on his momentum. One after another, 7 black iron chests materialized from the spinning wheel, hovering before him. Upon opening them, a series of sounds, audible only to him, echoed, bang, 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 7 times in succession. Zhu Zhiwei's expression darkened, and a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth as he waved his hand to dismiss the lottery wheel. Alas, it seemed his luck had run dry, as all 7 yielded mere tokens of gratitude. Following this draw, his merit points dwindled to a mere 381, prompting him to forego any further attempts at the Rosewood Tier lottery. Host, Zhu Zhiwei. Occupation, Emperor. Cultivation, Apprentice of Dark Martial Arts. Initial stage, 5 senses. LV13, Technique, Starry Sky Visualization. Supreme Emperor. Scripture. Merit points, 381. Joyous moments are fleeting, and before one realizes, the Spring Festival holiday has concluded. On the 16th day of the first lunar month, February 22nd, all resumed their duties. Within the Qinqing Palace, news arrived. Your Majesty, Lady Tang Gong requests an audience. Zhu Zhiwei had just finished court and taken a sip of water when Chuanqi delivered the message. Allow her to enter. Servant Tang Xian greets Your Majesty. Tang Xian appeared as a mature woman in her 30s, though she seemed somewhat fatigued. Please rise. Zhu Zhiwei gestured, then remarked, You have worked hard during this period. There is no need for such haste in your service to me. Remember to balance work with rest. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I am quite well, Tang Xian replied, touched. She had tirelessly coordinated the reorganization of the inner palace, meticulously scrutinizing all personnel, determined to prevent any recurrence of past disappointments. You have come regarding matters of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, I presume? What is the status? Zhu Zhiwei inquired with genuine interest as it pertained to his responsibilities. Reporting to Your Majesty, the reorganization has been completed, and we now enter a period of adaptation. The lists of the various departments have been reviewed by Your Majesty and have commenced their duties, Tang Xian informed him. A long-forgotten voice echoed in Zhu Zhiwei's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest, Control of ZY Palace. Step 2. Achieve full control of the inner palace. Reward, 1,000 merit points, 1 squad of Dark Martial Guards. Ding. Side quest initiated. Control of ZY Palace. Step 3. Achieve full control of the Imperial Guard. Reward, 5,000 merit points, 2 squads of Dark Martial Guards. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest, Control of ZY Palace. Step 3. Achieve full control of the Imperial Guard. Reward, 5,000 merit points, 2 squads of Dark Martial Guards. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing all side quests related to the control of ZY Palace. The task had been initiated and promptly fulfilled, yet Zhu Zhiwei felt no astonishment, having already laid the groundwork for this endeavor. For instance, he had successfully garnered the loyalty of the generals of the Imperial Guard, whose allegiance now exceeded 90, and had utilized his ability to assess others' attributes to conduct a thorough examination within the ranks, delegating any issues to the Jinui for investigation. He has successfully mobilized the Imperial Guards to serve his purposes, and this is currently the only regular army under his command. It is also the Emperor's personal army, renowned for its superior equipment, prowess, combat spirit, and loyalty. In a comparison with the Imperial Guards, under equivalent conditions, 3,000 Imperial Guards can match the strength of 6,000 Imperial bodyguards. In reality, considering the equipment advantage of the Imperial Guards, they could easily rival 8,000, or even 10,000 Imperial bodyguards. Oh, why is this reward so generous? This task should be relatively the simplest one, right? Although Zhu Zhiwei is aware that he can complete the task swiftly, he remains perplexed by the reward. Host, the Imperial Guards are your personal bodyguards, and their significance far surpasses that of the inner court. Naturally, the rewards are more substantial. As for the ease of the task, it is merely a reflection of your charisma and the diligent work you've already accomplished. These efforts are yours, and the system will not diminish the rewards because of them. The system explained. Zhu Zhiwei understood, finding the system quite considerate. Since everything has fallen into place, instruct the Empress regarding the matters of the inner court. From now on, she will be the sovereign of the harem, and everything will adhere to her arrangements, Zhu Zhiwei commanded. This way, he could extricate himself from the tedious affairs of the harem and have more time for other pursuits and cultivation. Yes, Your Majesty. This servant will proceed to Kunning Palace. I take my leave, the maid replied. Zhu Zhiwei nodded. Go. Chuanqi, you and the others wait outside the hall. Close the doors, and no one shall enter without my permission, Zhu Zhiwei instructed Chuanqi beside him. Yes, your majesty. Xuanqi and the 4 personal maids complied and left the Hall of Supreme Harmony to wait outside. Zhu Zhirui gazed at the closed doors. Retrieving a red token from the imperial treasury, furrowing his brow, he inquired, "System, why is the color different? Is there a distinction? If the host allows them to come out, you will know what is different," the system replied. Zhu Zhirui nodded in agreement. With a wave of the token, it vanished. Replaced by 10 women clad in red armor, their equipment similar to that of Zhu Yi and the others, the only difference being the color. One was a deep black, the other a fiery red. "Number 1 pays respects to your majesty," the leading woman bowed. At that moment, Zhu Zhirui regained his composure from the shock and took the time to observe the 10 female warriors. While they may not be breathtakingly beautiful, their appearance, combined with their armor, easily rated above 90, surpassing most palace maids and rivaling even the top-tier starlets. However, having grown accustomed to the presence of beauty in the palace, Zhu Zhirui did not exhibit any extraordinary reaction upon seeing them. Raising his hand, he declared, "No need for formalities. You shall be named Feng Yi, and the others shall be Feng Heir through Feng Shi." Zhu Zhirui habitually assigned names to them. Chapter 83. Infrastructure Plan. He had previously intended to establish the Feng Ming Guard, waiting to see if there would be any women within the covert martial imperial guards, and indeed, he was rewarded with their presence. Otherwise, he would have had to seek out fierce women from military families to fill the ranks. "Thank you, your majesty," the 10 responded in unison. Outside the hall. "Oh, it seems there are some sounds," a woman's voice. Autumn's whisper, "One must not discuss matters concerning his majesty," Spring's elegance reminded. "I understand, Sister Spring's elegance." Meanwhile, the guards at the palace gates, Zhu Yi and his companions, exchanged faint smiles, perhaps the first smiles they had shared since arriving in this world. Unfortunately, Zhu Zhirui had not witnessed this moment and remained unaware of its significance. Although he could overhear the discussions outside, he paid them no mind and addressed Feng Yi and the others. "I intend to establish the Feng Ming Guard, comprising 300 members, with you temporarily appointed as the commander. Other members will serve as the backbone. My plan is to recruit 150 from the palace maids, 100 from the families of distinguished officials, and an additional 50 from the common folk. I entrust this task to you. I will later discuss this with the Empress, the Minister of the Tang Court, and the Commander of the Imperial Guards. They will extend their assistance." Zhu Zhirui declared, "Thank you, your majesty. I shall expeditiously assemble the Feng Ming Guard and ensure they are battle-ready," Feng Yi assured with determination. "Indeed, I have great trust in the capabilities of your dark martial guards." Zhu Zhirui replied with a subtle smile. "Please wait here for a moment." With that, he produced 2 additional dark black tokens, and with a wave of his hand, 2 squads, comprising 20 dark martial guards, materialized before him. Like Zhu Yi and the others, they bore no distinguishing features apart from their standard equipment. "Squad 1 pays homage to your majesty," the squad leaders intoned in unison, casting a glance at one another. Zhu Zhirui was taken aback. Each token had summoned a squad leader designated as one. However, he could sense they were not mere automatons. He refrained from inquiring into their origins, deeming it unnecessary. Silently calculating, he realized, with the addition of these 20, he now commanded a total of 50 dark martial guards, a formidable force indeed. He had no doubt that this assembly could rival 10,000 modern troops, if not more. "From now on, you shall be known as Zhu Sanyi, and you as Zhu Siyi. Each member of your respective squads will follow suit, designated from Zhu San Heir to Zhu San Shi, and Zhu Si Heir to Zhu Si Shi," Zhu Zhirui declared, exasperated by the naming process. "Yes, your majesty," the 20 responded in unison, their commotion inevitably drawing attention from outside. Zhu Zhirui cast a glance at the door, smiling faintly. He had already heard the chatter outside. His senses had been honed to surpass those of an ordinary person after many days of diligent practice. He strode to the door, pushing it open, and addressed Zhu Yi. "Zhu Yi, these 30 individuals share a background similar to yours. The 20 from Zhu Sanyi's group are now under your command in the Imperial Front. As for their identities, consult Yi Tang. He will know how to proceed." Zhu Yi exclaimed with excitement. "Yes, your majesty." The Imperial Front consisted solely of dark martial guards, devoid of ordinary personnel. With the previous count of 20 now bolstered to 40, their strength had seen an unprecedented enhancement. How could he not be elated? They were not automatons. Zhu Yi and his companions possessed their own emotions, a fact Zhu Zhirui had come to understand through their prolonged interactions. Moreover, the 10 of them will form the Feng Ming Guard to protect the east and west 6 palaces. Zhu Zhirui pointed at Feng Yi and her companions, saying, "Feng Yi, I look forward to your guidance." Stepping forward, Feng Yi replied to Zhu Yi, "Zhu Yi, I hope we can collaborate sincerely in the future." Zhu Yi, somewhat reserved, responded with a nod. Observing this exchange, Zhu Zhirui remained silent, a smile gracing his lips. It was intriguing, yet they were, after all, of a similar ilk. "Xiao, summon the Minister of Revenue, Yao Muji, the Minister of Works, Zhu Likuan, and the Grand Agricultural Minister, Zhu Guiyuan, to the palace to see me." "Yes, your majesty." Xiao complied and departed, presumably to make the necessary calls. As the crowd dispersed, Zhu Zhirui sat in contemplation, not engaging in cultivation, but rather devising a forthcoming plan. An hour and a half later, Yao Muji, Zhu Likuan, and Zhu Guiyuan arrived in unison. "We pay our respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor," they proclaimed. "No need for formalities. Please take your seats." Zhu Zhirui waved his hand. Once everyone was seated, Zhu Zhirui articulated the plan he had previously contemplated and just refined. "I have summoned you 3 for 2 significant matters. The first is that I have acquired several technological advancements that are immensely beneficial for the future development of our Ming dynasty. Among them, the 2 most critical technologies are the manufacturing of cement and the complete set of industrial mother machine production techniques. These will be entrusted to the Ministry of Works, and I expect swift results that can be practically applied. For this, I shall provide funding and manpower. The Ministry of Revenue must extend absolute support. And if any insurmountable issues arise, you may come directly to me. Yes, Your Majesty, I shall fully support the endeavors of the Ministry of Works, Yao Muji responded, a smile adorning his face. In the past, he would have lamented the lack of funds, but circumstances had changed, thanks to the Emperor's interventions. The Ministry of Revenue was now experiencing its most prosperous era in history, instilling him with confidence. Your Majesty, I have some uncertainties. I am aware that industrial mother machines are the core of industry. Our nation has always relied on imported machinery. If we could produce them domestically, it would indeed be splendid. However, the production of machinery encompasses a vast array of technologies, requiring more than just one or two skills. Even with the technology, without the necessary supporting techniques, we would still be incapable of realization. I harbor some concerns, and as for cement, I am even less knowledgeable. Zhu Likuan expressed his apprehensions. He presumed these technologies were acquired from the Huagua, failing to consider their advanced nature, but he was destined for disappointment, though a pleasantly surprising one. The other two exchanged glances with the Emperor, then bowed their heads, lost in thought. Zhu Zhiruei did not respond directly, but instead remarked, the technology will be given to you. Upon your return, allow the experts to delve into its intricacies. I hope your royal uncle will not be overwhelmed by its prowess. As for the origins of such remarkable technology, it is best not to inquire. I have my sources and will reveal them to you when the opportunity arises. With this statement, Zhu Zhiruei effectively closed all avenues of inquiry. In the Ming dynasty, the emperor was omnipotent, and when he commanded silence on a matter, none dared to question. Obedience to orders was all that was required. Chapter 84. Infrastructure Plan 2. I dare not, Your Majesty. I shall return and diligently study these technologies, ensuring they are brought forth expeditiously to benefit the Great Ming and fulfill Your Majesty's expectations. Zhu Likuan was taken aback, refraining from inquiring about the origin of the technology. Zhu Zhiruei, not taking this matter to heart, promptly shifted the topic. Now, on to the second matter. The Great Ming has acquired wealth. Yet these funds must be wisely spent to truly benefit our realm. I have never been one to hoard wealth. Previously, I spoke to you about infrastructure. The lack of funds hindered progress, but now we are in a position to act, especially once cement and industrial machinery are available, which will resolve our material supply for infrastructure. It is time to embark on this grand undertaking. There is a saying in Huagua that encapsulates this well. To become prosperous, one must first build roads. The condition of our roads in the Great Ming leaves much to be desired, necessitating extensive reconstruction to meet the highest international standards. We must ensure quality and durability, treating these projects as centennial endeavors. Zhu Zhiruei's confidence stemmed from the promise of new cement. With its introduction, not only would a century's longevity be attainable, but with proper maintenance, even a millennium is within reach. What stretch of road does Your Majesty wish to prioritize? Zhu Likuan inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Zhiruei replied, I am aware that these projects are considerable and cannot be completed in a day. The funding involved is substantial, and although we are currently affluent, it is but a drop in the bucket for the entire plan. However, we can undertake the projects in phases. I will not impose a strict timeline upon you. As a leader, one must understand the realities at hand. Arbitrary decisions can lead to misguided directives. For the first phase, I wish to connect Xijing with the cities of the 5 prefectures. This must be constructed to the highest standards of a highway, as it will serve as the backbone of our future national road network. My plan is to build a 6-lane expressway, providing 12 lanes for traffic in total, which should suffice for future demands. Your Majesty, is 6 lanes not excessive? The Great Ming does not possess that many vehicles, Yao Muji interjected, rising to speak. Though once wealthy, he now felt a chill at the emperor's words. Realizing the daunting nature of such an undertaking, Zhu Zhiruei raised his right hand, saying, I understand your concern, yet I am contemplating the future. My vision is that every household will possess its own private vehicle. Coupled with freight and passenger transport, the necessity for 6 lanes will become apparent. Moreover, this grand project is no waste. Consider the vast quantity of raw materials required for constructing this expressway. The demand for these materials will undoubtedly stimulate related industries. The labor needed for such construction will naturally enhance the income of our citizens. With increased earnings, consumption will rise, fostering the development of various sectors and creating a virtuous cycle. Huagua excels in infrastructure, particularly in the coming decades, though speculation in housing prices has been somewhat excessive. Fortunately, measures have begun to rein it in, and I shall ensure to stifle such tendencies at their inception. He certainly does not wish for the hard-earned money of the common folk to be entirely transformed into cold, uninhabited houses. Homes are meant for living, and speculation is unequivocally unacceptable. As the emperor, he possesses the authority to impose control with a mere decree. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Yao Muji was momentarily taken aback. Is it truly feasible for every household to own a private vehicle? In reality, the number of families in the Great Ming dynasty that genuinely possess private automobiles does not exceed 10,000. There remains a long journey ahead. Your Majesty is wise, and I understand, Yao Muji replied. Though the scale of this undertaking is rather substantial, I fear the funds may still fall short. Yao Muji found himself in a quandary. In addition to the Treasury's allocations for the construction of highways, I also permit you to issue special national bonds. If that proves insufficient, Zhu Zhiruei hesitated for a moment and stated, the Ministry of Works shall initiate preliminary work, including surveying and planning. Once a proposal is ready, we will draft a budget. If it is ultimately unfeasible, we shall commence with the construction of 5 lanes, or even 4, while ensuring ample space for future expansion to 6 or even 8 lanes. This must be factored into your planning. Money, always money. Investment in Huagua holds great potential for future value, yet it has not appreciated significantly as of now. Zhu Zhiruei is not one to shy away from compromise. Given the circumstances, if it is unworkable, reductions must be made. Yes, Your Majesty, I shall endeavor to present a viable plan as swiftly as possible, Zhu Likuan assured. Your Majesty is indeed sagacious, Yao Muji thought, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He feared the emperor might stubbornly pursue a singular path, leaving him no choice but to comply. I have summoned you for these two matters. The Ministry of Works must accelerate its efforts. I authorize you to collaborate with private enterprises, transferring non-core technologies to them, provided they are enterprises controlled by our Great Ming citizens and confidentiality agreements are signed, outlining the consequences of any breaches. You need only conquer the most critical components. These technologies will henceforth belong to the relevant state-owned enterprises. However, should these enterprises falter, I shall reserve the right to revoke control and assign it to the Imperial Treasury. The Grand Minister of Agriculture must oversee this and report to me regularly, Zhu Zhiruei declared. Yes, Your Majesty, Zhu Guiyuan responded, his face lighting up with surprise, while Zhu Likuan felt a tightening in his chest. He realized he must consult with those individuals upon returning to ensure they do not hinder progress, lest they face severe repercussions. The shortcomings of state-owned enterprises are a universal ailment, and perfection is not to be expected. As long as they do not impede their plans, state-owned enterprises, being under the auspices of the state, can be managed effectively, serving their purpose and necessity. You may take your leave now. I wish to speak with the Grand Minister of Agriculture alone, Zhu Zhiruei instructed. We take our leave, Your Majesty. Yao Muji and Zhu Likuan exchanged a glance filled with curiosity towards Zhu Guiyuan, but dared not inquire further before departing. Are you aware of the true reason I have kept you back, dear uncle? Zhu Zhiruei inquired with a smile. Please enlighten me, Your Majesty, Zhu Guiyuan replied, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, unwilling to presume the emperor's intentions. Haha, Zhu Zhiruei feigned retrieving a wooden box from his sleeve, though it was actually taken from the Imperial Treasury, and handed it to the attendant Xia Su, saying to Zhu Guiyuan, Dear uncle, I have a precious treasure to bestow upon you. Upon catching a glance from Xia Su, she immediately understood and handed the box to Zhu Guiyuan. Within this box lies a unique variety of fruit seeds, accompanied by detailed instructions on their cultivation, growth conditions, and beneficial properties. This matter is entrusted to my esteemed uncle, as I aspire to initiate their cultivation within my imperial estate before promoting them nationwide, proclaimed Zhu Zhiruei. As for the potential of these seeds being transplanted to other nations post-promotion, such concerns are unwarranted. Does one not recognize the existence of gene locks? Without the requisite technology or a certain level of genetic research, even if outsiders acquire the seeds, they would be rendered futile. Chapter 85, System Products Commence Factory Production. Yes, Your Majesty, Zhu Guiyuan replied, storing the box away without further inquiry into its contents. He understood that the emperor harbored many secrets, and there were matters best left unexamined. His duty was solely to execute the emperor's commands. By the way, how are the electric toothbrush, toothpaste, USB drive, and superconducting energy storage technology one provided you with earlier faring? Zhu Zhiruei inquired with concern. Upon mentioning this, Zhu Guiyuan immediately brightened, responding with a smile, Your Majesty. We have thoroughly grasped the technology and formulations for the electric toothbrush and toothpaste, producing samples that closely resemble those you provided. Compared to the most advanced electric toothbrushes currently available internationally, our products hold a distinct advantage. Nanyang Daily Chemical is already in the process of establishing a production line, and we anticipate large-scale manufacturing within a month. I am confident that such exceptional products will achieve global success. Indeed, for these innovative items, we should commence advertising in developed countries such as Europe and America. Bear in mind, however, that our initial production capacity will be limited. We are targeting the mid to high-end market, with the lower-end market to be addressed later, Zhu Zhiruei advised. While Zhu Zhiruei aspired to capture the global market, he recognized the improbability of this ambition. Thus, he opted to focus on the most profitable segment. He continued, in addition to establishing factories within our Great Ming nation, we could also set up facilities in Europe and America, employing local workers for production. I envision Nanyang Daily Chemical becoming the first multinational enterprise of our Great Ming. It is also crucial to note that international product quality and safety standards may differ from those in our Great Ming. Production must adhere to local regulations to avoid legal complications, which would be troublesome, Zhu Zhiruei remarked, exercising prudent caution. Yes, Your Majesty. I shall return and ensure preparations are made in advance, as well as familiarize myself with the industry standards of the target sales countries, exercising due diligence to eliminate all potential risks, Zhu Guiyuan affirmed with a nod of agreement. Now, please continue with updates on the other projects, Zhu Zhiruei nodded, placing his trust in Zhu Guiyuan's capabilities, as long as he was reminded of these matters. Yes, Your Majesty. The first generation of the USB drive has been confirmed for sale. Samples have been produced. The first generation offers memory sizes of 128 megabytes, 256 megabytes, and 512 megabytes, which, in comparison to the recently introduced drives with a mere few megabytes, are significantly larger, more refined, lighter, and aesthetically pleasing. Most importantly, the transmission efficiency is 5 times greater than current standards, ensuring our product possesses a definitive advantage that will undoubtedly appeal to consumers. However, due to our Ming Dynasty's lack of relevant production experience, our production lines and materials must be imported from Europe and America, which may require at least 2 months. The procurement of production lines and materials is not necessarily confined to European and American countries. The rapid development of Huagua in recent years prompts the suggestion to explore the southern regions for potential alternatives. The goods there are not only more affordable but also face fewer obstacles, allowing for a more efficient acquisition process. If no suitable options are found, we may then resort to sourcing from Europe and America. Zhu Zhiruei reflected on this and remarked, at this moment, certain technologies in Huagua have not yet diverged significantly from global standards, and there may exist second-hand production lines available at more economical prices, free from restrictions on sales, thus facilitating the process. Naturally, this is merely his estimation. He does not recall the specifics clearly, but isn't it preferable to consider additional possibilities? Yes. I shall promptly send someone to investigate in Huagua, Zhu Guiyuan responded, his eyes brightening. Your Majesty's emphasis on Huagua suggests that we should prioritize Huagua products, and only seek alternatives from Europe and America when absolutely necessary. What of the superconducting energy storage technology? Zhu Zhirui inquired further. As for the superconducting energy storage technology, the National Academy is diligently researching it and anticipates that we will commence manufacturing the first prototype of the superconducting energy storage coil in approximately 3 months. With everything progressing in an orderly fashion, Zhu Zhirui felt reassured and increasingly optimistic about the future. Uncle, please pay close attention to these projects. I must be informed once the products are ready for market. Indeed, Your Majesty shall be the first to utilize these products, Zhu Guiyuan affirmed. Very well. You may take your leave now. Your servant takes his leave. Time flowed like water, and before one realized, a month had passed. The Ming dynasty thrived with vitality, as the construction of 2 hydropower stations along the Sanjiang River in Xishan County had recently attracted over 40,000 workers from various trades. With an influx of workers, the essentials of food, clothing, housing, and transportation needed to be addressed. Nearby villages and towns spontaneously prepared a variety of goods, while other merchants flocked to the area. To prevent disorder, Zhu Zhirui ordered the local government to implement a unified plan, establishing 2 commercial hubs centered around the first and second hydropower stations, thereby generating considerable employment opportunities. The first hydropower station, situated near the Zikanlun Mountains, boasts a relatively steep terrain, and in terms of both scale and future energy output, it surpasses the second station. Consequently, it has attracted a larger populace. Following preliminary explorations and preparations, construction has now commenced. It can be said that with Zhu Zhirui's blueprints, a significant amount of preliminary preparation time has been saved, greatly accelerating the pace of construction. Adjacent to the first hydropower station, a small commercial settlement has emerged. This area was originally a modest town. However, given that Xishan County is vast yet sparsely populated, particularly in mountainous regions, the population remains low, with the entire town housing fewer than 1,000 residents, resembling more of a village. Nevertheless, it is designated as a town administratively, as the surrounding villages are even smaller, with some consisting of merely dozens of inhabitants. Villages with hundreds of people are considered substantial in the vicinity. Due to the construction of a hydropower station, numerous workers have flocked to the area. Besides the formally employed workers who enjoy meals and accommodation, there are many casual laborers who, although provided only with lunch, receive daily wages that are quite appealing. Consequently, a large number of individuals have arrived. As evening fell, the once tranquil town burst into life, with thousands of residents invigorating the local economy. Bosley, please serve us 4 bowls of lamb noodles, with extra noodles, called a robust man to the busy proprietor. Certainly, I'll have that ready for you shortly. Please take a seat, replied the owner. While awaiting their meal, the 4 companions engaged in conversation. Have you heard? The most critical components of the hydropower project are being handled by a state-owned enterprise, while the remaining work has been contracted out. Those bosses are currently in the process of recruiting, remarked a young man after taking a sip of tea. I've heard about that as well. However, the hiring criteria are quite stringent. They even require a background check to ensure no criminal records, another young man added. That is only reasonable. Given the magnitude and significance of this project, it is a century-long undertaking, and any issues could prove catastrophic. I've heard that there are supervisory teams from above conducting daily inspections. If any problems arise, the contractor could face severe consequences, including imprisonment or worse, said the young man, instinctively recoiling. Nevertheless, the salaries they offer are quite high. I've decided to give it a shot. It seems that the state-owned enterprises have certain prerequisites, including educational qualifications, but private enterprises require only a clean record and physical strength. A stable job that includes meals and lodging is far superior to our current day-to-day labor, he concluded. Your noodles are ready, announced Bosley as he approached with a tray of 4 steaming bowls. Dig in. Afterward, let us check out the newly opened tavern. I've heard there are quite a few young ladies and even some fine horses, he chuckled. Not far from the noodle stall stood a somewhat dilapidated tavern, which, despite its condition, was the best establishment in town. Yet, merchants had begun to construct new hotels on other vacant lots, though that would take time. Congratulations, Boss Wong, on securing the formula for cement number 7. Don't forget your brothers when you strike it rich, a portly middle-aged man chuckled. You're too kind, Boss Zhang. It is the Emperor's generosity that has allowed us to acquire such a favorable formula, rather than letting it be monopolized by the state-owned enterprises. This is indeed fantastic news, replied Boss Wong. Indeed, although our young emperor is still in his youth, he has grown up in the Central Plains, influenced by external ideas, and possesses a more open-minded outlook towards his merchants. The future of the Ming dynasty looks promising, another chimed in. Boss Wong, our company has contracted for a project that requires your cement number 7. We hope you can prioritize our supply. We can make an advance payment of 20%, proposed a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean appearance, raising his glass with a smile. Not at all. I welcome your business, Boss Wong responded graciously. The formula for no. 7 cement is not a gratuitous gift. It is the result of a competitive bidding process and comes with the stipulation of a confidentiality agreement. While it may be lucrative, any breach of confidentiality could lead to severe repercussions for him as the owner, ranging from fines to imprisonment. Therefore, while pursuing profit, he must exercise utmost caution. This no. 7 cement is one of the components of Zhu Zhirui's proprietary cement formula, which boasts the remarkable black iron 5-star technology, encompassing nearly 100 different types of cement. Due to varying classification standards, some of these overlap with existing models worldwide. These are of little value and are publicly available for production by anyone. Additionally, There are 19 types of cement that are currently not available, which may exist but have not been disclosed, either classified or intended for military use. Among these 19 formulations, 5 particularly significant and advanced recipes have been entrusted to state-owned enterprises for security reasons, especially the Paramount Super Cement. The remainder has been auctioned to private enterprises within the Ming Dynasty, all requiring signed confidentiality agreements. The applications of these cements are extensive and practical, capable of replacing the most commonly used types currently available in the market, and their pricing is quite reasonable. On March 27, 2000, as usual, Zhu Zhiruwei prepared early for the morning court session, having adapted to the current schedule over time. "If there are matters to present, please proceed," called the junior palace attendant. Following protocol, Zhu Zhiruwei cast a glance at Zhu Likuan, signaling him to step forward. Indeed, the Minister of Works, Zhu Likuan, understood the cue and stepped forward, declaring, "Your Majesty, I have a matter to present. Since Your Majesty ascended the throne, the Ming Dynasty has entered a phase of rapid development, particularly following the commencement of construction on the Sanjiang River hydropower station. However, I have observed some challenges. Our nation's road infrastructure is inadequate, making transportation arduous and impacting project timelines. As construction scales up, this issue will only exacerbate. Moreover, it is foreseeable that other regions will also enter a phase of rapid development. As the saying goes, to get rich, one must first build roads. It is time for the Ming Dynasty to invest heavily in road construction. Previously, we faced technological challenges and relied on external assistance at a significant cost. However, our country has recently developed several advanced cement technologies and made breakthroughs in machine tool manufacturing. Thus, there are no longer obstacles to our infrastructure development. I propose the construction of several highways domestically to alleviate the increasingly strained transportation pressures." Zhu Likuan spoke with trepidation, as he had appropriated the credit for these insights. Feeling a pang of guilt, yet, there was no alternative. It was the emperor's directive. Zhu Zhiruwei's intentions were straightforward. He anticipated many such opportunities in the future and cared little for the accolades. Instead, an abundance of attention directed toward him could raise suspicions. Distributing the credit among the court officials was a prudent strategy. After all, as emperor, all significant achievements during his reign would reflect positively on him. This approach would also showcase the exceptional capabilities of his ministers, positively influencing the public perception of the government. "What do you esteemed ministers think of Minister Zhu's proposal?" Zhu Zhiruwei inquired, addressing the assembly. "Your Majesty, the act of constructing roads has historically been regarded as a noble endeavor, a commendable achievement of immeasurable merit, and I wholeheartedly concur." Zhang Daoquan was the first to rise in support. Zhu Zhiruwei smiled faintly, having learned from past experiences. He had discreetly conferred with several loyal ministers beforehand, instructing them that their task in the court was to advance this matter and execute it through official channels. "I concur." Minister of Rights Wang Hai also stepped forward to express his support. "I too concurred." Minister of Revenue Yao Muji, Minister of Agriculture Zhu Guiyuan, Minister of Justice Yang Yi, and Minister of War Shui Dingjiang all joined in solidarity. With the prominent figures of the 6 ministries aligned, what further objections could there be? The proposal for such a grand undertaking was thus effortlessly passed, a testament to the various clandestine negotiations that had transpired over the past month. Since Minister Zhu harbors such aspirations, he must have devised a plan. "Let us hear it, so that we may address any gaps," Zhu Zhiruwei suggested. "Indeed, Your Majesty," Zhu Likuan replied. "Following the Ministry of Work survey of the nation's topography and roadways, in conjunction with future economic development, we have formulated a comprehensive grand plan. The construction of national roads necessitates substantial funding and resources, a task that cannot be accomplished within just a year or two. Thus, we intend to implement it in 3 phases. The first phase involves connecting major prefectural cities and the capital, along with key developing cities and scenic areas, through highways constructed to the highest international standards, forming the backbone of the future national transportation network. The second phase will establish a network of roads linking county towns to prefectural cities within the capital and 5 prefectures, as well as some secondary key regions, thereby interconnecting the nation's cities, facilitating swifter travel between them, and ensuring a synergistic road network to foster economic growth across various locales. The final phase aims for every village to be accessible, constructing roads from towns to county cities, from villages to towns, and connecting villages to one another, ultimately achieving a nationwide transportation grid to alleviate the difficulties faced by rural citizens in accessing urban centers, while simultaneously addressing the challenges of transporting rural agricultural products to cities, thereby invigorating rural economic development and effectively resolving poverty issues. Zhu Zhiruwei and the assembled ministers nodded in agreement. The plan is commendable, ambitious, and encompasses numerous facets. Once realized, it is foreseeable that the Ming nation will undergo a profound transformation, though it may require significant financial investment. Fortunately, this is a long-term initiative, allowing for gradual implementation. At present, our immediate focus is on the first phase, constructing the Ming nation's highways, which will be executed in 2 stages. I have previously consulted with Your Majesty and other esteemed officials, and it has been determined that the future Linhai Prefecture will emerge as our nation's port city for external trade, destined to become a hub for cargo transshipment and logistics. Thus, the first phase of the highway will commence from the capital of Linhai Prefecture, proceeding westward through Xijing, Sanjiang Prefecture, and Xishan Prefecture, reaching southward to Shanghai Prefecture. As for the northern route, that can be allocated to the second phase of the project. The construction of the first phase is expected to take approximately 4 to 5 months, Zhu Likuan stated. Initially, the intention was to position Xijing as the focal point. However, after a period of deliberation, Zhu Zhiruwei and the ministers have developed a comprehensive vision for the future of the Great Ming Empire. Linhai County, Situated to the east near the Indian Ocean, boasts exceptional deepwater ports and is envisioned as a bustling commercial port city, as well as a hub for finance and high technology. Xijing, steeped in history, is designated as the political and cultural heart of the empire, serving as the center of power. Xishan County, characterized by its mountainous terrain and sparse population, is rich in mineral resources and will evolve into a center for machinery manufacturing, military bases, and defense factories, ultimately transforming into an industrial park. Sanjiang County, predominantly flat and interspersed with rivers, is densely populated and will serve as the epicenter for agriculture and manufacturing. As for the northern region of Tangshan County, there are no plans as of yet. Such considerations will be made post-feudal reduction. Similarly, Shanghai County in the south remains unplanned for the time being due to its uranium mines and nuclear physics research base, which are best kept under wraps for now, thus delaying large-scale development. In any case, the development of Xijing alongside the three counties will require a significant amount of time. The proposed development line conveniently aligns with the cities along the Sanjiang River, and once this line is fully developed, it would be advantageous to extend influence towards the north and south into Tangshan and Shanghai counties. According to Zhu Likuan's plan, the first phase of the highway resembles an irregular V-shape. How long is this first phase of the highway? What are its specifications? And what is the budget? Inquired Zhang Daoquan. Minister Zhang, the first phase of the highway will stretch 425 kilometers from east to west and 88 kilometers from north to south, totaling 513 kilometers. We intend to construct a 5-lane highway that should suffice for initial development. We have also reserved space for future expansions. Zhu Likuan responded fluently, which pleased Zhang Daoquan, who nodded in approval. As for the timeline, given that the Great Ming Empire lacks prior experience in such endeavors, we have established a flexible schedule. If all goes well, we could complete it in under 4 months. However, it could take up to 5 months if progress is slow. The budget is set at $28.6 billion. Zhu Likuan elaborated. When converted, the average construction cost per kilometer of highway amounts to approximately $75 million, based on the dollar value of the year 2000. The unexpectedly high cost of highway construction surprised Zhu Zhiwei, who accepted the price as it adhered to the highest global standards. Nonetheless, others were taken aback by the expense. Such a high cost for just over 500 kilometers. If this is the price for nationwide construction, how exorbitant would it be? Wang Hai exclaimed, expressing disbelief at the unforeseen expense. Indeed, it is excessively costly. With just half of that amount allocated to our Ministry of War, we could complete an upgrade of military armaments 4 years ahead of schedule, establishing overwhelming superiority in the region. Spending this much on a road seems rather extravagant, interjected Xue Dingjiang, the Minister of War, unable to contain his astonishment. Minister Wang and Minister Xue, this budget has already been significantly compressed after several calculations. It is still a result of the relatively low wages of workers in our Great Ming Empire and the relatively inexpensive materials. After all, both Xishan and Shanghai counties are mountainous, necessitating the excavation of tunnels and such, which does elevate costs somewhat. However, I assure you, this road is indeed a project for the ages. With simple maintenance, it could last 1 or 2 centuries with minimal repairs, ultimately saving a considerable sum in the future, explained Zhu Likuan. His confidence stemmed from the use of super cement, for which he had received the emperor's approval. They intended to construct the highway entirely with this super cement. Of course, for other secondary roads, it may not be feasible to use this material. They might employ grade 3 cement, or even lesser grades. Nonetheless, it would still surpass the best cement available globally. As for the funds for upgrading military equipment, Zhu Likuan immediately cast a pleading glance towards the emperor. Zhu Zhiwei, feeling helpless and unwilling to let Zhu Likuan bear the pressure alone, intervened. The funds for military upgrades have already been allocated by the Ministry of Revenue, so Minister Xue can rest assured. The funding for the road construction will only partially come from the ministry, with the majority to be addressed through the issuance of government bonds. Your Majesty is wise. Zhu Likuan sighed in relief, eager to flatter. Your Majesty is enlightened, Minister Xue remarked. Upon hearing that the funds for military upgrades would not pose an issue, he felt relieved, knowing that road construction was beneficial, particularly for future troop transport. After thorough discussion, the first phase of the highway project was ultimately approved. Zhu Zhiwei then decisively stated, well, since all the esteemed ministers have no objections, we shall proceed with this plan. As for the funds, the ministry will allocate $8.6 billion, and an additional $2 billion will be raised through highway bonds, with a 5-year term and an interest rate set at 6. Your Majesty is enlightened. The ministers chorused. After concluding discussions on the highway, they turned their attention to an industrial park project, which was equally significant, aimed at establishing a large-scale industrial park spanning nearly 300 square kilometers in Xishan County. This industrial park focuses solely on the production of industrial mother machines, commonly known as machine tools, which are vital not only for our Ming Empire, but also for other nations. Zhu Zhiwei was granted a black iron 3-star technology, placing them a decade ahead of the world's most advanced machine tools, necessitating careful planning and a degree of confidentiality regarding some extremely advanced CNC machine tools. Thus, the machine tool project was classified into 4 generations. The first generation of machine tools corresponds to the level of technology prior to 1980, with relevant technologies directly sold to domestic private enterprises through bidding, permitting private production and sales, though confidentiality is paramount. Any leaks will incur heavy fines, and severe cases may lead to imprisonment. Do not underestimate the machine tool technology prior to 1980, for it remains competitively priced in the international market. Such a notion is a grave misconception. Each nation guards its technological advancements closely, often being merely 2 decades behind the most contemporary innovations. In fact, for the majority of countries worldwide, this technology remains relatively advanced and holds significant competitiveness in the global arena. Additionally, Certain mechanical components can be produced using these comparatively outdated machine tools without necessitating overly sophisticated equipment. Second-generation machine tools, reflecting the standards from 1980 to 1995, are indeed quite advanced on a global scale, with no more than 15 countries capable of independent production. They are classified at a confidentiality level B, with public enterprises permitted to bid for production rights. Yet the technology remains under strict confidentiality. Any breach could result in life imprisonment. Third-generation machine tools, indicative of the pinnacle of technology around 1995, are classified at a level S of confidentiality and are currently the most sought after in the market. Only a maximum of 3 nations possess the capability for their production, and they are poised to become a flagship product for the Great Ming nation. Access to bidding for these machine tools is restricted to the elite, specifically those of baron rank or above, as a privilege granted by Zhuzhurui. Notably, the technology is compartmentalized into 50 distinct categories, ensuring that no single entity can produce the complete set, thereby minimizing potential losses in the event of a leak. Given the elevated confidentiality level, any breach could lead to demotion or even capital punishment for the principal offenders, prompting a culture of extreme caution. Fourth-generation machine tools, representing the zenith of technology as of 2010, are classified at a level SSS of confidentiality and are produced by state-owned enterprises exclusively for domestic high-tech manufacturing. With exports strictly prohibited, detection of any breach would be deemed treason, punishable by death, executed without delay. All enterprises that succeed in the bidding process will be established within this industrial park, which signifies that this facility will be capable of producing a comprehensive range of machine tools from the first to the fourth generation, thereby becoming the industrial heart of the Great Ming nation, fueling its mechanical and heavy industry development. The initial funding for the construction of this industrial park is derived from this auction, which garnered a total of $1.4 billion to be entirely allocated to the park's first phase, a veritable windfall. In the side hall of the Qianxing Palace, Your Majesty, this is the 7th version of the Qianxing Tongbao. Please review it and see if it meets your satisfaction, Yao Muji indicated, pointing to the coins laid out on the table. Qianxing Tongbao is the name of the new currency soon to be issued by the Great Ming nation, akin to the renminbi of Huagua, with Qianxing being the era name of Zhuzhurui. With great interest, Zhuzhurui examined each denomination, this being the 7th iteration presented by Yao Muji, who had grown increasingly anxious after the rejection of the previous 6 versions. The Qianxing Tongbao, like leading global currencies, will consist of both banknotes and coins. The banknotes will feature 6 denominations, starting from 1 yuan, followed by 5, 10, 20, 50, and culminating at 100 yuan. The coins will encompass 4 denominations, ascending from 1 fun to 5 fun, 25 fun, and finally 50 fun. Initially, according to the first version proposed by Yao Muji, the currency was to be categorized based on the traditional system of guan, but it was outright rejected by Zhuzhurui. The second version was calculated using gold, silver, and copper denominations. However, this too was dismissed, as we have long since moved beyond the gold standard. There was no need for such complexity. Simply referring to the currency as yuan and fun would suffice. The rationale behind this decision was twofold. Firstly, the populace harbored a strong aversion to the previous banknotes, which had become virtually worthless. Maintaining the same nomenclature might not only incite public resistance, but could also lead to significant errors in conversion, given that the old system had been in use for over a century, fostering habitual miscalculations. Thus, it was deemed prudent to eliminate the old terminology altogether. Secondly, this approach aligns with contemporary global trends. Most nations have adopted similar practices. Our Great Ming dynasty aspires to emulate these prominent countries. Thus, it would be wiser to conform rather than innovate unnecessarily. Zhuzhurui himself found this straightforward approach far more aesthetically pleasing. The reasoning was quite simple. Yet who could contest the emperor's decree? After Yao Muji's attempts at persuasion proved fruitless, he was left with no choice but to comply with the emperor's wishes. The 100 yuan note would bear the likeness of the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, the Zhengwen emperor, depicted from existing portraits as no photographs existed from centuries past. The 50 yuan note would feature the visage of the illustrious Sejong emperor, who first unified the islands of Nanyang, while the 20 yuan note would display the image of the Wuzong emperor, who nearly accomplished the same feat during his reign, a time when photographs were indeed available, providing a true likeness. The 10 yuan note would bear Zhuzhurui's own image, symbolizing his ambition to robustly develop the Ming dynasty and restore its power over Nanyang, showcasing his aspirations boldly. As for the 1 yuan note, it would not feature a portrait but instead depict the main gate of Xijing City, the Zhengyang Gate, complete with its tower and a section of the city wall, signifying the political and authoritative heart of the Ming dynasty. The coins would correspond to the 4 noble flowers, plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum, representing the gentleman's appreciation of wealth acquired through just means. Excellent. I am thoroughly pleased with this version. Let us proceed with its issuance, Zhuzhurui proclaimed, nodding in approval after examining the currency. This brought a quiet sigh of relief to Yao Muji, who genuinely feared another rejection from the emperor, knowing that such whims could lead to long nights of labor for them. This version shall be preserved for my collection, Zhuzhurui remarked, finding a fondness for this initial edition. He also decided to keep the 6 unsatisfactory versions, recognizing that this was the first currency issued after his ascension, thus holding significant commemorative value for the future. Yes, Your Majesty, Yao Muji replied, having grown accustomed to such whims. Even if the emperor chose not to keep it, he had already resolved to return and organize the materials for presentation. By the way, upon your return, commence the printing process immediately to replace the currency currently held by the populace. The previous banknotes carried excessive denominations that I can no longer abide. The Qianxing Tongbao must ensure the robustness of our currency, and we must absolutely avoid any substantial depreciation akin to that of the previous notes, Zhuzhurui reminded firmly. Your Majesty, rest assured that the Qian Shengtong Bao is backed by gold and other precious metals, along with sufficient foreign exchange reserves. Furthermore, with the energy resources you previously mentioned, once the Sanjiang hydroelectric power station is completed, the annual energy output alone will be ample to sustain the value of our Qian Shengtong Bao, confidently asserted Yao Muji. Moreover, when issuing the new currency, it is imperative to remain vigilant regarding international capital so that they do not undermine our financial reform, cautioned Zhu Zhiruwei. Indeed, Your Majesty. I have already devised corresponding countermeasures to ensure absolute security, Yao Muji asserted with confidence. Very well, you may take your leave, the emperor replied. Since Yao Muji had already considered these matters, Zhu Zhiruwei chose not to add further comment. I take my leave, he said, with the emperor's approval. The Bank of the Great Ming Empire commenced the meticulous printing of the Qian Shengtong Bao, utilizing a batch of high-precision templates custom designed by the most advanced sample machinery, which would remain unmatched for at least the next 10 to 20 years, as other templates could not achieve such accuracy. By that time, the Great Ming Kingdom would have transformed considerably, possibly issuing even more sophisticated anti-counterfeiting currencies, or perhaps transitioning entirely to digital currency. After Yao Muji departed, Chuanqi entered and said, Your Majesty, the Grand Minister of Agriculture has sent a batch of personal care items, including electric toothbrushes and toothpaste, intended for you and the ladies. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhiruwei recalled the electric toothbrush he had given him, realizing that large-scale production was underway, gearing up for market release. The Grand Minister of Agriculture also mentioned pricing for the toothbrushes. Zhu Zhiruwei inquired, Your Majesty, your wisdom is unparalleled, indeed. The Grand Minister specified that there are two models of the electric toothbrush, a premium version and a deluxe version. The suggested retail price for the premium version is $399, while the deluxe version is priced at $66. The toothpaste is uniformly priced at $18 per tube. Chuanqi discreetly glanced at her notes as she spoke. Though the prices seemed somewhat steep, Zhu Zhiruwei recognized that the electric toothbrush was designed for the middle class and above, making the pricing reasonable. April 5, 2000. Marked a momentous day for the Great Ming Kingdom, as crowds gathered outside all bank branches in the capital and 5 provinces. The television stations devoted significant airtime to promote the Qian Shengtong Bao, prompting Zhu Zhiruwei to personally record a program endorsing the new currency, thereby heightening public anticipation. Each bank branch was adorned with banners and billboards that elaborated on the benefits of the new currency and outlined the exchange rules for the Qian Shengtong Bao. The specific regulations were as follows. 1. The Qian Shengtong Bao will utilize an official fixed exchange rate, with $1 exchangeable for 5 Qian Shengtong Bao, and vice versa. 2. 220,000 Great Ming banknotes can be exchanged for 1 Qian Shengtong Bao. 3. Other foreign currencies will be exchanged for Qian Shengtong Bao based on their exchange rate against the USD. 4. Gold and other precious metals will be exchanged for the corresponding Qian Shengtong Bao based on the average international gold price from the previous month. The 5th regulation stipulates that the final redemption deadline is 2400 hours on April 30, 2000. Beginning May 1st, the currency attributes of the precious notes will be abolished, and the circulation of any currency other than the Qian Shengtong Bao will be prohibited nationwide, including foreign currencies, which will also be banned from use within the country. Although this 5th regulation appears somewhat coercive, the Ming Empire has always been a centralized authority, and the populace has grown accustomed to such policies. If exchanges were permitted indiscriminately, the consequences could be unpredictable. Thus, a firm stance was adopted for enforcement. Fortunately, ample time has been granted for exchanges. During this period, the Ming Empire Bank will operate 24 hours a day, with employees working in shifts. With just over 20 days remaining and a national population of only 35 million, not everyone is expected to come forth for exchange. It is estimated that those who actually partake will be fewer than 5 million. So if everyone acts promptly, completion should be swift. The first regulation, while seemingly allowing for mutual exchange, is in fact restricted, merely unstated. The exchange of US dollars for Qian Shengtong Bao is unlimited. However, converting Qian Shengtong Bao back into US dollars is subject to restrictions, known as foreign exchange controls. Different enterprises and individuals face monetary limits to prevent capital outflow and to deter international brokers from speculating on the currency within the Ming Empire, which could undermine financial reforms. Should they dare to come, they would be dealt with decisively. Exchanging in is easy, but leaving is laden with constraints. It is not that one is prohibited from exchanging out, but rather that there is an annual limit on the amount one can convert. For the highly liquid international financial giants, such constraints are untenable. The second regulation was initially proposed by Yao Muji to set the exchange rate at 230,000 guan for 1 yuan. However, it was rejected by Zhu Zhiruwei, as the devaluation of currency was a consequence of their actions, and the burden of such outcomes should not fall upon the common people. The 4th regulation aims to bolster the gold reserves of the Ming Empire Bank. Truth be told, had it not been for Zhu Zhiruwei's unwavering confidence in the stability of the Qian Shengtong Bao, such an action might be perceived as unscrupulous, akin to the issuance of fiat currency during the Republic era, which primarily served to plunder the wealth of the populace. Zhu Zhiruwei's intentions, however, are not aligned with such malfeasance. Hence, he resolutely established this regulation, believing that as long as he does not err, and as long as the Qian Shengtong Bao retains its value, any doubts or discussions will eventually dissipate. Gao Tian, a renowned journalist from Shijing Television, once again took to the streets, arriving at the entrance of the Shijing City Bank's business hall. Observing the long line forming at the entrance, he signaled to the cameraman behind him to swiftly approach the queue. He chose to interview a middle-aged man, inquiring, "Hello, I am Gao Tian from Shijing Television. May I ask you a few questions?" The middle-aged man, initially taken aback, glanced at the camera with a silly expression. After clearing his throat and shaking off his earlier impatience, he smiled and replied, "Yes, of course. I recognize you. I am your fan. Aren't you that famous journalist? Gao Gao? Gao Tian reminded him, suppressing an eye roll in his mind, but the journalist's professionalism compelled him to maintain a smile. Yes, Gao Tian, the esteemed journalist. The middle-aged man swallowed nervously, realizing he might have been slightly rude, and quickly added, what would you like to ask? I am an open book. Gao Tian focused his mind and inquired, good sir, are you queuing to exchange for the new currency? Indeed. Look here, this entire sack is filled with precious notes. I have some at home as well, but I cannot take them all at once. It would be too cumbersome, the middle-aged man lamented. Chapter 90. An urgent situation. Why don't you deposit it in the bank? Gao Tian asked with curiosity. There is some in the bank too. This money comes from my recent business earnings. I simply haven't had the opportunity to deposit it yet. Now, I aim to convert it all into Qian Shengtong Bao. The man explained. Do not be misled by the sackful of money. One must understand that these precious notes hold little value. A single meal could easily cost a thick stack of them. What is your opinion on the newly issued Qian Shengtong Bao? Do you trust this new currency? Gao Tian probed further. How could I not trust it? Of course I do. His Majesty himself stated on television that he guarantees the stability of Qian Shengtong Bao. What he says must be true, the middle-aged man asserted. Gao Tian was at a loss for words. This was an interview. Could he really claim that the emperor is fallible? Such remarks could only be made in private, not on television, unless one wished to forfeit their position. Naturally. But, good sir, do you have any grievances regarding this currency exchange? Gao Tian continued. The timing is simply too rushed. It delays my ability to set up for the day's business. However, once there is only one currency in circulation, it will certainly simplify matters. You cannot imagine. Especially for small business owners like us, receiving multiple forms of currency daily can lead to missed opportunities if one does not recognize them, the middle-aged man complained. What are your thoughts on exchanging hard currency like gold for Qian Shengtong Bao? Gao Tian asked. Did the television not clarify? It is only gold bricks, bars, and jewelry that need not be exchanged. What difference does it make? Gold bricks and bars are meant for value preservation. We trust His Majesty's Qian Shengtong Bao. So exchanging them is certainly feasible, the man replied. Of course, this is merely one perspective. Some affluent individuals will undoubtedly hoard gold bars. This is understandable. Zhu Zhiruwei would not send people to confiscate them one by one. It is simply a matter of principle. If you choose not to exchange your gold, that is acceptable. But it will not be permitted to circulate. Outside, the atmosphere was lively with the exchange of Qian Shengtong Bao, but within the Luwang Palace, the mood was markedly different. What is the public's attitude toward the new currency exchange? The Luwang inquired. Your Highness, aside from our 5 counties, the response has been overwhelmingly positive and enthusiastic, Li Feng replied. And what of the people within our territories? The Luwang pressed. Li Feng hesitated before responding. The Luwang thundered, speak. Although not as fervent as outside, many citizens have begun to exchange for the new currency. The young emperor has even dispatched individuals to our territories to facilitate this process, to encourage more citizens to exchange their currency. They have even organized events offering food and gifts in exchange for the new notes. Some citizens, lured by these small incentives, have participated, Li Feng explained. Unbelievable. This is a blatant provocation against me. The Luwang fumed. They became aware of the forthcoming issuance of new currency before the common people, which led them to sever the signal from the Western Capital television station, conduct internal military training, and commence a campaign to promote the merits of Lord Lu while denouncing the various misdeeds of the young emperor. They were preparing for the imminent cleansing of the ruling faction, and the situation was nearing a point of open confrontation with the Western capital. However, due to the absence of a formal rupture and the fact that they had not imprisoned all officials from the Western capital within the 5 counties, normal activities could still be carried out in that region. My lord, should we close the borders and expel all the people from the Western capital, or even eliminate them? Inquired Li Feng. Lord Lu, the god of war, swiftly regained his composure. No, a moment's impatience may ruin a grand plan. We require time and legitimacy. Since our aim is to cleanse the ruling faction, we cannot appear to be the insurgents. Should we openly expel or even kill those from the Western capital, it would be tantamount to declaring our rebellion to the world. However, if the young emperor's maneuver leads to the populace exchanging their currency, and after May, the old notes are no longer recognized, then the money we hold will become worthless. Should we not also exchange? Li Feng expressed his concern. Lord Lu tapped his fingers on the table and, after a considerable pause, replied, let us exchange the currency, but let the gold and foreign currency be. Yes, my lord. In the Qianqing Palace, your majesty, Commander Yi requests an audience, reported Xuanqi. Let him enter, commanded Zhu Zhiruwei as he exited the chamber. Minister Yi Tang pays his respects to your majesty. May our sovereign live for 10,000 years, Yi Tang proclaimed. No need for formalities, Zhu Zhiruwei replied. Thank you, your majesty. The External Affairs Bureau has reported significant military intelligence, and upon verification, I hasten to inform your majesty, Yi Tang stated. What intelligence? Zhu Zhiruwei inquired. Furrowing his brow, sensing the gravity of the situation, Lord Lu has procured military supplies worth $600 million from the Arctic Bear Arms dealer, consisting primarily of heavy weaponry, particularly numerous anti-aircraft guns. After thorough confirmation, I can assure you this information is accurate, and the ships carrying the munitions are en route. Expected to arrive in Lord Lu's territory within 10 days, Yi Tang conveyed, his anxiety palpable. The Ming dynasty's ability to suppress Lord Lu stemmed from the strength of its air force. Once the opponent amassed a substantial arsenal of anti-aircraft weapons, the air force would lose its deterrent capability. Moreover, the elite guards of the army may not match the strength of Lord Lu's auxiliary forces, especially since the Ming's own elite guard had yet to complete its military upgrades. Do we not have a navy that could intercept the vessels? Zhu Zhiruwei asked. Your majesty, I fear that may not be feasible. If their ships enter our waters, we can issue a warning, but if they conduct their transactions at sea with Lord Lu, We would be unable to take action without provoking the Arctic bear. The disparity in our strengths is too great, and should they fully support Lord Liu, the situation would become even more perilous, Yi Tang explained. Could we not wait until they complete their transaction and then sink Lord Liu's vessels? Zhu Zhuwei queried. Your Majesty, that too is not possible. Longhai County, within Lord Liu's territory, is coastal, although it lacks a deep water port like Linhai County. They have deployed numerous coastal artillery pieces along the shoreline to deter our navy, Yi Tang lamented. It is exceedingly frustrating. Since a direct approach proves futile, let us adopt a more subtle strategy. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. I intend to execute a decapitation operation, entirely dismantling the residence of the Duke of Liu. Without their leader, we shall effortlessly take control of the Duke's fiefdom. I am confident that the people and soldiers remain loyal to the Great Ming Dynasty, Zhu Zhuwei declared. Yi Tang shook his head, saying, Your Majesty, this may not be feasible. The Duke of Liu's defenses are remarkably robust. Penetrating their stronghold may pose a significant challenge. Zhu Zhuwei smiled slightly, responding, You need not be concerned about that. You have witnessed the prowess of my Imperial Guard. With their intervention, even 10 Dukes of Liu could be dealt with swiftly. Chapter 91. A toast to relinquish military power. Zhu Zhuwei held unwavering confidence in this matter. No one understood the might of the shadowy Imperial Guards better than he. To the denizens of Blue Star, they were akin to a cheat code, effortlessly infiltrating the Duke's residence to carry out the operation. Upon hearing this, Yi Tang paused momentarily, then recalled the scene he had witnessed that night at the royal tomb. He shivered slightly. Indeed, if those formidable individuals took action, success might be within reach. Your Majesty, this is worth considering. However, it cannot be executed at present. The Duke of Liu is, after all, your imperial ancestor, a renowned warrior of our Great Ming. Should you take his life, it would severely tarnish your reputation. Our dynasty has always upheld filial piety in governance. Such an action would be counterproductive, Yi Tang advised. Zhu Zhuwei pondered this and realized he had perhaps oversimplified the matter. It was not merely about violence. He was now an emperor, not a rogue assassin. His responsibilities were far more complex, and every action was a reflection of the people's expectations. Alas, Zhu Zhuwei sighed softly, then contemplated. While I cannot slay him or initiate an attack, his extravagant procurement of military supplies surely indicates preparations for rebellion. I shall wait for him to make the first move. Given his advanced age, it is likely he will falter before me. Once he acts, I shall have the justification to confront him, since a direct confrontation is unwise, and a subtle approach is equally impractical. Zhu Zhuwei resolved to engage in a battle of endurance. Let us see who can outlast him, as long as he strikes first. I shall unleash a formidable force upon him, demonstrating the terror of an empowered adversary. As for prolonging this standoff, Zhu Zhuwei feared it the least. The longer the delay, the stronger the Ming dynasty would grow, and their foundations would deepen, rendering their resistance increasingly futile. Your Majesty is wise, Yi Tang remarked. Relieved that the emperor had abandoned the notion of a decapitation operation, keep a close watch on them. Inform me immediately of any developments, Zhu Zhuwei commanded. Yes, Your Majesty. I will mobilize additional personnel and personally oversee the Duke of Liu, Yi Tang affirmed. Very well, you may leave. Zhu Zhuwei nodded in acknowledgement. As he watched Yi Tang depart, Zhu Zhuwei sat in contemplation for a while, then slammed his hand on the table, muttering, I can no longer afford to wait. It is time for me to take action. He turned to Qiu Yin and instructed, Qiu Yin, summon Minister Shui of the military department and Duke Su to see me. Yes, Your Majesty, Qiu Yin responded before departing. Spring Shi, what time is it? Zhu Zhuwei inquired. Reporting to Your Majesty, it is already 4 in the afternoon. Came the reply. Prepare the royal dining room. I shall dine with Minister Shui and Duke Su this evening, commanded Zhu Zhuwei. Understood. At 5:50, Shui Dingjiang and Su Ziwan arrived simultaneously at the main entrance of Zy Palace. Salutations, Duke Su, Shui Dingjiang greeted respectfully. Minister Shui, has His Majesty summoned you to the palace as well? Duke Su inquired, his outward smile contrasting with his inner confusion. Indeed, Shui Dingjiang nodded, his own heart racing with uncertainty regarding the emperor's intentions. Initially, he had assumed the summons pertained to military upgrades, but it appeared far more intricate. Your Majesty, Minister Shui and Duke Su have arrived, announced Xia Su. Admit them and serve the dishes, replied Zhu Zhuwei. Yes, Your Majesty. Minister Shui Dingjiang, Duke Su, pays his respects to Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Shui Dingjiang, a middle-aged man appearing to be in his late 40s, had previously faced exile due to his defiance against the late emperor. After the Empress Dowager requested him to educate Zhu Zhuwei, the latter seized the opportunity to reinstate him as Minister of War. Consequently, his loyalty surged to 88, and subsequent engagements elevated it to 90. Be at ease. Zhu Zhuwei smiled gently, exuding a refreshing aura. He turned to Dong Pan, instructing, prepare chairs and utensils for Minister Shui and Duke Su. I wish to dine with them. Yes, I shall attend to it at once. Your Majesty, Shui Dingjiang hesitated, pondering whether to express his concern about the lengthy discussions anticipated for the evening, given he had already dined. However, he refrained, knowing it would be unwise to voice such a thought. Please, take a seat. Thank you, Your Majesty. Reluctantly, Shui Dingjiang complied. While Duke Su followed suit in silence. What directive does Your Majesty have for us? Shui Dingjiang asked, his body tense. Do not fret. We have yet to share a meal together. Zhu Zhuwei gestured. Let us converse as we dine. The previous occasion during the Spring Festival does not count, as there were too many attendees. Come, I propose a toast to both of you, for you are the pillars of our Great Ming Dynasty, my esteemed ministers. Your servant dares not. I shall drink, Shui Dingjiang replied, startled as he nearly spilled his wine, but ultimately consumed it in one gulp. Duke Su, though less flustered, also drank deeply, expressing gratitude for the emperor's libation, feeling a sense of reassurance as he was the future father-in-law of the emperor. despite the uncertainty surrounding the emperor's intentions. Minister Shui, Duke Su, there is no need for such trepidation. I desire a closer rapport between us, rather than a cold master-servant dynamic. Being from the Central Plains, my upbringing differs from that of the Ming court, and I find overly formal interactions rather unappealing. Relax, it will ease my heart as well. Can you comprehend my sentiments? Minister Shui? Zhu Zhirui spoke earnestly. I understand, and I shall strive to adapt. I toast to your majesty, Shui Dingjiang replied, seizing the moment. Ha ha ha, come, let us drink. After a sumptuous feast, where wine flowed and dishes were plentiful, Zhu Zhirui set down his chopsticks. Noticing this, Shui Dingjiang and Duke Su promptly followed suit. Sensing that his majesty was about to address a matter of significance, Duke Su, Minister Shui, I wish to reform the military system. I wonder if you would be inclined to lend your support? Zhu Zhirui appeared nonchalant, yet an air of inscrutability enveloped him, intensifying the pressure felt by the two men. After a moment of silence, Shui Dingjiang spoke first. I concur with your majesty's desire for military reform. However, we must proceed with caution, taking one step at a time. Duke Su, overhearing this, silently cursed the traitor. Indeed, the Ministry of War possessed the authority only to mobilize troops, lacking command over them. Genuine reforms would most significantly affect the five armies' command, making Shui Dingjiang's concession to the emperor quite reasonable. Although Duke Su was to be the emperor's future father-in-law, he was reluctant to relinquish his military power. Yet, now, Zhu Zhirui's piercing gaze bore down on Su Ziyuan, compelling him to respond. I am naturally willing to support you, your majesty. Su Ziyuan quickly realized that in the face of imperial authority, it mattered not if he were the future father-in-law or the current one. Defiance could lead to dire consequences, unless one were to rebel. Submission to the emperor's will was the only option. Rebellion was out of the question. It was merely a matter of surrendering military authority. He would still retain his status as a first-class duke, and his family possessed ancestral documents guaranteeing their nobility. Furthermore, his daughter was destined to become a future consort. With such a prominent position, his allegiance to the state was a foregone conclusion. Ha ha ha, splendid. Both of you are truly wise. Allow me to toast to you once more. Zhu Zhirui felt a surge of elation within. He had long desired to undertake this endeavor, initially intending to wait until his marriage to Su Ziqing, which would have fortified his position further. After all, such opportunities are rare. Failure could necessitate a more forceful approach. Not only did he wish to leverage the connection with Su Ziqing, but he also aspired to seize military control through gentle means. Instigating chaos would only serve to provide openings for external adversaries. However, circumstances had begun to spiral beyond his control, and he needed to expedite his grasp on the military. Hence, he resorted to pressuring Su Ziyuan through Shui Dingjiang. Though his actions may seem somewhat unscrupulous, as emperor, it was only natural to wish for military authority. I dare not refuse. I shall comply, your majesty. Shui Dingjiang and Su Ziyuan quickly drained their cups. Zhu Zhirui shook his head slightly, chuckling before finishing his drink as well. The following day, after the morning court, Zhu Zhirui, under the protection of the Imperial Guard, swiftly made his way to the northwest camp in Shijing City. This camp served as the headquarters for the 50,000 Imperial Guards. Among them, 30,000 were stationed in the northwest camp, directly safeguarding Shijing City, while the remaining 20,000 were dispersed across the four surrounding counties, each with 5,000 guards, thus forming a protective perimeter around the capital. As previously mentioned, the 30,000 guards equipped with fully automatic weapons were those stationed in the northwest camp, while the remaining 20,000 continued to utilize semi-automatic arms. Minister Su Ziyuan, accompanied by his valiant soldiers, respectfully presented themselves before your majesty. Long live the emperor. Su Ziyuan had arrived early at the gates of the military camp, and upon spotting the imperial carriage approaching, he promptly led his men in a show of reverence. Please. No need for formalities, said Zhu Zhirui as he stepped out of the vehicle, raising a hand slightly. Thank you, your majesty. Allow me to guide you on a tour of the northern camp. It is my first visit here since ascending the throne, Zhu Zhirui continued. Su Ziyuan, perplexed, wondered what the emperor was up to. He had anticipated that the emperor would come to assume command of the troops directly. Nevertheless, he complied, saying, Yes, your majesty. The northwestern camp sprawled across a vast area, and fortunately, Zhu Zhirui was no sheltered monarch, having recently honed his physical prowess. However, upon his initial glance, he resolved to relocate the northwestern camp outside the city. The future expansion of Shijing City would undoubtedly require more space, and maintaining such a large military encampment within the city would be a waste. As for security, he would ensure that the enemy would never have the opportunity to assault Shijing City. Otherwise, the presence of 30,000 troops would be rendered futile. Your majesty, this is where the soldiers rest. Su Ziyuan indicated a row of three-story barracks. Come, let us enter and take a look, Zhu Zhirui stated, proceeding toward an open door without waiting for Su Ziyuan's objection. Inside the room, soldiers were present. At first, they were taken aback by the unexpected visitor. As they recognized him, some rubbed their eyes in disbelief, standing in stunned silence, even oblivious to the items that fell from their hands. It was unclear who reacted first, but soon one soldier knelt on one knee, performing the highest military salute. Your majesty, long live the emperor. The others quickly followed suit, echoing the sentiment. Please. No need for formalities, Zhu Zhirui said, then inquired, May I come in and take a look? His tone was sincere. Your majesty, please, they replied. As Zhu Zhirui entered the room, he surveyed his surroundings. The place was relatively tidy, the bedding neatly folded. Yet, it paled in comparison to the immaculate standards of the Huagua barracks. The young soldiers, however, exhibited an admirable spirit. Zhu Zhirui casually sat on one of the beds, intending to speak, but the bed's occupant stammered, Your majesty, this humble bed is not clean. Zhu Zhirui waved his hand dismissively. Where is it unclean? I find it very orderly. I once occupied such a bed during my university years, albeit on the upper bunk, and it was far less pristine than this. Zhu Jirui's affable demeanor exceeded everyone's expectations. Following this exchange, the atmosphere lightened considerably, and in the hearts of the soldiers, Zhu Jirui's stature was elevated. The emperor did not scorn their humble conditions, but rather praised them. They would gladly lay down their lives for such a ruler. This was merely a small stratagem to win the hearts of the people. Yet Zhu Jirui believed that the image of a respectful and approachable emperor would swiftly spread throughout the army. Although there was an element of performance involved, he still executed it. Meanwhile, Su Ziyuan observed silently, his admiration for the emperor growing. With such a sovereign at the helm, the future of the Ming dynasty appeared promising, and he found solace in letting go of any previous discomfort. How is life in the military? Zhu Jirui casually inquired. Your Majesty, life is quite satisfactory. In recent years, our Great Ming has grown increasingly powerful, and our provisions now allow for a daily meal that includes meat. The young soldier smiled, a genuine expression of contentment. Indeed, that is reassuring. Only when our troops are well fed can they train effectively and safeguard our homeland, affirmed Zhu Jirui, who then turned to Su Ziyuan and remarked, Duke Su. Henceforth, our military must not only be adequately nourished, but also engage professional nutritionists to ensure a scientifically balanced diet, thereby safeguarding the physical and mental well-being of our soldiers. Yes, Your Majesty, I shall remember that. What is the usual intensity of your training? Is it strenuous? Zhu Jirui inquired further. Your Majesty, our regiment conducts minor training every 2 days and major training every 5 days. The intensity is manageable, and the troops do not find it overly taxing, replied another soldier. Zhu Jirui nodded slightly, remaining silent, yet internally noting that the training volume seemed somewhat insufficient, although it is indeed more rigorous compared to ancient times. As a modern military force, this level of training is inadequate, even for the elite imperial guards. One can only imagine the training conditions of the garrison troops. This needs rectification. After conversing for a while longer, Zhu Jirui rose and said, Very well, I shall not intrude upon your rest any longer. We bid you farewell. Your Majesty, Duke Su, please guide me to observe other areas. Upon exiting the chamber, Zhu Jirui continued, Certainly, Your Majesty. After walking a short distance, Su Ziyuan pointed towards a distant warehouse and said, Your Majesty, that is our armory. By the way, which country do we primarily procure our equipment from in the Great Ming? Zhu Jirui inquired with interest. In response, Your Majesty, most of our acquisitions are from the Arctic Bear, with some sourced from Europe and America. In recent years, Huagua's military supplies have improved significantly, offering excellent quality at reasonable prices. For this round of military upgrades, we intend to procure from Huagua, Su Ziyuan explained. Thanks to Zhu Jirui, the relationship between the Great Ming and Huagua has deepened. Essentially, anything available for purchase in Huagua is prioritized, with European and American options as a secondary choice. After all, Huagua is our motherland. Although Zhu Jirui's efforts may provide limited assistance to Huagua, the increasing collaboration in the future will foster mutual support and development. Huagua seeks to enhance its influence in Asia, while Ming aims to bolster its presence in Africa and the Middle East, establishing a new axis of power that disrupts Western hegemony and alleviates isolation. However, to achieve this, the Great Ming must be sufficiently strong. Otherwise, rather than aiding Huagua, it may hinder its progress. Ultimately, the foundation lies in becoming formidable enough to earn universal respect. Otherwise, all efforts are rendered futile. Do we not possess our own military factories in our nation? Zhu Jirui inquired. Your Majesty, indeed, our domestic military factories are capable of producing only semi-automatic rifles and ammunition, along with some small-caliber artillery and armored vehicles from the Second World War. However, these are antiquated compared to international standards. Serving merely as adequate for our islands in the South Seas, they would be unremarkable elsewhere. This urgency in rearmament arises as the nations of the South Seas begin their own upgrades, and once they complete their transitions, it is conceivable that their combat effectiveness could double. Su Ziyuan reiterated the necessity of rearmament. Have I not already allocated a sum for this purpose? What progress have you made thus far? Inquired Zhu Jirui. Although he anticipated rewards for reforming the military, such changes would require time, and the Ming Empire could not afford to wait. The distinction between possessing weapons and lacking them is substantial, and if we fall behind other nations, we cannot predict their potential aggression. Thus, he authorized another allocation of funds, aiming to synchronize the pace of rearmament with that of other nations. Your Majesty, that amount is insufficient. We currently possess the resources. Why not complete the military upgrades in one go? It may even present an opportunity to unify the entire island. Su Ziyuan proposed, revealing his ulterior motive. Zhu Jirui shook his head, responding, Now is not the opportune moment. Even if we complete the upgrades ahead of others, mere superiority does not equate to unification. Should we act prematurely, foreign powers will undoubtedly interfere, resulting in greater losses. Rather than pursuing such a course, it would be wiser to invest in domestic development, ensuring our military capabilities are at least on par with, if not slightly superior to, those of our rivals, thereby maintaining the requisite deterrence. Su Ziyuan sought to argue further, yet Zhu Jirui's tone was resolute. This time, I will either act decisively or not at all. If I do, it shall be a singular decisive battle to establish our dominance through overwhelming strength. Even if external forces attempt to intervene, I shall not afford them the opportunity to mobilize, and should they dare to engage, I will strike them down, demonstrating the might of the Ming Empire and ensuring they never dare to meddle in the affairs of the South Seas again. Hearing the emperor's words ignited Su Ziyuan's fervor. Is such a feat truly achievable? He found it hard to believe that such a day could come. It will be, undoubtedly. As long as the Ming Empire continues on its current trajectory, we shall soon leave other nations in our wake. It will be a natural progression. Zhu Jirui asserted with confidence. I believe your Majesty will undoubtedly achieve this. If I could witness the unification of the South Seas under your reign in my lifetime, I would die without regret, Su Ziyuan exclaimed passionately. Zhu Zhuorui remained silent, contemplating that by that time, Su would find it difficult to meet his end. He envisioned the advent of genetic serums. Once available, as a prince and his own father-in-law, Su would surely be among the first to benefit from them. How could he possibly perish? Throughout the journey, Zhu Zhuorui absorbed the layout and scale of the entire Northwest Grand Camp, gaining insights into the composition and personnel of the Imperial Guard, as well as detailed information regarding their ages. The Imperial Guard, as the capital's military, had a structure distinct from the garrison and the Imperial Forced Army, with ranks organized from the highest to the lowest as follows: Army, Battalion, Regiment, Post, Team, and Section. The military structure of the Imperial Guard consists of 5 armies, totaling 50,000 personnel. Each unit is organized as follows. A Wu comprises 5 individuals, a Shi, 2 Wu, totaling 10. A DUI consists of 5 Shi, amounting to 50. A Xiao encompasses 2 DUI, equating to 100. A Zong leads 5 Xiao, thus comprising 500. A Ing, which commands 5 Zong, totals 2,500. And finally, an army, which consists of 4 Ing, culminating in 10,000 soldiers. The officers commanding these respective units also possess specific titles. The titles of Wu Chong, Shi Chong, DUI Lu, and Xiao Chong are straightforward, but from the rank of Zong onwards, the nomenclature becomes more complex. The leader of 500 soldiers, known as Ba Zong, may also have a commander of 2 Zong, referred to as Qian Zong. Above this, the leader of a Ing is termed Yu Ji Jiang Jun, while the commander of an army is called Zong Bing. This nomenclature pertains primarily to the principal officers, with corresponding deputy titles as well. Zhu Zhuorui found himself bewildered by this structure. It was only those raised in or well acquainted with the Great Ming who could comprehend it. This presented a significant issue, especially as the Great Ming had embarked on an international stage. Given the evolution of warfare through the 2 world wars, it became evident that a reform of the military's organization was imperative, aligning it with contemporary standards suitable for modern warfare with firearms. Zhu Zhuorui resolved to initiate reforms not only to the military structure, but also to the titles of the officers. Lord Duke, convey this message. I wish to meet with all officers of the rank of Ba Zong and above, Zhu Zhuorui commanded. Su Ziyuan was taken aback by this request, pondering whether it was yet another attempt to win the hearts of the people. Without hesitation, he promptly responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." With 50,000 soldiers in the Imperial Guard, it was impractical for Zhu Zhuorui to assess the loyalty of each individual. His primary concern was ensuring that the mid to high-ranking officers remained steadfast. A Ba Zong, commanding 500 men, was already considered a mid-level officer. Once the order was issued, the military acted with remarkable efficiency, especially knowing that it was the Emperor's summons. Within half an hour, all officers of Ba Zong rank and above, including deputy and logistical personnel, gathered at the Northwest Camp, totaling 156 individuals. Chapter 94. The Military Supervision Bureau in Action. Your Majesty, long live our Emperor. The assembled officers saluted, clad in armor. Though their numbers were not vast, their presence was formidable. Zhu Zhuorui, having reigned as emperor for a considerable duration, maintained his composure, avoiding any missteps. Had this occurred during his initial arrival in the Great Ming, the scene would have been quite unthinkable. Merely standing firm would have been a testament to strength. Officers, please be at ease. Zhu Zhuorui addressed them from the command platform, raising his hand slightly. The Imperial Guard protects the capital, serving as both my shield and that of the people. My visit to the Northwest Camp is to meet you all, and you have not disappointed me. You are the mid to high-ranking officers of the Imperial Guard. As the saying goes, a bear leads a bear, while a tiger leads a tiger. Conversely, strength begets strength. Only with your indomitable will, strict discipline, and willingness to endure hardship will our army possess a true military spirit, enabling us to inspire the soldiers beneath you. The Imperial Guard shall emerge as the mightiest of armies. Thus, I hope you shall continue to embody the spirit of resilience and endurance, diligently training the warriors under your command, for we may be but a heartbeat away from war, and must remain ever prepared. Zhu Zhuorui delivered a succinct address, briefly uplifting morale, yet most importantly, assessing whether any among them harbored issues. Always be ready, always be ready, always be ready. The assembled soldiers, inspired by the Emperor, echoed in unison. Zhu Zhuorui, content with their response, uttered a few more words before dismissing them. He then departed the Northwest Camp, retreating to his private carriage where he took out his pen to jot down thoughts and sketches. He did not return directly to the palace. Instead, he had a light meal within the carriage, serving as his lunch, before continuing on to Xixin County. Following the same routine, each outing saw him adding something new to his notes. By the time he returned to the palace that evening, darkness had fully descended, nearing 8 o'clock. Your Majesty, you have been busy all day and have yet to dine. Would you like me to have the Imperial Kitchen prepare a late-night snack for you? Asked Xia Shuili with concern. I am not hungry. Take my token and summon the Yi commander to see me, Zhu Zhuorui instructed. Now that the palace gates had closed, no one was permitted entry or exit without his token. Yes, Your Majesty, I shall go at once, Xia Shuili replied, refraining from questioning the urgency, as she was merely a servant and the head of the Emperor's female attendants. Given the late-hour summons to the Yi commander, it was undoubtedly a significant matter. Just as Xia Shuili departed, Chun-Chi entered the hall to report, Your Majesty, the Empress has arrived. Let the Empress enter, Zhu Zhuorui commanded. Your Majesty, I have heard of your arduous day and that you have not dined. I have prepared some nourishing kanji for you to try, the Empress said upon entering. Retrieving a bowl from the hands of a palace maid named Xiao Dai, Zhu Zhuorui's previously furrowed brow relaxed at the sight of the Empress, a smile gracing his face as he spoke gently. Thank you, Wonner. This kanji is my favorite. I must taste it. He accepted the bowl and sampled its contents. Indeed, it was quite satisfactory, a marked improvement from earlier attempts, given that the Empress had been accustomed to a life of luxury. Her willingness to personally prepare a late-night meal was commendable, and her skills had progressed remarkably. From an initial inability to cook, she had reached a level of proficiency that was commendable. He had unknowingly become a catalyst for her culinary growth. Whether this was a source of happiness or a burden was uncertain. "How is it, Your Majesty?" "This is my latest creation," Li Wanner inquired. Her eyes filled with eager anticipation for his critique. "Quite good indeed. Your culinary skills have advanced at an astonishing pace. At this rate, the imperial kitchen may soon find themselves out of work." Zhu Zhiwei jested. "Your Majesty only knows to tease me," she replied with a shy giggle. Though the praise brought her great joy, with a few swift gulps, Zhu Zhiwei finished the entire bowl of congee. "Wanner, look, it's all gone. Just remember to use a bit less salt next time," he said with a cheerful smile. "Ah, I understand," she responded. She was well aware that His Majesty was subtly informing her that the porridge was too salty. Resolving to do better next time, she put away the bowl and spoon, saying, "I shall not disturb Your Majesty with state affairs any longer. I take my leave. Indeed, you should rest early tonight." "I may stay here for the night," Zhu Zhiwei replied. Currently, in the imperial harem, Zhu Zhiwei had only one empress and no other consorts. Thus his options for the night were either to sleep in the empress's Kunning Palace or alone in the Qinqing Palace. There was no third choice. Less than half an hour after Li Wanner departed, Yi Tang hurriedly arrived. Although he was unaware of his circumstances, it was the first time His Majesty summoned him to the palace at such a late hour, indicating that it must be a significant matter. "Your servant Yi Tang pays homage to Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor." "Dismiss the formalities," Zhu Zhiwei replied with an expressionless demeanor, leaving Yi Tang somewhat at a loss. "I ask you, has the Military Supervisory Bureau of the Jinui not yet commenced operations? Have you not noticed any anomalies within the Imperial Guards?" Zhu Zhiwei questioned, his tone unkind. Yi Tang swallowed nervously and replied cautiously, "Your Majesty, the investigation by the Military Supervisory Bureau into the Imperial Guards is being conducted discreetly. We have already identified several individuals of concern who are currently under covert surveillance. I feared that we might alert them." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhiwei's tone softened somewhat. "That is more like it. I thought the Military Supervisory Bureau was merely idle." With that, Zhu Zhiwei tossed a sheet of paper, inscribed with a list of names, onto Yi Tang's desk. "Examine the names on this list. They are all mid-level officials within the Imperial Guards who are problematic. I suspected there might be issues, but I never anticipated there would be so many. You must thoroughly investigate which individuals are spies, which are corrupt, and which are forming factions. I do not wish to let a single one slip by." This was merely a list of mid-level officials. It was known that the total number of mid-level personnel within the Imperial Guards was less than 300, yet 14 had issues, a significant proportion. It was no wonder Zhu Zhiwei was so enraged. Yi Tang picked up the paper, and as before, His Majesty remained enigmatic. The Jinui had exerted their utmost efforts to uncover just a few minor offenders, yet the list contained one suspect they had been monitoring without evidence. He was astonished that the Emperor had already identified all the problematic individuals. This deepened his reverence for the Emperor. He was even more astute and formidable than the late Emperor, coupled with an air of mystery. It was best for him to harbor no ill thoughts, for it would be unlikely to escape the Emperor's keen sight. Chapter 95. Military Reform. Yi Tang meticulously examined the entire list, and with his understanding of the Imperial Guards, he had a fair grasp of the positions of these individuals, which filled him with trepidation. No wonder His Majesty was so furious. With such grave issues in the military, should Prince Ru rise in rebellion, the Imperial Guards might falter more easily than anticipated. "Your Majesty, I shall immediately mobilize personnel to conduct a thorough investigation of these officers upon my return," Yi Tang declared. "Maintain utmost confidentiality. Should this matter come to light, I shall permit your immediate arrest. It is imperative to prevent the situation from escalating. I do not wish to hear allegations of your abuse of power. I grant you a fortnight to conduct a thorough investigation, and by then, I require a satisfactory report." The Emperor, Zhu Zhiwei, gazed sternly at Yi Tang, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. The Emperor's authority had intensified. "Yes, Your Majesty, I shall certainly provide you with a satisfactory response," Yi Tang replied, bowing in acquiescence. By the time Yi Tang departed, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Typically, at this hour, Zhu Zhiwei would have already retired for the night. For the Ming dynasty adhered to an early-to-bed, early-to-rise routine, especially with morning court sessions commencing at dawn. If one were to stay up too late, rising the next day would be a challenge. However, Zhu Zhiwei remained awake this evening, engrossed in writing and sketching, prompting curiosity among the four ladies of Chunqi, who stood at a distance. Yet, as the Emperor forbade their approach, they dared not draw closer. "Your Majesty, it is midnight. Perhaps you should rest." "As there is an early court session tomorrow," Chunqi suggested softly. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhiwei stood and stretched, feeling a measure of comfort. "It is indeed midnight. Very well. I shall rest here tonight." After uttering this, he carefully tucked away the fruits of his labor over the past 2 hours into his sleeve, which was, in fact, the imperial treasury. The following day, after the morning court session concluded, Zhu Zhiwei retained Minister of War Xue Dingjiang and General Su Ziyuan. "Minister Xue, Duke Su, I previously mentioned the need for military reform. I have summoned you today specifically for this matter." As he spoke, Zhu Zhiwei presented a stack of papers for Chunqi to hand to them, saying, "These are my initial drafts concerning the military reforms. Please review them and provide your feedback, as I hope to refine the entire plan swiftly and commence implementation, thereby strengthening the military might of our Ming dynasty." Xue Dingjiang and Su Ziyuan exchanged glances, astonished that the Emperor had broached the subject merely moments ago, and now the plan was laid before them. The swiftness was remarkable. The Emperor seemed rather eager. Military reform is a matter of great consequence and cannot be approached with haste. Fortunately, the Emperor was not acting unilaterally. He sought their opinions, allowing them to assist in rectifying any shortcomings, which alleviated their concerns. Together, they leaned over the drafts, examining the results of Zhu Zhirui's late-night efforts. Zhu Zhirui was self-aware. Military reform encompassed a vast array of considerations, and his capabilities were limited. He could only establish a broad framework and direction, leaving the finer details to the Ministry of War and the 5 military governors. Your Majesty, you intend to reduce the military by 270,000? Shui Dingjiang exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he regarded the emperor. Su Ziyuan furrowed his brow, eager to understand the rationale. Did you not see? The bulk of the reductions pertains to the garrison troops. The Ming dynasty has enjoyed peace for many years, and such a large military presence is unnecessary. Instead, we should release this labor force to stimulate greater economic vitality. Furthermore, the value of a military lies in its quality rather than its quantity. The reduction of 270,000 garrison troops is merely the first step. In the future, following the reduction of the vassal states, their soldiers will also undergo significant cuts. My ultimate goal is to maintain a mere 100,000 ground troops nationwide. We should vigorously develop our air force and navy, as well as missile forces. This is the trend of the future. The era of antiquity has long since passed. We have transcended the age of sheer numbers in warfare. What I seek for our army is a truly modern force, a field army, not merely a defensive one. Should the enemy reach the capital of Xijing, no amount of imperial guard will suffice, declared Zhu Zhirui with commanding authority. At this juncture, the Iraq War had yet to unfold, but it would awaken military leaders and experts around the globe to the notion that warfare could be executed in such a manner. It was from that moment that the world began to reshape its entrenched military concepts, and the paradigms of war would subtly yet profoundly evolve. Shui Dingjiang glanced at Duke Sugua before turning to the emperor and stating, Your Majesty, I am aware of the modern army you speak of, but it is a privilege possessed by only a few nations. The expenses required to maintain such a military force are beyond the current means of our Great Ming dynasty. And furthermore, the islands of Nanyang do not necessitate such advanced troops. Shui Dingjiang believed he understood, yet he remained constrained by the limitations of his era. Zhu Zhirui refrained from elucidating further, for actions speak louder than words. In due course, they would comprehend his intentions. What was unnecessary before has become essential now. There is no room for doubt in this regard. My resolve is firm, and concerning finances, I shall take care of that, Zhu Zhirui asserted. Yes, Your Majesty. Shui Dingjiang responded with resignation. At this moment, Duke Sugua interjected, Your Majesty's idea of military reduction is commendable. By disbanding certain units, we can save substantial military expenditures, which can be redirected to strengthen the remaining forces. Once they had digested this initial astonishing revelation and established a broad strategic direction, Zhu Zhirui softened his tone and continued. Of course, I do not intend for you to disband everything at once. You must devise a comprehensive plan for troop reduction, executing it in phases while ensuring suitable positions for retired soldiers. These soldiers, being elite, cannot be casually returned to society. The Kunlun Industrial Park in Xishan County has a significant demand for blue-collar workers, capable of absorbing around 50 to 60,000 individuals. This work, requiring discretion, is perfectly suited for these soldiers. Therefore, I propose that the initial phase of troop reduction be set at 50,000. Do you deem this appropriate? Zhu Zhirui inquired. Your Majesty's proposal is indeed prudent. Securing decent employment for them in advance will facilitate the disbandment process considerably, Su Ziyuan sighed in relief. Recognizing that the emperor's intentions were not impulsive, but rather well-planned and systematic, Shui Dingjiang and Su Ziyuan then continued to review the second item on the agenda, the reorganization of the Imperial Guard into a national defense force. Sensing their confusion, Zhu Zhirui took on the role of elucidator, explaining, the term Imperial Guard emphasizes the protection of the Imperial Palace. To outsiders, it appears as my personal army, which may have sufficed in the past. However, in our pursuit of a modern military, it is more fitting to designate the force that defends the Ming Empire as the National Defense Force. Upon hearing Zhu Zhirui's explanation, both men nodded in agreement. This was a mere renaming, inconsequential in the grand scheme, and indeed, the National Defense Force is more suitable for our contemporary era. The two individuals continued to examine the third item, the reform of the military rank system. I believe that the prevailing military rank systems worldwide are exceptionally commendable. Our Ming nation should not remain stagnant. Our existing system of military honors is overly intricate. Despite my lengthy scrutiny, I have failed to grasp it. We can seamlessly adopt a modern military rank system that integrates the ranks of soldiers, sergeants, and officers into a cohesive framework. The Ming nation inherits the civil and military ranks of the former Ming dynasty, which is categorized into a complex array of 42 civil ranks, 30 military ranks, 10 civil honors, and 12 military honors. This elaborate system can bewilder those who are not well versed in its intricacies. The author initially intended to utilize these ranks directly. However, due to their complexity and the difficulty in memorizing them, it would undoubtedly hinder comprehension. Thus, the decision was made to transition to a modern military rank system. Soldiers, upon enlistment, begin as recruits without any rank. After completing 3 to 6 months of basic training satisfactorily, they are awarded the rank of private. Following 1 year of service or notable achievements, they may advance to third-class private, and subsequently to second-class private, first-class private, corporal, sergeant, and staff sergeant, culminating in a total of 7 ranks. The specifics of further delineation are left to your expertise. Zhu Zhirui, having been an ordinary individual prior to this, possesses only a superficial understanding of military matters and cannot articulate the finer details. Officers are divided into 3 primary ranks: junior, middle, and senior. These are further subdivided into second lieutenant, first lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, senior colonel, brigadier general, major general, lieutenant general, general, and grand general, comprising a total of 12 ranks. The particulars of rank classification, promotion criteria, and the design of insignia are also entrusted to you. You may draw upon international examples to formulate a comprehensive plan for my review. Lastly, the sergeant ranks range from 1st class sergeant to 12th class sergeant. Officers are required to lead soldiers in combat. If certain soldiers lack the capability to command but possess sufficient military accomplishments or specialized skills, or are responsible for logistics, or are future talents in technological warfare, they may be classified according to the sergeant ranks. A 1st class sergeant corresponds to a corporal, while a 12th class sergeant equates to the rank of major general. The delineation and promotion criteria are also your responsibility. Zhu Zhiwei now resembles a principal party, articulating his requirements according to his vision. However, Xue Dingjiang and Su Ziyuan must collaborate with the Ministry of Defense and the General Staff to devise a detailed and comprehensive plan and system. As this matter pertains to the national security of the Ming nation, they cannot afford to be careless, nor can they approach it with the same casualness as Your Majesty. Yes, Your Majesty, we shall convene with our colleagues upon our return to finalize the details, Xue Dingjiang responded. Next was the 4th item, concerning military organization, which Zhu Zhiwei also amended. The military structure of the National Defense Force has been revised to a 6-tier system of squad, platoon, company, battalion, regiment, and division, employing a 3-3 structure. If necessary, independent formations may be established, such as a certain independent regiment, which exists due to special requirements, ranking above a regiment but below a division. Additionally, there may be enhanced formations, like a certain reinforced regiment, which could comprise 4 or even 5 battalions, also established for specific scenarios. For instance, when it comes to guarding a certain location, a single regiment of soldiers may seem somewhat inadequate. Yet the addition of a 2nd regiment enhances our capabilities significantly. By employing independent battalions or reinforced units, we gain greater flexibility. I have adopted a relatively weaker 3-3 formation primarily because the adversaries on the islands of the South Seas are not formidable foes. Such a formation suffices for now. Should our enemies grow stronger in the future, we may transition to a 4-4 formation, as noted by Zhu Zhiwei. The squad structure consists of several soldiers, forming the most fundamental level of military organization, subordinate to the platoon. Each squad is led by a squad leader, and the number of personnel within a squad is determined based on the tasks assigned, the weaponry provided, and principles of management and command. Similarly, you are to return and decide based on the circumstances of the Great Ming and the situation on the South Seas Islands. The platoon structure, composed of several squads, serves as a military organization level subordinate to the company and acts as a tactical unit, led by a platoon leader, depending on the mission and equipment. Platoons are categorized into infantry, motorized, armored, tank, artillery, engineering, reconnaissance, radar, communication, automotive, logistics, and other types. The structures of companies, battalions, regiments, brigades, and divisions follow suit. My understanding of warfare is undoubtedly not as extensive as yours. Therefore, your sincere collaboration is essential to formulate a plan based on the practical situation. Ultimately, you need only present the finalized results to me. Zhu Zhiwei's greatest strength lies in his self-awareness. He entrusts professional matters to those qualified, merely indicating the general direction. Indeed, we shall convene our colleagues upon our return to expeditiously discuss the results for submission to Your Majesty, Su Ziyuan affirmed. I grant you half a month. By then, I require a detailed military reform plan, as formal military restructuring shall commence thereafter, Zhu Zhiwei asserted decisively, then implied. The time granted to us by the Liu King and even external forces is limited. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances, realizing that the emperor had received some intelligence, which prompted this urgent call for military reform. Instantly, they felt a surge of tension and resolved to expedite the matter. Yes, Your Majesty, we understand. You may return now. Zhu Zhiwei waved his hand dismissively. We take our leave. On April 10, 2000, the currency exchange entered its 5th day, and the Great Ming announced its first quarter GDP report for the year 2000 through television and official newspapers, stunning the nation and eliciting anxiety among the other 4 countries on the South Seas. At the Laifu restaurant in Shijing City, one of the middle-aged men approached a table where another awaited. Old Zhang, what has prompted you to treat us to a meal today? The man named Old Zhang, also in his 40s, rose with a hearty laugh upon seeing his friends arrive. Ha ha ha, have you seen today's newspaper? Front page headline. The 3 exchanged puzzled glances and shook their heads. Upon noticing their confusion, Old Zhang eagerly handed them the newspaper, exclaiming, I am treating you because I am delighted. Just take a look at the paper, and you will understand. 3 individuals huddled together, their gazes fixed upon the newspaper, the Ming Daily, the official publication of the Ming Empire, serving as the government's voice. The headline boldly proclaimed, in the first quarter of the year 2000, the GDP of the Ming Empire reached $24,698 billion, marking a year-on-year growth of 7.32. Prior to the publication, Yao Muji had informed Zhu Zhiwei, initially intending to include the total of $78.6 billion from the recent auction. However, Zhu Zhiwei insisted on its removal, as it would not accurately reflect the economic progress of the Ming Empire for that quarter. Even without this addition, the first quarter's performance remained remarkably impressive, sending a clear signal to the outside world that the Ming Empire is indeed pragmatic, with data free from embellishment. Old Zhang approached, excitement evident in his demeanor. Did you see? As per His Majesty's request, all proceeds from the jewelry exhibition were excluded. Yet our GDP for the first quarter still stands robustly, far surpassing several neighboring nations. I can see the dawn of the Ming's resurgence. How can one not rejoice? With that, Old Zhang eagerly called out, Come, come, let us sit down and raise a couple of glasses in celebration. This was indeed monumental news worthy of a toast. The other gentlemen nodded in agreement, their spirits lifted. If in my lifetime, I could witness His Majesty lead the Ming to reunify the South Seas Islands, I would have no regrets. In the Ming Empire, the ideology of unification was deeply entrenched in the hearts of its citizens. The entirety of the South Seas Islands belonged to them. Their current weakness stemmed primarily from the shameless interference of foreign powers, and there lingered an unyielding frustration. It will certainly happen, one remarked. The newspaper indicates that last year's first quarter GDP was $14.26 billion US, and this year has seen a year-on-year growth of 7.32. How many nations globally can match our growth rate? Those 4 countries have been left far behind. If we can maintain this pace, no, even half of it, within a decade, we will far surpass those 4 nations. At that point, unifying the South Seas Islands will be a trivial matter, old Zhang exclaimed with laughter. Indeed. Look here, another chimed in. The report elaborates on the primary, secondary, and tertiary sectors. The primary sector has seen an 8 increase, remarkable for traditional agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and fishing. This is all thanks to His Majesty's initiatives, including lowering the thresholds for private bank loans and various subsidies for agriculture. The secondary sector has experienced even more robust growth, with a year-on-year increase of 6.89. This is attributed to significant projects like the Sanjiang hydropower station and His Majesty's support for private enterprises, resulting in tangible national strength. The tertiary sector is the most impressive, boasting a staggering growth of 20.68, largely due to the jewelry exhibition that attracted a multitude of foreign tourists. Even during the subsequent Spring Festival, our nation continues to welcome many foreign visitors, propelling the tourism and hospitality industries to rapid development. Our nation has grown stronger, and I am elated, old Zhang exclaimed. Let us toast to this triumph. The 4 men rejoiced together, raising their glasses in celebration. The Ming dynasty, at present, remains a modest nation, a fact that one must acknowledge. Were it not for the significant actions taken by Zhu Zhihui following his ascension to the throne, its influence would be confined solely to the 5 nations of the Nanyang Islands, perhaps extending to a few neighboring countries and those of shared heritage. However, it has now captured the attention of numerous international media outlets. Indeed, the announcement of the first quarter GDP results for the Ming dynasty has made headlines in both Hua country and various Western nations, stirring quite a commotion. In a certain company in Hua country, several colleagues gathered for a discussion. Remarkable. The economic potential of the Ming dynasty is vast. It is a fertile ground for investment. I believe we should venture into the Ming dynasty. They are in dire need of talent, and abundant opportunities may await us. Who knows? One might even attain a noble title. Are you considering heading there to indulge in a life of multiple wives and enjoy the blessings of harmony? First, settle matters with your own partner, came the laughter from a colleague. While some expressed admiration and hope, others were dismissive. A small nation will always remain a small nation. Rapid growth is not particularly impressive. Have you not noticed the modest base of the Ming dynasty's GDP? Even with such growth, it barely reaches $5 billion US, falling short of some cities in our country. If we calculate per capita GDP, they remain one of the poorest nations in the world. Indeed, their rapid growth this time is largely due to the jewelry exhibition attracting many visitors. The fastest growth is seen in the tertiary sector. Just wait until you see the GDP for the second or even the third quarter. It will undoubtedly revert to its original state, nothing to be proud of. In a monarchic state, the profits benefit only the emperor. While the common folk continue to live in dire straits, there's little to celebrate. I genuinely feel sorrow for the citizens of their nation. One cannot truly understand the happiness of another. Perhaps the citizens of the Ming dynasty possess a far higher happiness index than you do. It is not difficult to recognize and acknowledge the advancements of others. At that moment, Su Hao passed by the group, instantly drawing the attention of his colleagues. One colleague, who shared a closer rapport, called out, Su Hao, have you seen this news? Your classmate is quite impressive. Having just inherited the throne and making his presence known to the world. Isn't he your upper bunkmate? Having been an emperor for so long, he hasn't even thought to look after you. If he wished, a mere hint could elevate you to great heights. Perhaps he has long forgotten about him. What are you even thinking? Came a sarcastic remark from another. Su Hao had initially intended to remain silent, but youthful exuberance made it difficult for him to control his emotions. Just as he contemplated teaching the speaker a lesson, a voice halted him. Su Hao. It was the voice of the general manager, which promptly brought him back to his senses as the others straightened up. Good day, manager. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit approached, accompanied by a young man, introducing him. Mr. Huang, this is the Su Hao you were looking for. Su Hao was taken aback, glancing at the young man before him, certain that he did not recognize him. With a look of curiosity, he observed the young man, who then smiled warmly and respectfully stated, Greetings, Mr. Su. My name is Huang Jian, and I am affiliated with the Imperial Jinui of the Great Ming Empire. By the decree of His Majesty, I am here to deliver an invitation. His Majesty requests your presence at the Ziwei Palace on Labor Day. Enclosed are the invitation letter and 10 tickets, allowing you to bring along your family, loved ones, or friends. His Majesty also extends his apologies for not inviting you sooner, as he was preoccupied with state affairs following his recent ascension to the throne. We hope it is not too late. Wow, the Jinui. To think I would encounter the renowned Jinui in person, having only seen them in films before, a colleague whispered in astonishment. Isn't the Jinui supposed to wear the Feiyu robes and wield the embroidered spring sabers? Why do they seem so modern? Another inquired, intrigued. That's merely a preconceived notion. In ancient times, yes, but they have modernized, haven't they? Moreover, we are in Huagua, and one must adapt to local customs. Weapons like swords are not permitted here. Another colleague remarked. Not too late at all, Su Hao replied, gleefully accepting the invitation and intentionally displaying it in front of the previously sarcastic colleague. Huh, is this a wedding invitation? But your Majesty is already married, isn't he? Su Hao questioned, confusion etched on his face as he scrutinized the details on the invitation. Mr. Su, previously His Majesty married the Empress, but on Labor Day, he will be welcoming the imperial concubine. His Majesty wishes to gather with old classmates to rectify past regrets and fulfill previous promises, Huang Jian explained. Ah, I see. Thank you for your effort. Su Hao expressed his gratitude, though inwardly he muttered, what a guy. Just ascended to the throne and already marrying 2 wives. How enviable. I don't even have a girlfriend, despite our pact to remain single together. Then I shall take my leave, so as not to disrupt your work. Huang Jian concluded before departing. As soon as Huang Jian left, the office erupted in excitement. Wow, Su Hao, you're incredible. I never imagined you were a classmate of that emperor. You've kept it well hidden. Exclaimed a colleague who had never spoken to Su Hao before and was unaware of his connection to Zhu Zhiwei. Is that so? We've known for quite some time. Another colleague chimed in. Didn't someone mention that the Ming Emperor forgot about our family mouse? Quite the slap in the face, right? A female colleague said, playfully resting her hand on Su Hao's shoulder. Oh, the howls of wolves. This is making me blush, Su Hao replied bashfully. Hey, Su Hao, what promise was that person referring to? A curious colleague inquired. Su Hao, not wishing to conceal anything, casually replied, it's just an agreement we made in our dormitory. That no matter who gets married, they must invite the others to celebrate together. Zhu Zhiwei is the first among us to tie the knot. Impressive. No wonder they say it's about rectifying regrets. The emperor's way of making amends is indeed unique. Find another concubine and marry again to resolve past grievances. 1 empress and 1 concubine, what's that? What emperor doesn't have 3 palaces and 6 courtyards with a multitude of beauties in the harem? Truly enviable. Are you really that envious? A female colleague suddenly appeared behind the man, hands on her hips, inquiring with a playful tone. Laughter erupted among the crowd, for she was none other than the man's girlfriend. All right, everyone, back to work. What are you all gathered here for? At that moment, the general manager spoke up, prompting the employees to gradually return to their workstations with renewed diligence. As he departed, the manager wore a smile, even expressing a touch of courtesy and flattery. Enjoy your holiday. I'll grant you some extra time off, allowing you to leave early and return later. Thank you, manager. Su Hao replied gratefully. He had heard that the Ming dynasty had an investment institution in our Hua country, and as you know, the situation within the company is familiar territory, if you catch my drift. With that, he patted Su Hao on the shoulder and took his leave. Su Hao was taken aback for a moment and then nodded thoughtfully. If the Ming dynasty were to announce a first quarter GDP that brought joy to the nation and sparked conversations in other countries, some individuals would undoubtedly be on edge, such as King Lu and the leaders of the other 4 nations in the South Seas. King Lu's anxiety stemmed from the fact that the more capable the young emperor became, the more beloved he was by the people, thereby diminishing Lu's own prospects. Meanwhile, the leaders of the other 4 nations feared that the rising power of the Ming dynasty might lead to their invasion. Given that the Ming had unified the entire island twice, an experience that the other nations had never encountered, lacking the historical context or inclination to consider such an eventuality. In the palace of the Great Shun Kingdom, a middle-aged man sat regally upon the throne, his complexion pale and dark circles under his eyes, representing Emperor Li Wuyo, who had succumbed to the vices of drink and indulgence over the years, lacking the ambition he once possessed at the time of his ascension. At that moment, he held a copy of the Ming Daily, his gaze fixed upon the glaring headline, clenching his fists so tightly that the paper crumpled instinctively. Li Kun, Your Majesty. This old servant is here, an elderly man, dressed as a eunuch, approached with deep respect. Like the Ming dynasty, the Great Shun Kingdom had abolished the eunuch system, though it had been a few decades later, having only been discontinued for less than 20 years. They no longer accepted new eunuchs into the palace. Yet some elderly ones remained to serve, including this man, who had been Li Wuyo's confidant during his time in seclusion. Is that envoy from King Lu still in Shunjing? Li Wuyo inquired. Reporting to Your Majesty, that individual is still present, Li Kun responded. What is he doing? Li Wuyo asked. Your Majesty, that person is spending money to persuade others, urging ministers to suggest that you assist them in military endeavors. However, I have instructed someone to monitor their activities closely, documenting whom they meet and how much they spend, Li Kun reported. Look at this newspaper. It seems I may have underestimated my son-in-law. I fear I may have made a misstep previously, Li Wuyo sighed. It was uncertain whether his lament was over marrying his cherished daughter to Zhu Zhiwei or helping Zhu ascend to the throne. It was likely the latter. Li Kun took the newspaper but did not read it, as he had evidently familiarized himself with its contents. He addressed the emperor. Your Majesty, I have an immature idea, and I am unsure whether it is appropriate to voice it. Speak freely. You have served me for many years, so spare me the games of pretense. Li Wuyo shot him an exasperated glance. Indeed, Your Majesty, your wisdom shines brightly. Since you have expressed regret over your previous choices, it is prudent to rectify them without delay. The rebellion of King Lu, regardless of its outcome, presents our Great Shun nation with myriad advantages and no detriments. Li Kun articulated. What do you mean? Li Wuyo inquired, intrigued. King Lu indeed possesses formidable prowess. Were he several decades younger, we would have ample reason to be wary. For the title of God of War is not mere embellishment. We are acutely aware of this. However, he is now quite aged and has but a few years left to live. It is conceivable that after this rebellion, the strain may hasten his demise. His son, Shoqing, is more adept at preserving than expanding, and displays a certain timidity that makes him easily manageable. His grandson, despite his illustrious reputation, is merely a product of their financial self-aggrandizement. In reality, he is nothing more than a debauched youth, and quite tyrannical at that. Such a character will hardly garner loyalty from his subordinates, rendering him no threat. Therefore, should the rebellion succeed, the 2 successors of King Lu will pose no challenge to us, and the Great Ming nation shall only know the path of decline. Chapter 99, A Great War Looms. What if the rebellion fails? Li Kun continued. King Lu's troops frequently engage in battle with us, and we are well aware of their combat capabilities. For the Western capital to defeat King Lu, it would require a significant investment. Ultimately, it would lead to mutual destruction, leaving the Great Ming nation in ruins. Even if this young emperor proves to be sagacious and valiant, he will require no less than 2 or 3 decades to restore vitality. By that time, the Great Ming nation will have already fallen behind the world. Once our military upgrades are complete in a few years, we can undoubtedly join forces with the Kingdom of Amali to partition their territories, thereby eliminating this potential threat entirely. Li Kun's analysis concluded that regardless of the outcome of King Lu's rebellion, the Great Ming nation is doomed. All they must do is provide a gentle nudge and reap the benefits from the ensuing turmoil. Are you suggesting that we should acquiesce to them, forsake Tangshan County, and profit by observing their conflict from a distance? Li Wuyo furrowed his brow. Precisely, Your Majesty. The founder of Huawo once stated that one should not dwell on the gains and losses of a city or territory. I believe this sentiment holds great merit. In comparison to the entirety of the Great Ming, a mere Tangshan County is insignificant. Our sole task is to observe the tumult from a distance while accelerating the enhancement of our military arsenal. In fact, should we delay too long, the position of Ming Emperor will only solidify further. If the old King Lu were to pass prematurely, his son and grandson would be no match for the Ming Emperor. He might even consume them whole, thus removing the threat of the Ming vassal kings and reversing the situation to our disadvantage, Li Kun reasoned. You old rascal, you're incorrigibly cunning, yet I find it delightful. Li Wuyo laughed heartily, as if he could already envision the scene of victory. I shall summon the envoy of King Lu at once. At the King Lu's palace, Li Feng exclaimed, My lord, the Shun Emperor has agreed to withdraw his troops 80 miles and will no longer interfere with our affairs. He no longer desires Tangshan County? King Lu inquired. Indeed, my lord. He is willing to formalize an agreement to relinquish Tangshan County, but he requires us to pay $10 billion, Li Feng reported. $10 billion? The Duke of Lu furrowed his brow. If he were to account for all the gold and his assets in the fief, he would indeed possess such a sum. However, he could not readily produce such a substantial amount of cash. Nevertheless, in the grand scheme of the Great Ming Empire, this sum was trivial. He harbored immense confidence in capturing the city of Xijing, provided there were no constraints imposed by the Great Shun Kingdom. Li Feng, discerning the Duke's predicament, swiftly interjected. My lord, they have stated that this sum can be repaid over 5 years, with the initial payment requiring only $200 million. Is it truly that simple? Could there be some ulterior motive? The Duke pondered, his mind racing. $200 million could be scraped together with some effort. Did they intend for us to weaken each other in Xijing, thereby seizing the entirety of the Great Ming? The Duke's imagination wandered, and one could not help but admire the former warrior's instinct in swiftly grasping the crux of the matter. They are mistaken. I will not allow them to witness our mutual destruction. That young emperor, though competent in governance, is unaware that war is no child's play, the Duke asserted. His confidence in his military prowess palpable. One might even call it arrogance. He truly perceived himself as an invincible deity of war. If Zhu Zhiruei were present, he would surely scoff, suggesting that the Duke had grown old and lost his clarity of thought. History has seen many wise rulers who, in their later years, succumbed to folly. You speak true, my lord. When it comes to warfare, if you deem yourself second in the southern islands, none would dare claim the first. Li Feng flattered, eager to curry favor. Ha ha ha. The Duke of Lu laughed heartily, clearly relishing such praise. While the Duke basked in his triumph, Zhu Zhiruei was equally pleased, for the monthly achievements had been tallied, yielding a commendable total of 28,000 points. Although this was significantly less than the previous month, which had been exceptional, he was content with the current gains. Host, Zhu Zhiruei occupation, Emperor cultivation, apprentice of obscure martial arts. Initial stage, 5 senses LV15, technique, starry sky visualization, Supreme Emperor scripture achievement points, 28381 Supreme Empire system, national attributes interface. Nation, Great Ming Empire level, Black Iron 1-star area, 58,066 square kilometers population, 935 million GDP, 65 billion US dollars military, Guard Corps 300,000. Fief Army 110,000, Imperial Guards 50,000, Imperial Forest Army 30,000, Navy 80,000, Air Force 50,000, 6-dimensional index, Economy 12, Politics 56, Military 15, Livelihood 15, Culture 39, Technology 14. In the ensuing period, the Great Ming Empire progressed steadily. The Sanjiang River Hydroelectric Power Station continued to attract a significant workforce, while the first phase of the 300-square-kilometer Kunlun Industrial Park commenced, drawing in a multitude of laborers. Additionally, the first phase of the highway project began after the issuance of national bonds. These 3 concurrent national-level projects absorbed nearly 100,000 workers and involved an enormous initial investment of nearly $5.3 billion US dollars, impacting various sectors across the nation and serving as the 3 major engines of economic development for the Great Ming Empire. In addition to the 3 primary engines, the economic development of the Great Ming Empire is propelled by 2 additional forces. One is the advancement of the manufacturing sector, which includes the globally popular electric toothbrush and the USB drives that have begun their worldwide advertising campaign, along with the forthcoming production of industrial machine tools, the very heart of manufacturing. The other engine is the tourism, catering, and artisanal craft sectors, all of which have thrived due to the popularity generated by the recent jewelry and diamond exhibition. This momentum shows no signs of waning. Rather, it continues to attract an increasing number of tourists to the Great Ming Empire. Everything is progressing favorably, if not for the issue that is causing Zhu Zhiruei considerable distress. It would be utterly perfect. In the Palace of Heavenly Purity, Zhu Zhiruei was enjoying his lunch. Your Majesty, the Foreign Intelligence Bureau has reported a significant piece of intelligence that requires your decision, Yi Tang stated, presenting a document to Chunqi, who then delivered it to Zhu Zhiruei's table. Please, speak directly, Zhu Zhiruei said, taking a sip of his soup. Yes, Your Majesty. According to our spies, The Duke of Lu has signed a non-aggression pact with the Deshun Kingdom, Yi Tang replied succinctly. Zhu Zhiwei paused, setting down his spoon, suddenly finding his meal unappetizing. His brow furrowed as he remarked, "So, the Duke of Lu is now free from any concerns and may rebel at any moment." Ding! A new side quest has been activated. Diminish the Duke's power. This quest consists of 2 steps. The first step is to reduce the Duke of Lu's influence. With a reward of 10,000 merit points and 105-star, all-purpose military instructors. The long-awaited voice of the system startled Zhu Zhiwei. Merit points. He was well aware of their significance, as he currently possessed nearly 30,000 merit points that he had yet to utilize. Chapter 100. The Decapitation Operation System. What exactly are all-purpose military instructors? Are they for training soldiers? Zhu Zhiwei inquired with curiosity. Precisely as you envision, host. These instructors are masters of all weaponry in your world. Each one is a super soldier and a treasure to the military, capable of significantly enhancing the training of new recruits and bolstering the army's combat effectiveness. Furthermore, they possess a unique set of extreme training methods that can greatly improve each soldier's physical capabilities. Such remarkable prowess, Zhu Zhiwei marveled internally, though he remained mindful of Yi Tang's presence. Yi Tang nodded in agreement. Indeed, Your Majesty, without the Deshun Kingdom restraining them, they can direct their full efforts toward attacking Xijing, which is extremely disadvantageous for us. Their equipment should have been received by now, correct? When do you anticipate they will initiate their rebellion? Zhu Zhiwei set aside the quest momentarily to inquire. Your Majesty, the equipment has been acquired by them. However, the new gear requires some time for adaptation. As for logistics, they had prepared beforehand. It now depends on when the Duke of Lu decides to break the peace. Yi Tang replied. Zhu Zhiwei began to pace within the hall, finally stopping in front of Yi Tang. His tone resolute. The Great Ming Empire is currently devoting its utmost efforts to economic development and construction. We cannot allow this to be interrupted, and war must not occur. Any turmoil would deter international investors, and even prompt those who have already invested to withdraw. More importantly, it would severely impact our influence. This is something I absolutely cannot permit. It seems we must take decisive action. Zhu Zhiwei's gaze gradually solidified, embodying a hint of imperial decisiveness and ruthlessness. Prepare a comprehensive account of all the offenses committed by the Duke of Lu. I intend to substantiate these charges, he proclaimed. Yes, Your Majesty. These pieces of evidence are irrefutable. No matter how the Duke attempts to absolve himself, he cannot escape culpability, Yi Tang responded. Have you thoroughly investigated those individuals within the Imperial Guard? Zhu Zhiwei inquired. With the list provided by Your Majesty, my inquiries have been focused and fruitful. We have already gathered pertinent evidence, and all implicated individuals have been apprehended without inciting significant unrest within the military, Yi Tang reported. What is the stance of Duke Su on this matter? Zhu Zhiwei asked, recognizing that the Imperial Guard falls under the purview of the 5 armies command. Despite having secured control over the guards, he could not disregard Duke Su's counsel. Reporting to Your Majesty, Duke Su is a man of great understanding. Upon seeing the concrete evidence I presented, he expressed considerable indignation and has offered me substantial support. Without his assistance, I would not have been able to execute these arrests so swiftly while maintaining the morale of the troops, Yi Tang astutely noted, aware of Zhu Zhiwei's intent and promptly attributing part of the credit to Duke Su. Your success in this matter is commendable. I shall ensure your contributions are duly recognized. Once this affair concludes, we will discuss rewards collectively, Zhu Zhiwei remarked with a faint smile. Thank you, Your Majesty. It is my duty to serve. Your wisdom and prowess are truly unparalleled, Yi Tang replied, suppressing his excitement. Very well, you may retire for now and await my orders to publicly announce the Duke's transgressions. Zhu Zhiwei instructed. Yes, Your Majesty. I take my leave. After Yi Tang exited, Zhu Zhiwei found himself unable to eat, calling out, Zhu Yi, enter. Your Majesty. Zhu Yi responded. You must have heard. Is it possible to obtain the original draft of that agreement? Rest assured, Your Majesty. There is no location I cannot access, nor item I cannot procure, Zhu Yi declared confidently. Now, I entrust you with 2 tasks. First, acquire the original draft of the agreement and deliver it to Yi Tang. Second, arrange for sufficient personnel to infiltrate the Duke of Lu's residence, ready to act on my command to control the estate. But remember, do not harm them. Zhu Zhiwei instructed. Yes, Your Majesty. I shall ensure the tasks are completed, Zhu Yi affirmed and departed. Zhu Zhe slowly exhaled, relieved to have influential allies. Otherwise, a large-scale conflict would have been unavoidable. Even if he emerged victorious, the Ming dynasty would undoubtedly suffer extensive damage, requiring considerable time for recovery, thus missing the opportune moment for rapid global advancement. However, such decisive actions should be singular in nature. While effective on the first occasion, they must remain confidential and not be employed frequently, lest the global leaders perceive a threat, turning the Ming dynasty into a target. Clearly, the Ming dynasty lacks the capability and foundation to contend against the world, had it not been for the urgent circumstances. Zhu Zhiwei would have preferred to avoid such measures entirely. If given a few more years, the military reforms of the Ming dynasty would have been completed, establishing munitions factories and implementing a comprehensive upgrade of armaments. At that time, even in a direct confrontation, Zhu Zhiwei would not fear the King of Lu. Unfortunately, he did not allow himself the luxury of time, resulting in a desperate course of action. He convinced himself that it was all for the sake of the Ming dynasty. Your Majesty, Duke Su and Minister Shui request an audience, reported Dong Pan as he entered. I was just about to summon them, and here they are. Let them come in, Zhu Zhiwei instructed. Before long, Shui Dingjiang and Su Ziyuan arrived at the side hall of the Qinxing Palace, a place akin to the imperial study, where Zhu Zhiwei deliberated state affairs with his ministers. Minister Su Ziyuan, Shui Dingjiang, pays his respects to Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Both men saluted. Please, no need for formalities. It seems we are in perfect harmony, as I was just about to summon you. Zhu Zhiwei jested, then gestured toward the chairs. Please, take a seat. Thank you, Your Majesty, the two men acknowledged as they sat down. It is an honor for us to share such understanding with Your Majesty. Su Ziyuan expressed. May I inquire as to the purpose of Your Majesty's summons? Shui Dingzhang asked. Suddenly, Zhu Zhiwei's demeanor shifted, becoming serious as he replied. I have just received intelligence that the King of Lu has signed a non-aggression pact with Emperor Shun, and the army of the Great Shun will withdraw 80 miles from the border. Moreover, the King of Lu has recently acquired $600 million worth of advanced equipment from the Northern Bear, including sufficient anti-aircraft artillery to defend against our air force. After speaking, Zhu Zhiwei quietly observed the two men, neither revealing his solutions nor soliciting their counsel. Their expressions tightened, and they exchanged glances, both perceiving alarm and the gravity of the situation in each other's eyes. Duke Su spoke first. Your Majesty, had the King of Lu not upgraded his military equipment, I would have had confidence in the Imperial Guard to defend Xijing. However, I must not deceive Your Majesty. Without support from the Air Force, we are in peril. The King of Lu's forces are among the most formidable in the entire South Seas, and I feel unworthy of Your Majesty's trust. Chapter 101. Taking the initiative though filled with regret and lacking confidence, the seasoned veteran did not waver or suggest surrender. Instead, he offered several recommendations. In these times of disparity between our strengths, I humbly request that Your Majesty undertake 3 actions. First, seek external support, such as international assistance from nations with which we have diplomatic relations, even financial aid. Second, beyond the military supplies soon to arrive, we should procure additional armaments from Hua country, implementing upgrades immediately and requesting air transport. Third, we ought to mobilize local garrison troops to Xijing in advance. With a sufficient number of soldiers, employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers, the King of Lu's forces cannot hold out for long. After all, should a stalemate occur, we cannot predict whether the Great Shun might exploit our vulnerability. Zhu Zhiwei considered Su Ziyuan's suggestions with internal agreement. Yet he could not proceed in that manner and did not wish to outright reject the propositions. Instead, he offered his own explanation. The Duke's counsel is astute and prudent, yet I cannot act in such a way. Why, Your Majesty, I too believe that the Duke's suggestion is most suitable for the current circumstances. Shui Dingzhang, who had been listening to the Emperor's words, grew anxious. Gentlemen, let us not rush. First, seeking external support would essentially announce to the world that our Great Ming is currently unsafe. Who would dare to invest in our nation? Who would visit our lands for tourism? Would not all our previous efforts be rendered futile? I absolutely refuse to allow such a situation to unfold. As the saying goes, trust is difficult to establish, but once shattered, it becomes exceedingly challenging to rebuild. Second, even if we procure equipment, it would be in vain. The time is too short for our soldiers to adapt. This would merely be icing on the cake, and there is a risk that new equipment might lead to a decline in combat effectiveness. Third, we must not mobilize the national garrison, for there are 2 drawbacks. First, it would again signal to the outside world that our Great Ming is currently unsafe. Second, it would create a void in the local defenses. If I were the Duke of Lu, I would not hasten to attack Xijing. It would be far better to occupy the territory directly and then besiege Xijing, leaving us with no escape route. As the two men grew anxious, Zhu Zhiwei smiled slightly, exuding confidence. Rest assured, gentlemen, I have devised a comprehensive plan to resolve this matter, even if it may tarnish my reputation slightly. The so-called bad reputation implies that should the Duke of Lu refuse to cooperate, I may have to resort to drastic measures. However, for the stability of our Great Ming, I am willing to bear the blame. Though this remains the worst-case scenario and may not necessarily occur. What is Your Majesty's plan? Su Ziyuan and the others inquired with curiosity. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. I have already dispatched personnel from the Imperial Guard to the Duke of Lu's residence for a decapitation operation. My intention is to compel Yi Tang to publicly announce the Duke's various crimes, forcing him into a corner where he may hastily deploy troops, thereby allowing us to seize the initiative. This way, we can proceed with the decapitation operation justifiably, ultimately achieving victory without battle and peacefully diminishing the thief. Zhu Zhiwei revealed this to them, as they were all allies. Your Majesty, the Duke of Lu's residence is no ordinary place. It is guarded by elite troops. Controlling it will be challenging. With too few men, success is unlikely. With too many, we risk detection. If the army arrives, it will be of no use. Your Majesty, this plan is exceedingly perilous, Shui Dingzhang pointed out directly. Haha, Minister Shui, just observe. I am not foolish. I will not undertake such actions without absolute certainty. Zhu Zhiwei replied confidently, not blaming Shui Dingzhang, as they were unaware of the capabilities of the Imperial Guard, which surpassed the understanding of ordinary humanity. Very well, let us conclude this matter here. Simply follow my lead. You have your own duties to attend to. I had originally planned to summon you to the palace. And since you are here, I shall speak plainly. For the time being, military reforms will be paused. Upon returning, the Duke shall mobilize 40,000 Imperial Guards to remain on standby. Once I issue my command, they shall immediately march to Tangshan County to intercept the Duke's forces and prevent any potential mutiny. They will then reorganize their defenses to avert any opportunistic attacks from the Great Shun, while a remaining contingent of 10,000 shall stay in Xijing City, just in case. Zhu Zhiwei concluded, Yes, Your Majesty. Although the source of the Emperor's confidence remains a mystery, having witnessed some of his extraordinary abilities and observing his unwavering self-assurance, they ultimately resolved to place their trust in His Majesty and execute his commands. In the Lu Wangfu of Tsushui County, Tangshan Prefecture, a sense of urgency filled the air. Grandfather, something is amiss. Zhu Lingfeng exclaimed anxiously as he rushed into the royal chamber. Calm yourself, the sky is not falling. How can you expect to become a ruler if you carry on like this? Lu Wang admonished sternly. Yes, grandfather, I acknowledge my mistake. Eager to placate his grandfather, Zhu Lingfeng quickly conceded. Now what troubles you so? Lu Wang inquired. Grandfather, we have just received distressing news from the western capital. The original document of our non-aggression pact with the Deshun Kingdom has been stolen, Zhu Lingfeng reported, his anxiety palpable. What? How could it have been stolen? That document was kept in such a secure location. Do we know who the thief is? Lu Wang pressed urgently, understanding the gravity of the situation. He was particularly concerned about the potential damage to his reputation should the public become aware of this breach. Though we lack concrete evidence, it is evident that the culprit must be that country bumpkin from the western capital, Zhu Lingfeng sneered, harboring disdain for his cousin Zhu Zhirui. He has never received proper noble education. On what grounds does he seize my rightful throne? If this is indeed the case, it could lead to disaster, Lu Wang responded, maintaining his composure. Should he choose to make this public, it would severely undermine our efforts to restore the rightful order. Just then, Li Feng arrived in haste. My lord, grave news, Li Feng declared. What now? Lu Wang's brow furrowed, exasperated by the incessant troubles at such a critical juncture. My lord, the young emperor has taken the initiative. He has publicly announced evidence of your alleged assassination attempt on him through the television network and the Ming Daily. Furthermore, he has disclosed that the document we signed with the Deshun Kingdom has been stolen, and he has laid bare our military procurement activities within our fiefdom. He has completely severed ties with us, Li Feng explained. Lu Wang's expression darkened. I did not anticipate such audacity from him. This is a blatant attempt to strip away our moral high ground and compel me to mobilize our forces. Indeed, my lord, we can delay no longer. We must dispatch our troops immediately, otherwise, unrest may arise within the ranks. After all, we are all subjects of the Ming dynasty. If we allow external opinions to solidify the notion of your rebellion, our soldiers' morale will waver, placing us in peril, Li Feng warned. Chapter 102. The situation is set. One cannot deny the young emperor's ruthlessness. I find myself somewhat admiring him, though it is unfortunate he is not my grandson. Lu Wang reflected with a hint of melancholy. Grandfather, what makes that country bumpkin so remarkable? He seems eager for an early demise, and if that is his wish, let us grant it to him. We shall immediately send our forces to conquer the western capital and dispatch him to the netherworld, Zhu Lingfeng retorted, visibly dissatisfied. Sighing, Lu Wang gazed at his grandson, contemplating a reprimand before ultimately deciding against it. Truth be told, he felt a pang of disappointment, but what could he do? After all, Zhu Lingfeng was his only grandson. By decree of this king, open the armory, immediately procure your equipment, and swiftly deploy troops. Time is of the essence. This king intends to seize Xijing in the shortest span possible, leaving no opportunity for the Deshun nation and causing minimal destruction to the Ming dynasty, declared King Lu. Yes, my lord, Li Feng responded with palpable excitement, having awaited this moment for a long time. Beside him, Zhu Lingfeng's face flushed with exhilaration, as if he had just experienced a momentous event. You may find you have no chance, a chilling voice suddenly interrupted, startling everyone. This was the heavily guarded residence of King Lu, who would dare speak so boldly. Three figures strode in from the palace entrance as if they were entering their own home, confidently surveying their surroundings. Who are you to trespass upon the Lu royal residence? Guards, seize these traitors, Zhu Lingfeng shouted, stepping forward. King Lu remained silent, his gaze fixed coldly upon the trio before him. After years on the battlefield, he sensed an unprecedented danger and pressure emanating from these individuals. They were no ordinary foes. Where are the guards? Zhu Lingfeng called out several times, but no one responded. Cease your shouting. The entire Lu royal residence is under our control. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid. Zhu Yi declared. Impossible. My royal residence is protected by 200 elite soldiers. How could you possibly have taken them without a sound? Zhu Lingfeng refused to accept this grim reality. He had not heard a single gunshot. And they had only just arrived, meaning the enemy had seized control of the entire Lu royal residence in a mere 10 minutes, an unfathomable feat. Though King Lu did not voice his thoughts, he too was filled with confusion. Logically, with 200 armed elite guards, the enemy should not have been able to infiltrate. If they had more forces, surely their intelligence personnel would have detected them. The idea that 200 soldiers could be subdued without a single shot fired was even more bewildering. The guards were his most loyal and elite warriors. While a couple might surrender, a collective capitulation was inconceivable. How had this occurred? Had they employed poison? Indeed, that seemed the only plausible explanation. Yet he could not fathom how they had managed to poison everyone, as the royal guards maintained separate diets to prevent mass poisoning, even using different cooks. In any case, the appearance of these three individuals was too bizarre. Even a god of war would struggle to comprehend the intricacies at play. Zhu Yi shrugged. Such is the reality. I shan't waste further words. Who are you, and what is your purpose? King Lu inquired coolly. Truly, you are the King Lu. Your composure is commendable. It is of no consequence to inform you that we are affiliated with the Jinui Imperial Guard, executing a beheading operation by order of His Majesty. Zhu Yi replied with a slight smile. Upon hearing that they were agents of the young emperor and had come for a beheading, Zhu Lingfeng collapsed in terror. No matter how formidable their army might be, they were now at the mercy of their captors. His death would hold no significance. For even if the army were to seize Xijing, it would bear no relevance to him. Upon witnessing the lamentable state of his grandson, King Lu let out a faint sigh and turned to Zhu Yi with an air of temptation, saying, The Imperial Court? I have indeed heard of it. It is a newly established department within the Genie Way. I never anticipated your prowess. How about serving me here? I can bestow upon you wealth and glory, grant you titles of nobility, and ensure your lineage remains unbroken. Indeed, we can offer you the status of a duke for generations to come. What the young emperor can provide, I can multiply tenfold, 100-fold. Spare my life. Stimulated by the gravity of the situation, Zhu Lingfeng hastily clutched Zhu Yi's thigh, pleading. You are worthless, Zhu Yi retorted, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling. Should you dare to show disrespect to His Majesty again, I shall end your life immediately. Intimidated by Zhu Yi's fierce demeanor, Zhu Lingfeng shrank back, silenced. Eliminate them all, leave no one alive. Zhu Yi exchanged a knowing glance with the remaining two. Yes, Commander. Without hesitation, Zhu sent executed Li Feng, severing his head from his body in an instant. Please, do not kill me. Grandfather, save me. I am still young. I do not wish to die. Upon witnessing Li Feng's gruesome fate, Zhu Lingfeng, fueled by a sudden surge of courage, approached King Lu and pleaded, Grandfather, I truly do not wish for death. Though somewhat weak-kneed, he suddenly had an idea and fell to his knees before Zhu Yi, frantically exclaiming, My lord, I must inform you that King Lu is plotting rebellion. As his grandson, my testimony holds great weight. My heart remains loyal to the Ming. I do not wish to rebel. The Emperor needs me. He is my cousin and cannot harm me. King Lu, overwhelmed with rage, coughed up blood, his spirit visibly waning. Yet he stood resolutely. Alas, perhaps your arrival is fortuitous. Should the realm of the Ming truly fall into his hands, I would be betraying my ancestors. I was misguided, believing he would mature and the future would brighten. I was wrong. The nature of man is difficult to change. King Lu lamented, while Zhu Lingfeng averted his gaze. Though Zhu Yi noted a flicker of resentment in Zhu Lingfeng's eyes. Taking a deep breath, King Lu continued, I hope the Emperor can elevate the Ming to greater heights. I wish to speak with him. I trust you will facilitate this. His Majesty has been awaiting your call, Zhu Yi replied with a slight smile, producing a satellite phone and handing it to King Lu. Your imperial ancestor, King Lu addressed, acknowledging his relation to Zhu Zhiwei as his granduncle. A term fitting for their kinship. Spare my lineage. Let this matter end here. Do not drag others into this. I shall command the army to lay down their arms and accept your reorganization, allowing the Ming to ascend to greater heights. There was a note of plea in King Lu's tone, a poignant acknowledgement of the fate of heroes and the vanquished. Chapter 103. The Emperor's startled Zhu Wei remained silent for a considerable time, until the sound of harsh coughing broke the stillness, prompting him to respond in a grave tone. Very well, I grant you this. When the army was present, Zhu Zhiwei showed no fear. Without the military and the authority of King Lu, only insignificant figures remained, incapable of stirring any turmoil. A peaceful resolution to this matter would undoubtedly be the best outcome for the Ming dynasty. Very well. I believe you can lead the Ming towards glory. Fortunately, I have yet to commit a grave mistake, King Lu remarked, returning the phone to Zhu Yi, who appeared as though he had been drained of vitality, aging visibly, leaning on his cane, and swaying precariously. Summon the finest physician. Exert every effort to save King Lu. Zhu Zhiwei commanded Zhu Yi. Yes, Your Majesty. In the Palace of Heavenly Purity, Zhu Zhiwei set down his phone and let out a gentle sigh. King Lu, the martial god of the Ming, regrettably stood against him. He had no choice but to act thus. Even if given another chance, he would make the same decision. For he had no avenue of retreat. He picked up the phone once more and dialed a number, immediately dispatched the Imperial Guards to King Lu's fief to oversee the reorganization of the auxiliary troops. Yes, Your Majesty. Though he maintained restraint, the voice on the other end was still filled with excitement and disbelief. Su Ziyuan glanced at Xue Dingjiang beside him and nodded. It's done. Now it is our turn to alleviate the Emperor's burdens. How did His Majesty achieve this? Xue Dingjiang's mind was flooded with questions. Less inquiry, more action. Su Ziyuan patted his companion's shoulder. Ha ha ha, indeed. From this moment forth, our Ming shall have no internal strife. Ha ha. Xue Dingjiang laughed heartily. In 3 days, everything transpired in secrecy. Just as the 4 nations of Nanyang were closely monitoring the situation in the Ming, news emerged that they could hardly believe and were reluctant to accept. In the Shun Palace, Emperor Shun was engrossed in the fragrance of women, frolicking with several concubines. Your Majesty, King Lu has failed. His auxiliary troops have accepted the Emperor of the Ming's reorganization, reported the old eunuch Li Kun, hastening over. What? How could it be so swift? That brat cannot possibly rival the old man Lu. The Emperor paused, incredulous. Your Majesty, the internal affairs of the Ming have been sealed. No one knows what transpired. King Lu suddenly announced his acceptance of the Imperial Guard's changes before the army. Catching everyone off guard, Li Kun explained. Get out. All of you. Get out. The Emperor, displeased by the failure of his plans, suddenly found the surrounding women less appealing. The concubines, startled by the Emperor's abrupt change, knew he was in a foul mood and dared not linger, some even leaving without adjusting their garments. Investigate for me. I must know how the Ming Emperor accomplished this, or I shall find no peace in sleep or sustenance, the Emperor commanded. Yes, Your Majesty. The old servant has already mobilized all spies within the Ming to uncover the truth. There are no secrets that remain hidden. We shall certainly discover what has transpired. Li Kun confidently replied. And what is the current situation in the Ming? With King Lu's army restructured, do we have an opportunity to seize Tangshan County? The Emperor lamented, still unwilling to concede. Your Majesty, it appears that the opportunity has slipped away. The army has been restructured on site. And with the recently upgraded armaments of the Duke of Lu, the military strength of the Ming Empire is now more formidable than ever before. Li Kun's words left Emperor Shun utterly disheartened. It seems we must prepare to confront an even mightier Ming Empire. Fortunately, he is my son-in-law. I shall promptly send word to Wanner, urging him to speak favorably of us before the Ming Emperor. Our great Shun and the Ming are brother nations and must harbor no animosity. The previous agreement was signed with the Ming, unaware of the Duke of Lu's impending rebellion. The Emperor remarked. Indeed, Li Kun sighed inwardly, knowing that the Emperor's recently restored ambitions had once more been dashed. He felt a certain trepidation towards the Ming Emperor, who seemed content to be a ruler lost in indulgence. The other 3 kingdoms, though equally discontent, were compelled to accept this reality and face the prospect of a more powerful Ming Empire, each secretly fortifying their own strengths, unwilling to lag behind. In the Hall of Heavenly Purity, His Majesty has arrived, cried the young eunuch. Long live the emperor, long live, long live. The crowd echoed their cheers, their voices resonating throughout the ZY palace. The ministers now regarded the emperor with increasing reverence. Though he hailed from the Central Plains, his extraordinary capabilities were evident. He possessed the demeanor of a benevolent ruler, yet was not devoid of decisiveness in matters of war. In addressing the Duke of Lu's rebellion, when all believed a protracted civil war was imminent, the emperor turned the tide, quelling the threat of war in merely 3 days, leaving all astonished by his prowess. As for how the emperor accomplished this, none could say for certain. A few may have known, but such information remained shrouded in secrecy. Most ministers, common folk, and foreign powers remained utterly bewildered, as the actions of the Dark Imperial Guards were executed with such swiftness and discretion that the possibility of leakage was entirely thwarted. Thus, the matter was resolved. Regardless, all understood that with the internal strife of the feudal lords eliminated, coupled with the series of initiatives undertaken by the emperor since his ascension, the prosperity of the Ming Empire was imminent. Hopes for the future flourished, and motivation for work surged. All ministers, be at ease. Zhu Zirui waved his sleeve. Thank you, Your Majesty. Before the young eunuch could speak, Zhu Zirui took the initiative. Today, let us discuss no other matters but one: how to deal with the Duke of Lu, his estate, and those connected to him. The ministers exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. The Duke of Lu was no ordinary figure, and a misstep could be perilous. Thus, they hesitated to voice their thoughts. You may speak freely, my esteemed ministers. Today, no word shall incur blame, Zhu Zirui said with a smile. Very well. Since Your Majesty has given permission, someone finally spoke up. The first to step forward was the Minister of Justice, Yang Yi. Your Majesty, the Duke of Lu's desire to raise an army in rebellion constitutes a grave crime deserving of death. Fortunately, he has not incited significant unrest. However, according to the law, he should be sentenced to execution. Your Majesty, the Duke of Lu is a revered warrior of the Ming Empire, held in high esteem by the people. Moreover, he has voluntarily surrendered his military authority, and given his advanced age, I urge Your Majesty to show him mercy, thereby exemplifying your benevolence, proposed the Minister of Rights. Wang Hai, the Duke of Lu, a noble of royal lineage, should rightfully be dealt with by the court of imperial clans, as stated by the imperial minister, Zhu Gaojiu. Chapter 104. Upholding Promises, Acting with Benevolence. The court of imperial clans is a permanent institution within the inner court, tasked with the management of royal affairs, typically comprising esteemed relatives of the imperial family. The highest position therein is the imperial minister, ranked first class, surpassing the ranks of the 6 ministries, assisted by 2 deputy ministers who handle royal matters. This imperial minister, Zhu Gaojiu, is of the same generation as the Duke of Lu and is the last remaining noble of that lineage apart from him. Although the youngest at 61, he does not enjoy the same favor from Emperor Wuzong as the Duke of Lu and the Duke of Shu, lacking a fief of his own. He is, in fact, a half-brother to the Duke of Lu. While it is usually the case, the magnitude of this incident necessitates the Duke of Qi to distance himself. Yang Yi remarked. Distance himself? From what? Yang Yi, what do you imply? Do you suspect that I conspire with the Duke of Lu to incite rebellion? The Duke of Qi exclaimed in anger. I harbor no such intentions. I merely believe that as brothers, the Duke of Qi should avoid any appearance of impropriety. It would be more appropriate for the Ministry of Justice to handle this matter, Yang Yi responded, maintaining his composure. Your Majesty, I seek no other request but to implore you, in light of the Duke of Lu's years of diligent service, to grant him a dignified resolution. After saying this, the Duke of Qi returned to his place, refraining from further comment. Zhu Zirui was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, having overlooked the Duke of Qi. In past court sessions, he had always remained aloof, and Zhu Zirui even forgot he had such an imperial uncle until now. However, the Duke's words held some merit. Since that is the case, let us cease the debate. I shall personally take charge of the matter, Zhu Zirui declared, eager to prevent the court from descending into chaos. He already had a plan for resolution, and his intention to make the situation public was to avoid idle gossip, yet it backfired. The Duke of Lu's years of guarding the northern frontier and his remarkable contributions are undeniable. Nevertheless, it is also true that he contemplated rebellion. And during my period of mourning at the imperial tomb, an assassination attempt was made against him. Ultimately, the Duke of Lu came to his senses, acknowledged his wrongdoings, and aided the imperial guard in restructuring the auxiliary troops, averting a major catastrophe. This demonstrates his capacity for repentance. Thus, his merits and faults may be seen as balanced. Zhu Zirui's words were reasoned and substantiated, leaving no room for dissent among the ministers, who nodded in agreement. I have decided to revoke the Duke of Lu's fief and strip him of his military authority. However, given his advanced age, it would be unwise for him to travel extensively. Therefore, I decree that the Duke's residence shall remain